Asura, a name cursed by all living beings. With every manifestation, it is accompanied by mountains of corpses and seas of blood, the great path extinguished. The world perceives it as a calamity, celestial beings seek to eradicate it, and deities tremble at the mere mention. Yet this time, the legacy of Asura has been bestowed upon a pure-hearted youth, Luo Xiu. He harbors no desire to kill, nor to annihilate the world. He merely wishes to practice swordplay in serene solitude upon the mountain. However, the moment the inheritance entered his body, the heavens shifted, and a cacophony of swords resonated. The righteous sects regard him as a harbinger of evil, eager to eliminate him. The unorthodox paths covet his power, intent on seizing it for themselves. Overnight, he has become the quarry of all. Blood stains his sword and taints his vision as the last pursuer falls at his feet. Luo Xiu gazes at the bloodied blade in his hand, murmuring softly, "You claim that when Asura appears, no living soul remains. But I merely seek a sanctuary amidst this mountain of corpses and sea of blood. If there is no place for me in this world." He raises his head, his eyes a fierce crimson, sword pointed towards the heavens. "Then let this world yield to me." Chapter 1. The Bloodied Youth. Towering trees stretch towards the sky, thorns blanket the ground, and mist coils through the forest, enveloping the surroundings in silence. Only a wide path extends from the depths of the thicket, leading outward. This is the Valley of Death, a forsaken place shunned by humanity, where ancient trees stand sentinel, and not a single living beast can be found. Yet now, a figure emerges from the Valley of Death, the shadow nearly stretching to the end of the road. As footsteps draw nearer, a stumbling youth appears upon the path. Upon closer inspection, it becomes evident that the most chilling aspect is not the boy's blood-red garb, but the overwhelming stench of blood that assails the senses, as if confronting not a boy, but a pool of fresh beastly blood. As he steps away from the path, the crimson hue in his eyes gradually fades, revealing a stark contrast of black and white, though the lingering confusion is unmistakable. The boy pauses for a considerable time, his expression seemingly improving slightly. "Where am I?" Luo Xiu groans in anguish. He brushes a hand through his disheveled hair, still feeling somewhat disoriented, and closes his eyes once more. "Wasn't I fleeing? The silver-backed wolf was pursuing me, and then I followed a sudden path that seemed to lead me into a valley, and there was a blood-red stone." Luo Xiu opens his eyes to survey his surroundings, observing towering trees, each over 10 feet high, growing haphazardly. The path he previously traversed has vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. He sniffs the air and realizes his clothing is soaked in blood. Although it has dried, the acrid scent overwhelms him, making him nauseous. "I must find a place to wash up, or I might suffocate from this stench," he declares, setting off forward. By fortune or fate, he encounters no beasts along the way until he arrives at a small lake. Without hesitation, he leaps into the water, not due to a lack of danger, but rather an unbearable aversion to the stench. After nearly an hour of scrubbing in the lake, he emerges, the blood on his clothes now less pronounced. Though a faint odor lingers, it is vastly improved compared to before. Luo Xiu shakes the water from his clothes and dons them once again. With the remnants of blood washed away, he reveals striking features, sharp brows and bright eyes, a youth of no more than 15 or 16 years, standing nearly 6 feet tall. Surveying his surroundings, he determines his direction and heads towards Luo family town. As afternoon approaches, he finally catches sight of the town's outline in the distance. Luo family town, a small settlement near the outskirts of the Beast Mountain. The largest clan here is the Luo family, with its patriarch being a pinnacle practitioner of the true essence realm. The town is predominantly inhabited by members of the Luo clan and those who rely on them for survival, cultivating crops and low-grade spiritual herbs to trade for necessities. After a further half-hour, he arrives at the base of the town's walls, which tower over 2 meters high, a necessity due to the proximity to the Beast Mountain. Luo Xiu is still alive? Wasn't it said he perished in the Beast Mountain? Is it truly Luo Xiu? Indeed, it is Luo Xiu. As Luo Xiu steps through the city gate, whispers surround him from the bystanders, a mixture of astonishment and perhaps pity, among other sentiments. Yet Luo Xiu pays them no mind, for just ahead, his cousin Luo Qin appears before him. "How can you still be alive? I clearly saw 3 silver-backed wolves pursuing you," Luo Qin exclaims, astonished. "Why shouldn't I be alive? You're still here, aren't you? If you survived, how could I not?" Luo Xiu retorts, brushing past him. You insolent wretch. How dare you curse me?" Luo Qin stammers, frustration evident not solely from Luo Xiu's sarcasm, but from fear of being discovered for having intentionally sent the silver-backed wolves after him. Before he can finish, Luo Xiu ignores him and strides towards the Luo household, Back then, when I encountered the silverbacked wolves, I was made to serve as bait to divert them, allowing him to escape. Now he has the audacity to say I'm not dead. Luo Xiu silently muses. The Luo family resides near the Beast Mountain, necessitating a strict code of unity among its members. Moreover, they are not the only clan in the vicinity. The Li and He families also dwell nearby. Notably, the He family possesses strength rivaling that of the Luo family. Without internal unity, they risk being annihilated by the beasts or consumed by rival clans. Upon returning to his courtyard, assigned to his father Luo Minghong, Luo Xiu finds it typically quiet, as only he and his father reside there. Though there were once maids and servants, his father dismissed them, leaving the courtyard eerily still. "Father," Luo Xiu calls out, but receives no reply. Unperturbed, he returns to his room to freshen up and change his attire. After some time, as dusk descends, Luo Minghong finally returns to the courtyard. Upon his arrival, he summons Luo Xiu to inquire, "Are you unharmed? The family guards reported that you encountered beasts on your return, with most of the cargo lost." "Father, I'm fine. I merely spent too long evading the beasts in the forest," Luo Xiu replies. "Indeed, it was quite long. A whole night has passed. It's good that you returned safely. You must refrain from wandering about and focus on staying home quietly," Luo Minghong observes, noting Luo Xiu's apparent fatigue, and chooses not to press further. "Yes, Father," Luo Xiu responds. This is not due to Luo Xiu's reluctance to discuss the Beast Mountain incident, but rather his uncertainty on how to explain, as all he recalls is being pursued by the silverbacked wolves, followed by waking in a daze that very morning. After their exchange, he retreats to his room, fatigue overtaking him, and he collapses onto his bed, instantly falling into slumber. Meanwhile, in the hall, Luo Minghong furrows his brow, a hint of worry crossing his resolute features. After a lengthy pause, he shakes his head, eventually relaxing his expression. "Sigh, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss with Xiu, yet I cannot discern what. Well, at least he returned safely. Otherwise, I would not know how to face you." As Luo Xiu lies in bed, he quickly drifts into dreams. Yet at this moment, he appears to be undergoing some form of torment, drenched in cold sweat, his garments soaked, his expression contorted in pain, his mouth agape as if to scream, but no sound escapes. After a while, an ethereal voice resonates within Luo Xiu's mind that I never expected to awaken within such a diminutive vessel. The spiritual roots destroyed, yet the disposition is commendable. "Who are you? How did you come to be in my body? What do you intend?" Luo Xiu questions in terror. It is a grave matter to discover an entity residing within one's own body. Could it be that someone seeks to usurp my very being? Luo Xiu, unable to cultivate spiritual power, often finds solace in reading, acquiring a fundamental understanding of cultivation through extensive study, and thus he is aware of the dreadfulness of possession. "How did I end up in your body? Indeed, I too am perplexed. Although your disposition is commendable, your aptitude for cultivation is woefully inadequate. You invade my body and still disdain my lack of talent. If you are unwilling to remain, you are free to depart, that I would rather you leave. Who knows what manner of creature you truly are?" The more Luo Xiu contemplated, the more fear encroached upon him. To have an inexplicable presence within him was alarming. Should it indeed be an ancient fiend seeking to take over, he would be utterly powerless to resist. It would be prudent to expel this entity post-haste, lest he be haunted by fear and unwittingly lose his life in the process. "Ha! And you are reluctant to have me?" The voice echoed as if it had heard the most amusing jest. From this, Luo Xiu sensed a tinge of pity, as though it were mocking him. Yet, in that moment, he truly wished for it to depart. Anyone in his position would feel the same. "Of course, I am unwilling. Who knows what ancient monster you might be? If you seek to possess me, I would be doomed. Given that you disdain my abilities, why not find another host, or allow me to assist you in seeking one?" "Possess you? You think I wish to usurp your being? Ha ha." The voice erupted in laughter, as if it had encountered the most ludicrous of notions. "You do not intend to take over my body?" Luo Xiu asked, astonishment flooding him, as he breathed a silent sigh of relief at the notion of not being possessed. "Certainly not. Did you not see a blood-red stone in the valley yesterday? I am that very stone. You are that stone? How can that be? Stones cannot speak, nor can they inhabit a body," Luo Xiu exclaimed in disbelief, shaking his head, deeming it implausible. "A stone? Indeed, I am a stone, but not an ordinary one. I am the legacy stone of the Asura clan. When the Asura clan faced calamity, I found myself inexplicably in that valley, and for reasons unknown, I chose you." "The Asura clan? What clan is that? I have never heard of it. And what do you mean by choosing me? I fail to comprehend your words. If you have not heard of it, then so be it. Considering you are not even a cultivator, what could you possibly know? As for why I chose you, I cannot say. All I know is that you are the 9th individual I have selected, the Asura clan. Luo Xiu recalled the texts he had perused, be it fundamentals of cultivation, tales of the wasteland, or chronicles of the extraordinary. None mentioned the Asura clan. Perhaps he was indeed ignorant, yet it mattered little, for it had little bearing on him. The 9th? This piqued Luo Xiu's curiosity. The stone had chosen 8 individuals prior. What had become of them? If they thrived, then perhaps being chosen by this stone was a fortuitous turn of events. Indeed, the 9th. And the previous 8? Were they cultivators? How formidable were they? Luo Xiu inquired eagerly. This could very well be an opportunity. If so, he must seize it with both hands. In Chronicles of the Extraordinary, he often read of powerful figures who, through serendipity, acquired mysterious treasures or received aid from benefactors, transforming into prominent figures within the realm in mere years. The previous 8 were indeed cultivators, and immensely powerful, capable of altering the very fabric of the world with a mere gesture. Who would not fear them? Who would dare show them disrespect? And then what happened? And then, they all perished, their souls utterly extinguished, devoid of even the opportunity for reincarnation. At once, Luo Xiu shuddered, his previously closed eyes snapping open, now bloodshot and filled with dread. Chapter 2. The legacy of Shura. Luo Xiu fell into a deep silence, his mind consumed by the thought of those who had perished, their souls extinguished. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until he regained his composure, only to behold a wisp of ethereal shadow hovering above his bed, resembling a figure with only its upper body discernible through the haze. Just as he was about to call out, a familiar voice resonated once more. Do not cry out. Even if a few lowly cultivators were to arrive, they would fail to perceive my presence. Are you the one who spoke to me earlier, the legacy stone? Luo Xiu inquired upon hearing the shadow's words. Indeed, that is I. You may refer to me as the spirit of the stone. However, titles matter little. What is significant is that the legacy stone has chosen you. Are you prepared to accept the Shura legacy? The shadow proclaimed. Accept the legacy? Those 8 individuals who embraced it before were ultimately consumed, their souls obliterated. This legacy, I have an unsettling feeling, may not bode well for me. If I were to accept it, could I be the next to meet such a fate? Luo Xiu hesitated, questioning. Is there no way to decline this legacy? You are aware that my cultivation aptitude is lacking, and it would be unwise to tarnish the reputation of such a legacy. You have no choice. The moment the legacy stone selected you, your options were forfeited. Should you choose to accept the legacy, perhaps there remains a glimmer of hope for survival. However, should you refuse, your soul may very well be extinguished this instant. No one has ever succeeded in rejecting it, and I believe you shall be no exception. The shadow replied matter-of-factly. A chill ran down Luo Xiu's spine upon hearing this. Damn it, is it truly so? Is there such an oppressive force compelling others to accept the legacy? Even in a transaction, one does not resort to such measures. There is no semblance of reason. He shut his eyes tightly, cursing inwardly. Yet, the shadow granted him no time for contemplation. For there was little to deliberate. Either he faced death now or grasped at a slender hope for survival. Have you made your decision? If so, prepare to accept the legacy. The shadow urged. Wait, I have not. Before Luo Xiu could finish his protest, the shadow flickered and vanished without a trace. Simultaneously, he too disappeared from the bed, leaving behind only a blood-red stone. In that moment, Luo Xiu found himself within the legacy stone. The sky was awash in crimson, and the very ground beneath him mirrored this sanguine hue. Here, he felt an inexplicable surge within his veins, as if his very blood yearned to burst forth. The shadow reappeared, stating, This is the space of the legacy. Before you stands the legacy tower of the Shura clan. Merely placing your hand upon it will allow you to perceive the clan's legacy techniques. The tower comprises 7 levels. Each level you unlock will grant you treasures and access to the techniques of the subsequent level. When you reach the 7th level and fully assimilate its teachings, the techniques shall naturally reach perfection. Upon completion of the shadow's explanation, Luo Xiu strode confidently toward the legacy tower. After all, there was no escaping his fate. It was perhaps best to accept the legacy with a composed demeanor. Hold on, do you truly wish to court death? The shadow, observing Luo Xiu's approach to the tower, felt a twinge of admiration for his swift adjustment to the situation. However, as Luo Xiu extended his hand to accept the legacy, the shadow hastily called out. As Luo Xiu turned to gaze at the ethereal image, a flicker of confusion crossed his features. Did you not say that merely placing my hand upon it would allow me to receive the inheritance? What is the matter then? The ethereal figure, upon hearing this, revealed a semblance of helplessness. Indeed, placing his hand upon it would grant access to the techniques. Yet prior to that, there remained a task to undertake. If he could endure, he would naturally be permitted to receive the inheritance. If he faltered, then there would be no need to proceed. A sudden jolt of anxiety surged within Luo Xiu. What did it mean to falter? Was there to be a trial before accepting the inheritance? Had he not already been chosen? In that moment, he felt as though despair was closing in on him, and his thoughts turned to the one who had led him into this predicament, Luo Xiu. If he emerged unscathed from this peril, he vowed to exact a severe reckoning. Come, the ethereal figure instructed. Beside the inheritance tower lies a blood pool. Step into it, and then emerge. The simplicity of the instruction only served to heighten Luo Xiu's unease. If it were truly that straightforward, why mention the possibility of failing? Upon reaching the blood pool, he beheld its expansive surface, bubbling like boiling water. Although it was filled with blood, no trace of its metallic scent lingered in the air. With a resolute step, Luo Xiu entered the blood pool, embodying the spirit of a hero embarking on a perilous journey, knowing that he may not return. As his feet touched the liquid, he found it not as scalding as he had anticipated, but rather tinged with a surprising coolness. As his body submerged in the pool, a creeping pain began to envelop him, intensifying with each passing moment. Veins throbbed visibly along his neck and forehead, his countenance contorted in agony as he bit down hard. A trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. His cries of anguish echoed through the air. He had intended to curse, but found himself rendered speechless, only able to emit sounds of torment that seemed to alleviate his suffering. The blood within the pool seeped through his pores, coursing up his neck and into his head, flowing into his 7 orifices. In that moment, Luo Xiu could no longer utter a sound. The only noise that filled the space was the gentle trickle of blood. The ethereal figure observed him from the side of the pool, his expression unperturbed, murmuring softly to himself, "May you endure, since it has chosen you. Perhaps this is your fate. I wonder if you will succeed this time. I hope you will." As the voice faded into the distance, Luo Xiu slowly opened his eyes, revealing a blood-red gaze. His handsome face remained contorted in a grimace, though the pain seemed to have lessened, and he no longer cried out in agony. After what felt like an hour, he shakily rose to his feet, acutely aware of the changes within his body. He pinched his arm with fervor, sensing a notable transformation. There's no need for further trials. You should now be at the pinnacle of the 2nd level of body refinement. Soon, you shall enter the 3rd level, the ethereal figure announced. Overcome with joy, Luo Xiu instinctively slapped his thigh. After all, he had previously been unable to cultivate at all, even the techniques of body refinement, due to the absence of a spiritual root. Yet now, after merely immersing himself in the blood pool, he had attained the 2nd level of body refinement, a stroke of fortune beyond belief. Despite the slight agony of the experience, the elevation of his cultivation was undoubtedly worth it. The ethereal figure, observing the exuberant Luo Xiu, could not help but smile faintly. Perhaps noticing the eager anticipation in Luo Xiu's demeanor, he remarked, "There is no need for further contemplation. Your current capacity is limited to the 2nd level of the body refinement realm. Thus, it is prudent to postpone any aspirations for now. Moreover, your most significant gain lies not solely in the elevation of your realm. Your spiritual root has been restored. Although it is merely a 2nd-grade common spiritual root, it remains the most rudimentary of foundations. Additionally, pay attention to your heart." Upon hearing this, Luo Xiu began to attune himself to the rhythm of his heart. It seemed to pulsate with newfound vigor, the flow of blood surging more rapidly than before. Was his heart not fortified? Yet, he mused, I am still only at the 2nd level of the body refinement realm. The body refinement realm is the fundamental stage of cultivation. The phrase only body refinement, not true cultivation, is not mere rhetoric. Only through the refinement of flesh, sinews, bones, and organs can the body endure the flow and explosion of spiritual energy. The 1st to 3rd levels of the body refinement realm focus on fortifying the flesh, rendering it more resilient. The 4th to 6th levels concentrate on strengthening the sinews and bones, allowing them to withstand the forces generated by spiritual energy bursts. Ultimately, the 7th to 9th levels refine the internal organs, enabling them to bear the pressure exerted by spiritual energy. Luo Xiu, currently at the 2nd level, found his heart to be remarkably robust, perhaps even surpassing the strength of those refined at the 7th to 9th levels. It appears you have sensed it. Your heart, having undergone refinement, will gradually transform into a heart of slaughter. In due time, you will be able to unleash a terrifying power in a brief moment, greater than that of an ordinary individual. Certainly, there are additional benefits, but you will comprehend them fully once the transformation is complete, the phantom observed, gazing at Luo Xiu's astonished expression. A heart of slaughter? The very term evokes a sense of foreboding, Luo Xiu replied. While it may exert some influence over you, as long as your willpower is sufficiently strong, it shall not sway you. Furthermore, your heart of slaughter is not yet perfect. You must undergo further refinements in the blood pool. The precise number of sessions required will depend on how much energy you can absorb from the blood pool. You may now proceed to accept the legacy of the Shura Tower. With that, the phantom ceased to engage with Luo Xiu. A hint of resignation crossed Luo Xiu's face. It was done, and there was no room for regret now, nor perhaps would there ever be. Thus, he stepped towards the entrance of the first level of the Shura Tower, placing his right hand in the indentation of the door. Instantly, a series of gruesome images of slaughter flooded his mind. He witnessed a hand descending, while countless beings below either rose in defiance, shouted in anger, or wept in despair. Yet, none could halt the hand's descent. One by one, the beings were reduced to blood mist. He saw a flash of sword light cleave through a mountain, turning it to rubble and the inhabitants within to mere clouds of blood mist. Another scene depicted a figure traversing a river, which was entirely composed of gathered blood. These vivid images assailed Luo Xiu's consciousness, compelling him to remain steadfast, striving to ensure that the visions did not sway his resolve. In the primordial chaos, as the universe began to form, yin and yang emerged, the five elements manifested, and time and space came into being. From chaos, myriad things evolved. With 3,000 great paths and countless lesser paths, the Shura was born, cleaving the lesser paths, extinguishing the great paths, wielding chaos to vanquish all existence. It was not until a quarter of an hour had passed that Luo Xiu regained his composure. This inheritance technique is known as the Asura divine canon. When cultivated to its utmost limit, it possesses the power to sever the heavenly path. Although Luo Xiu had suspected that this technique was extraordinary, he never anticipated its terrifying potential to actually cleave the heavenly path, which is not something that can be easily achieved. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Luo Xiu slowly operated the technique, familiarizing himself with it 3 times before rising once more. Glancing at the ethereal figure beside him, he inquired, "Can this technique truly sever the heavenly path?" The spectral figure cast a sidelong glance at Luo Xiu and, after a moment's silence, replied, "Indeed. Has anyone attempted it? Were they successful?" Luo Xiu asked with palpable excitement. "Attempts have been made, but none succeeded. Their souls were utterly obliterated." Luo Xiu, initially eager to continue his questioning, found himself rendered speechless upon hearing of the complete annihilation of one's soul. After a brief silence, the figure waved its hand, causing Luo Xiu's form to gradually become ethereal. When he reappeared, he found himself lying back in bed, the inheritance stone nowhere to be seen. Despite searching his entire being, he detected no trace of the stone. Just then, the door abruptly swung open, and Luo Minghong appeared at the threshold. Observing Luo Xiu on the bed, he frowned slightly and gently remarked, "Could it be a false sensation? Ruier, why are you still awake at this late hour? What were you doing just now?" "Nothing much, I was just about to sleep," Luo Xiu replied, pulling the covers over himself and feigning nonchalance. Chapter 3. A Father's Counsel. Upon hearing this, Luo Minghong prepared to close the door and leave. However, at the moment he turned, he seemed to perceive something astonishing, causing him to pivot back. He stepped into Luo Xiu's room and closed the door behind him. Approaching the bedside, he scrutinized Luo Xiu, making the latter's heart race with unease. Then, with a casual flick of his finger in the air, he asked, "Are you now able to cultivate?" At the peak of the second realm of body refinement, Luo Xiu, noting his father's grave expression, nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Luo Minghong's serious demeanor softened, revealing a look of excitement mixed with a hint of guilt and relief. Luo Xiu, catching the glimmer in his father's eyes, began to wonder if there was an underlying reason for his previous inability to cultivate. In the divine martial continent, to embark on the path of cultivation, one must first possess a spiritual root. Only those endowed with such a root can resonate with spiritual energy. The higher the grade of the spiritual root, the greater the affinity, leading to swifter cultivation and enhanced talent. Conversely, those without a spiritual root lack this affinity and are doomed to a lifetime devoid of cultivation. Contemplating this, Luo Xiu suddenly rose to his feet. "Indeed, my father once told me that I lacked a spiritual root, and I could not sense any spiritual energy. Yet now, I can distinctly perceive the presence of spiritual energy in the world. Father, I can feel the spiritual energy around me. I must possess a spiritual root. Why was I unable to cultivate before?" Luo Minghong regarded his bewildered son, hesitating on whether to divulge the truth. After a prolonged silence, observing the determination in Luo Xiu's gaze, he ultimately resolved to share some truths, hoping they would not lead to future complications. "You were indeed capable of cultivating, but an accident occurred during your childhood. It was during my travels with your mother that we suddenly encountered adversaries one fateful day. Outnumbered, we were gravely injured. The opposing party, Perceiving the extraordinary quality of your spiritual root, an impressive 9th grade fire spiritual root, sought to eliminate you to prevent any future repercussions. Although your mother and I ultimately managed to rescue you, your spiritual root was tragically shattered by one of their strikes, rendering you incapable of cultivation from that moment onward. Upon hearing this, Luo Xiu could no longer contain his fury. His fists clenched tightly, and a murderous intent radiated from him. Luo Minghong, sensing this surge of hostility, was taken aback, for such a profound aura of malice is not easily invoked. He quickly placed a hand on Luo Xiu's shoulder, channeling a continuous flow of spiritual energy into him to suppress the burgeoning wrath. In that moment, Luo Xiu's eyes turned crimson, veins bulging, resembling a ferocious tiger ready to pounce. After nearly a quarter of an hour, the murderous intent was finally subdued within him, and his eyes returned to their natural state. Beads of sweat formed on Luo Xiu's forehead, and it took several deep breaths for him to regain his composure. It is no wonder he was enraged. Who could remain composed when their pristine 9th grade spiritual root is rendered useless, transforming them into a mere shell of their former self? The scorn and humiliation endured over the past decade would have been unthinkable had his spiritual root remained intact. At that moment, however, Luo Minghong's concern was not for Luo Xiu's anger, though he too felt a seething rage within. His reason reminded him that the priority now lay in how to restore Luo Xiu's spiritual root, though it is indeed possible to recover from a shattered root. The elixirs or herbs required are exceedingly rare, so rare that Luo Minghong had only heard of them in name, never having laid eyes on one. Otherwise, he would not have allowed Luo Xiu to suffer for so many years. Xiu'er, did anything unusual occur in the Beast Mountain range yesterday? Or did you have some fortuitous encounter? Luo Minghong inquired. Facing his father, Luo Xiu had no intention of concealing the truth. I was being pursued by a silverback demon wolf and inadvertently ran into a valley while fleeing. In my haste, I noticed a blood red. Enough. No need to elaborate. Furthermore, never disclose this to anyone who inquires. Remember that. Luo Minghong interrupted with a cautionary tone. Why not? It wouldn't hurt to tell my father. You would never wish me harm, Luo Xiu replied nonchalantly. Luo Minghong gently patted Luo Xiu's shoulder, saying, a father would never wish ill upon his child, but this world is rife with those whose hearts are consumed by greed. Murder and theft are far from uncommon. Moreover, countless powerful individuals abound, employing myriad methods. Some secrets are safest when known only to oneself. Now, remember this matter. If anyone asks you, simply say that I administered a medicinal pill to you, and after nurturing it with spiritual energy for several years, you were able to recover. There is no need to say anything further. Luo Xiu was deeply touched by his father's selfless concern. Though this decision might bring trouble upon his father, there was no hint of hesitation in him. Luo Xiu nodded solemnly in agreement. After a few more words of admonition, Luo Minghong departed, and Luo Xiu, having endured so much in just 2 days, fell into a deep sleep. When Luo Xiu awoke again, it was already the following morning. Luo Xiu prepared breakfast for himself, consisting of rice porridge and beast meat, the latter obtained by his father from the Beast Mountain range. He glanced towards his father's room at the front door, only to find it empty. Luo Xiu felt no surprise at his father's absence, for since he could remember, his father often ventured out, returning only after several days or even half a month. Thus, he proceeded to the martial arts pavilion, as was his routine. The martial arts pavilion was one of the most significant places of the Luo family, housing the martial arts techniques and practices collected over the past century. Naturally, this was of little interest to the younger Luo Xiu, who, due to his spiritual root, was unable to cultivate and thus found no reason to explore. Upon arriving at the pavilion, he observed that it was relatively quiet. The training of each martial art and technique demanded considerable time, and for those in the body refinement realm, the priority was to refine their body with spiritual energy, which could be achieved with a single body refining technique. Advanced martial arts were typically pursued after reaching the 6th level of body refinement, whereas prior to that, possessing a simple martial art sufficed, allowing for a more efficient use of time and training. This visit to the martial arts pavilion was intended for Luo Xiu to select a martial art to keep at his disposal, ensuring that he would not be defenseless in times of danger. Upon entering the first floor of the pavilion, he greeted the elderly man by the door with a respectful gesture. You've come again, but this time much later than before, chuckled the slightly plump elder, who was none other than Luo Xiu's great-uncle, Luo Hahai, the administrator of the pavilion and the twin brother of Luo Xiu's grandfather, Luo Haoshan. Great-uncle, I encountered some matters a couple of days ago that left me a bit fatigued, hence I rose later today, Luo Xiu replied. He often visited the pavilion to read, and his great-uncle did not hold his inability to cultivate against him. fostering a fondness in Luo Xiu for the kind-hearted elder. Very well, go on in. Although you cannot cultivate, it is beneficial to gain knowledge. After all, the family will ultimately rely on your generation. Luo Hahai remarked before reclining back in his chair to rest his eyes. Luo Xiu respectfully acknowledged his great-uncle with a bow and proceeded into the pavilion. The martial arts pavilion comprised 3 floors. The first housed foundational knowledge and accounts of the continent's wonders, along with some low-level martial arts. The second floor primarily contained martial arts and techniques, holding the majority of the Luo family's collection, while the third floor was reserved for advanced techniques and treasures. In the realm of Xinyu continent, martial arts and techniques were classified into 4 tiers: heavenly, earthly, spiritual, and mortal, each tier further divided into superior, middle, and inferior grades, with some being referred to as exquisite, for they surpassed ordinary superior grades, yet did not meet the standards of the next tier. Luo Xiu's purpose for visiting the pavilion was not to peruse the fascinating accounts, but to select a martial art for personal defense. Thus he made his way directly to the second floor. There, on numerous shelves, lay an array of techniques and martial arts. To the left of the staircase were the techniques, and to the right, the martial arts. Luo Xiu walked straight to the right and picked up a martial art book to examine. Chasing Wind Palm, a martial skill of the ordinary tier, possesses the ability to pursue the wind. When mastered to perfection, it can rival the speed of the wind itself, arriving before the wind does. Fire Cloud Palm, Wind Cloud Leg, Shattered Cloud Fist. After perusing over a dozen martial techniques, Luo Xiu still had not found one that suited him. Yet, he remained undeterred, continuing to explore further. Mountain Crumbling Fist, another martial skill of the ordinary tier, when cultivated to its zenith, can shatter mountains with its unfathomable might. Luo Xiu felt a stir of interest upon discovering this technique, for it was simple to practice, consisting of only one move, yet it boasted formidable power. It demanded a high level of physical conditioning, requiring the practitioner to refine their flesh before engaging in training. Moreover, the greater the physical strength, the more potent the technique became. Luo Xiu held confidence in his bodily prowess, having endured the brutal trials of the blood pool refinement. Though he currently stood at the pinnacle of the second realm of body refining, he believed that it would not be long before he completed his physical refinement, and his corporeal strength surpassed that of others. After selecting his martial skill, Luo Xiu made his way to the first floor to register with his granduncle. Granduncle, I have chosen a martial technique to register for cultivation, Luo Xiu said respectfully. Indeed, what technique have you selected? Can you begin your training now? Luo Hahai suddenly rose, astonished. Yes, granduncle, my spiritual roots have been restored, and I am ready to commence training, Luo Xiu replied, meeting his granduncle's gaze. Excellent, it is good to train. After all, this world ultimately belongs to cultivators, Luo Hahai said, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Observing the martial skill that Luo Xiu had brought forth, Luo Hahai cautioned. The Mountain Crumbling Fist is not so easily mastered. Several individuals have attempted to practice it in the past, but ultimately abandoned their efforts. Are you truly certain you wish to choose this technique? Yes, I shall select the Mountain Crumbling Fist, Luo Xiu affirmed with resolute determination. Seeing the unwavering look in Luo Xiu's eyes, Luo Hahai nodded and proceeded with the registration. If you find it too challenging, come and exchange it for another without hesitation. Do you understand? Additionally, you must return the original technique within a month and are prohibited from taking it beyond Luo family town. Is that clear? Yes, granduncle, Luo Xiu responded. Go on, Luo Hahai said, watching as Luo Xiu departed, a hint of regret and reflection in his gaze. It seemed that Ming Hong must have expended considerable effort to restore Luo Xiu's spiritual roots. He hoped Luo Xiu would not disappoint the young man's earnest efforts. Chapter 4. Conflict. As Luo Xiu exited the martial technique pavilion, he remained oblivious to his granduncle's sentiments. Even if he had been aware, there was little he could do besides diligently pursue his training. Not long after departing the pavilion, he encountered Luo Qin approaching with a group of followers. Oh, is that not Luo the Wastrel? What brings you here so early today? Were you not usually dozing on the first floor of the martial technique pavilion? Decided to skip your nap today? Luo Qin jeered, emphasizing the words wastrel and first floor. The taunting words elicited laughter from his entourage. Whether I leave or when I depart is of no concern to you. Truly, a dog meddling in affairs that do not concern him. Step aside. Good dogs do not block the path, Luo Xiu retorted, addressing the self-satisfied Luo Qin. Luo Qin was the second son of Luo Minghuang, Luo Xiu's third uncle, and had already reached the 5th realm of body refining. According to reason, Luo Xiu and Luo Minghuang would be considered cousins, and thus should not engage in such mockery. However, Luo Xiu's father, Luo Minghuang, achieved remarkable success at a young age, becoming a true Essence Realm practitioner by the age of 16, earning the title of the greatest talent in the nearby towns, even attracting the attention of the Qingyun sect. In stark contrast, Luo Minghuang lagged significantly behind, perpetually overshadowed by his cousin, ultimately succumbing to despair and transforming into a genuine wastrel. Now approaching 40, he remains at the third level of the true Essence Realm, and that is solely due to the aid of medicinal pills. Upon learning that Luo Xiu could not cultivate, he frequently resorted to derisive remarks and idle gossip, especially in the absence of Luo Minghuang, who often chose to ignore the situation. This emboldened Luo Minghuang, leading him to intensify his tormenting behavior with his brothers, Luo Qin and Luo Shi, often bullying Luo Xiu, who found himself powerless to resist and could only strive to avoid confrontations with them. Little did he expect that, just days after addressing the incident at the Beast Mountain, he would again be confronted. "What did you say? How dare you insult me by calling me a dog?" Luo Qin exclaimed, his anger flaring. Beside him, a man named Zhou Hao observed Luo Qin's contorted face and immediately stepped forward to lend support. "Indeed. How dare this worthless fool insult the fourth young master? What audacity! Absolutely. You are truly unreasonable." The crowd erupted into a cacophony of jeers. "What? Did you not hear me? If you didn't catch that, allow me to repeat myself. I said, a good dog does not block the way. Obstructing the path is the act of a bad dog," Luo Xiu stated, his gaze steady upon Luo Qin. As Luo Qin prepared to strike, Zhou Hao interjected. "Fourth young master, why bother dirtying your hands on a worthless being who cannot cultivate? Allow me to teach this ignorant fool a lesson." As he approached Luo Xiu, his right fist clenched, he taunted, "Today, I shall show you what it means to cross those you cannot afford to offend. No, rather, what it means to offend anyone at all." With that, he swung his massive fist down towards Luo Xiu. Anticipating the strike, Luo Xiu deftly dodged to the side, then retaliated with a swift kick to Zhou Hao's chest. Zhou Hao, caught off guard by the sudden blow, was propelled backward, crashing to the ground several steps away, spitting out a mouthful of blood, indicating that his ribs had likely broken and his internal organs damaged. Zhou Hao's sentence was cut short as he succumbed to unconsciousness. After all, Zhou Hao was merely at the third level of the body refinement realm, yet to fully hone his physique. Luo Xiu, on the other hand, had already reached the pinnacle of the second level in the body refinement realm and was significantly stronger than the average practitioner at that level. Taking advantage of Zhou Hao's underestimation, if he could not defeat him, then his own prowess would be called into question. Luo Qin, observing Zhou Hao's flight, was initially taken aback. When did this wastrel acquire such strength? After a moment of contemplation, recalling Zhou Hao's carelessness and the absence of any martial techniques, he quickly came to the conclusion that it was merely Zhou Hao's overconfidence. Should a real fight ensue, he surmised, Luo Xiu would undoubtedly be no match for him. With this thought, his courage swelled. "You possess an audacity that is truly remarkable, daring to inflict such harm upon him. It appears you have forgotten the family's principles. Very well, allow me to impart a lesson." With that, Luo Qin swung his fist towards Luo Xiu. As the fist approached, Luo Xiu tightened his grip and retaliated with a forceful strike. A resounding impact echoed, causing Luo Qin to stagger back 3 paces, leaving deep imprints with each step. In contrast, Luo Xiu was forced to retreat several steps before regaining his balance. His face flushed, and he swallowed a mouthful of blood with great effort. Observing Luo Xiu's retreat, Luo Qin's eyes widened in astonishment. Yet, there was no time to ponder, as Luo Xiu's fist was already upon him, prompting Luo Qin to hastily raise his fist in defense. However, Luo Xiu was relentless, delivering another blow, and the two exchanged strikes with brutal ferocity. In a matter of exchanges, blood trickled from the corner of Luo Xiu's mouth, while Luo Qin's face bore the marks of bruises. Faced with Luo Xiu's roguelike combat style, Luo Qin found himself at a loss, momentarily forgetting the martial technique he had mastered, the fire cloud palm. Once more, their fists collided, and this time, Luo Qin was forced to retreat 8 or 9 steps, while Luo Xiu matched him stride for stride, showcasing an equal measure of strength. As pain coursed through his body, and he beheld Luo Xiu's bloodied lip, a surge of humiliation and fury arose within him. Setting his stance, he prepared to unleash the fire cloud palm, determined to utterly incapacitate this waste of space. With a hand imbued with searing energy, he thrust towards Luo Xiu's chest. As the palm drew nearer, Luo Xiu felt the rising heat, prompting him to dodge at the last moment. However, Luo Qin's speed was overwhelming, and Luo Xiu could only cross his arms in a futile attempt to withstand the blow. Suddenly, a figure appeared between Luo Xiu and Luo Qin, and with a mere wave of his sleeve, Luo Qin was sent flying back several paces before landing steadily, his own energy stabilizing. Before them stood the second grandfather, a true master of the true origin realm. With a single motion, he had repelled the 5th level of the body refinement realm, aiding in stabilizing his energy as well. Second grandfather. Second grandfather. Both Luo Xiu and Luo Xiu saluted, as did the surrounding dozen or so individuals. Enough. This martial arts pavilion is not a battleground for your skirmishes. If you wish to compete, wait for the upcoming family annual competition. In just over a month, you will have ample opportunity to settle your scores. The second grandfather addressed the assembled group. Indeed, second grandfather, Luo Xiu acknowledged, glancing back at his subordinates. Let us depart. You, merely at the 2nd level of the body refinement realm, were able to defeat Zhou Hao and hold your ground against Luo Xiu, who is at the 5th level. Not bad. You have upheld your father's reputation. Although Luo Xiu did not utilize his martial skills, you performed commendably, Luo Hahai remarked, observing the blood at the corner of Luo Xiu's mouth, evidently pleased with his performance. After all, Luo Xiu had only recently begun his training, and despite the late start, he was progressing in a positive direction. Luo Xiu turned to his second grandfather and inquired, "Was my father truly strong in the past? I have never witnessed him in action." Luo Hahai gazed towards the direction of Luo Xiu's courtyard, as if lost in reminiscence or lamenting something. Indeed, he was exceptionally strong, truly formidable. At the tender age of 16, your father had already ascended to the true essence realm, attracting the attention of the Qingyun sect, which sought to take him as a disciple. Regrettably, he chose not to join them, and instead ventured forth into the world alone, only returning a decade and a half later. Achieving the true essence realm at such a young age, I find myself reflecting on my own circumstances. Now, at nearly 15, I am but a mere 2nd layer of the body refinement realm. In comparison, Luo Jun, the most gifted in our family, has just crossed 16 and is only at the 8th layer of body refinement. This stark contrast reveals the astonishing talent of my father. Enough of this. Return and focus on your cultivation. If you struggle with the mountain-crushing fist, swiftly seek an alternative technique. The annual family tournament is approaching. Intensify your training. Luo Hahai declared before departing for the martial arts pavilion, leaving me no opportunity to inquire further about my father. With a sigh, I made my way back to my small courtyard. Upon returning, I applied medicine to my wounds and rested for over half an hour before preparing lunch. I am far from the point of being able to forego meals, and indeed, the entire Luo family town is in the same predicament. One must at least reach the golden core realm, above true essence, to attain the ability to abstain from food. Presently, the strongest in our town, my grandfather, has merely reached the pinnacle of the true essence realm. After dining and washing my dishes, I retreated to my room. My foremost objective is to reach the 3rd layer of body refinement and subsequently begin my training in the mountain-crushing fist. In the primordial chaos of creation, as the universe emerged, the principles of yin and yang manifested, and the 5 elements came into being. From chaos, myriad things evolved, giving rise to the 3,000 great paths and myriad lesser paths. The cycle of existence continues. The Shura is born, cutting through the lesser paths, extinguishing the great path, and mastering chaos to obliterate all. Following the incantation of the Shura divine canon, I meticulously guided the spiritual energy into my body, refining my flesh and skin. Again and again. Before long, the concentration of spiritual energy in my room exceeded that of the outer sect by more than double, accelerating the refinement process. It was then that I recognized the formidable power of this technique. Ordinary methods lack the means for body refinement cultivation. Specific techniques exist solely for this purpose. And only upon reaching the true essence realm can one practice specialized spiritual energy cultivation methods. The finest body refinement technique of the Luo family is the flame spirit body refinement technique, a high-grade method of the mortal tier, accessible only to the descendants of the Luo family and the children of significant contributors to our clan. Despite being merely at the 2nd layer of body refinement, I can contend with Luo Xiu, who is at the 5th layer, a testament to the efficacy of this practice. As the concentration of spiritual energy in my chamber grew denser, the speed at which my body absorbed and refined this energy accelerated. I sensed that with just a few more hours of effort, I would attain the 3rd layer of body refinement. While I was engaged in this cultivation, the spiritual energy of the entire Luo family began to converge upon my courtyard. Though the accumulation was slow and subtle, it was certainly not something that could escape the notice of those at the true essence realm. Chapter 5. Cultivating the mountain-crushing fist in the main courtyard of the Luo family, in the underground training chamber. It seems the spiritual energy is gradually dissipating outward, remarked an elderly man with a long beard to a slightly plump elder beside him. The slightly plump elder was none other than Luo Xiu's great-grandfather. Encountered earlier at the martial arts pavilion, and beside him stood Luo Xiu, the current head of the Luo family, whose visage bore a striking resemblance, yet exuded a greater majesty. Luo Xiu had attained the pinnacle of the true origin realm, while the great-grandfather was a formidable expert at the 9th level of the same realm. These two individuals represented the strongest forces of the Luo clan, the very foundation upon which their presence near the monster beast mountain range was established. Indeed, spiritual energy was noticeably dissipating. The slightly plump elder rose to inspect the formation within the training chamber, shaking his head in discontent. The formation was intact. The disturbance must originate from the outside. He conveyed this to the long-bearded elder. Luo Xiu nodded, opened the door to the training room, and stepped outside, with the plump elder following closely behind to securely lock the chamber once more. Upon returning to the surface, the elder sensed a marked acceleration in the flow of spiritual energy. Observing its trajectory, it was directed precisely toward the courtyard where Luo Xiu resided. As Luo Xiu emerged into the open air, he noticed two individuals from different locations within the Luo estate raising their heads, brows furrowed as they gazed at the sky. Before hastening toward Luo Xiu's position, in a mere few breaths, they arrived outside his chamber. One of them, clad in an ornate robe and appearing no older than 30, was actually over 40, his resolute features resembling those of Luo Xiu. This was Luo Minjiu, the eldest son of Luo Xiu and Luo Xiu's uncle, a practitioner at the 8th level of the true origin realm. The other was an elderly man in white, his face marked with faint wrinkles, yet his eyes sparkled with vitality. This was Chen Xiu, the family's honored guest, also at the 8th level of the true origin realm. After greeting his father and uncle, Luo Minjiu bowed respectfully. He then turned to Chen Xiu and offered a courteous salute. Uncle Chen. He then stood quietly beside Luo Xiu, refraining from further speech. Head of the family, Luo Hahai, what has transpired? Why does it feel as though the spiritual energy of the world is in tumult? Chen Xiu inquired directly after the formalities. Having forged a deep bond with Luo Xiu and Luo Hahai in their youth, Chen Xiu, now living within the Luo household, spoke with an ease befitting close friends. Simultaneously, Luo Minjiu directed his gaze toward Luo Xiu, evidently eager to discern the cause of the spiritual disturbance. Luo Xiu shook his head at the two and replied, I am uncertain, but the source seems to lie within Minghong's courtyard. Let us investigate further. With that, he proceeded toward Luo Xiu's direction, prompting the other three to hastily follow. Meanwhile, Luo Xiu remained oblivious to the fact that the head of the family had personally come to investigate, and that another presence had already materialized in the courtyard. As he was on the brink of advancing to the 3rd level of the body refinement realm, at last, a hearty laugh resonated through the air. Ha ha ha. You've reached the 3rd level of body refinement. You can now train in martial techniques. Upon saying this, Luo Xiu opened the door, only to find his father standing in the courtyard. He thought to himself, this is unexpected. It has barely been a day since he left. Father, what brings you back so soon? Luo Xiu inquired, puzzled. If I hadn't returned promptly, you would have found yourself in trouble. Take a moment to immerse yourself in the ethereal energy of this courtyard and discern if it feels distinct from the usual, remarked Luo Minghong to the bewildered Luo Xiu. Closing his eyes, Luo Xiu sensed a more concentrated essence of spiritual energy than usual. Ah, it must be due to the Asura divine canon. No wonder I have felt my body refinement accelerating lately. Observing Luo Xiu's dawning realization, Luo Minghong understood that his son had grasped the reason. He then cautioned, in your future cultivation, particularly during your travels, be vigilant. A moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences. Yes, father, I understand, replied Luo Xiu. Before long, 4 figures approached, with Luo Xiu, the head of the Luo family, leading the way. Father, second uncle, Uncle Chen, eldest brother, Luo Xiu greeted them respectfully. I pay my respects to grandfather, great-grandfather, and Uncle Chen, and my elder uncle. Luo Minghong acknowledged each newcomer before ushering them into the hall, with Luo Xiu following closely behind. Minghong, do you comprehend the reason for our visit? You must have noticed something unusual, Luo Xiu said with a smile, while the other three regarded Minghong with expectant expressions. Luo Xiu observed his grandfather and the others with curiosity. His father often being away from home meant he had not interacted much with them in recent years. Yet, at this moment, their demeanor suggested a familiarity not typical of infrequent meetings, hinting at underlying reasons unknown to him. Father, I have experimented with a new gathering formation. It has shown improvements over the previous one, enhancing the speed of energy accumulation, albeit at a higher cost. Overall, it is indeed superior. And I can implement this formation in a couple of days, which will significantly accelerate our cultivation, Luo Minghong reported. Really? Minghong, are you certain? Upon hearing Luo Minghong's words, his great-uncle and the elderly man named Chun rose with excitement, eagerly questioning him. Seeing Luo Minghong nod, the elder was so overwhelmed he could hardly contain himself, while the great-uncle joyfully slapped his thigh in approval. Father, we must exercise utmost caution regarding this matter. It must not be disclosed. There are no superior gathering formations in the nearby towns, or even in Yamu City. If this news leaks, it will bring calamity. Therefore, we must ensure that this information remains confidential, Luo Minghong solemnly warned the assembly. The others nodded in agreement, aware of the adage that a man without guilt may suffer for possessing a jewel. After a moment of silence, Luo Hahai glanced at Luo Xiu and inquired, Minghong, has this boy's spiritual root truly been restored? Luo Minghong nodded, tears welling in his eyes as he responded, yes, it has been restored. A few years ago, I procured a medicinal pill, and over the past years, I have continuously nourished it with spiritual herbs and refined it with spiritual energy. At last, the heavens have not forsaken the diligent. As he spoke, tears began to flow. The others were similarly moved, their eyes glistening with emotion until Luo Minjiu interjected. Breaking the somber atmosphere, Luo Xiu, witnessing his father's tearful state, reflected on the years of toil and peril his father had endured. Deeply touched, he silently vowed to honor his father's sacrifices by diligently cultivating, aspiring to make the name Luo Xiu resonate throughout the continent. The crowd engaged in conversation for a while before dispersing. Luo Xiu returned to his room and picked up the previously borrowed mountain-crushing fist. This technique, a superior-grade martial art of the common tier, possesses the potential to shatter mountains when mastered to perfection, wielding immeasurable power. To practice this fist technique, one must first temper their flesh and bones before delving into its intricacies. Upon achieving minor proficiency, each strike produces a resounding echo capable of breaking bones. Upon attaining major proficiency, a single blow can shatter both trees and stones, and at its pinnacle, a single strike can unleash 9 shadows, capable of collapsing mountains. It appears to be quite remarkable, though Luo Xiu pondered the challenges of mastering it. As he continued reading, he discovered that the training method was not particularly arduous. It merely required the repetitive execution of punches. However, the process induced a cold sweat down his back, as he struck the tree and stones with each punch. Mastery of the mountain-crushing fist was deemed entry-level once he could consistently strike a tree as thick as a man's waist and break it with one blow. Achieving major proficiency would require him to shatter a stone the size of a human body into fragments. As for unleashing 9 shadows with a single strike, there was no instruction on how to accomplish that. The following morning, at dawn, Luo Xiu ventured to a secluded area in the back mountain, selecting a suitably robust tree. He commenced his practice, throwing punch after punch into the trunk. After half an hour, he persisted, showing no signs of halting. His hands were already marked with traces of blood, yet he did not flinch, continuing to strike for 1 hour, 1.5 hours, and ultimately 2 hours. Finally, he paused, his knuckles revealing raw, exposed flesh. After 2 arduous hours, Luo Xiu began to sense the rhythm of his punches, though the feeling proved elusive. Thus, he halted, repeatedly reflecting on his previous experiences with each strike. As the sun began to set, he exclaimed with exhilaration, "Aha! I finally understand. It is not solely about my body's strength. I must also harness external forces. By standing on the ground, I can channel its power through my feet, transferring it to my waist, then to my arms, and finally to my fists. It requires explosive force in that fleeting moment, accumulating strength before releasing it. The longer the build-up, the greater the power and explosive force." Filled with excitement, Luo Xiu shouted, relieved that no one was around to witness his outburst, lest they mistake him for a madman or a fool. "Oh, how it hurts!" Luo Xiu finally became aware of the pain radiating from his hands, which had endured the toll of his training. He had been so engrossed in his practice that only now, as he relaxed, did he truly grasp the concept of pain connecting deeply with the heart. Grinning through the discomfort, he recognized that the thrill of entering the realm of the mountain-crushing fist overshadowed the agony. It seemed prudent to procure some medicinal herbs upon his return, for if he continued to practice in this manner daily, he might ruin his hands before achieving mastery. After a brief tidying up, he returned to his small courtyard. Upon entering his room, he noticed a bottle on the table, with a piece of paper pressed beneath it. The text states, "After practicing the fist technique, one should drop 3 drops of the medicinal liquid into water, ensuring that one's hands are submerged. Gradually, the amount of medicine can be increased as one sees fit." Below is the formula for the medicinal liquid: 1 stalk of blood-resolving herb, 1 stalk of purple jade herb, and 2 petals of ice heart lotus. After reading this, Luo Xiu mused that fortunately, these were merely ordinary spiritual medicines, aside from the ice heart lotus, he could find most of them on the back mountain. And the others should not be too difficult to procure. 5 days later, on the back mountain, Luo Xiu unleashed a punch, causing a tree as thick as a man's waist to snap with a resounding crack, while several nearby trees suffered collateral damage. Observing the devastation around him, it was evident that he had made significant progress with the mountain-crushing fist. With continued practice, reaching mastery would not pose much difficulty. Luo Xiu contemplated his training regimen. Starting tomorrow, he would channel spiritual energy to refine his body in the mornings and continue practicing the mountain-crushing fist in the afternoons, striving to attain the 4th level of body refinement as swiftly as possible. At that stage, the power of his mountain-crushing fist would be greatly augmented. Chapter 6. 4th level of body refinement. Upon returning to the courtyard, the sky had completely darkened. His father had yet to return since leaving the medicinal liquid, and Luo Xiu was unaware of his whereabouts. Fortunately, he had grown accustomed to this over the years, and now, with his own training demands, he was busier than ever, slowly neglecting thoughts of his father's absence. After dinner, Luo Xiu noticed that his appetite had increased significantly. The meat his father had brought back from the Beast Mountain range had all been consumed. This meat contained far more energy than ordinary fare and was beneficial for strengthening bones. The family primarily provided commonplace meat, which Luo Xiu found less palatable. I have now reached the 3rd level of body refinement, but that is insufficient. Attaining the 4th level would be optimal. At that point, I could venture to the outskirts of the Beast Mountain range to hunt first-tier low-level beasts, which would aid in my practice of the mountain-crushing fist and provide valuable combat experience. Luo Xiu contemplated. Spirit of stone, he called. But after a long while, there was still no response. Surely it hasn't he gone to sleep already? I wanted to inquire about continuing the body refinement in the blood pool. Alas, I must proceed with channeling spiritual energy for body refinement in a more conventional manner. With a sense of resignation, Luo Xiu settled into a meditative posture, activating the Shura Divine Classic for body refinement, mindful not to create the same commotion as before, especially with his father absent to provide cover. As he circulated his technique for body refinement, he attentively monitored the fluctuations of spiritual energy in the vicinity. The concentration of spiritual energy in his room was nearly double that of usual, prompting him to slow the circulation of his technique and meticulously refine his flesh and skin with the abundant energy. Thus, he followed a regimen of body refinement in the mornings, practicing the mountain-crushing fist in the afternoons, and returning to body refinement in the evenings. Half a month later, on the back mountain, shards of stone flew in all directions as a tall, lithe youth gradually withdrew his fists, his garments torn by the debris. The mountain-crushing fist had finally reached a significant level of mastery. Though not yet perfectly skilled, he felt that proficiency was within reach. With just a single punch, 9 shadows follow, but I am uncertain how to further hone my technique, Luo Xiu remarked, gazing at the strewn stones. He glanced at the sky. The sun still had not set, and his father had not returned by the time he left in the morning, leaving him without the opportunity to seek guidance. After some contemplation, I decided to return the original form of the crushing mountain fist, perhaps seeking counsel from my great-grandfather. Without hesitation, Luo Xiu strode purposefully towards the martial arts pavilion. It seemed that fate had conspired against him, or perhaps it was true that adversaries rarely cross paths without a reason. Upon reaching the pavilion, Luo Xiu encountered Luo Qin, who was just emerging, accompanied not only by him, but also by his sister, Luo Yu. At barely 15 years of age, she had already attained the 6th level of body refinement, making her a prodigy, second only to the family's second patriarch, Luo Hahai, and his grandson, Luo Jun. At merely 16, Luo Jun had already reached the 8th level of body refinement, establishing himself as the foremost talent among the younger generation of the Luo clan. Ah, what a coincidence to meet you here. You wouldn't have escaped from a beggar's den, would you? Perhaps I should bestow a few gold coins upon you for a new outfit to spare the Luo family's reputation, Luo Qin remarked sarcastically. Having noticed Luo Xiu's tattered appearance, Luo Yu cast a fleeting glance at Luo Xiu before turning away, her indifferent expression betraying her lack of regard for him, dismissing him as nothing more than a worthless individual incapable of cultivation, unworthy of her attention. Unfazed, Luo Xiu extended his right hand forward. If you were so generous as to offer me gold, I would be remiss to refuse. It was worth noting that Luo Xiu's monthly allowance from the family was a mere 10 gold coins, and after purchasing spirit herbs to create elixirs, his savings had dwindled significantly. Given that he was in dire need of funds at this moment, the unexpected offer felt like a stroke of fortune. Luo Qin, observing Luo Xiu's outstretched hand, was taken aback. Could it be that he failed to recognize my mockery and was genuinely asking for gold? How absurd. Not only Luo Qin, But also Luo Yu and the sycophants trailing behind them were equally astonished. Luo Yu stared incredulously at Luo Xiu, although she had never paid him much mind before. She couldn't fathom such a lack of dignity. When had members of the Luo family become so spineless? As the sycophants regained their composure, laughter erupted among them. "Fourth young master, just give him 2 gold coins for a clean outfit, lest he tarnish our family's honor." "Indeed, fourth young master, just grant him a small sum." They chortled, flattering Luo Qin. At that moment, Zhou Hao stepped forward. Having suffered a grievous injury from Luo Xiu's surprise attack last time, he was eager to seize this opportunity. He uttered some flattering words to Luo Qin, who merely nodded at Luo Xiu, as if granting tacit approval. Zhou Hao approached Luo Xiu and said, "Last time, you ambushed me when I was unprepared. This time, I shall see how many of my strikes you can withstand." A cruel smile crossed his face as he advanced, taking 3 steps in 2 strides, raising his palm to strike at Luo Xiu's head. Crushing mountain palm, begone. As Zhou Hao's palm descended, Luo Xiu's expression remained unchanged. When he had been at a lower cultivation level, he had still been able to injure Zhou Hao with 1 punch. Now, having reached the pinnacle of the 3rd level of body refinement and on the cusp of advancing to the 4th, with the crushing mountain fist mastered, if he could not defeat Zhou Hao, he might as well find a pit to drown himself in. As Luo Xiu stepped forward with his left foot, he clenched his right fist and, upon Zhou Hao's arrival, delivered a powerful blow directly to Zhou Hao's chest. A distinct crack echoed, unmistakably the sound of a broken rib. And before Zhou Hao's hand could even reach Luo Xiu's head, he was sent sprawling backward. Luo Xiu glanced at his own fist, realizing he had exerted less than 50% of his strength. Was Zhou Hao truly that weak? A wave of confusion washed over Luo Xiu. However, no one paid heed to the bewildered Luo Xiu. The onlookers stared at the unconscious Zhou Hao, their hearts filled with a mix of fear, astonishment, and even a hint of schadenfreude. As the crowd regained their composure and gazed at Luo Xiu, they wondered when he had become so formidable. Was this the same useless individual from a month ago? If he was deemed useless, what did that make them? Their expressions fluctuated dramatically. "Bring it on. Where are the promised gold coins?" Luo Xiu said, addressing the pallid-faced Luo Qin. You are quite something. If you desire gold coins, then let it be so. In the family competition a month from now, should you defeat me, I shall not only give you 2 coins, but even 20 or 200 if you wish. What do you say? Do you dare? Luo Qin retorted, confronting the arrogant Luo Xiu. Despite his confidence in victory, Luo Qin felt a twinge of headache at the thought of Luo Xiu's previous hard-hitting tactics. A severe injury could jeopardize his performance in the upcoming family competition. He had reached the pinnacle of the 5th level and was on the verge of advancing to the 6th. Furthermore, with a borrowed martial technique, mastering it in conjunction with his 6th level of body refinement would make easily overpowering Luo Xiu a trivial matter. Thus, he was unwilling to engage in a mutually destructive confrontation with Luo Xiu. Unbeknownst to Luo Qin, his 5th level prowess left him apprehensive when faced with Luo Xiu's 3rd level capabilities, placing him psychologically at a disadvantage and leading him to believe he was inferior to Luo Xiu. Such a mindset would hinder one's progress along the arduous path of cultivation. Finding Luo Qin's provocation somewhat amusing, Luo Xiu noted that he didn't even dare to battle him now. Once he enhanced his abilities for the family competition, would Luo Qin still pose a threat? Very well, should you lose, do not forget about those 200 gold coins, Luo Xiu remarked. Then proceeded towards the entrance of the martial arts pavilion. And what if I win? I find it hard to believe you have 200 gold coins to give me. Luo Qin called out urgently, watching Luo Xiu's retreating figure. Upon hearing Luo Qin's words, Luo Xiu paused, glanced back, and declared, "You cannot win." Without further ado, he entered the martial arts pavilion. Luo Qin, taken aback by Luo Xiu's words, felt his face flush with anger, and he stormed off, sharply tossing his sleeves aside. Luo Yu turned to glance at Luo Xiu's silhouette before following the crowd out. Inside the martial arts pavilion, "Grandfather, I have come to return the original manuscript of the Crumbling Mountain Fist," Luo Xiu addressed the slightly plump elder seated in a chair. The elder opened his eyes and regarded Luo Xiu. "What is this? Are you seeking to exchange it? I had warned you that this technique is challenging to cultivate. With some time remaining before the family competition, it would be wise to select a more suitable technique for your training." "Grandfather, that is unnecessary. I have come not only to return the technique, but also to seek your guidance," Luo Xiu responded. "Oh, speak then." The slightly plump elder displayed a moment of surprise, then spoke. "I wish to inquire of my great-grandfather regarding the cultivation of the 9 Shadows technique within the Crumbling Mountain Fist." Before Luo Xiu could finish his sentence, the elder interrupted, asking, "Are you aware that the training in martial arts is divided into different realms? Indeed, the cultivation of martial arts encompasses 4 stages: entry, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, and transcendence, Luo Xiu responded. Correct. All martial artists know there are 4 realms, yet most practitioners only attain 3. The final stage of transcendence is achieved by a mere handful. Reaching major accomplishment signifies mastery of the technique, while transcendence demands profound understanding. Thus, you need not question me further, for I am unable to provide answers. Upon hearing this, Luo Xiu returned the martial technique and departed. Though a tinge of disappointment lingered within him, he did glean valuable insight, the necessity of enlightenment, the manner of which varied for each individual. Upon returning to his small courtyard, Luo Xiu's primary objective became attaining the 4th stage of body refinement. With the family competition looming a month away, it was imperative to reach the 5th stage beforehand, thereby securing a measure of confidence for the contest. Without delay, Luo Xiu retreated to his chamber and began practicing his cultivation method. One day turned into 2, and it was not until the 3rd day that he emerged from the courtyard. As he sensed the changes within his body, he realized the significant transformation between the 3rd and 4th stages. He had finally commenced the refining of his bones and tendons. Simultaneously, he could venture to the outskirts of the Beast Mountain range for training, confident that he could protect himself from any first-tier advanced beasts he might encounter. Chapter 7. Outskirts of the Beast Mountain range. After attaining the 4th stage of body refinement, Luo Xiu took some time to readjust to his newfound strength. Prior to reaching the 4th stage, his punch exerted a force of merely 800 pounds, but now it had increased to at least 1,500 pounds, nearly doubling in power. Should he encounter Zhou Hao again, he was certain that even a fraction of his strength would be sufficient to inflict serious injury. Upon acclimatizing himself, Luo Xiu proceeded to the Beast Mountain range. His purpose for venturing there was twofold: to enrich his combat experience against the numerous low-tier beasts for practice, and to seek out some medicinal herbs to exchange for funds, as he found himself in dire financial straits. After wandering the periphery of the mountain for half a day without encountering any beasts, an occurrence that was quite normal, as one would hardly expect to stumble upon them so easily, Luo Xiu remained unperturbed, continuing his search for low-level beasts. Suddenly, he sensed a disturbance. He halted and turned his gaze toward the left front, where, indeed, a vague silhouette obscured by trees lay several dozen feet away. Quickening his pace, he tread lightly, making every effort to remain silent. As he discerned the creature before him, a surge of killing intent welled up within him. Before him stood a low-tier silverback demon wolf, the very beast that had nearly claimed his life during their last encounter. Now, it was a fateful meeting of adversaries, one that could only end in bloodshed. After observing for a while, Luo Xiu noted that there was only one silverback demon wolf ahead. Had there been 3, his thoughts would have shifted from vengeance to survival. Fortunately, there was only one before him. For Luo Xiu, it was clear that it was not his life at stake. Upon Luo Xiu's appearance, the silverback demon wolf also took notice of him. The creature fixed its gaze on Luo Xiu, bearing its bloodied maw, a foul stench wafting towards him. The silverback demon wolf assumed a posture of aggression, seemingly intent on attacking. Such a beast, Luo Xiu hissed. Recalling the last time he had been pursued relentlessly by these creatures, with no escape in sight, it was now his turn to make them experience that same dread. He was not recognizing this particular wolf as the one from his previous encounter, but rather, it did not matter, he had been hunted once. And now it was time for retribution, regardless of whether it was the same beast. With that thought, he lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch aimed at the wolf. Despite its massive form, the creature was surprisingly agile. However, Luo Xiu was no longer the feeble individual he once was. His fist connected with the wolf's back. But the beast barely flinched, turning to snap at Luo Xiu's neck. Damn it! Luo Xiu cursed, swiftly retreating a few steps to evade the attack. Indeed, it was a demon beast, tough-skinned and resilient, showing no sign of injury. He recognized the need for caution. A misstep could be disastrous. The silverback demon wolf, undeterred by Luo Xiu's evasion, leaped forward again. Luo Xiu sidestepped, his right fist clenched, aiming for the wolf's flank. Mountain-crushing fist. This time, the wolf could not evade. It howled in pain, propelled several meters before crashing to the ground. Upon landing, its eyes were fixed on Luo Xiu, blood-red and furious, its silver fur bristling in anger. Confronted by the enraged beast, Luo Xiu was not inclined to prolong the encounter. He had come to the Demon Beast Mountains to hone his combat skills, and a direct confrontation was the most effective method. Before the wolf could mount another attack, he charged at it once more. Mountain-crushing fist. He unleashed a flurry of 2 strikes. One landed on the wolf's head, while the other skillfully dodged its counterattack, striking its abdomen. The silverback demon wolf staggered from the dual blows, its body swaying as it hit the ground. However, Luo Xiu was also struck by a claw, leaving a mark on his left shoulder. Had he not evaded in time, the blow would have landed squarely on his head. Damn it. My lack of battle experience is painfully evident. Here I am, injured by a mere first-level silver-backed wolf, and I still haven't subdued it, Luo Xiu muttered in frustration. Despite his complaints, his fists did not relent. He continued to strike. After nearly a quarter of an hour, the wolf finally lay still, unable to rise again. By this time, Luo Xiu was drenched in blood, his own mingling with that of the wolf. Observing the claw marks on his abdomen, blood streaming, he cursed once more and retrieved a healing salve from his bag on the ground. This salve had been taken from his father's room. Once applied, it provided a soothing relief, halting the bleeding. Approaching the corpse of the silver-backed demon wolf, he drew a dagger and meticulously skinned the valuable silver fur from its back. This was undoubtedly the most precious part of the creature, and for Luo Xiu, who was in dire need of funds, it was an opportunity he could not afford to miss. After tidying up, Luo Xiu promptly departed with his backpack. He dared not linger in this place, uncertain of what predators the lingering scent of blood might attract. It would certainly be troublesome if he were to encounter a beast he could not contend with. Given his current state, it was prudent to leave without delay. After more than half an hour of travel, Luo Xiu found a suitable spot to pause. He scanned his surroundings, noting the absence of danger before resuming the application of healing ointment to the other injuries on his body. It must be said that this ointment was remarkably effective for cultivators in the body refinement stage, as they could not absorb spiritual energy directly for healing. Only those who had reached the true essence stage could utilize spiritual energy for such purposes. Gazing at the bottle of healing balm, Luo Xiu recalled that it had been prepared by his father. Although he was unaware of his father's cultivation level, it certainly exceeded that of the body refinement stage. Reflecting on his father, Luo Xiu could only shake his head in resignation, for his father spent little time at home, returning only once every half-month at most. Now, however, it had been nearly a month since his father had last been home. Perhaps his father believed that Luo Xiu was now capable of looking after himself. After resting for over half an hour, Luo Xiu resumed his search for beasts, this time with heightened caution, specifically seeking lower-tier, easily manageable creatures. After all, he was here to hone his skills, not to court death. 3 days later, in a dense forest, the echoes of lion roars mingled with faint cries of pain. Before a lion, over 10 feet long, stood a ragged youth, bearing a conspicuous scar on his back, his hair matted with crimson blood. Despite his disheveled appearance, his eyes sparkled with fervor, radiating a fierce battle intent. This young man was none other than Luo Xiu, facing the trembling figure of the Xian lion, the dominant creature amongst first-tier, low-level beasts. Yet, the Xian lion now appeared on the verge of collapse, its fiery red eyes betraying a lingering defiance. With a resounding thud, the Xian lion fell into a pool of its own blood, the spark of resistance in its gaze slowly fading away. Observing the fallen beast, Luo Xiu smiled faintly, then proceeded to skin and dissect the Xian lion, preparing a fire to roast it. After meticulously attending to the lion, he removed his shirt and applied the healing balm to his back, using a piece of wood to spread it evenly. Noticing the dwindling amount of ointment left in the bottle, he resolved to conserve it. Before long, the enticing aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air. At this moment, Luo Xiu felt no fear of other beasts approaching, for this territory belonged solely to the Xian lion, and other creatures would not dare venture here. Indeed, beasts adhered to their own codes of conduct far more diligently than humans. It was this very understanding that afforded Luo Xiu the opportunity to rest and enjoy a sumptuous meal. After 3 consecutive days of consuming dry rations, Luo Xiu's palate craved something more flavorful, and now he could indulge in a hearty feast. As nearly half an hour passed, he patted his belly and exhaled deeply, ready to exclaim his satisfaction, but before he could utter a sound, he heard a noise in the distance. Swiftly, Luo Xiu grabbed his pack and concealed himself. Before long, 5 individuals approached, 4 men and 1 woman. The most formidable among them was a bald man who had attained the 8th level of body refinement, while the least powerful still boasted the 5th level. It seems they have departed, though not too far, one of the men remarked, gazing at the fire pit where meat was roasting. Boss, shall we pursue them? Another man inquired, looking to the bald leader. The bald man surveyed the surroundings and declared, Friend, I know you have not truly left. We harbor no ill intentions and kindly request that you reveal yourself. The other 4 discreetly observed their surroundings. And after a brief pause, the woman spoke up. Boss, it appears they have genuinely departed. Let us go, then. There may be others arriving shortly. We should leave to avoid any potential complications, the bald man stated, turning to retrace his steps. As they departed, Luo Xiu continued to wait for another quarter of an hour before emerging and heading in the opposite direction of the five. This was not due to cowardice, but rather a recognition of the unpredictable nature of human hearts. In the treacherous Demon Beast mountain range, the act of killing for treasure was not uncommon, and Luo Xiu's cultivation was still too inadequate for him to act recklessly. He resumed his search for low-level demon beasts and spiritual herbs. Although the mountain range was fraught with danger, it also held many treasures. Over the past 3 days, Luo Xiu had slain 6 demon beasts and discovered 2 first-tier spiritual herbs, purple jade grass and 3-petal lotus. While these were low-level specimens, their worth was considerable. In his family, a monthly allowance amounted to merely 10 gold coins. Having been unable to cultivate previously, the family's financial support was scant. Even Luo Xiu received only 50 gold coins each month. Yet, Luo Xiu's gains from the Demon Beast mountain range had already exceeded 200 gold coins. With the 2 first-tier spiritual herbs alone valued at over 100 coins, alongside additional demon beast pelts and materials worth more than 100 coins. Overall, he had made a significant profit, ensuring that he would not be financially strained before the upcoming family competition. Observing the bulging backpack at his feet, Luo Xiu contemplated returning home. He had been out for nearly 4 days and decided it prudent to find a resting place for the night. Planning to head back in the morning, upon returning, he intended to sell his finds and purchase a body refinement pill. Striving to reach the 5th level of body refinement before the competition, he also recognized the necessity of acquiring a weapon. Being unarmed would place him at a severe disadvantage. Luo Xiu now understood why Luo Xiu always carried a sword. Had he possessed one, he might not have sustained injuries during his recent encounter with the Crimson Flame Lion. While reflecting on his shortcomings, both in weaponry and combat experience, he searched for a suitable spot to rest for the night. Chapter 8. Earth Spirit Fruit. After walking for over half an hour, Luo Xiu discovered a cave, its entrance overgrown with weeds and small shrubs. He cautiously surveyed the area and, finding no signs of demon beasts or human activity, felt confident that he could rest well tonight. Skillfully, he slipped through a narrow opening into the cave, which rose several zhang in height and extended deep within. The air inside was pleasantly cool. After ensuring there were no immediate dangers, he ventured deeper until he reached the cave's depths. "Ah, the Earth Spirit Fruit," Luo Xiu exclaimed. The Earth Spirit Fruit thrives in shadowy, sheltered environments and serves as the principal ingredient for concocting the Earth Spirit Elixir, a rare treasure even among second-tier elixirs, particularly for cultivators endowed with Earth attribute spiritual roots. For practitioners, the true essence realm marks the commencement of their cultivation journey, as it is upon reaching this stage that one's spiritual power begins to transform in accordance with the attributes of their spiritual root. Although the spiritual energy of the world remains fundamentally consistent, practitioners absorb this energy and, during the transformation into spiritual power within their bodies, select energies that resonate with their spiritual root attributes. For instance, those with Earth attribute roots will convert the energy into Earth attribute spiritual power, while those with Fire attribute roots will transmute it into Fire attribute spiritual power, thereby significantly enhancing both their offensive and defensive capabilities. Elixirs follow a similar principle. There exist both attribute-less elixirs, which any cultivator can utilize, and elixirs with specific attributes that can only be consumed by cultivators with corresponding spiritual roots, often yielding superior effects compared to their attribute-less counterparts. The value of this Earth Spirit Fruit surpasses all that Luo Xiu has gathered over the past few days. Thus, upon sighting it, his eyes gleamed with avarice, and he instinctively stepped forward to pluck the fruit. "Beware!" A sharp admonition echoed. Startled, Luo Xiu hastily retreated, just in time to evade a serpent's tail that grazed the tip of his nose. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as he narrowly escaped disaster. "Phew, that was close." "Thank you, Stone Spirit." He expressed his gratitude to the ethereal figure hovering nearby, turning to behold the colossal serpent before him, which exceeded 3 meters in length and bore a triangular head larger than his own, with elongated venomous fangs bared in a menacing hiss. Luo Xiu could smell a nauseating stench from several paces away. He set his pack aside and focused intently on the fearsome creature before him. This was a bona fide first-tier, mid-level demon beast, the formidable Earth Spirit Viper, compelling Luo Xiu to approach the situation with utmost seriousness. "You fool! Did you not realize that any heavenly treasure or earthly gem must be guarded? How could you expect to obtain it so easily?" The Stone Spirit chastised from the sidelines. Luo Xiu found himself at a loss for words. He couldn't possibly admit to having forgotten such a fundamental truth, as that would only invite further scorn. "Forget it," he thought, dismissing the moment. In truth, he had indeed forgotten. His excitement upon spotting such a valuable item had momentarily clouded his judgment regarding the inevitable guardianship of celestial treasures. Looking to the stone spirit, Luo Xiu inquired, "What now? What should I do?" "Of course, you must seize it. If you acquire it, then it is naturally yours." "Is this really a question?" The stone spirit replied with exasperation before vanishing without a trace. At this juncture, Luo Xiu was genuinely perplexed. Who didn't he know to seize an opportunity? He had merely hoped for a more refined strategy. With resolve, he charged at the earth spirit viper, aiming for its vital spot. Mountain-crushing fist. He struck the serpent with all his might, yet his blow failed to penetrate even its scales, and he was sent hurtling backward by the force of its retaliatory tail. Hiss hiss. A pair of eyes, brimming with malice, fixated upon the young boy who had been sent reeling by a forceful sweep. It was this insufferable wretch who had disturbed his slumber and dared to covet his spirit fruit, which held the key to his ascension as a second-tier beast. Upon landing, Luo Xiu scarcely had time to catch his breath before the elongated fangs of the earth's spirit viper loomed before him. Reluctantly, he retreated once more, delivering a powerful blow to the monstrous head of the creature. The viper hissed in pain, its colossal tail swiping toward Luo Xiu's back. Swiftly, he retaliated with another punch, striking the serpent with considerable force. Should this blow fail to breach the viper's scales, he would have no choice but to flee. He could not simply endure this relentless assault. Fortunately, he managed to inflict damage, shattering a scale the size of a palm, blood gushing forth from beneath. Although this was but a minor wound for the earth spirit viper, it signified to Luo Xiu the possibility of penetrating its defenses. Dodging the viper's venomous fangs, Luo Xiu landed a punch upon the creature's crown, only to be sent staggering back a distance of over 10 feet. With a series of strikes, he unleashed the mountain-crushing fist, hitting the viper more than 10 times. Yet he himself suffered 2 strikes from its tail. As the viper lunged at him once more, he cursed inwardly and gathered his strength anew for another assault. The full force of his mountain-crushing fist struck the viper at its critical point, scales flying in all directions as a fist-sized hole appeared, eliciting a wretched scream from the serpent as it was sent hurtling backward. However, Luo Xiu was once again caught by the sweeping tail, his ribs cracking audibly as he was thrust into the air. Upon landing, he gazed at the viper, now lifting its head defiantly, and muttered in frustration, "Who was the fool that said to strike a snake at its vital point? The serpent lives, and I may well be swallowed whole." Despite his complaints, he did not dare to grow complacent. He swiftly rose to his feet, remaining vigilant. As the viper gaped wide, its venomous fangs once more approached, Luo Xiu knew he could not risk contact with the toxic fangs. A mere brush with the venom would seal his fate. Thus, he chose to evade the serpent's fangs, even at the cost of the tail's wrath. Before the fangs could reach him, twin jets of venom erupted forth. Seeing the toxic liquid hurtling towards him, Luo Xiu rolled aside desperately. "This is outrageous," he cursed, horrified as the venom sizzled upon contact with the ground. Continuing in this manner was untenable. He could not allow the earth spirit viper to toy with him any longer. He resolved to take a gamble. Initially, he had considered prolonging the confrontation, but witnessing the serpent begin its venomous assault quashed that notion. Seizing the moment when the serpent turned its back, Luo Xiu stood and gathered his strength, charging forward with determination. In swift strides, he approached the creature's head, delivering a decisive right punch to its center, followed by a powerful left. The mountain-crushing fist struck repeatedly, relentless and unyielding, as he sought to exploit the advantage and finish the beast. After landing 7 or 8 blows, the viper's skull was reduced to fragments, blood and flesh scattering, with one eye compromised, leaving only a gaping wound from which blood flowed freely. At long last, the earth spirit viper lay motionless, its serpentine body stretching over 3 zhang in a sinuous curve. In that moment, Luo Xiu found himself sprawled atop the serpent, gasping for breath, with blood still trickling from the corner of his mouth. Ignoring the pain coursing through his body, he remained still, reluctant to move. After a quarter of an hour, Luo Xiu gradually rose to his feet, shedding his garments to sprinkle the remaining ointment from the bottle onto his wounds. Lacking the strength to spread it evenly, unsteadily, he approached the earth spirit fruit, carefully plucking it and placing it into his backpack. Gazing at the fruit nestled within, a faint smile crept across his lips, albeit slightly sinister due to the bloodied visage. Nevertheless, his spirits were lifted. Surveying the disarray of the cave, he deemed there was no need for tidying, especially since he was several zhang beneath the surface, free from concerns of being overheard. He could afford himself a moment of respite. During his brief reprieve, the stone spirit manifested once more. "You're doing reasonably well, but your agility is still lacking. Otherwise, you would have resolved matters much sooner. I have not trained in any agility techniques, How am I to hasten my speed? Luo Xiu retorted. Who says one cannot enhance their speed without such techniques? Just as you practice your boxing, which emphasizes explosive power in an instant. You could channel that energy into your legs to increase your velocity, the stone spirit replied, somewhat exasperated. Indeed, how did I not consider that? Thank you for the insight. Luo Xiu conceded. Because you're rather dull, clearly, the stone spirit quipped, prompting Luo Xiu to fall silent, unsure of how to counter that remark. He decided to shift the conversation. Are you male or female? Why does your form always appear so indistinct? What does it matter? I am a spirit, devoid of gender. Furthermore, this apparition is not my true form. You must unlock the first level of the inheritance tower for me to manifest entirely. This visage belongs to an old man, which I am merely utilizing, the spirit explained. An old man? Is there another old man inside? Luo Xiu inquired, intrigued. Yes. The same old man who attempted to seize your body last time. Unfortunately, he was rather foolish. Thinking he could claim the inheritance stone while it was already bonded to you, the stone spirit chuckled. Seize my body. How was I unaware of this? Luo Xiu pressed urgently. Naturally. You were oblivious. You had yet to awaken. It occurred in that valley when the inheritance stone chose you. And the old man sought to usurp you for the inheritance. In the end, he perished, the spirit elucidated. Luo Xiu breathed a sigh of relief. Good. It's fortunate he is dead. But can you cultivate? Cultivate? Why would I do that? The stone spirit responded, puzzled. Luo Xiu rubbed his aching head and replied, cultivation is. Of course, for the sake of becoming stronger. I have no need to grow stronger. So, you are already formidable? Then why did you not assist me earlier? I cannot ascertain my strength. No one can kill me, yet I do not engage in combat, the spirit stated matter-of-factly. All right, you have won this round, Luo Xiu conceded. Closing his eyes and lapsing into silence, fearing further discourse might provoke him into frustration. Do not forget to visit the blood pool for body refinement upon your return. The spirit warned before its apparition faded into nothingness. Hey, you haven't told me how to enter. Wait, stone spirit, stone spirit. Luo Xiu called out to the empty space, his eyes reflecting a mix of exasperation and resignation. Encountering such an unreliable spirit is indeed a source of frustration. It cannot assist in battles, lacks knowledge of cultivation. And when it occasionally offers advice, it is met with scorn. Observing the spirit's disappearance, I chose not to dwell on it further, but instead focused on quietly healing my injuries while channeling spiritual energy to refine my body. Chapter 9. The 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. The following day, at dawn, I tidied up the remains of the earth spirit viper in the cave, carefully storing the snake skin, gallbladder, and fangs in my backpack. After roasting a portion of the snake meat and satisfying my hunger, I departed from the cave. I had no intention of returning to Luo town. My destination was Yamyu City. Yamyu City is the only city within several hundred miles. Its splendor far surpassing that of Luo town, which pales in comparison and could scarcely be deemed a village. Each time the Luo family hunts beasts in the Demon Beast Mountain range or discovers spiritual herbs, aside from what the family requires, the remainder is sold in Yamyu City. By evening, I finally beheld the towering city walls, over 6 zhang high, with the characters for Yamyu City gleaming above the gate. The gate stood wide open, with a steady stream of people entering and exiting, both ordinary citizens and cultivators, though the latter were noticeably more numerous, albeit mostly at the body refinement stage. As I entered Yamyu City, it marked my second visit. My first had been during a perilous encounter in the Demon Beast Mountain range when I was ambushed by a silverback demon wolf while returning from Yamyu City. Recalling the previous experience, I made my way to an inn named Kilishan, where the Luo family typically stayed during visits to Yamyu City. This was the only inn I was familiar with, so it was only natural that I would come here first. Greetings, esteemed guest. Are you here to stay or dine? A young attendant approached with a respectful demeanor. Without allowing him to finish his introduction, I replied, please prepare a quiet upper room for me, and bring your best dishes. Before I could complete my request, I remembered that I seemed to have no money left. The funds I had saved were already spent on purchasing medicinal herbs, leaving me with only a few gold coins. Let me have that upper room for now. I still need to head out later, so there is no rush for food. I amended my request. Certainly, esteemed guest, this way please. Upon reaching the front desk, I noticed the attendant whispering to the staff, then turning to me. The upper room is 3 gold coins per day. How many days will you be staying? 3 gold coins for a single day? This feels like extortion. I thought to myself. Unbeknownst to me, the Luo family had always opted for standard rooms when visiting Yamyu City rather than the upper rooms. I placed 3 gold coins on the counter and received a wooden token from the staff, who then guided me to my room. The room was quite spacious and well-equipped. As the attendant prepared to leave, he inquired, is there anything else you require, esteemed guest? Observing the attendant's respectful demeanor, I noted that he appeared to be an ordinary person, lacking any cultivation. After all, cultivators would hardly take on such menial roles. I tossed a gold coin to the attendant, who, upon seeing it, was immediately filled with excitement, his eyes gleaming, and his respectful demeanor intensified. Are there any reputable places in the city that purchase materials from demon beasts and spiritual herbs? As Luo Xiu gazed at the smiling attendant, he inquired about the local market. The attendant happily responded, "My lord, when it comes to acquiring materials from demonic beasts and spiritual herbs in Yamu City, the finest establishment is undoubtedly the Wanbao Pavilion in the East City. Their prices are fair, and most importantly, they don't take advantage of their customers." Luo Xiu had indeed encountered a similar description of Wanbao Pavilion within the martial arts hall. It is a grand merchant association that spans the entirety of the wilderness state, rumored to have a presence in every city across the region. If this is true, he surmised, they would likely disdain the trivial possessions of ordinary practitioners. Well then, what about places that sell elixirs and weapons? He continued. That would still be the Wanbao Pavilion, my lord, the attendant replied. They offer not only elixirs and weapons, but also martial techniques for sale, though the prices can be rather steep. The thought of the expense concerned Luo Xiu, as he possessed only a limited amount of gold. Even if he sold all the spoils from the demonic Beast Mountain range, he might only garner a few hundred gold coins, which may not suffice for his needs. Are there any other options? He pressed on. There's the West City as well. The attendant explained. It is somewhat chaotic, yet occasionally, one might stumble upon some valuable items. There have even been instances of spiritual-grade martial techniques being sold there. However, if you decide to venture into the West City, it would be wise to dress cautiously, as there have been reports of murder and treasure theft in that area. Very well, I understand. I shall call for you if needed. The attendant, sensing the dismissal, respectfully retreated, a courteous smile still adorning his face. After a brief respite in his room, Luo Xiu donned his backpack and descended the stairs. His purpose was to exchange the spoils from the demonic Beast Mountain range for gold coins at the Wanbao Pavilion, while also acquiring a couple of body refining elixirs. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of the Wanbao Pavilion. The main hall was bustling with patrons purchasing various items, be it elixirs or weapons. Following the crowd's gaze, Luo Xiu observed that dozens of shelves were brimming with weapons and spiritual herbs. Weapons for practitioners are categorized into ordinary weapons and spiritual weapons. The latter requires spiritual energy to wield, whereas those at the body refining realm typically utilize ordinary weapons forged from fine steel. Spiritual weapons range from 1st grade to 7th grade, with 1st grade being the most rudimentary and 7th grade the most exquisite, paralleling the classification of elixirs. Within the main hall, most weapons were crafted from fine steel, and upon examining the prices, Luo Xiu noted that none were listed below 500 gold coins, with even a 1st grade spiritual sword priced at a staggering 100,000 gold coins. Realizing the futility of his hopes, he decided to explore the West City the following day in search of a more suitable weapon. Approaching the front desk, he addressed the alluring woman behind it. I am here to purchase some materials from demonic beasts and spiritual herbs. Certainly, my lord. Please follow me, the enchanting woman replied, leading him to a private room. Kindly present the items you wish to sell, and I shall appraise them. If you find the price agreeable, we shall proceed with the transaction, she stated. Upon hearing her words, Luo Xiu emptied his backpack, laying out the contents before her: skin, gallbladder, and fangs of the earth spirit viper, along with other materials from demonic beasts. He also produced 2 1st-grade spiritual herbs, placing them on the floor beside the other items. The enchanting woman gazed at the mound of beast materials before her, pondering the countless monsters that must have fallen to acquire such a bounty. Although the young man appeared to be merely at the 4th level of body refining, he had managed to slay so many beasts, including a Terran spirit viper. Noticing a subtle change in her expression, she acknowledged that true strength deserves respect. Even though Luo Xiu was still far from qualifying as a formidable warrior, I can offer you 300 gold coins for these beast materials. As for these 2 1st-grade spiritual herbs, they are worth approximately 150 gold coins, totaling 450 gold coins. How does that sound, young brother? Young brother? Since when did I become a young brother? Luo Xiu mused inwardly. Nevertheless, he was content with the price offered by the enchanting woman, as it would suffice for quite some time. However, the thought of needing to purchase body refining pills dampened his earlier excitement. Very well. I agree to your 450 gold coins, Luo Xiu replied. The enchanting woman, noticing the fluctuations in Luo Xiu's demeanor, playfully inquired. Do you have anything else you wish to purchase? I can offer you a discount. Upon hearing her soft tone, Luo Xiu shuddered, his gaze fixated on her. The woman, clad in a green palace gown, was tall and proportionate, standing at nearly 170 centimeters. Her skin was as fair as snow, her features delicate, and her lips slightly parted, exuding an air of grace and elegance. At that moment, Luo Xiu realized that this captivating woman seemed far too sophisticated to be merely a front desk attendant. "Miss, your demeanor suggests you are not just a front desk attendant. May I ask who you are?" he inquired. With a light laugh, she replied, "Have you only just realized? How do you find your sister's beauty?" "Indeed, beautiful," Luo Xiu thought, feeling an involuntary stir within him, his gaze becoming somewhat dazed. Suddenly, a sharp reprimand echoed in his mind, jolting him back to clarity as his expression hardened. It was an allure technique he had only heard of before. He never expected to encounter it today. Luo Xiu took 2 steps back, creating distance between himself and the enchanting woman. "Ah, you've recovered quite swiftly," she mused, a hint of intrigue in her tone. Clearly, he was no ordinary individual. It was surprising that someone at the 4th level of body refining could regain composure so quickly from her allure, even though it had not been deliberately wielded. "Is something the matter, young brother?" she asked with concern, stepping closer. Feeling uneasy, Luo Xiu retreated another 2 steps, unable to sense her cultivation level. "It's nothing, dear sister. I still wish to purchase 2 body refining pills. Could you perhaps retrieve them first?" he said, feeling wary of the enchanting woman who had ensnared him in her allure without his awareness. It was prudent to leave sooner rather than later. "That's a trivial matter. I can hand them to you when we step outside. Why are you keeping your distance, young brother? I assure you, I won't harm you," she teased. Luo Xiu was at a loss for words. He couldn't very well admit that her beauty made him fear falling prey to her allure again. So, he deftly shifted the conversation. "I also possess a 2nd-grade spiritual herb, the earth spirit fruit. How much do you reckon it is worth?" With that, he produced the earth spirit fruit he had gathered from the cave. Initially hesitant, he ultimately decided to present it. After all, acquiring weapons necessitates the use of gold coins, and the earth spirit fruit holds little utility for him, given his fire spirit root, as do the members of the Luo family, who also possess fire attribute spirit roots. It would be more prudent to sell it. Although he had recently fallen victim to the woman's enchanting spell, he sensed no malice from her. The earth spirit fruit is exceptionally valuable among 2nd-tier earth attribute herbs. Should he encounter someone in need of it, it could fetch at least 1,000 gold coins. "Are you certain you wish to sell it?" The bewitching woman glanced at Luo Xiu, who understood her perspective. Indeed, as a fire attribute spirit root, the earth spirit fruit was of minimal benefit to him. "I happen to know an alchemist who requires this fruit. I can offer you 1,200 gold coins for it. Typically, it would be valued at around 1,000 coins, but this fortuitous encounter enhances its worth." Very well. Luo Xiu had not anticipated such a lucrative return. He had initially expected a sum of 600 or 700 coins at best. This transaction proved exceedingly profitable. After purchasing 2 body refining pills for 200 gold coins, he now possessed 1,450 gold coins. As Luo Xiu exited the room, the enchanting woman called out to him, "Little brother, should you come across any more treasures, do remember to return. If you make a purchase, I shall grant you a 10% discount. My name is Wan Qing, do not forget it." Chapter 10. The Yin-Yang Blood Copper Staff. Upon the woman's return to her room, Luo Xiu collected 2 body refining pills and 3 gold coin cards, each valued at 500 coins, from the front desk. The additional cards were a gift from Wan Qing, conveniently allowing him to carry them without the burden of over 1,000 gold coins, which could attract unwanted attention. Luo Xiu examined the cards in his hand. This was his first encounter with such gold coin cards, as he had never possessed enough wealth to necessitate their use previously. These gold coin cards were universally accepted throughout the wilderness state, as they were issued by the Great Zhou Empire, which governs the entire region. After leaving the Wanbao Pavilion, Luo Xiu did not return to the inn immediately. Instead, he made his way to the West City. The populace here largely consisted of cultivators at the initial and mid stages of body refinement, and the environment was quite chaotic, with frequent altercations occurring on the streets. However, it was also a hub for bargain hunting, as various items procured from the Beast Mountain or other locales often found their way here. While some items were legitimately acquired, others were not so above board, yet it was undeniable that valuable treasures occasionally surfaced. Luo Xiu did not harbor expectations of finding such treasures, as he would not recognize them even if he did. His primary objective was to acquire a weapon, initially intending to purchase one at the Wanbao Pavilion. However, that establishment predominantly offered swords. While contemplating the purchase of a fine steel sword, the stone spirit informed Luo Xiu of a spirit sword located within the Heritage Tower, accessible upon opening the 1st level, rendering the acquisition of an unnecessary iron sword superfluous. although Wanbao Pavilion had some commendable weapons available. They were either prohibitively expensive or simply not to Luo Xiu's liking. In short, he found no suitable weapon there. Thus, he ventured into West City in search of an appropriate and affordable weapon. Along the roadside, numerous vendors displayed their wares directly on the ground, enthusiastically promoting their goods to passers-by. Come and see. Come and see. Exceptional body refining elixirs. Only 80 gold coins for one. Don't miss out as you walk by. Fresh spiritual herbs, qingfeng grass, and blood-melting grass. Affordable and of superb quality. Exquisite weapons forged from prime steel. With ancestral craftsmanship. You can acquire a flawless weapon for just 500 gold coins. As Luo Xiu gazed at the shouting merchants, he realized those swords were nothing more than ordinary iron blades, falsely boasting to be exquisite steel swords with a claim of ancestral artistry. If this craftsmanship were truly passed down, your grandfather would have starved long ago. Amidst the cacophony of shouts, Luo Xiu continued his leisurely stroll. He entered a blacksmith shop, where the rhythmic sound of clanging metal filled the air. Two robust men, one older and one younger, were hard at work. The younger swung a large hammer, while the elder meticulously repaired with a smaller hammer. Luo Xiu examined the swords and weapons adorning the walls, occasionally picking one up to weigh and swing it a few times. After nearly a quarter of an hour, the clanging ceased. The elder approached and inquired, "What type of weapon are you seeking, young man? Or do you wish to forge something?" Faced with the imposing figure of the bare-chested elder, an inexplicable pressure enveloped Luo Xiu. The old man possessed cultivation at the true essence realm, while the sturdy youth, seemingly no older than 16 or 17, had already reached the 8th level of body refinement. Luo Xiu was taken aback. Such talent was rare even in the Luo family. "You may call me Iron Old Man. That is what everyone calls me. This is my grandson, Iron Bull," the elder introduced. "Very well, Master Iron. I came to see if you have any suitable polearms. Preferably on the heavier side. Polearms. There aren't many who utilize such weapons, so quality polearms are quite scarce. However, we do have more spiritual weapons of that type. Let me check in the back for you," the elder replied before disappearing into the courtyard, leaving Iron Bull with a goofy grin standing beside him. "Iron Bull, is it just you and Master Iron running the shop?" Luo Xiu asked. "You can call me Iron Bull. It's just the two of us for now. But soon it will only be my grandfather left," the young man said, scratching his head. "My name is Luo Xiu, from Luo Family Town. Why will it soon be just your grandfather? Of course, in a few months, it will be time for the Qingyun sect's triannual disciple recruitment examination. My grandfather wants me to go train at the Qingyun sect, so my grandfather will be here all alone," Iron Bull explained naturally. "At your size, why would you want a polearm as a weapon? Wouldn't a sword be better? You seem too slender to wield something so heavy," Luo Xiu remarked. Iron Bull stared at him with wide eyes, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Luo Xiu felt a bit uneasy under the intense gaze and stepped aside just as the elder emerged from the back, carrying 3 weapons, a long staff and 2 lengthy spears. As the weapons struck the ground, the earth trembled slightly. "Come, let us try these 3 weapons. They are the finest I possess. If they do not suit you, I have nothing else to offer," the elder introduced. This first spear is named Flame, weighing a formidable 1,200 pounds. The second, Cloud Piercer, tips the scales at over 900 pounds. As for this staff, I acquired it from another. It is called the Yinyang Blood Copper Staff, and its weight exceeds 1,300 pounds. Luo Xiu grasped the flame spear. Its heft was substantial. Yet he steadied his hand and swung it a few times. Though it felt heavy, he believed that as his cultivation grew, it would become more manageable, especially given its harmony with his fire affinity. He then picked up Cloud Piercer for a trial. While lighter, it lacked the effortless grace he had experienced with the previous spear. As Luo Xiu contemplated choosing the flame spear, a voice resonated in his mind. "Shilling, opt for the staff beside you. It is far more suitable for you." "Why would that staff be more fitting?" "The flame spear is quite impressive," Luo Xiu replied. "You will understand in due time. Trust me. This copper staff is indeed more appropriate for you," Shilling asserted without further elaboration. Luo Xiu lifted the copper staff, discovering it to be heavier than the flame spear. With a maximum strength of nearly 1,500 pounds, he realized he might tire quickly when wielding this staff. Ultimately, he heeded Shilling's advice and chose the copper staff, convinced that Shilling possessed greater wisdom than he. "Master Iron, how much for this copper staff?" Luo Xiu inquired, holding it aloft. The elder, observing Luo Xiu's choice, expressed his confusion. "Are you truly set on the copper staff? The flame spear seems far more suitable for you. You handled it with such ease." "Thank you, Master Iron. I shall take this copper staff," Luo Xiu affirmed, undeterred. "Very well, it is yours. I acquired this staff for 1,100 gold coins. So you may pay me 1,300, the elder acquiesced, recognizing Luo Xiu's determination. Luo Xiu produced 3 500 gold coin cards and handed them to the elder, thanking him before placing the remaining 200 coins into his bag. Looking at the scant coins, he reflected on the cyclical nature of wealth. Riches fleeting, returning to times of scarcity. After bidding farewell to the blacksmith, Luo Xiu exited the forge. Regardless of the circumstances, this day had proven fruitful. He had secured a weapon that would spare him the previous misfortunes when traversing the Beast Mountain range. Upon leaving, he made his way directly to the inn. As dusk had settled, after a meal, he intended to begin refining his body and inquire further about the copper staff. Once back at the inn, Luo Xiu summoned the attendant, then retreated to his room. Shortly, the attendant delivered his meal. After settling the bill, Luo Xiu dismissed him and began to eat heartily. The meal was satisfactory, though it paled in comparison to roasted beast meat. After dining, he settled his mind and sought counsel from Schilling. Schilling, are you there? What is it? The ethereal figure reappeared. You claim that this copper rod is suitable for me, yet I still fail to grasp how it truly aligns with my needs. This Yin blood copper rod is an exquisite spiritual instrument, crafted entirely from the rare and valuable Yin copper, a metal that only manifests in locations saturated with the essence of Yin and Yang. The mere existence of such a piece of copper is of immense worth, and its hue, steeped in blood, attests to the multitude of souls that have perished beneath its weight, encapsulating a formidable aura of malevolence. The murderous intent within you harmonizes perfectly with the malevolence imbued in this rod, rendering it superior to ordinary spiritual artifacts. Moreover, as your acts of slaughter increase, the rod's rank will also elevate. It appears I have stumbled upon a true treasure, quite unexpectedly. However, why does this rod currently appear devoid of its spiritual essence? Luo Xiu, elated by his fortuitous discovery, felt a twinge of confusion as it bore no resemblance to a spiritual instrument. At this moment, it is not. It seems that someone has utilized a formation to purify the malevolence within, transforming it into its current state. As long as you provide sufficient murderous intent, it can gradually be restored, replied the ethereal figure. And how may I facilitate its restoration? Luo Xiu inquired, gazing intently at the apparition. Through acts of killing, or by slaying ferocious beasts, preferably those of considerable strength. Your own murderous intent can also emanate and nourish the copper rod. Simply channel the malevolence into it. Oh, killing or slaying beasts, and the stronger the better. It feels perilously close to courting death, Luo Xiu mused silently. How can I infuse the murderous intent from my heart into the rod? I have yet to perceive any such malevolence emanating from within me. At present, it is not feasible. Your murderous heart has not yet fully transformed. You must undergo at least 2 more refinements in the blood pool, which will catalyze this transformation. By then, your cultivation level should also rise, the stone's spirit elucidated. Very well. As the apparition began to dissipate, Luo Xiu retrieved a body-refining pill and swallowed it, subsequently invoking his cultivation technique to repeatedly refine his sinews and bones with the pill's energy. Chapter 11. Luo Xiu. The following morning, Luo Xiu had practiced diligently throughout the night, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of the 4th level of body refinement, confident that he would soon attain the 5th level. Grasping his backpack along with the Yin blood copper rod, he strode purposefully out of the inn. At this moment, Luo Xiu's pace was not brisk, hindered by the weight of the copper rod, which exceeded 1,300 pounds. Thus, speed was an elusive prospect. Each step left a distinct imprint in the ground, and not long after exiting the city, Luo Xiu was already drenched in perspiration. Considerate training, he thought to himself. It was not until nightfall that Luo Xiu returned to his modest courtyard, his back and shoulders raw and inflamed from the friction of the copper rod. He sprinkled medicinal powder on the irritated areas, yet did not rest. Instead, he settled into a meditative posture and consumed his last body-refining pill. It is said that breakthroughs are most attainable when one approaches their limits, and Luo Xiu intended to leverage this pill to ascend to the 5th level of body refinement. Sweat beads, akin to small pearls, dripped from Luo Xiu's forehead as he furrowed his brow in concentration. As the adage goes, one must temper the skin and flesh, refine the sinews and bones, and cultivate the internal organs. Yet, the latter is the most perilous endeavor, for the internal organs are the most fragile. A moment's carelessness could lead to grievous harm. Conversely, the conditioning of the skin and flesh is the simplest and safest, while the honing of the sinews and bones inflicts the most agony, akin to meticulously grinding each bone and sinew to dust only to forge them anew, piercing and healing the sinews segment by segment. After an hour had passed, Luo Xiu's brow finally unfurled, and he rose once more. The sound of cracking bones echoed as he achieved the 5th level of body tempering. His strength significantly augmented. He unleashed a punch forward, producing a soft whoosh as the gust propelled ahead with his fist. He estimated his strength had reached around 2,000 pounds. Whereas previously he could strike thrice with the yin-yang blood copper rod, he could now manage 6 or 7 blows. After a quick wash with cold water, Luo Xiu collapsed onto his bed, utterly exhausted, not merely from physical fatigue, but from a profound mental weariness. Throughout his time in the Beast Mountain range, he remained on high alert, wary of both ferocious beasts and the intentions of those around him. Even during moments of respite, he could not fully relax. So upon returning home, the instant he let down his guard, he succumbed to deep slumber. When Luo Xiu awoke, it was already midday the following day. He rummaged through the kitchen for sustenance before visiting his father, Luo Minghong's room, only to find it empty. His father had been absent for nearly a month, and the reason for his departure remained a mystery. Observing the vacant room, disappointment flickered across Luo Xiu's face as he turned away. Grasping the yin-yang blood copper rod, he made his way to the Luo family's training grounds. Though referred to as a training arena, it was merely a spacious plot of land. Surrounding the area were several weapon racks, predominantly adorned with various swords and blades. To prevent accidental injury during sparring, the use of weapons was prohibited within the grounds, suggesting that encounters should remain lighthearted. Luo Xiu placed the yin-yang blood copper rod beside one of the weapon racks and stepped into the training area. Spotting his cousin, Luo Lan, the daughter of his uncle, he called out to her. Luo Lan was among the few in the Luo family who did not regard Luo Xiu's inability to cultivate as a flaw, and they shared a close bond. She was a year older than Luo Xiu, nearly 17, and had already attained the 7th level of body tempering. A striking young woman clad in a red martial arts uniform approached him, her high nose and commanding presence exuding strength. "Little Xiu, what brings you here? I heard from my father that you can cultivate now. Is it true? Would you like to give it a try?" A hint of embarrassment crossed Luo Xiu's face at the nickname Little Xiu, a remnant from his childhood when he was frail and shorter in stature. "Luo Lan, I'm no longer a child. Calling me Little Xiu is rather awkward. Besides, I can cultivate now, and it won't be long before I catch up to you. Just wait and see." Before Luo Xiu could finish, Luo Lan, excited by the news of his newfound ability, launched an attack toward him with a swift palm strike. As Luo Xiu gazed at the sudden strike before him, a fist met his palm perfectly, sending Luo Lan staggering back. Observing Luo Xiu, who had repelled her, an unmistakable surprise flickered across Luo Lan's face, quickly replaced by a glimmer of joy. Without affording Luo Xiu a moment to react, she launched another palm strike towards him. "Xiao Xiu Xiu, be cautious. I shall increase my strength now." Luo Xiu, feeling helpless, had no choice but to respond. He had initially intended to reminisce about their sibling bond, having not seen each other for many days, yet it seemed they were still as they had been in childhood, seizing any opportunity to spar. Thus, Luo Xiu promptly dispensed with the pleasantries and plunged into the next round of their encounter. It became evident that Luo Xiu had misjudged the situation. Facing such a combative maniac, he was reluctant to unleash his full strength, leaving him feeling constrained. Meanwhile, Luo Lan grew increasingly emboldened, showing no signs of halting her assault. "Sister Luo Lan, I concede. I yield," Luo Xiu exclaimed, witnessing her charge once more. "You are quite impressive. It takes nearly all my strength to subdue you. Given your prowess, I shall no longer call you Xiao Xiu Xiu," Luo Lan declared loudly. Her admiration apparent, Luo Xiu mused internally, acknowledging that while she appeared quite demure, once engaged in combat, she transformed into an unhinged warrior. Had he not been cautious about using his full strength, the outcome might have been uncertain. However, such thoughts remained unvoiced, for expressing them might lead to endless bouts, leaving him with no peace. "Sister Luo Lan, why are there so many people in the training arena today? I have never seen such a crowd before," Luo Xiu inquired. Unbeknownst to him, in a corner, Luo Qin stood alongside his elder brother, Luo Shi, both directing their attention towards Luo Xiu, engaged in whispered discussion. Witnessing the earlier clash between Luo Xiu and Luo Lan filled Luo Qin with astonishment, and thoughts of the impending family competition stirred a wave of anxiety within him. It became clear to him that Luo Xiu's current strength likely matched or even surpassed his own. Thus, Luo Qin contemplated persuading his brother, Luo Shi, to find an opportunity to eliminate Luo Xiu, lest unexpected complications arise during the competition. Only 20 days remain until the family competition, and everyone is busy cultivating. Naturally, the numbers have swelled. "Have you not come to train?" Luo Lan remarked to Luo Xiu, her thoughts hinting at the possibility that he might be unaware of the family competition. "Ah, I had forgotten," Luo Xiu replied with an awkward smile. "Sister Luo Lan, it seems someone is looking for you over there." Following Luo Xiu's gesture, Luo Lan walked in that direction, instructing him to wait a moment. Shortly after her departure, within the span of mere moments, Luo Xiu and Luo Xiu approached. The young man who appeared before them was ruggedly handsome, with thick eyebrows, large eyes, and a robust build. He was none other than Luo Xiu's elder brother, Luo Xiu. Despite their blood relation, the brothers bore little resemblance to one another, with Luo Xiu possessing a distinctly more delicate visage. Were it not for previous acquaintance, one might not have guessed they were siblings. What are you doing here? You worthless fool? Is this place even suitable for you? You should leave. Luo Xiu's eyes briefly flashed with menace, for Luo Xiu was his younger brother. To safeguard Luo Xiu's reputation, this worthless one must not be allowed to participate in the family competition. Ah, what a jest. It is as if you claimed this training ground to be your domain. Yet Luo Xiu, halfway through his sentence, realized that it could indeed be deemed a part of his own territory, as it was equally his. He swiftly amended his words, asserting, "It belongs solely to you." "Does it not? I may come and go as I please. What business is it of yours? Unless you are merely idle and vexed. I fear it may be your intellect that is lacking. I advise you to consume some pig brains to supplement your faculties." "Humph, you dare to insult me? It appears that unless you experience my might, you shall remain oblivious to the heights of the heavens and the depths of the earth." Luo Xiu's voice resonated like a bell as he confronted Luo Xiu with a fierce tone. "I may not know the depths of the earth, but surely your audacity surpasses even that." Luo Xiu retorted, gazing at the poised Luo Xiu, ready to strike. "What? Do you intend to engage me? Come forth. Let me see if you dare to defy the clan's regulations." Upon hearing these words, Luo Xiu hesitated, retracting his steps. Although he bore no fear of Luo Xiu, he could not disregard the clan's rules. To prevent internal strife, the clan's regulations were exceedingly strict. Thus, even amidst discord, no one dared to act with excessive force, lest they incur the clan's wrath. "Brother, this is the training ground. You are merely instructing Luo Xiu, this worthless individual, in his cultivation. Even if your methods are somewhat severe, it is ultimately for his benefit. Even if our uncle learns of this, he would surely reward you, not punish you." Luo Xiu interjected, initially pleased at the prospect of Luo Xiu's impending downfall, yet anxious as Luo Xiu invoked the clan's rules. He desired nothing more than for Luo Xiu to emerge unscathed from the clan competition, though he did not care for the 200 gold coins. He could not allow his pride to be tarnished. Upon hearing his brother's words, a cruel smile crept across Luo Xiu's face as he advanced toward Luo Xiu. Realizing that Luo Xiu was undeterred, Luo Xiu understood that a confrontation was inevitable. Secretly gathering his strength, he planned to seize the initiative. And as Luo Xiu approached within mere steps, he surged forward, delivering a punch aimed at Luo Xiu's head. Luo Xiu, taken aback by Luo Xiu's sudden assault, initially faltered, but his superior cultivation allowed him to react swiftly, raising his left arm to block the blow. However, Luo Xiu had anticipated this, bending slightly and striking Luo Xiu's ribs with a powerful punch. Caught off guard, Luo Xiu staggered back 2 or 3 paces before regaining his balance. His expression twisted in fury as he gazed at the one who had repelled him. How could one of such inferior cultivation achieve this? It felt akin to a resounding slap upon his countenance. "Very well, you have impressed me. I shall relish witnessing your demise." With that, he delivered a swift kick to Luo Xiu's chest, sending him flying over 10 feet. Luo Xiu rose once more, but could not suppress the blood that erupted from his mouth. Glaring at Luo Xiu from a distance, Luo Xiu felt a surge of anger. Clenching his fists, he charged forward once again, abandoning thoughts of evasion, for he understood that he could not escape. His opponent's cultivation was far superior, and his speed unmatched. The only recourse was to exchange injury for injury. Thus, they engaged in a fierce exchange of blows. Luo Xiu's garments were tattered, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet he continued to strike with relentless determination. Fueled by sheer will, he pressed on, while Luo Xiu's visage was scarcely better, having sustained several hits, leaving him bruised and battered. Chapter 12. The second blood pool body refinement. Once again, Luo Xiu repelled Luo Xiu, brushing his fingers against the blood at the corner of his mouth, his eyes ablaze with fury as he gazed at Luo Xiu. If earlier he had considered severely injuring Luo Xiu to prevent him from participating in the clan competition for the sake of his brother, Luo Xiu, now he harbored a genuine desire to exterminate Luo Xiu. The battle had escalated to a point where not only was he wounded and bleeding, but his dignity had also been utterly shattered by Luo Xiu. To reclaim some semblance of honor, he felt that the only solution was to annihilate Luo Xiu completely, and in a manner that was overwhelmingly decisive. Luo Xiu's aura intensified, approaching the threshold of the true essence realm, with wisps of spiritual energy emanating from within him. Channeling this energy into his palm, the crimson flame palm manifested, the surface of his hand adorned with faint flames. expanding it to more than twice its size and radiating a searing heat as it struck Luo Xiu's chest. At that moment, Luo Xiu's eyes burned crimson, a hint of murderous intent emanating from him. An inexplicable sense of dread surged within Luo Xiu, as if he were ensnared in the depths of a hellish nightmare. Cold sweat trickling down his back. When Luo Xiu's palm impacted Luo Xiu's chest, the latter retaliated with a punch to Luo Xiu's own chest. Luo Xiu staggered back, but quickly regained his footing, whereas Luo Xiu was sent flying nearly 10 zhong, spewing blood. Luo Xiu struggled to rise, but found himself unable to even move a finger. He strained to keep his eyes open, yet his eyelids felt as heavy as lead, slowly closing as he could only envision Luo Xiu charging at him again, powerless to resist. In the darkness, he thought he heard someone calling his name, a voice filled with concern, yet he could not discern who it was. After what felt like an eternity, in a haze, he recognized the voice of Sister Luo Lan. He yearned to rise, but despite his efforts, his hands refused to obey. He vaguely heard Sister Luo Lan weeping and expressing her self-reproach, alongside the comforting words of his older brother, Luo Jin. Luo Xiu realized he was still alive, albeit grievously injured. Sister Luo Lan remained by his bedside, weeping. Yet unbeknownst to her, Luo Xiu's right hand subtly twitched. Luo Jin was equally astonished. His cousin, who had trained for merely a month, had managed to contend with Luo Xiu, who had already opened his Qi Si to such an extent. Was this truly the same Luo Xiu who had once been incapable of cultivation? In just a month, he had achieved the 5th level of body refinement, surpassing even prodigies. Luo Xiu opened his eyes, gazing at the weeping girl by his bedside, a touch of emotion swelling within him. He softly addressed Luo Lan, Sister Luo Lan. Please do not cry. It would be unseemly to ruin your beauty with tears. You're awake, Luo Lan exclaimed, lifting her gaze to meet his blood-streaked face. You finally awakened. I was so worried about you. It's all my fault. If I hadn't left, Luo Xiu would never have dared to trouble you. It's all my fault. Observing the girl before him, a pang of sorrow struck Luo Xiu. It was just like when they were children. Whenever he was bullied in her absence, upon seeing his injuries, she would always begin to blame herself. It's all right. I am no longer a child. I have begun my cultivation, and I am already at the 5th level of body refinement, he replied, striving to sound nonchalant. Humph. I am at the 7th level of body refinement. Are you truly that impressive? Luo Lan declared proudly, momentarily forgetting her earlier self-reproach. Luo Jin gazed at the two individuals before him, their presence reminiscent of their childhood. He yearned to articulate his thoughts, but found himself at a loss for words. Ultimately resigned to bringing in the medicinal concoction simmering outside. First, drink this medicine. Once your body feels better, you can consume the restorative elixir. You should recover in a few days, Luo Jin remarked as he handed the potion to Luo Lan, subsequently placing a small porcelain vial on the bedside before departing. The vial contained the revitalizing pill, a first-grade elixir primarily designed to mend physical injuries. After Luo Jin left, Luo Lan propped up Luo Xiu and picked up the bowl, intending to feed him the medicine. I'll manage on my own, Luo Xiu attempted to protest, but Luo Lan had already brought the bowl to his lips, leaving him no choice but to comply. After consuming the potion, Luo Xiu could feel the gradual healing of his external wounds. However, the recovery of his internal organs and skeletal structure would not be as simple as a single dose of medicine. Following his consumption of the potion, Luo Xiu gradually succumbed to slumber, his deep sleep a clear manifestation of his body's instinctual need for self-preservation. Luo Lan watched over the sleeping Luo Xiu, recalling how she had cared for him in their younger years, particularly in the absence of their second uncle. As the night passed, along with the previous day's slumber, Luo Xiu slept for over 10 hours. Upon awakening, he observed Luo Lan asleep at the table, her pose evoking a sense of familiarity. Rising from his bed, he approached her and gently nudged her, saying, Luo Lan, it's time to go back. I'm feeling much better now, and soon I will refine the revitalizing pill. You've worried for a whole day, you should return to rest. A girl who sleeps too little may lose her beauty. Luo Lan looked at Luo Xiu. Noticing his significant improvement, while his complexion remained somewhat pale, he was undeniably better. She surmised that after refining the revitalizing pill, he would be nearly restored. For cultivators recover swiftly as long as their foundation remains unscathed. Very well, I shall take my leave. Take care of yourself, and I will visit you again tomorrow, she replied before exiting Luo Xiu's small courtyard. Luo Xiu sat cross-legged on the bed, preparing to swallow the revitalizing pill for refinement. Just as he was about to open the porcelain vial, the phantom of Ling materialized. What have you done this time? You look dreadful, Ling observed, gazing at Luo Xiu's injuries. You didn't happen to discover treasures in the Beast Mountain range again, did you? Rolling his eyes, Luo Xiu replied. I got into a scuffle with someone, and this is the result. I see, but perhaps this is fortuitous, the phantom remarked as it assessed Luo Xiu's condition. How can you say that? Don't you feel any remorse? Luo Xiu feigned heartbreak. It's rather advantageous. This level of injury is inconsequential. It provides an excellent opportunity for a second session of blood pool body refinement, and the effects should be even more pronounced. Once the body refinement is complete, you will surely recover, Shirling asserted. Then let us proceed. I am prepared, Luo Xiu declared, already standing beside the blood pool. He looked at the hovering phantom and added, next time, could you allow me to finish speaking before you act? You always strike so suddenly, and I am never ready. Didn't you say to come? I assumed you were prepared, Shirling retorted with a glance at Luo Xiu, indifferent to his plea. Is this the space within the legacy stone? If I encounter danger in the future, can I seek refuge here? In that case, they would be unable to harm me. Luo Xiu inquired. Indeed, once you enter, unless they destroy this legacy stone, no one can touch you. Really? Then I would fear no one at all. Luo Xiu exclaimed with excitement. However, I have not yet finished. While they cannot harm you, they can still take away the legacy stone. Within the stone, there is no spiritual energy, rendering you incapable of cultivation. You would merely wait until old age claims you, which should not take many years, the stone spirit's apparition countered. That's rather excessive, Luo Xiu retorted, and obediently stepped into the blood pool. This time, Luo Xiu distinctly felt a greater pain than before. A torment that penetrated to the marrow. Yet, at this moment, he had no recourse but to endure. The stone spirit had made it abundantly clear that refusing the inheritance meant certain death, and the blood pool was evidently part of the legacy. To avoid it would be to invite demise. Compared to death, this pain seemed trivial. Indeed, even the most excruciating suffering paled in the face of mortality. As Luo Xiu bore the pain, his heart was undergoing a gradual transformation. Previously vibrant red, it began to darken to a deep crimson, its rhythm slowing significantly, yet growing more powerful. At this juncture, the dark red hue had taken over more than half of the heart, suffused with a chilling aura of malice. A closer inspection would reveal that this sinister energy was gradually permeating the once bright red heart, transforming it into a dark shade. When the heart fully morphed into its dark red form, it would signify the emergence of the heart of slaughter, and at that moment, the malice within would reach a terrifying intensity. As Luo Xiu's heart underwent this metamorphosis, his injuries began to heal gradually. Fractured bones mended and fused, becoming even sturdier than before, while his muscles grew more resilient, as if each cell was brimming with vigor. The blood pool not only facilitated the evolution of his heart into the heart of slaughter, but also served as a profound process of physical refinement. Its energy and concentration far surpassed that of any spiritual energy summoned through conventional methods. Meanwhile, outside, Roland was searching desperately for Luo Xiu. The following day, upon discovering Luo Xiu's absence from the courtyard, she grew worried and began her search. A day passed without any sign of him, and Roland's anxiety heightened. Logically, given Luo Xiu's serious injuries, he could not have ventured far, yet he was nowhere to be found within the entirety of the Luo family estate. The next day, she enlisted Luo Jin's help in the search. After scouring their home without success, they started to explore the back mountain, but their efforts yielded no results. Let us check back. If he is still missing, we might need to seek out Luo Xiu, as he could be harboring intentions of revenge against Luo Xiu. In summary, let us return and reassess the situation. Continuing this search is not a viable solution. Furthermore, it has barely been 2 days, which is hardly sufficient time for us practitioners to consider someone truly lost. Perhaps he has merely sought a tranquil place for cultivation, Luo Jin reassured. Very well. Let us head back then, Luo Lan conceded, as their search yielded no results. Having finally completed the second session in the blood pool for body refinement, Luo Xiu felt his body fully restored, with a slight increase in his cultivation level. He mused to himself, recalling the excruciating pain he had endured, evidenced by the involuntary twitch at the corner of his mouth. Not long after Luo Xiu emerged from the inheritance stone space, Luo Jin and Luo Lan arrived at his courtyard. You have finally shown yourself. I was beginning to worry that something had happened to you. I searched everywhere. Luo Lan expressed her concern upon seeing him. It is a relief that you are unharmed. I see your injuries are nearly healed. This time should be devoted to intensive cultivation in preparation for the clan competition. This upcoming event is of great significance. Aim to place within the top 5, as it will be beneficial for you. And you too, Lanner, Luo Jin advised after confirming Luo Xiu's well-being. Yes, thank you for your concern, elder brother. I will strive to secure a top 5 position, Luo Xiu replied earnestly, reassured by Luo Jin's serious demeanor, despite finding it somewhat odd. Chapter 13. Hidden Strength. Luo Xiu spent some time in the courtyard conversing with Luo Lan, ultimately dissuading her from staying by his side. He preferred to keep his complete recovery a secret for the time being, partly due to concerns about Luo Xiu seeking to trouble him again. After hearing from Luo Jin about the importance of the clan competition, Luo Xiu felt a growing anticipation for the event. Now was not the time for vengeance against Luo Xiu, especially as he was not yet strong enough to confront him. Moreover, the rapid recovery of his injuries was evidently abnormal. Luo Xiu worried about the potential exposure of the secret surrounding his inheritance stone. He resolved to remain discreet for a while longer, postponing any reckoning until after the competition. After ushering the incessantly chattering Luo Lan out of the courtyard, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He could hardly endure her endless prattle any longer. Had he not sent her away, she might have continued for hours. Upon returning to his room and surveying the surroundings, he realized he had left his Yin-Yang blood copper rod at the training ground. However, he did not rush to retrieve it. Instead, he sought to familiarize himself with his newfound strength, practicing the crumbling mountain fist repeatedly in the courtyard. A day later, Luo Xiu returned to the martial arts pavilion, hoping to find a manual on staff techniques. Unfortunately, while the pavilion boasted numerous manuals on swords and sabers, not a single staff technique could be found. Luo Xiu felt a twinge of disappointment, yet he had no choice but to practice alone with his Yin-Yang blood copper rod. Lacking a formal staff technique, he resorted to repeatedly practicing basic movements, strikes, sweeps, and thrusts, without any special methods of energy manipulation. Thus, for the next 2 days, he diligently honed these movements while continuing to refine his crumbling mountain fist, aspiring to reach a higher realm, though it seemed he was still far from achieving that goal. During this period, the ethereal shadow of the stone spirit would occasionally appear, silently observing Luo Xiu's training. Hey, why are you still practicing that? It's the same motions over and over, without any progress at all. Schilling observed that Luo Xiu had made little to no progress. Although there was a slight improvement in his proficiency with the Yin-Yang blood copper staff, enabling him to wield it more frequently, his overall cultivation seemed stagnant. Thus, he remarked, "If you're not practicing this, then what else will you pursue? You still haven't discovered any staff techniques or martial skills." Luo Xiu waved his hand dismissively and replied, "I wish it were different, but there is no alternative. You must focus on the application of strength. Are you not aware that the utilization of strength is categorized into several realms? You are currently merely at the initial level, the realm of Mingjin. Beyond Mingjin lies Anjin. And above that, Huajin. You are just beginning. Although Huajin is still far off, you can certainly practice Anjin. If you master Anjin, your combat prowess should significantly enhance. Anjin. How does one cultivate it?" Although Luo Xiu had perused some fundamental texts on cultivation, primarily concerning the essence of celestial energy and the stages of advancement, he was oblivious to the classification of strength utilization, let alone the concepts of Mingjin, Anjin, and Huajin. Without even a basic understanding of the distinctions, how could he possibly know how to cultivate them? "You fool. I have never practiced it myself. How would I know how to cultivate it?" Schilling scoffed at Luo Xiu. "Well, if you don't know, why say so much?" Luo Xiu thought to himself, yet the potential of Anjin to augment his strength intrigued him, and he could not dismiss the possibility. "Even though I lack knowledge on how to cultivate it, I can still guide you in practicing Anjin. Then please enlighten me." Luo Xiu responded, albeit with a tinge of skepticism about the hopefulness of the situation. "Firstly, you already comprehend Mingjin, which is essentially brute force. You understand the principle of striking hard. The greater the force you exert on a stone, the more backlash you must endure. The same applies to you. The force you deliver onto another will rebound back to you in equal measure. Anjin, however, is distinct. It does not rely on direct confrontation. To simplify, the point of impact and the source of power do not directly connect. Imagine your fist striking an opponent's chest, yet the contact point bears no force. Instead, the power penetrates through the flesh, directly impacting the organs, inflicting internal damage. Alternatively, if you strike the arm, the force transcends the flesh and directly harms the bones. This is Anjin, allowing one to evade the recoil of strength while fully imparting power onto the opponent. Upon hearing this, Luo Xiu began to grasp the concept of Anjin, and his anticipation grew. Yet, he sensed that Schilling had yet to provide him with practical methods for cultivation, only elaborating on the potential of Anjin without specifying any techniques. So, how does one practice it? Surely there must be a method, Luo Xiu inquired, noticing that Schilling seemed reluctant to elaborate further. "A method? What method? You just practice." Schilling replied somewhat sheepishly, admitting that he was uncertain about the specifics of training. "You can practice against a tree. When you can shatter the trunk with a single punch while leaving the bark intact, you will have made considerable progress. Ultimately, it is essential for you to grasp the essence of cultivation for yourself. Perhaps sensing Luo Xiu's peculiar gaze, Shilling added with a hint of unease. You must rely on your own insights. Luo Xiu approached a magnificent tree, carefully attuning himself to the strength coursing through his body. With a swift motion, he unleashed a powerful punch, and a resounding crack echoed as the tree was cleaved in two. Furrowing his brow in skepticism, he pondered whether this method of training was truly effective. In that moment, all he could do was harbor doubts. Yet, possessing a strategy, however uncertain, was preferable to being devoid of any knowledge. Reluctantly, he continued to strike, one tree after another succumbing to his blows. 3 days passed in this manner. Sitting upon a large stone, Luo Xiu surveyed the wreckage around him. The number of standing trees had dwindled, while those scattered across the ground lay in disarray, mirroring the tumultuous state of his own thoughts. This approach was unsustainable. If he continued, he might decimate all the trees on the mountainside without achieving his goal. It seemed imperative to devise a more effective training method. Observing the chaotic scene before him, he contemplated the way forward. Unbeknownst to Luo Xiu, many practitioners at the true essence stage had yet to master the subtle techniques of dark force. Even among those who had grasped it, only a select few at the body refinement stage could be considered prodigies within their sections. Calming his mind, Luo Xiu settled into a meditative posture atop the stone, clearing his thoughts, and instead focusing on the teachings of the stone spirit regarding dark force. He pondered the concept of indirect impact points and the mechanics of force penetrating flesh to reach deeper tissues. When would he be able to achieve such penetration to the bones and organs? How could he accomplish this feat? If someone had been present at that moment, they would have observed Luo Xiu immersed in a peculiar state, as though suspended in a void where no external stimuli existed. Before him appeared a phantom, repetitively executing punches. Luo Xiu could sense that this figure was employing dark force, and he fixed his gaze upon it, striving to discern its movements with greater clarity. At that instant, an ethereal silhouette manifested in the air, a vision of the stone spirit, who appeared somewhat astonished. Recognizing Luo Xiu's state, the stone spirit understood that he was experiencing what practitioners referred to as enlightenment. Such moments of enlightenment were exceedingly rare and invaluable for a cultivator. A single flash of insight could unravel questions that had confounded one for decades, resulting in significant advancement in their abilities. The duration of enlightenment was unpredictable, but generally, the longer it lasted, the more profound the insights gained, leading to greater enhancements in strength. Some practitioners could dwell in enlightenment for years, and upon emerging, they would find no barriers to their cultivation, often rising to become formidable figures on the continent within a mere decade. Thus, the stone spirit was surprised to witness Luo Xiu's attainment of enlightenment, yet recognized that it was crucial not to disturb him. To interrupt such a moment could lead to the loss of progress, and in severe cases, could even foster mental demons that would hinder future cultivation. And so, the days passed. 10 days later, Luo Xiu opened his eyes, still tinged with a hint of confusion. As this veil of uncertainty dissipated, a look of astonishment emerged upon his face. Luo Xiu approached a grand tree and unleashed a powerful punch. To his surprise, the tree appeared unchanged. Yet a faint smile graced Luo Xiu's lips. "You have mastered the dark energy," Shirling exclaimed excitedly, glancing at the tree beside them. Although witnessing it firsthand was astonishing, it still felt somewhat unbelievable. A mere youth, barely at the 5th level of body refinement, had comprehended such a skill in a moment of enlightenment. Should this be shared with others, few would believe it, yet here it manifested before them. Indeed, I have grasped it, though I am still somewhat unpracticed. "A few days of diligent training should suffice," Luo Xiu replied. "I never expected you to attain such enlightenment, especially in one go. You could be considered a prodigy." "A prodigy is a prodigy. Why add the term little?" Luo Xiu responded with mild irritation, though he chose not to dwell further on the matter. Instead, he found joy in the notion of enlightenment. He understood that this state allowed one to perceive martial arts and techniques with remarkable efficiency, potentially elevating one's cultivation level. Luo Xiu had not anticipated that he would experience enlightenment himself. Although it was merely the understanding of dark energy, it was a delightful surprise for him. "Yes, you have been in a state of enlightenment for 10 days now, which has caused me to watch over you without rest." "How inconsiderate," Shirling remarked with a hint of pride in her tone. Yes, my fault entirely," Luo Xiu readily acknowledged, choosing not to argue. He was grateful to Shirling for revealing the existence of dark energy. Otherwise, he would have remained unaware of its potential. "Since you recognize your fault, I shall let it go. I am off to sleep now," Shirling said, somewhat bored by Luo Xiu's swift admission of guilt. After she departed, Luo Xiu continued to familiarize himself with the use of dark energy, striving to master it before the clan competition. Chapter 14. The clan competition 3 days later. Luo Xiu emerged from the back mountain, and the entire Luo family town buzzed with excitement. The former training grounds had been transformed into a grand arena, with a massive platform erected at its center. A row of chairs adorned the main stage at the front, while spectator stands sprang up around the training grounds. Observing the decorations, Luo Xiu mused, "Indeed, tomorrow's clan competition is destined to be extraordinary. I have never witnessed such grandeur in past events." He walked past the bustling servants without engaging, knowing that all would be revealed on the morrow and finding little of interest in the present. The following day, Luo Xiu rose early, had breakfast, and made his way to the training grounds. As registration was required on the day of the competition, he was careful not to delay. "Xiao Xiu, over here," Luo Lan called out upon spotting him. Hearing the familiar voice, Luo Xiu turned to see Luo Lan clad in a brand new crimson warrior outfit. Her long hair braided elegantly and cascading down her back. She radiated a spirited demeanor, clearly having prepared for the day's competition. Luo Xiu joined her side as they registered together. It has only just come to light that the clan competition this time is not exclusively for the members of the Luo family. Rather, anyone from Luo town may participate, regardless of their surname. Additionally, rewards are now bestowed upon the top 5. Unlike in previous competitions where only the direct and collateral descendants of the Luo family were permitted to compete, with participation limited to the most honored disciples of the clan. This time, however, all individuals under the age of 18 from Luo town are eligible to join, resulting in at least a doubling of participants. Furthermore, while only the top 3 previously received accolades, the current competition recognizes 5. After registering, Luo Xiu joined Luo Lan in the audience area. The clan competition was expected to commence later in the morning, and at this moment, attendees typically engaged in conversation or took the opportunity to rest and prepare. While Luo Xiu and Luo Lan conversed, a group of figures approached from outside the martial arts arena. The head of the Luo family, Luo Xiu, rose to his feet, as did brothers Luo Minjiu and Luo Minghuang, all gazing towards the approaching entourage. "Ha ha ha, brother He, what brings you to the Luo family today?" exclaimed Luo Xiu with a hearty laugh, as if greeting a longtime friend. "Brother Luo, you are too kind. I heard about today's clan competition. How could I possibly miss it? Are you concerned that the Luo descendants might lose face?" He Jin replied, observing Luo Xiu and sensing a heightened surge of spiritual energy within him. As Luo Xiu and the head of the He family engaged in their subtle verbal sparring, Luo Lan quietly introduced the newcomers to Luo Xiu. Unfamiliar with most of them, Luo Xiu had previously been unable to cultivate and had limited interaction with that circle, knowing only a few by name. The leader of the group was He Jin, the head of the He family. Behind him stood his son, He Tian's, an 8th-level practitioner of the true essence realm, poised to become the next family head. The third individual was He Kuan, the most talented youth of the He family, known for his cunning demeanor. Following them was a young woman named He Xian, also deemed a prodigy of the He family. The slightly older figure was He Tian's eldest son, He Tan, who had also attained the 2nd level of the true essence realm, akin to Luo Xiu's brother. As Luo Xiu observed the group, he particularly noted He Kuan, whose opulent attire and subtly malicious gaze suggested a duplicitous nature. In contrast, He Tan appeared somewhat portly, yet his gentle smile evoked an inexplicable sense of amiability. Nevertheless, Luo Xiu remained wary, recognizing that a person of He Tan's lineage and cultivation level was not to be underestimated. "Brother He, since you are here, please take a seat," Luo Xiu said after a moment of discreet exchange with He Jin. "There's no rush. Today, it is not only my family that has arrived. The head of the Li family is also on his way, and he should be here shortly. Perhaps we should wait a little longer," He Jin replied, his expression revealing his dissatisfaction at the earlier exchange. "Oh, Brother Li is coming as well? Then it is indeed wise to wait," Luo Xiu responded, seemingly contemplating the situation. As Luo Xiu stood before the stage, Luo Minjiu, positioned behind him, furrowed his brow at He Jin's words. What did this imply? Was the Li family aligning themselves with the He family? If this were indeed the case, it would spell trouble for the Luo family. The Luo and He families had long been adversaries, often clashing over territorial disputes. However, due to their comparable strengths, neither side could gain the upper hand, leading to a prolonged stalemate. Although the Li family possessed lesser power compared to the Luo and He families, they were not significantly weaker. Until now, the Li family had been watching the Luo and He families weaken each other while remaining uninvolved, thus advancing at an impressive pace. Luo Minjiu silently hoped that his suspicions were unfounded. Before long, Li Senran, the head of the Li family, approached with a small entourage of about 10 individuals. Though their numbers were few, their prowess was commendable, with only 2 from the younger generation present. Brother Luo, I hope you will not take offense at my uninvited arrival. Li Senran's voice resonated even before he reached the main stage. Upon spotting Hejin, he added, "Ah, brother, he is also here. I never anticipated that our 3 families would gather today. We should certainly celebrate this occasion." "Indeed, we must celebrate," Luo Xiu responded loudly. Observing that Li Senran did not appear to be meeting with Hejin, he then invited both families to join him on the main stage. Once everyone was seated, Luo Xiu exchanged a knowing glance with Luo Minjiu, who proceeded to the competition platform. "Ladies and gentlemen, this contest is not exclusive to my Luo family. Anyone from Luo town under the age of 18 is welcome to participate. We have a total of 64 contestants registered for this competition. My family has also prepared generous rewards for the top 5 winners. The 5th prize consists of 3 mid-grade body refinement pills. The 4th prize offers 5 mid-grade body refinement pills. The 3rd prize awards 3 superior-grade body refinement pills. The 2nd prize not only includes 3 superior-grade body refinement pills, but also a finely crafted steel sword. The 1st prize grants 3 superior-grade body refinement pills along with a first-tier spiritual artifact. These rewards are exceptionally bountiful, and I hope everyone will strive to showcase their utmost abilities. Now, let us commence with the first round of the drawing for combat pairings." After delivering his speech, Luo Minjiu stepped down. Luo Xiu had yet to encounter superior-grade body refinement pills. The only ones he had procured previously from the Wanbao Pavilion were mid-grade. Pills are categorized into 4 grades based on their efficacy and toxicity. Low-grade pills typically offer only 30% efficacy and possess high toxicity, making them largely undesirable. Mid-grade pills provide 50% efficacy with reduced toxicity, boasting a higher success rate in refinement, hence their prevalence in the market. Superior-grade pills achieve 80% efficacy with minimal toxicity, yet their refinement is considerably challenging, resulting in their scarcity and higher prices. As for top-grade pills, they are exceedingly difficult to refine. Even a 3rd-tier alchemist would hesitate to guarantee success in creating a 1st-tier pill, rendering them nearly impossible to find. As Luo Xiu pondered the superior-grade body refinement pills, the family elder, Ninggu, ascended the competition stage. "Now, I will outline the rules of the contest. The 64 participants will take turns to draw number plates. The competition numbers are divided into black and white colors, inscribed with digits ranging from 1 to 32. The contestant who draws the white number 1 faces off against the contestant with the black number 1, while the contestant with the white number 2 competes against the black number 2. After the first round, 32 contestants remain, with number 1 battling number 2, number 3 against number 4, and number 31 facing number 32. The remaining 16 contestants are then reordered for further pairings. As Ninggu introduced the rules, Hejin remarked to Luo Xiu, "Your Luo family is quite generous this time, even bringing out spiritual artifacts. Aren't you afraid someone might seize them in the subsequent assessments?" Luo Xiu retorted with a smirk. "Oh, are you saying your He family is unwilling? If you possess the skill to take them, feel free to try. Do you think my Luo family would cower?" "Indeed, brother, he makes a valid point. Brother Luo is indeed generous. However, it is of little consequence. We are all acquaintances here. Would one truly attempt to seize a junior? It is not a matter worth worrying about," interjected Li Senran, who had been listening to their exchange. While Li Senran argued against the notion of seizing from juniors, it was clear that the older generation was expected to refrain from such actions. For the younger generation, however, if they managed to take something from their peers, it would simply be a testament to their own abilities. If they failed, they could only blame their inadequacies. As the banter continued on the main stage, the first round of draws had already commenced on the competition platform. After the draw, Luo Xiu glanced at his number plate, black number 6, indicating he would compete in the 6th match against white number 6. He also noticed Luo Lan's number plate, white number 24, suggesting they would not encounter each other in the initial rounds. "What number did you draw?" Luo Lan inquired of Luo Xiu. "Black 6, he replied nonchalantly. As long as he did not face Luo Lan or Luo Jun, he held no fear of the other contestants. Engaging with Luo Lan would be challenging, and with Luo Jun having reached the 8th level of body refinement, his chances of victory would be at best 40%. Thus, avoiding them was preferable. Just as Luo Xiu conversed with Luo Lan, the white 6 was drawn by none other than Zhou Hao, a sycophant of Luo Qin. Fortunately, Zhou Hao was unaware that black 6 belonged to Luo Xiu. Otherwise, he might have forfeited his participation out of fear. Despite having reached the peak of the 4th level of body refinement, the lingering trauma from being severely injured by Luo Xiu in their previous encounters still haunted him. At this moment, he preferred to avoid confrontation rather than rush into a beating. Once all contestants had received their number plates, the referee, Ninggu, stepped into the center of the arena and addressed the participants. Weapons may be used during the competition, but intentional harm resulting in serious injury to your opponent is strictly prohibited. If one party concedes, the other must cease any further attacks. Failure to comply will result in severe penalties and disqualification from the competition. Is everything clear? The responses echoed in agreement, acknowledging that such regulations would indeed prevent serious injuries. As long as one conceded, the opponent would be obliged to refrain from further strikes, making it quite suitable for an internal family competition. Chapter 15. The dull first round of competition. The first match. Please have the contestant with black number 1 and the contestant with white number 1 take the stage. The winner will advance to the next round. Contestants, remember, do not intentionally harm your opponent. Strikes should be restrained. If one concedes, they will be eliminated, and the opponent must refrain from any further attacks. Now, please take the stage, Ninggu announced, addressing the crowd before stepping back from the arena. Amidst the crowd, a tall figure rose with an air of composure, confidently striding towards the arena, exuding an aura of assuredness as if victory were all but guaranteed. It was none other than Luo Xiu, who had drawn the first number. It seemed the outcome of this initial match was already a foregone conclusion. Many voices echoed through the throng, expressing similar sentiments. In stark contrast, another figure in the crowd stood frozen, a frown etched across his face, embodying a profound sense of despair. The youth beside him, upon witnessing the Luo family's prodigy on the platform, could only offer words of consolation. Dainyu, take heart. You cannot prevail against him. The standing youth's face betrayed a flicker of inner conflict. He was merely the child of an ordinary family in Luo town, the only one in his household capable of cultivating martial arts. He aspired to hone his skills, hoping to improve the lives of his family. As fate would have it, although he had only reached the 5th level of body refinement, his efforts in hunting beasts to sell to the Luo family had indeed significantly enhanced his family's circumstances. He had hoped to secure a commendable position in this grand competition, but now found himself pitted against Luo Xiu, the foremost talent of the Luo clan. A myriad of thoughts raced through his mind, yet he resolved to step into the fray, regardless of the outcome. One must possess valor. After all, without courage, he would not have ventured to hunt beasts to elevate his family's plight. I am Dainyu Duran. I humbly request your guidance, young Master Luo, he declared, drawing forth his finely crafted steel longsword from its sheath and gesturing for Luo Xiu to assume a stance of invitation, awaiting Dainyu's assault. As the two prepared for battle, the audience erupted in a chorus of cheers and jeers. Yet it was abundantly clear that none believed Dainyu could best Luo Xiu, whose reputation as the Luo family's premier youth was resounding. And indeed, as anticipated, when Dainyu seized the moment to strike at Luo Xiu's neck with a sweeping blade, he found his efforts thwarted. Luo Xiu effortlessly deflected the blow, sending him tumbling out of the arena with a single palm strike. Thank you, young Master Luo, for your mercy, Dainyu said, disappointment flickering across his face as he was gently cast aside. However, he quickly regained his composure, expressing gratitude to Luo Xiu before retracing his steps back to the audience. There was little reason for dismay. After all, Luo Xiu was 3 levels above him and the foremost talent of the Luo family. Failing to achieve victory would have been incongruous. Subsequently, for more matches unfolded, and the disparity between the competitors remained evident, with one side succumbing before even exchanging several blows. Now, let us summon the competitors for black card number 6 and white card number 6 to the stage. I shall refrain from reiterating the rules. Let us commence, Ninggu announced as he returned to the contest platform. In the crowd, Zhou Hao strode confidently onto the stage. Having reached the pinnacle of the 4th level of body refinement, he had significantly improved since their last encounter, radiating newfound self-assurance. Black 6, step up. You cannot evade it forever, Zhou Hao called out to the audience with a grin. Meanwhile, Luo Xiu observed Zhou Hao on the stage, stifling a laugh. It seemed that a single day without sparring had inflated his ego. Clearly, he needed to be reminded of humility more often. Cheer up, Roland initially said, but fell silent upon seeing Zhou Hao take the stage. Indeed, there was little to say. Facing Zhou Hao, even with merely 20% of his strength, Luo Xiu could easily achieve victory. Thus, encouragement seems superfluous. If you are so eager for a contest, I shall indulge your wishes today, as my spirits are high, Luo Xiu remarked, standing on the contest platform, gazing at the visibly apprehensive Zhou Hao. Upon seeing Luo Xiu ascend the stage, Zhou Hao lost all his earlier bravado. Almost kneeling in a plea for mercy, his legs trembling and his mouth quivering, at a loss for words, Luo Xiu paid no heed to Zhou Hao's plight, and, without hesitation, delivered a kick to Zhou Hao's chest. In an instant, Zhou Hao was propelled off the contest platform, spitting out blood before losing consciousness. Luo Xiu had not exerted great force. It was merely Zhou Hao's own pent-up frustration that caused him to cough up blood, succumbing to humiliation and fainting. Zhou Hao's ire was not directed at Luo Xiu, nor did he dare to confront him. Instead, he was exasperated with his own misfortune, lamenting his ill fate for drawing such a formidable opponent. This marked the third time he had been thoroughly defeated in a single move, and he was the one left injured each time. After vanquishing Zhou Hao, Luo Xiu departed the contest platform, his heart tranquil and unperturbed. From the outset, he had never regarded Zhou Hao as a rival. His strength was far too inferior, and he was merely a sycophant under Luo Qin's command, lacking the standing to compare with him. Returning to the spectator area, Luo Xiu joined Roland in observing the ongoing contests. Occasionally, a standout performer would emerge, such as a youth named Qian Guan, who, despite being at the 6th level of body refinement, displayed prowess that rivaled even those at the 7th level. Particularly impressive was his mastery of the Crimson Flame Palm, executed with remarkable familiarity and ease. This technique was presumably learned from the Luo family's martial arts pavilion, which permitted certain outsiders to select martial arts techniques, albeit only access to the 2nd level. The Luo family's allowance for outsiders was merely a strategy to bolster the strength of Luo Town, as greater strength allowed for the hunting of more demonic beasts, thus securing more cultivation resources. For a practitioner, the most crucial elements for cultivation are wealth, techniques, companions, and environment, with wealth being paramount. Without money, there are no elixirs, weapons, and the pace of cultivation slows, leaving one to watch as others surpass them, potentially leading to fatal consequences. Thus, many cultivators find themselves either on the path to spend money or to earn it. After observing a dozen contests, it finally came time for Roland to compete. Her opponent was a youth named Wang Gui, who, judging by his attire, came from a respectable background and possessed peak cultivation at the 5th level of body refinement. However, the outcome seemed destined for Roland's victory. As expected, after exchanging blows for a dozen rounds, Roland landed a punch to Wang Gui's back, sending him crashing to the ground in submission. With a courteous clasp of her fists, Roland exited the stage and resumed her chatter beside Luo Xiu about the ongoing contests. As the first round of contests neared its conclusion, aside from Luo Mingdu, a branch disciple of the Luo family, whose match appeared somewhat evenly matched, the rest were predominantly one-sided affairs, offering little of interest for spectators, due to the inevitable presence of individuals concealing their true capabilities, much like Luo Xiu, who exerted no effort yet watched his opponent succumb. He believed he was not alone in this regard. Beside him, Sister Roland also displayed little of her strength. Soon, the initial round of 32 matches concluded, and none of the 3 families seated at the main platform seemed to pay attention to the proceedings, perhaps aware that the real contest had yet to commence. With the first round completed, the victors were instructed to prepare for the second round, where Contestant 1 would face Contestant 2, Contestant 3 would battle Contestant 4, and Contestant 31 would contend against Contestant 32. With clarity on the competition rules, the second round commenced, and each participant advancing would be rewarded with a mid-grade body refining pill, a prize worth 100 gold coins, rare even in Luo Family Town, available only in Yamyu City. This reward was immensely valuable to practitioners outside the Luo family, and even the scions of the family found it enticing. Upon hearing of the existence of a superior body refining pill, Luo Xiu's interest in the mid-grade variant waned. However, to acquire the superior pill, victory in this second round was imperative, and he was confident in his ability to triumph. As if sensing something, he turned his gaze into the distance, locking eyes with Luo Qin, a slight smile gracing his lips. In the distance, Luo Qin felt a surge of unexplainable anger at Luo Xiu's smile. Luo Qin's opponent for the second round was none other than Luo Xiu. Had it not been for Luo Jin's timely intervention previously, Luo Xiu would likely still be bedridden, unable to compete, let alone face him. Indeed, if Luo Jin had not arrived just in time to deflect Luo Xi's final strike, Luo Xiu would have faced severe injuries, missing this clan competition altogether. Thus, upon learning of this, Luo Xiu had expressed his gratitude to Luo Jin, while simultaneously harboring resentment towards the Luo Qin and Luo Xi brothers. Luo Xi remained beyond his reach for retribution at present, but Luo Qin would not escape unscathed. During the upcoming matches, Luo Xiu intended to ensure that Luo Qin would truly understand the meaning of regret. As Ninggu departed the arena, Luo Jun, designated as Contestant 1, ascended the stage. However, his opponent forfeited before even stepping onto the platform, granting Luo Jun an unopposed victory in the second round. Following another bout, it was finally time for Luo Qin and Luo Xiu to take the stage. Yet, before they even entered the arena, a palpable tension filled the air. The the scent of gunpowder unmistakable. The spectators sensed the animosity brewing between the two, anticipating an engaging confrontation. "Little Xiu, give it your all. Bring that arrogant brat to his knees. Make him beg for mercy, and let him witness your prowess," Sister Roland urged, her gaze fixed disapprovingly on Luo Xiu, clearly sharing in the disdain for him. "Rest assured, Sister Roland, this time, I will make him kneel and plead for mercy. I have not forgotten how he treated me before. I will reclaim what is due, including a bit of interest from his brother," Luo Xiu replied. Roland's thoughts drifted to Luo Xiu, a flicker of concern igniting within her. "Previously, I heard my elder brother mention that Luo Xiu seems to be on the brink of entering the true essence realm, which stands in stark contrast to the body refinement realm. In the body refinement realm, one can only rely on physical strength in combat, whereas in the true essence realm, one is able to wield spiritual energy, significantly enhancing the power of one's martial skills. Thus, Luo Lan harbored concerns that Luo Xiu might seek vengeance against Luo Xiu, which would likely result in Luo Xiu sustaining injuries. While Luo Lan was preoccupied with the thought of Luo Xiu avenging himself on Luo Xiu, Luo Xiu had already ascended to the competition stage. Observing the still arrogant Luo Xiu before him, he could not help but chuckle inwardly. Chapter 16. Tormenting Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu gazed at Luo Xiu, seemingly sensing the mockery within his heart, and his face flushed with rage as he barked. "What are you laughing at, you worthless fool?" "Ha, worthless? Soon you shall discover who the true fool is," Luo Xiu retorted. "What's the matter? Are you regretting not having your brother incapacitate me earlier? Alas, you shan't have that opportunity. Perhaps it will be I who incapacitates you first. Do you think your brother will come to your aid then?" Luo Xiu looked at Luo Xiu, whose face had turned crimson with fury, and smiled. "You," Luo Xiu shouted, pointing angrily at Luo Xiu. "Me? You mean T-point? I am right here. If you have the capability, then come at me. I will not shy away," Luo Xiu replied, beckoning with his fingers. Seeing this, Luo Xiu launched a palm strike at Luo Xiu. However, Luo Xiu sidestepped the blow gracefully, avoiding a direct confrontation and continuing to smirk at Luo Xiu. After dodging Luo Xiu's attack, Luo Xiu's persistent grin seemed to mock Luo Xiu's ineptitude, igniting further rage within him. Luo Xiu, consumed by anger, unleashed one palm strike after another towards Luo Xiu, who continued to evade his blows effortlessly. After delivering over 10 strikes, Luo Xiu finally recognized that Luo Xiu was merely toying with him. He halted and exclaimed, "Didn't you say you wouldn't dodge? Why are you scurrying about like a dog? Huh? Did you actually believe me when I said I wouldn't dodge? We are adversaries now. Did you think I would speak the truth? Have you forgotten your wits in the pigsty?" Luo Xiu quipped, adopting a stance as if preparing to strike. Noticing that Luo Xiu seemed genuinely prepared to stand his ground, Luo Xiu hastily aimed a palm at Luo Xiu's chest, employing the fire cloud palm technique, anticipating that Luo Xiu would take the blow. However, to his astonishment, Luo Xiu once again evaded the strike, having no intention of absorbing the hit. His previous actions had merely been a ruse. "Ha! You actually believed I wouldn't dodge. It appears you are not merely absent-minded, but utterly devoid of sense." Luo Xiu laughed heartily at Luo Xiu's flustered expression. His laughter rang out so loudly that it echoed throughout the arena, provoking waves of laughter from the audience. This person is utterly foolish, unable to discern such an obvious deception. It seems he truly lacks intelligence. I wonder how he managed to cultivate to the 6th level of body refinement. Surely, he wasn't using drugs, was he? I find that quite plausible. They say elixirs can be toxic. Perhaps he has been poisoned to the point of losing his mind. Be careful with such remarks. You might offend an alchemist and find yourself in dire straits. In an instant, a man with a lecherous gaze hastily lowered his head, his eyes darting about as if the one who had just condemned him was not himself. Luo Xiu, already irate from Luo Xiu's words, was further incensed by the cold remarks echoing around him. In a fit of rage, he expelled a mouthful of blood, his face contorted in fury as he declared, "I shall end your miserable existence." With that, he charged towards Luo Xiu. Observing that Luo Xiu had nearly lost his sanity, Luo Xiu met him with a decisive punch. The impact resonated with a loud thud, causing both to stagger back a few steps. Without a moment's pause, Luo Xiu lunged forward once more. Luo Xiu retaliated, their fists clashing in a fierce exchange. Before long, they had engaged in a relentless bout, trading blows for dozens of rounds. At this juncture, Luo Xiu's arms began to tremble, droplets of blood trickling from his palms onto the stage. In contrast, although Luo Xiu's fists were also stained with blood, it was solely Luo Xiu's, and the pain was but a mere trifle for one of his cultivation level. Luo Xiu, eyeing the composed Luo Xiu across from him, exclaimed with disdain, "How can your physique possibly surpass mine? This is absurd. I am a 6th-level body refinement practitioner, while your cultivation is clearly inferior to mine. Were it not for the blood pool refinement, Luo Xiu's physical prowess might not have surpassed Luo Qin's significantly. However, after undergoing the blood pool refinement twice, Luo Xiu had transcended ordinary standards. His physical strength was now comparable to that of beasts of the same rank, rendering the 6th-level Luo Qin utterly incapable of comparison. How can this be impossible? Is it not glaringly evident? Perhaps your intellect is lacking, and so too is your vision. But fret not. Even if your eyes fail you, I shan't hold it against you. After all, having lost your wits and now your sight, you are quite pitiable. I feel almost embarrassed to chastise you, Luo Xiu taunted, observing Luo Qin's incredulous expression with a sense of satisfaction. Recalling the years of torment he suffered at the hands of Luo Qin in his youth, and how Luo Qin nearly led him to his demise at the jaws of a silverback beast, Luo Xiu's heart brimmed with resentment. Yet, being of the same family, he refrained from delivering a lethal blow. A mere lesson would suffice, for to take a life, even justly, would only lead to further complications. This was precisely why he chose to toy with Luo Qin, rather than decisively defeat him. Had Luo Xiu wished to win this contest, a mere 3 strikes would have been sufficient to vanquish Luo Qin. At present, Luo Xiu was merely exacting revenge, seeking to strip Luo Qin of his dignity. Should Luo Qin recognize the futility of his provocations and cease to antagonize him, there would be no need for Luo Xiu to persist in their conflict. Witnessing Luo Xiu's mocking demeanor, Luo Qin felt acutely the humiliation of this contest, fearing that he would never again hold his head high in Luo Xiu's presence. He regretted not having incapacitated Luo Xiu when he was still weak, and cursed the interference of Luo Qin during their last encounter, which had led to this disgrace. Now, not only did Luo Qin harbor resentment towards Luo Xiu for his humiliation, but he also directed his ire towards Luo Qin, who had once rescued Luo Xiu, and even felt a twinge of resentment towards his own brother, Luo Shi, who had once assisted him. Had Luo Shi exerted his full strength from the very beginning, Luo Xiu would have had no opportunity for resistance, and the situation would not have unfolded as it has. Observing Luo Qin's ever-shifting expressions, Luo Xiu shook his head. Although he could not fathom the thoughts swirling within Luo Qin's mind at that moment, the myriad of expressions likely betrayed a profound resentment. Yet, Luo Xiu felt no inclination to concern himself with Luo Qin's grievances. After all, he was unafraid. Having triumphed today, the chasm between them would only widen in the future, rendering any thoughts of vengeance on Luo Qin's part nearly impossible. Luo Xiu harbored no interest in such an arrogant and spoiled scion. Had Luo Qin not approached him with malice, he might not have cast even a glance in his direction. Ha ha ha. It is far too early for you to revel in joy. Do not presume that you can triumph over me. How could a wretch like you ever hope to win? With that, and under the guise of wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he discreetly produced a pill and swallowed it. Though this maneuver escaped the notice of the others, it was impossible to deceive Luo Xiu, who stood in close proximity. The moment he saw Luo Qin retrieve the pill, a sense of foreboding washed over him. While he could not ascertain the nature of the pill, he surmised it was likely one that would temporarily enhance his strength. In a flash, Luo Xiu closed the distance, launching a punch towards Luo Qin's chest. Crushing mountain fist, shattering cloud palm. As Luo Xiu attacked, Luo Qin revealed a cruel smile, countering with a palm strike. This was the shattering cloud palm, a technique he had recently mastered under the tutelage of his elder brother, Luo Shi. After a brief period of practice, Luo Qin had achieved a degree of proficiency. With a thunderous crash, Luo Xiu was sent flying, crashing to the ground, his fist trembling slightly. You dare to use the little mad demon pill? Luo Xiu exclaimed, his voice sharp as he regarded the nearly unconscious Luo Qin. Are you not afraid of becoming a fool? Luo Xiu was taken aback by Luo Qin's audacity to consume the little mad demon pill. He was well aware that practitioners often resorted to this pill when cornered. It would thrust them into a frenzied state, significantly enhancing their power, albeit at a grave cost. The aftermath often entailed a period of weakness lasting nearly 6 months, during which they could not fight, and the strain could even damage the brain, resulting in mental impairment. However, Luo Xiu had little time to ponder these consequences, for Luo Qin charged at him once more. Fiery cloud palm. Shattering cloud palm. Luo Qin unleashed a barrage of strikes, some of which Luo Xiu managed to deflect, while others landed painfully upon him. In the audience, witnessing Luo Xiu being relentlessly subdued by Luo Qin, Roland's heart sank, and she stood up, her hand gripping her clothing tightly. A collective gasp arose from the crowd. Moments ago, Luo Xiu had held a commanding advantage, yet the tide had turned dramatically. Luo Qin appeared transformed, his physical strength markedly enhanced as he dominated Luo Xiu, who was now entirely on the defensive. Nearby, the host and referee, Ninggu, furrowed his brows, sensing that something was amiss with Luo Qin's current state. However, the distance made it difficult to ascertain the specifics as he intently observed the frenzied Luo Qin, hoping to discern any anomalies. As Luo Xiu gazed upon the maddened Luo Qin, he finally ceased to conceal his true strength. As he came to a halt, he delivered a powerful punch that struck Luo Qin's palm, causing him to stagger backward. Following this, another blow landed squarely on Luo Qin's chest, gathering force beneath his feet. He swiftly pursued the retreating Luo Qin, unleashing a flurry of punches. The pain radiating from his own fists made Luo Xiu acutely aware of the intensity of the blows. While Luo Qin, having been knocked down, rolled several times before finally coming to a stop. Observing Luo Qin's struggle to rise, Luo Xiu quickly closed the distance, taking 2 strides to reach his side, and then delivered a kick to Luo Qin's abdomen. The force of the kick sent Luo Qin flying off the competition stage like a boiled shrimp. "You beast! How dare you strike with such ferocity? Do you have no regard for the rules of the competition? Do you not respect the Luo family?" A thunderous voice erupted from the main stage, demanding intervention against Luo Xiu. The voice belonged to Luo Qin's father, Luo Minghuang, the 3rd son of the Luo family. While those on the main stage regarded the match as mere child's play, Luo Minghuang felt compelled to observe his son's bout. However, upon witnessing the fight, his expression darkened, and he seethed with fury at his nephew, Luo Xiu. Just as he thought his son had gained the upper hand, he was astounded to see Luo Qin sent tumbling off the stage by a single kick from Luo Xiu. Chapter 17. The Top 8. As Luo Minghuang spoke, he raised his hand to strike Luo Xiu. The latter, seeing the lightning-fast hand approaching, had no time to evade and could only brace himself with crossed arms, preparing to endure the blow. A sound echoed, akin to a slap against a robe, but surprisingly, the anticipated strike did not land on him. Before him stood a man clad in a long robe, blocking the impending blow. "Third brother, you have crossed the line." The speaker was none other than Luo Xiu's uncle, Luo Minjiu, the next head of the Luo family. "Eldest brother, you saw it as well. The rules of the match clearly state that heavy strikes are prohibited. Yet this little beast dared to act so recklessly. If we do not discipline him severely, he will grow increasingly unrestrained," Luo Minghuang retorted, his voice laced with indignation despite the hint of trepidation he felt in the presence of his elder brother. Luo Minjiu's expression soured at these words. Rules are rules. If everyone disregards them, where would the dignity of the Luo family lie? His discontent deepened, especially considering that a senior should not lay hands on a junior, particularly since his younger brother had only this one son. Luo Xiu, sensing his uncle's dissatisfaction, hastily interjected, "Uncle, it is not that I struck with malice, rather. Luo Qin consumed a minor frenzy pill during the match and has fallen into a frenzied state, compelling me to respond as I did." Luo Minjiu's gaze shifted to the fallen Luo Qin, his expression growing grave. He fixed a piercing stare at Luo Minghuang and inquired, "Do you have anything further to say? If not, once Luo Qin regains consciousness, he shall go to the clan hall to receive his punishment." With that, Luo Minjiu departed from the competition stage and returned to the main platform. Luo Xiu followed suit, rejoining the audience, leaving behind a bewildered Luo Minghuang as he lifted Luo Qin and exited the martial arts arena. At this moment, Ninggu also approached the competition stage to continue overseeing the remaining matches, determined to prevent any similar incidents from occurring again. "Are you all right? You nearly scared me." "Thank goodness you won," Luo Lan said to Luo Xiu, her face etched with concern. "It is of no concern. Although somewhat unexpected, overall, it is quite satisfactory. As long as one possesses adequate strength in this round, success is virtually assured. Sister Roland, you naturally have nothing to worry about." Luo Xiu, sensing Roland's apprehension regarding the upcoming trials, offered words of comfort. "I certainly have no issues. That goes without saying," Roland huffed in response. "How ungrateful to worry about you for nothing." Observing a hint of anger in Roland, Luo Xiu refrained from further conversation, attributing her demeanor to a minor irritation. He seated himself nearby, focusing on recuperating from his injuries, for several more contests awaited, and he needed to restore his physical condition swiftly. Seeing Luo Xiu meditating quietly, Roland thought to herself, though she refrained from disturbing him, instead concentrating intently on the ongoing competition. Roland, inherently passionate about martial arts, recognized the importance of understanding future opponents. The more knowledge she acquired, the better prepared she would be to devise strategies, thereby enhancing her chances of victory. The second round concluded rapidly, as participants grew increasingly cautious. Upon realizing their impending defeat, many voluntarily conceded, significantly reducing the duration of the trials, with few opting to fight desperately. 16 individuals emerged victorious, each to receive a mid-grade body refinement pill, though distribution would only occur after the completion of all contests. There were no complaints among the crowd. After all, the reputation of the Luo family in Luo Family Town was widely respected. The third round commenced, with successful participants from the second round taking the stage to draw lots. The numbers ranged from 1 to 16, with the individual drawing number 1 facing the one who drew number 16, and so forth, until 8 contenders were determined to compete for the top 5 positions. If you understand the rules, let us begin. Best of luck to you all, Ninggu said before stepping to the side of the competition platform, remaining present. With his cultivation at the 7th level of the true essence realm, he was confident in his ability to respond swiftly to any unexpected occurrences. Luo Xiu drew the number 1, facing an opponent named Wu Kaiwen, who was at the 6th level of body refinement. Luo Xiu had observed Wu Kaiwen's previous matches and noted that his strength was likely comparable to that of Luo Qin. Thus, he did not regard him with excessive concern. Come on, Luo Xiu said, looking at Wu Kaiwen. I would surely be no match for young Master Luo without a weapon, hence I shall choose to use one this time. If you possess a weapon, I suggest you draw it promptly, so we can engage in a fair contest, Wu Kaiwen stated while unsheathing a fine steel longsword. Luo Xiu felt no need for a weapon. It was not that he underestimated Wu Kaiwen, but rather that his Yinyang blood copper rod was too cumbersome and would exhaust his stamina, especially with several more matches ahead. He was reluctant to expend excessive energy in this bout. Noticing Luo Xiu's decision to forego a weapon, Wu Kaiwen did not take it as a slight. Acknowledging that Luo Xiu's prowess evidently surpassed his own, yet he still felt a twinge of irritation. Thus, he launched an immediate attack, employing a martial technique as he thrust the longsword forward. Clear wind thrust. Luo Xiu saw the sword rushing toward him and swiftly retreated, leveraging his left foot to propel himself to the right. Wu Kaiwen, realizing his initial strike had failed, swiftly altered his approach, aiming a slash at Luo Xiu's neck. In that moment, Luo Xiu, caught in midair and unable to evade, decisively struck Wu Kaiwen's wrist with a powerful kick, effectively neutralizing the attack. Wu Kaiwen felt the searing pain in his wrist, realizing that the force behind the kick far surpassed that of a typical 5th-level body refinement practitioner. Undeterred, Wu Kaiwen launched another assault with his longsword, executing the clear wind slash, which was evidently swifter than before. Luo Xiu, unwilling to prolong the confrontation given his previous injuries sustained in combat against the frenzied Luo Qin, resolved to bring the bout to a swift conclusion. With this in mind, Luo Xiu ceased his evasive maneuvers. Instead of retreating from the descending sword, he advanced boldly, leaning forward and delivering a punch directly to Wu Kaiwen's chest. The impact sent Wu Kaiwen staggering back several steps, yet Luo Xiu did not relent. He pressed forward and landed another blow to Wu Kaiwen's abdomen. This strike knocked the retreating Wu Kaiwen to the ground, his longsword slipping from his grasp and clattering to the floor. Yield, Luo Xiu declared, observing the blood trickling from the corner of Wu Kaiwen's mouth as he lay on the ground. Wu Kaiwen, clutching his abdomen with one hand while wiping the blood from his lips with the other, lifted his gaze to Luo Xiu, his eyes betraying a flicker of unwillingness. He had not anticipated such a swift defeat. He had envisioned a more balanced contest, at least lasting several rounds, but to his dismay, it had concluded in mere moments. Despite his reluctance, Wu Kaiwen recognized the disparity in their strengths and had no further retorts. I concede, he admitted, resigning himself to the outcome. Luo Xiu descended from the arena, feeling no need for further discourse, as he had emerged victorious. He awaited the next match, for his ambitions extended beyond this singular triumph. He had become the first to secure a place among the top 8. Now only needing to wait for the remaining 7 contenders to emerge victorious before the pursuit of the top 4 could commence. Not bad at all. It seems you've made considerable progress lately. Could you enlighten me on your training methods? You're nearly catching up to me, remarked Roland as she approached Luo Xiu, giving him a friendly pat on the shoulder. Luo Xiu was at a loss for words. After all, his methods were not easily replicable by others. Did anyone else possess a legacy stone? Did they have access to the blood pool for body refinement? Did they experience epiphanies? Moreover, he silently mused that he was already stronger than her. Naturally, such thoughts remained unspoken. Voicing them would undoubtedly invite retribution. Your silence is no concern. I, too, shall grow stronger, Roland replied with a cheerful laugh, unperturbed by his reticence. Luo Xiu had no reason to doubt her resolve, despite her average talent. Her dedication and diligence in martial arts far surpassed that of others. Time was all she needed. After their conversation, Roland continued to discuss the battles unfolding in the arena. During this round, Luo Xiu also took note of a formidable contender named Chen Dong, who, with just 3 punches, had effortlessly defeated Luo Xiaohan, a 6th-level body refinement practitioner from the Luo family's collateral line, all without employing any martial techniques. The contest astounded many present. For Luo Xiaohan was a figure of some repute within the Luo family's collateral line. No one expected his swift defeat, rendered utterly defenseless. Moreover, Chen Dong's cultivation clearly indicated he had already attained the 7th level of the body refinement realm, which surprised Luo Xiu, as he had previously been unaware of Chen Dong's considerable prowess. While Chen Dong's emergence provided an unexpected delight, the competition continued unabated. Go, Sister Lauren. At last, it was Lauren's turn, marking the final contest of the event, after which the top 8 would be determined. Lauren's opponent was a pinnacle 6th-level body refinement practitioner named Zhou Minjiu, the son of a steward within the Luo family. Among the younger generation of the Luo clan, he ranked quite high in strength. Ultimately, after an intense skirmish, Zhou Minjiu, finding himself at a disadvantage, promptly conceded defeat. Consequently, the 8 contenders for the next round were finalized: Luo Xiu, Luo Jun, Lauren, Luo Yu, Luo Mingdu, Chen Dong, Qian Guan, and Yu Mingyuan. Among them, 4 hailed from the direct line of the Luo family, 1 from the collateral line named Luo Mingdu, and 3 were outsiders: Chen Dong, Qian Guan, and Yu Mingyuan. Chen Dong boasted the highest cultivation at the pinnacle of the 7th level, followed by Yu Mingyuan at the same level, and Qian Guan at the 6th level. Notably, among the 8, Luo Xiu had the lowest cultivation at the 5th level, while Luo Jun held the highest at the 8th level. Should Luo Xiu acquire the superior body refinement pill, he was confident he could ascend to the 6th level, thus he was determined to obtain it. Congratulations on reaching the top 8. Subsequently, you will each draw lots to determine your opponents, competing for the top 4 positions, while the remaining 4 will vie for supremacy. Once the top 4 are established, they will be eligible to challenge the 4th place, and if victorious, they may proceed to challenge the 3rd, continuing until they reach the 1st. Of course, one may also choose to forfeit, at your discretion. Ninggu addressed the 8 contenders. Chapter 18. Lauren vs. Luo Yu. Upon concluding his remarks, Ninggu produced a box containing only 8 numbered tokens. The participants drew their numbers in turn. Once everyone held a token, Ninggu surveyed the group and announced, "Those with tokens 1 and 8, please remain. The rest may exit." Luo Xiu glanced at the large number 3 inscribed on his token and offered an encouraging gesture to his sister Lauren before stepping down from the stage. Only Lauren and Luo Yu remained on the contest platform, which was surprising given that only 2 women had made it into the top 8, and they were precisely numbers 1 and 8. The competition for the final 4 had already ignited the audience's enthusiasm. After all, compared to 2 men, spectators clearly preferred to witness a duel between beautiful women, especially when the 2 were strikingly distinct in their styles. Lauren donned a crimson warrior's attire, her long braid tied behind her head, wielding a sword that gave her the aura of a heroic maiden. In contrast, Luo Yu, true to her name, was clad in a form-fitting white warrior's uniform. Still youthful, her form had yet to fully develop, yet she exuded a delicate grace from afar. As I gazed upon the 2 sword-wielding maidens standing on the stage, a fervent wave of cheers erupted from the crowd, noticeably more enthusiastic than before. However, upon closer inspection, it became evident that the supporters of Luo Yu outnumbered those of Luo Lan, not necessarily indicating that Luo Yu possessed superior skills, but rather that Luo Lan spent more time honing her craft in the training grounds, resulting in fewer acquaintances. Furthermore, Luo Yu's delicate demeanor seemed to evoke a stronger sense of protective instinct among the male spectators. The younger generations of the He and Li families, seated at the main stage, displayed a heightened interest in the ongoing contest, their attention fully captivated, for this was truly a gathering of champions. "Luo Lan, please," Luo Yu said, her sword poised as she regarded her opponent. "Come forth, Luo Yu. It is said your talent ranks just below that of Luo Jun within the Luo family. Let me witness your true strength," Luo Lan replied, unabashedly. Luo Lan did not harbor any ill feelings toward Luo Yu, and their interactions had been minimal. One was an unrestrained warrior devoted to martial arts, while the other appeared cold and aloof. Their contrasting personalities rendered their lack of camaraderie unsurprising. Below the stage, Luo Jun twitched at Luo Lan's words. Yet there was little he could do. The 2 had sparred before, with Luo Lan suffering defeat each time, only to issue another challenge days later. Consequently, Luo Jun often opted to keep his distance whenever Luo Lan was around, not out of fear of defeat, but to avoid an endless cycle of combat. This very situation fostered a sense of dissatisfaction within Luo Lan, not born of hatred, but rather a vexation at Luo Jun's avoidance of direct confrontation. Thus, each time she encountered him, she would deliberately speak of that kid, purely to provoke him. As the match commenced, Luo Lan and Luo Yu engaged in combat. Both wielded swords, and their techniques mirrored one another, having trained with the same martial arts drawn from the family's martial arts pavilion. Their familiarity with each other's styles meant that the contest hinged on their mastery and comprehension of the techniques. On stage, seizing the opportune moment, Luo Lan lunged at Luo Yu's neck with a diagonal strike. Luo Yu, perceiving the incoming blade, deftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the attack. In her evasive maneuver, she transformed her strike, aiming for Luo Lan's left arm. Luo Lan parried the blow with her sword and swiftly retreated. Despite exchanging dozens of blows, neither could gain the upper hand. Luo Lan, unleash your true strength, or you may find yourself defeated, Luo Yu remarked, observing Luo Lan's flushed complexion. Although the two were evenly matched, Luo Lan's offensive strategy contrasted with Luo Yu's predominantly defensive stance, leading to a noticeable disparity in stamina. Luo Lan's face was flushed, beads of sweat forming on her brow, and her breath grew labored. In stark contrast, Luo Yu appeared considerably composed, her breathing steady. Realizing this, Luo Lan decided against prolonging the match in such a manner. She took a moment to steady her breath and prepared to employ the recently mastered technique of the Flaming Moon swordsmanship. Although I have only mastered the first technique, the fiery assault, and am not yet proficient, I have noticeably experienced a significant decline in my stamina. If this continues, I fear that the only one who will ultimately face defeat is myself. Luo Yu observed that Luo Lan had yet to launch an attack, seemingly preparing something in the shadows, and thus became increasingly cautious, ready to unleash her most powerful strike to decisively conclude this contest. The fiery assault was unleashed as Luo Lan gathered her energy and struck at Luo Yu. Upon witnessing this attack, Luo Yu recognized it as Luo Lan's final resort. Recalling how she had seen Luo Lan practicing this martial skill in the training ground, aware that it was the Flame Moon sword technique. The purple flame sword art was likewise summoned by Luo Yu as she countered, resulting in a clash of a crimson sword radiance against a violet glow. With a thunderous crash, Luo Lan was propelled backward, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of her mouth. Gazing at Luo Yu, who stood resolute with her sword, a flicker of disappointment crossed Luo Lan's eyes as she remarked, "Indeed, you are the second prodigy of the Luo family. This time, I concede my defeat. Next time, I shall return once I have mastered the sword technique." "Thank you, Sister Luo Lan. I look forward to our next encounter," Luo Yu replied, her expression devoid of arrogance. Even her tone of gratitude icy, though her smile conveyed a hint of sincerity. Luo Lan sheathed her sword and approached, acknowledging her own injuries, though not immediately visible. The final exchange had clearly seen both parties exert their utmost, and in the struggle of two tigers, one must inevitably be wounded. Seeing Luo Lan approach, Luo Xiu hurriedly grasped her arm, producing the recovery pill that his elder brother, Luo Jin, had given him previously. Once Luo Lan was seated, he placed the pill in her hand. "Take the recovery pill first and heal as swiftly as possible. Delay may lead to lingering repercussions," he advised. External injuries can be treated in time, leaving merely scars, but untreated internal injuries can adversely affect your future cultivation. Luo Lan regarded the pill in her hand, a pang of familiarity washing over her. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was indeed the same one Luo Xiu had received from his brother when he was gravely injured. "Did you not use this last time?" Luo Lan inquired, puzzled. At that moment, Luo Xiu recalled his oversight, having been so preoccupied with the urgency of healing that he had neglected to mention this detail. What would he say if Luo Lan queried how he had recovered? He berated himself silently for his foolishness. In light of the situation, Luo Xiu decided to navigate this challenge with discretion. Masking the truth, "I had merely purchased another to return to my brother, but before I could do so, I utilized it for you. Luckily, I had not returned it yet. Otherwise, you would have been left to fend for yourself. Who said you needed to return it?" "I never demanded that," Luo Lan replied, though a note of skepticism lingered in her voice. She did not press further, swallowing the pill and commencing the process of refining it to mend her internal injuries. "Phew. I'm relieved she didn't inquire further. Otherwise, I would have had to continue fabricating stories. Deceit is truly a wretched endeavor, a sin indeed." After a brief wait, the second match concluded. Shundong effortlessly triumphed over Luo Mingdu, who was of a lower cultivation level, once again showcasing his formidable prowess. In the third match, it was Luo Xiu's turn to step onto the stage, facing off against Qian Guan, who was an adept at the 6th level of body refinement, thus possessing a slightly higher realm than Luo Xiu. However, for Luo Xiu, realm was not the sole measure of strength. despite being merely at the 5th level. He believed that even most at the 7th level might struggle to best him. "Come, strike," Luo Xiu called to Qianguan, who nodded and launched a punch. Given the proximity of their positions, Qianguan's fist reached Luo Xiu in an instant. At this point, evasion was no longer an option. Thus, Luo Xiu retaliated with a punch directed at Qianguan's fist. The impact caused both of them to stagger backward. Luo Xiu felt a slight pain in his fist. Though they were both at the 6th level of body refinement, Qianguan's prowess was evidently superior. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Luo Xiu set aside any underestimation and aimed a punch at Qianguan's chest, exerting 6/10 of his strength. Clearly, this exchange was still a matter of probing, as neither party had yet reached a decisive moment. After exchanging a dozen tentative blows, Luo Xiu gradually discerned Qianguan's strength and decided to cease further probing. With a technique named Mountain Crumble Fist, Luo Xiu's fist met Qianguan's palm, propelling Qianguan backward by several steps before he could regain his footing. Blood seeped from Qianguan's palm, and his arm trembled slightly. He was astonished by Luo Xiu's formidable power. It felt as though his arm might shatter from the force. Observing Luo Xiu's spirited demeanor, Qianguan realized victory was beyond his grasp, and he was taken aback by the emergence of such a talent from the Luo family. This combat prowess likely rivaled that of Luo Jun, the Luo family's top prodigy, despite Luo Xiu being merely at the 5th level of body refinement. If he were to ascend to the 6th or 7th levels, it would be unlikely for anyone present to withstand him. As Luo Xiu approached, seemingly intent on continuing the fight, Qianguan hastily declared, "I concede." Reluctant to continue battling, Qianguan wished to preserve his strength for the contest for 5th place. Knowing he was unlikely to win, Luo Xiu was momentarily taken aback. He had intended to inflict further damage on Qianguan to weaken his combat effectiveness. Should his sister Roland face this opponent later on? Although he could not be certain that Roland would indeed encounter Qianguan, it was a possibility he considered. However, with Qianguan's unexpected concession, Luo Xiu found himself unable to strike further and, after a glance at Qianguan, stepped down from the arena. In Chapter 19, the confrontation with Chun Dong unfolded. Only Luo Jun and Yu Mingyuan remained among the 8 competitors. It was evident to all present that Yu Mingyuan stood no chance against Luo Jun, a fact that Yu Mingyuan himself likely acknowledged. Nevertheless, he chose to fight, motivated solely by a desire to ascertain the capabilities of the Luo family's foremost prodigy. Within mere exchanges, Yu Mingyuan succumbed, spitting out a mouthful of blood, a consequence of Luo Jun holding back. Otherwise, he would have sustained grave injuries. The final 4 had been determined, leaving the task of ranking the 5th position and the top 4 competitors. Among the 4 individuals who have made it to the semifinals, the audience has a rather clear ranking in their minds. At the forefront is naturally the prodigious talent of the Luo family, Luo Jun. Following him is Chun Dong, who has traversed the competition with remarkable ease, hardly encountering any resistance. In 3rd place, one might consider Luo Xiu, though some believe that Luo Yu is not inferior to him. The judge, Ning Gu, has made his determination evident, as the next match will see Luo Jun face off against Luo Yu, while Luo Xiu will contend with Chun Dong. The pairing of Luo Yu against Luo Jun does not stem from an expectation that Luo Yu could triumph over Luo Jun, but rather a belief that Luo Yu is unlikely to surpass either Chun Dong or Luo Xiu. Thus, the loser between Luo Xiu and Chun Dong will determine the allocation of the 3rd and 4th places. Luo Xiu has no objections to this arrangement, as he too believes that Luo Yu is not his match. However, Chun Dong presents himself as a formidable opponent. From previous encounters, it is evident that Chun Dong possesses considerable combat experience and excels at exploiting any weaknesses displayed by his adversaries to secure quick victories. Luo Xiu acknowledges that Chun Dong's strength may surpass his own, yet it is precisely such battles that allow for personal growth and the fortification of one's abilities. In the first match, Luo Yu promptly conceded defeat. The two had faced each other on multiple occasions, rendering this contest somewhat unnecessary as the outcome was already predetermined. If they were to engage in sparring, it would not be prudent at this juncture, especially since Luo Yu had another match looming ahead, making it unwise to deplete his energy reserves. Following Luo Yu's concession, the stage was set for the confrontation between Luo Xiu and Chun Dong, a duel that attracted considerable attention. At this moment, the heads of the 3 families shifted their focus to the arena, as Luo Jun's prowess was well established, and the disparity in strength was evident. Consequently, the contest between Luo Xiu and Chun Dong promised to be more engaging. "Brother Luo, who do you think will emerge victorious in this match?" inquired He Jin, the head of the He family, with a grin. Luo Haoshan glanced at He Jin, a hint of rivalry flickering in his gaze, before turning his attention to Li Senran, the head of the Li family. "What are your thoughts?" The strengths of both contenders are commendable. It is difficult to say, replied Li Senran, somewhat noncommittal. What is there to deliberate? One is at the 7th level of body refinement, while the other is merely at the 5th level. The outcome is quite apparent. He Jin remarked with a hint of mockery directed at Luo Xiu. Ha. Luo Xiu scoffed lightly, refraining from outright declaring that Luo Xiu would win. While he naturally hoped for Luo Xiu's success, he acknowledged that Luo Xiu's cultivation was somewhat lacking. Had his cultivation been a notch higher, the chances of victory would have been significantly enhanced. Li Senran observed the duelists with a neutral expression, though secretly wishing for a fierce clash between the two. He understood the need to maintain composure, as the Li family was the weakest and required time and opportunities to develop, with prospects for such opportunities nearing. Upon hearing Luo Xiu's derisive laughter, He Jin's expression soured slightly. The two families had historically been adversarial, yet their strengths were comparable enough to warrant a degree of mutual respect. However, Luo Xiu's dismissive demeanor suggested a lack of regard, which, while He Jin had experienced similar situations, felt particularly irksome coming from Luo Xiu. How about it, brother Luo? If you do not believe me, why not take a gamble? He Jin gazed at Luo Xiu, seemingly concerned that Luo Xiu might refuse to wager. Surely, brother Luo is not afraid, right? After all, it's no surprise that the Luo family's disciples are not as skilled. Losing wouldn't be unexpected. Luo Xiu felt a surge of anger at these words. What did He Jin mean by suggesting that the Luo family lacked prowess? Did he really think the He family was superior? Although he understood that He Jin was merely employing provocation, he could not afford to lose face, especially in his own home. Well then, what do you propose as a wager? Luo Xiu managed to suppress his inner fury and responded as calmly as he could. 10 low-grade spirit stones, perhaps? I trust that brother Luo can afford such a trivial stake, He Jin replied with a smile, clearly confident about the upcoming contest. Given the two were separated by 2 realms, Luo Xiu was taken aback. 10 low-grade spirit stones constituted a substantial sum, equating to a staggering 10,000 gold coins. And they were rare commodities. In Yanwu City, even 11,000 gold coins might not suffice to procure a single low-grade spirit stone. He Jin was certainly bold to wager such a considerable amount. Yet, Luo Xiu thought, a gamble it shall be. He could not afford to lose face. Moreover, as the child of Minghong, he surely possessed some strength. Very well, I accept. I hope you truly possess 10 low-grade spirit stones. Or else do not blame me for seeking compensation in kind, Luo Xiu replied, eyeing the exuberant He Jin. Let us see if you can maintain your joy after this. At that moment, He Jin was oblivious to Luo Xiu's thoughts, eagerly anticipating the 10 low-grade spirit stones that would soon be his. He then glanced at Li Senran beside him and inquired, Li brother, would you like to join in the fun? Watching this unfolding gamble, Li Senran felt a flicker of temptation but suppressed his desire. This was clearly a clash between the Luo and He families. And the Li family had no need to involve itself. Regardless of the outcome, he stood to lose nothing and could simply observe from the sidelines. I shall refrain from participating. The Li family cannot afford to wager 10 low-grade spirit stones, Li Senran replied coolly. Seeing that Li Senran was unwilling to take the bait, He Jin had no choice but to relent. He had initially hoped to include the Li family, trusting that Li Senran could discern the situation. If he could suppress Chen Dongsheng, the outcome of the contest would become irrelevant. Winning would earn Li Senran the enmity of the Luo family, while losing would similarly sour relations. Alas, with Li Senran not taking the bait, He Jin was left with no other options. Meanwhile, on the contest stage, the confrontation between Luo Xiu and Chen Dong was heating up. Their fists collided with a resounding impact, causing both to stagger back a step. Although this was merely a test of strength, it still sent tremors through their fists. It seems I underestimated you. I did not anticipate your physical resilience reaching such heights. However, you must be cautious now, for I shall not show you leniency again, Chen Dong warned, eyeing his trembling fist. Very well, let us wait and see, Luo Xiu replied, launching an aggressive punch forward. Chen Dong, faced with Luo Xiu's advancing fist, realized there was no time to evade. He retaliated with a punch of his own, which met Luo Xiu's fist head-on. One punch followed another in rapid succession. The two combatants exchanged blows, each strike resonating with palpable force. After trading a dozen punches, Luo Xiu gradually found himself at a disadvantage. It was evident that Chen Dong's cultivation and battle experience surpassed his own. Yet, Luo Xiu persevered, refusing to retreat despite the pain coursing through his body. He understood that his lack of combat experience necessitated an unwavering stance. One misstep could reveal a fatal flaw, and Chen Dong would undoubtedly exploit it. Thus, he pressed on, intensifying his assault with a speed that left little room for counterattack. With a resounding thud, Both men staggered back, their hands bloodied. Luo Xiu bore visible wounds, while Dong fared slightly better, though equally battered. I initially underestimated you, but it seems that mere martial skills are insufficient to secure victory. Allow me to demonstrate my palm technique, Dong said, his expression darkening. Upon hearing this, Luo Xiu recognized that the forthcoming exchange would determine their fates. He discreetly began channeling his martial technique, the crumbling mountain fist. Try my burning sun palm, Dong declared. Luo Xiu was aware that the burning sun palm was a superior grade martial technique requiring practitioners to acclimatize their palms to extreme heat. When executed, the rapid motion would generate friction with the air, creating intense heat capable of striking and burning the opponent. Luo Xiu contemplated his options. Had he his yin-yang blood copper staff, he could have countered effectively. However, without a weapon, he had no choice but to meet Dong's assault with his bare fists. As their fists collided, Luo Xiu felt a searing pain and the unmistakable sensation of burns on his knuckles. He withdrew his hand, but Dong was relentless, launching another strike without hesitation. With determination igniting within him, Luo Xiu met the oncoming palm with all his might, channeling his full strength into the crumbling mountain fist. The impact sent Dong hurtling backward, his hand trembling violently, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Luo Xiu, too, was not unscathed. His right arm bore the marks of severe burns, the sleeve of his shirt reduced to ash. Observing Dong's retreat, a surge of fighting spirit ignited within Luo Xiu. Engaging such an opponent was exhilarating, a true means of honing his skills, like a whetstone sharpening a blade. Dong, in turn, felt a growing desire to fight. Such an evenly matched adversary was rare, and he found himself inspired by Luo Xiu's fervor. Once more, they clashed, both abandoning defense in favor of unrestrained offense. Their fists and palms moved with increasing speed, blurring into mere shadows as they stood opposed to one another. The air was filled with the sound of strikes. The two men were propelled backward by the force of their own assaults. Luo Xiu coughed up blood, while Dong, though not bleeding, trembled violently in his arms. They exchanged a glance, a mutual recognition of respect evident in their eyes. Let us conclude this with one final move, Luo Xiu proposed. In the recent battle, Luo Xiu finally comprehended the essence of the crumbling mountain fist, specifically the principle of delivering a single punch with 9 shadows accompanying it. In simpler terms, it embodies an unparalleled swiftness, executing 9 strikes from various angles in an instant, rendering the opponent defenseless. Chapter 20. The reward. Very well. Let me witness your final trump card, Dong remarked. The two opponents charged at each other once more. One raised a palm while the other swung a fist. The blazing sun palm clashed with the crumbling mountain fist, resulting in 9 shadowy punches landing upon Dong, while Luo Xiu endured a blow to his shoulder. Both were propelled backward, with Dong crashing to the ground several paces away, spitting out 2 mouthfuls of blood. In stark contrast, Luo Xiu managed to maintain his stance, though his shoulder was charred. You have actually attained the transformation stage, Dong exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, this revelation shocked him. He had never witnessed anyone elevate their martial techniques to such heights. The realization that he was defeated by such an individual seemed less significant. I have just grasped this understanding. I owe you my gratitude, Luo Xiu said earnestly. Observing the sincerity on Luo Xiu's face, Dong felt a mix of resignation and acceptance. He chuckled heartily and replied, I concede, congratulations. Upon Dong's admission of defeat, Luo Xiu's body weakened, and he sank to the ground. Having endured so many strikes, he could no longer sustain himself. Ninggu, casting a glance of appreciation at Luo Xiu, instructed others to carry both competitors off the stage. Given their conditions, it was evident that neither could continue in the forthcoming matches. On the main platform, Luo Xiu wore a smug smile as he observed the grim expression on He Jin's face. Had it not been for the need to maintain the dignity of the family head, Luo Xiu might have burst into laughter. Brother He, do not forget our wager. I trust that with your ample wealth, you do not regard these 10 inferior spirit stones with disdain, Luo Xiu taunted further. Humph, He Jin scoffed, though inwardly pained. He begrudgingly tossed 10 inferior spirit stones to Luo Xiu. This was the Luo family, and He Jin could not risk the possibility that Luo Xiu would refuse to let him leave without the stones. Thus, he swallowed his bitterness, sitting in silence with a stern demeanor. Meanwhile, Li Senran felt a twinge of relief for not placing a bet, as it would have certainly soured relations with the Luo family. Observing the somber He Jin, he found the situation somewhat amusing, contemplating the phrase to lose the chicken and damage the rice, imagining how deeply frustrated He Jin must feel at this moment. After Luo Xiu and Dong were carried off the stage, They were each administered a recovery pill, which they consumed to mend their physical injuries. However, it was evident that neither possessed the capability to engage in further combat. Consequently, after discussions among Ninggu and the head of the Luo family, it was decided to rank them as follows: Luo Jun in first place, Luo Xiu in second, Qindong in third, and Luo Yu in fourth. Although Luo Yu stood a good chance against Qindong, his strength was still markedly inferior. Thus, no objections arose regarding the rankings. After all, Luo Yu was already considered exceptional within the Luo family and enjoyed ample resources, making it unnecessary to insist on a different ranking. When Luo Xiu returned to the training ground, the clan competition had already concluded, with Sister Roland narrowly claiming fifth place against Yu Mingyuan. Thus, the top 5 contenders had been determined. Now, I invite the top 5 contestants to come forth and receive their rewards, Ninggu announced after proclaiming the rankings. As Luo Xiu and the other 4 approached the platform, they noticed Uncle Luo Minjiu approaching. As the future head of the Luo family, Luo Minjiu held considerable power, especially while the current patriarch, Luo Haoshan, was in seclusion, striving to attain the Golden Core realm. Congratulations to all of you. You are the finest young talents of our Luo family. I hope you will continue to strive and elevate your cultivation further. Luo Minjiu encouraged as he regarded the 5 youths before him. With a swift motion at his waist, 2 vials of elixirs appeared in his hands, which then floated gracefully to Roland and Luo Yu. Subsequently, 3 additional vials drifted towards Luo Xiu and the others. As they accepted the elixirs, 2 weapons also materialized. One was evidently forged from refined steel, while the other emanated a distinct aura of spiritual energy. While the fundamental distinction between ordinary weapons and spiritual artifacts might seem minimal, the latter, having been inscribed with formations by a master craftsman, could autonomously draw spiritual energy from the surroundings and could even mend minor damages. The disparity in materials between the refined steel sword and a first-grade spiritual weapon was negligible. The primary difference lay in the formations. Should a formation master inscribe a first-grade formation onto the refined steel sword, it could be upgraded to a first-grade spiritual weapon. However, the costs associated with inscribing formations were exorbitant, and such masters were not easily found. Qindong gazed enviously at the 2 swords before him. Being a solitary individual with limited means, he couldn't afford even the refined steel sword in the near future, let alone a spiritual artifact. Sensing Qindong's gaze, Luo Xiu offered the long sword to him, saying, "This is for you." Qindong was momentarily taken aback. "For me? Are you not aware of its value? It must be worth several thousand gold coins, and you simply give it away? Take it. I already possess a weapon that is equally sufficient." Keeping it would only be wasteful, Luo Xiu insisted, presenting the refined steel sword once more. Although Luo Xiu genuinely had a weapon, claiming that keeping it would be wasteful was somewhat exaggerated. Even if he had no use for it, he could gift it to someone else, or at least exchange it for some gold coins. Luo Xiu had not forgotten that he was still a poor child. However, noticing Qindong's expression and realizing he likely lacked a weapon, Luo Xiu felt a sense of goodwill towards him. After all, without Qindong, his own shattering mountain fist would not have reached its current mastery. Thus, he regarded this sword as a token of gratitude. "Thank you. If you ever need my assistance, I will not hesitate to face any peril," Qindong replied, somewhat excitedly. "There's no need for such seriousness. I have no use for it anyway. Giving it to you is no loss to me," Luo Xiu remarked nonchalantly. Seeing this, Qindong refrained from further discussion. While Luo Xiu might be indifferent, he could not afford to be so. Having made a promise, he felt compelled to uphold it. "All right, you have all received your rewards. There is one more announcement. In a month, King Yun's sect will come to select the younger generation to participate in their disciple assessment. Although you are merely at the body refinement stage, you should be aware that the path of cultivation becomes increasingly arduous as one progresses. The mere mastery of martial techniques is sufficient to stymie most individuals. Even our Luo family's finest skills are but of the low-grade spiritual tier. Why is this so? Because superior martial arts and techniques are predominantly held within sects and prominent clans. Thus, to advance further in cultivation, one must join a significant clan or sect. Joining a clan imposes numerous restrictions, making entry into a sect a more favorable option. The King Yun sect stands as the sole sect within a radius of 10,000 miles, rendering your potential membership therein the most advantageous choice. However, gaining admission to the King Yun sect is no simple feat. You must be under the age of 18 and achieve at least the 6th level of body refinement. Therefore, you must intensify your training, as you have merely 1 month. At that time, candidates from our Luo family, the Li family, and the He family will be selected to participate in the assessment, leaving you with little time. Upon concluding his remarks, Luo Minjiu turned to Luo Xiu and advised, Xiu, your combat prowess is formidable, yet your realm is insufficient. You must elevate your cultivation level within this month, or you may miss the opportunity to participate in the selection. Moreover, we cannot ascertain when the Qingyun sect will next conduct its evaluations. Yes, uncle, I understand, Luo Xiu replied respectfully. He had long prepared for the 6th level of body refinement, having acquired 3 body refinement pills specifically for this purpose, and thus felt no undue concern. Observing Luo Xiu's apparent readiness, Luo Minjiu refrained from further commentary and returned to the main platform. With no further matters at hand, Luo Xiu and the other 4 departed. Yet, before Luo Xiu could take more than a few steps, Luo Lan caught up from behind, exclaiming, I did not realize you had become so formidable. Though your realm is not high, your strength surpasses mine. When shall we have a match? I am eager to gauge your true power. Luo Xiu felt a pang in his head at her words. He had anticipated this scenario and initially sought to evade Luo Lan, but she had pursued him nonetheless. Very well, we shall have a proper match next time, he conceded. But first, I must ascend to the 6th level of body refinement. I cannot afford to miss the Qingyun sect selection, can I? Luo Lan, satisfied with his agreement, did not press further about the timing of the duel, recognizing that Luo Xiu's immediate priority was to elevate his cultivation. Thus, she refrained from disturbing him. Seeing that Luo Lan had ceased her inquiries, Luo Xiu swiftly made his exit. Meanwhile, the atmosphere on the main platform remained palpably tense. Upon returning, Luo Minjiu sensed this ambience and contemplated speaking, yet ultimately chose silence, standing by without uttering a word. At that moment, Li Senran appeared eager to dissipate the tension and addressed He Jin, inquiring, Brother He, how many participants has your He family prepared for the Qingyun sect selection? Our He family's progeny are certainly not feeble. We have not allowed an outsider to claim a spot. The 8 participants this time are all from the He family. Be cautious not to have our members incapacitated during the selection, otherwise, not only will we miss the opportunity, but we may also lose a potential genius. He Jin, upon hearing this, cast a glance at Luo Haoshan and replied with an air of arrogance, Heh. In response, Luo Haoshan merely chuckled, choosing not to engage further. Li Senran's expression darkened at the remark, for among those prepared by the Li family were individuals not of their lineage. Though he was aware that He Jin was not referring to him, the coincidence struck a nerve, as the Li family faced a similar predicament, and he felt unjustly chastised. Observing Li Senran's silence, Luo Haoshan understood the unspoken tension and smiled inwardly, opting to refrain from further commentary. After all, the enmity between the He and Li families could prove advantageous for the Luo family. It was best to remain a spectator, as excessive discussion might lead to unintended consequences. Gentlemen, you have seen what needed to be seen and wagered what needed to be wagered. Why not join me at the Luo residence for a cup of tea and a chat? Luo Haoshan proposed, addressing He Jin. What is there to discuss over tea? He Jin mused inwardly before leading his entourage away, abandoning even the initial intention of having the He family members gauge the Luo family's sentiments. Seeing He Jin depart without further ado, Li Senran interjected, Let this matter rest for now. Next time, I shall graciously welcome Brother Luo to the Li residence. Ah, certainly. Certainly, Luo Haoshan replied with a polite facade. Li Senran was well aware that Luo Haoshan would not return, and had the He family not accompanied him, he would not have come to the Luo residence at all. Thus, he paid little mind and took his leave alongside his companions. Chapter 21. The Will of Heaven. Upon returning to his courtyard, Luo Xiu gazed at the body refinement pill in his hand, a smile gracing his lips. The fruits of his labor were commendable. Not only had he acquired the body refinement pill, but he had also reached a breakthrough in the mountain crumbling fist, which was an unexpected gain. Luo Xiu settled into a meditative position, cycling through his cultivation methods, refining his body from within outwards repeatedly, having previously consumed a recovery pill. Most of his injuries had healed, making this moment perfect for body refinement to unlock his physical potential. As the sun rose the following day, Luo Xiu had already prepared his belongings and ventured into the mountain's rear. He sought out a secluded cave, steadied his breath, and prepared to consume the body refinement pill he had obtained from the competition. It was not that Luo Xiu wished to avoid refining the pill within his own courtyard. Rather, he feared that Sister Luo Lan would discover his advancement and seek him out for sparring. Regardless of the outcome, she would come to challenge him every 2 or 3 days. Even the top genius of the Luo family, Luo Jun, often avoided her, let alone Luo Xiu in his current state. After swallowing a body refinement pill, Luo Xiu felt a surge of energy coursing through his body. He promptly activated his cultivation techniques, guiding the energy to refine his tendons and bones. Beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, his teeth clenched tightly. And although the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably, he remained silent. Half a day later, once the energy from the body refinement pill was expended, Luo Xiu produced another pill and swallowed it, continuing the refining process. 2 days passed, and Luo Xiu successfully ascended to the 6th level of the body refinement realm. Yet, he did not pause. With less than a month until the selection, and knowing that even if he passed this assessment, there would be further evaluations for entry-level disciples, he understood that a higher realm would only serve to benefit him. Moreover, Luo Xiu believed that within such a vast sect, competition would undoubtedly be fierce. Without sufficient strength, one could easily become a target for humiliation. Thus, 3 days elapsed, and Luo Xiu came to a halt, not due to a breakthrough in cultivation, but rather because he realized he was famished. Consequently, he paused to hunt some wild beasts in the rear mountains for sustenance. As for why he did not seek demonic beasts, it was because this was the back mountain of the Luo family, where the presence of such creatures was utterly intolerable. When the Luo family established their dominion here, they had eradicated all demonic beasts from the vicinity. Just as Luo Xiu prepared to feast upon his roasted catch, the ethereal figure of the stone spirit suddenly materialized. You must hasten to enhance your power. Your time is running short. If you do not successfully transform your murderous intent, the killing aura within you will overflow and compromise your sanity. Should that moment arrive, you may as well await your demise. What? How was I unaware of this? Luo Xiu, oblivious to the fact that the roasted meat he held had fallen to the ground, sprang up in surprise. Well, now you are aware. The stone spirit remarked calmly, observing Luo Xiu's sudden reaction. Luo Xiu gazed at the apparition, somewhat at a loss for words. Had the physical form of the stone spirit been present, he might have been tempted to deliver a fierce blow. Upon receiving this news, Luo Xiu's appetite vanished entirely. After merely satisfying his hunger, he followed the spectral figure into the inheritance space, where he beheld the blood pool, now seemingly paler than before. Step inside. If this time the transformation of your murderous intent is not perfected, you might as well remain inside forever, the stone spirit instructed before vanishing into thin air. As Luo Xiu entered the blood pool, the agony was no longer as excruciating as the first time, not only due to his enhanced physique, but also because he had somewhat acclimated to the torment, albeit still gritting his teeth in discomfort. Time gradually passed, and the inheritance space remained enveloped in silence. Meanwhile, the representatives from the Qingyun sect were en route to oversee the selection process, and due to the considerable distance, they would require some time to arrive. Thump, thump, thump. The resounding echoes of a powerful heartbeat reverberated through the air, and the blood within the pool ceased its tumultuous bubbling, becoming increasingly clear. Initially, the blood had reached only to Luo Xiu's shoulders, but now it had receded to his waist. As Luo Xiu rose to his feet, it was his own heartbeat that resonated within him. This signified that his heart had completely transformed into a heart of slaughter, fulfilling the requirements of the first level of the Asura divine canon. Upon rising from the blood pool, his eyes were of vivid crimson, resembling a sea of blood. The vision before him mirrored that very sea, where a blood-soaked young man with long hair wielded a blood sword. With each stroke, a head would fly, and the spurting blood would mingle with the sea. Ah! Luo Xiu cried out in torment, feeling as though his very soul was being drawn into that blood sea. Yet he steadfastly clung to his consciousness. Moments passed, and at last, the vision dissipated. Luo Xiu opened his eyes, and his gaze returned to its original black and white. Congratulations, you have finally perfected the transformation of your heart of slaughter, the stone spirit declared upon reappearing. The air was filled with the thunderous roar of the tempest outside, as fierce winds surged and dark clouds gathered ominously, pressing down in layers. Within the depths of these storm clouds, bolts of lightning brewed ominously. As Shirling came to a halt, Luo Xiu began to sense that something was amiss outside. It was evident that a thunder tribulation was brewing. Could it be that a formidable being was undergoing their tribulation nearby? Do not look further. This is your thunder tribulation, Shirling remarked calmly. The Asura divine canon is a practice that the heavenly Tao cannot tolerate, and the emergence of a murderous intent signifies that you have already entered its realm, which will inevitably draw the attention of the heavenly Tao. Those who cultivate this technique will naturally be discovered and subjected to a heavenly tribulation, for the practice is despised by the heavens. Shirling, having witnessed many such instances, was not devoid of compassion. Rather, he had grown accustomed to it. Every practitioner of the Asura divine canon must face this trial, and thus it was no surprise to him. As Luo Xiu suddenly found himself on the rear mountain, a bolt of lightning, no thicker than a thumb, descended upon his head. Before he could react, the electric force struck him. No sooner had one bolt fallen than another appeared. Cursing vehemently, Luo Xiu seized the yin-yang blood copper rod beside him and swung it at the lightning. With a deafening crash, the bolt was shattered, scattering sparks in all directions, as arcs of electricity enveloped Luo Xiu, causing his muscles to twitch involuntarily. As one bolt was dispersed, another descended upon him. Gritting his teeth against the discomfort, he braced himself for the onslaught. The dark clouds above seemed incensed, unleashing a growing number of lightning strikes. Luo Xiu's body began to char, completely encircled by the electric fury. Having endured 9 bolts, his strength waned. Yet he stood resolutely, copper rod in hand, gazing defiantly at the stormy skies, a fire of indomitable spirit burning in his eyes. Bring it on. Let us see if I fear you. A cold, fierce smile flickered on Luo Xiu's face as he shouted. In this moment, a transformation had overtaken him. The Luo Xiu of old, who avoided trouble and believed in the wisdom of restraint, was now overshadowed by a burgeoning darkness within. The storm clouds, seemingly provoked, began to coalesce into a bolt of lightning as thick as an arm, descending towards Luo Xiu. Yet, instead of cowering, he planted his feet firmly and launched himself upward to meet it. With a powerful swing of his rod, he struck the apex of the lightning, only to be sent crashing down to the ground. His body was battered and scorched, electric currents penetrating his very core, rendering him as if roasted. Clenching the copper rod tightly, he succumbed to unconsciousness. As Luo Xiu plummeted to the earth, Shirling swiftly transported him to the Tower of Inheritance. The thunderclouds above, sensing no trace of Luo Xiu's presence, gradually dissipated. Meanwhile, panic swept through the town of Luo family, as the unexpected tribulation struck terror into the hearts of the townsfolk. It must be noted that the strongest among them barely reached the peak of the true element realm, far from the threshold of transcending tribulations. Suddenly, a formidable figure emerged, and if this individual were merely passing through, it would be a matter of relief. However, should they choose to linger, the fate of Luo Xiu and his companions would be entirely at the mercy of another. The members of the Luo family cast anxious glances towards the mountainside. With a deep sigh, Luo Xiu remarked, regardless of the circumstances, what is destined to happen will unfold. Whether it be fortune or misfortune, one cannot evade their fate. Brother Chun and Hao Hai, accompany me for a moment. The rest of you shall wait here. With that, he led Qin Xiu and Luo Hai to the mountainside, halting near the site of the impending thunder tribulation. The three exchanged knowing glances, resigned to their situation. Luo Xiu stepped forward respectfully, stating, I was unaware of your esteemed presence here. I apologize for the intrusion. If it pleases you, might we have the honor of your appearance, so that we may extend our hospitality? After a lengthy pause, Luo Xiu remained respectfully poised, yet received no response. He attempted once more to speak, but silence prevailed. A half-hour later, unable to endure the uncertainty, the trio approached the site of the thunder tribulation. They presumed the figure had long departed, prompting their decision to investigate further. Upon arrival at the site, they beheld nothing but charred trees and a pockmarked ground. Evidence of the lightning's fury, the one who had undergone the tribulation appeared to have vanished. Sighing in relief, they acknowledged that it was fortunate they had come. Such a small pond as Luo family town could scarcely accommodate a true dragon of such stature. Upon returning to the Luo family, Luo Xiu conveyed the news of the departure of the tribulation bearer, visibly alleviating the tension among the family members. The atmosphere lightened, and they resumed their activities, each attending to their own affairs. At that moment, Luo Xiu remained blissfully unaware of the events unfolding outside. In truth, he was oblivious to everything. After the storm clouds dissipated, he was immersed in the blood pool by the stone spirit, harnessing its energy to mend his injuries. The stone spirit had not anticipated the emergence of 10 bolts of tribulation lightning, having previously encountered only 9, thus initially dismissing any notion of danger. Fortunately, Luo Xiu persevered. Once he overcame this trial, he would truly embark upon his path of cultivation. Chapter 22. Treasures of the first layer of the Inheritance Tower. When Luo Xiu awoke once more, he discovered that he had reached the 7th level of the body refinement stage, with most of his injuries healed. His physical form, having been tempered by the tribulation, was evidently stronger. Thus, it seemed that the tribulation was not entirely detrimental, as it had effectively honed his body. You may now enter the first layer of the Inheritance Tower, the stone spirit informed him. There are items within that have been reserved for you, and the blood pool is temporarily unavailable. The blood pool is unusable? I have just emerged from it. How can that be? Luo Xiu inquired urgently, for the blood pool was a vital tool for body refinement. Despite the depletion of much of the blood, it was evident that some remained. Indeed, when your heart perfectly transformed into the heart of slaughter, it depleted the vitality of the blood within. Thus, while some blood remains. It has lost its potency for body refinement. However, should you procure fresh blood from magical beasts to replenish it, it may once again serve its purpose. Oh, how difficult could it be? It's merely the essence of a demon beast. I shall simply procure it from one when the time comes, Luo Xiu exclaimed with delight. For him, obtaining the essence of a demon beast was not overly challenging, especially since he now felt quite confident in his ability to vanquish even a high-ranking first-tier beast. Observing the expression on Luo Xiu's face, the stone spirit interjected, "You require a minimum of third-tier beast essence. Naturally, the higher the tier, the better." The smile on Luo Xiu's face abruptly faltered, and he let out a cry of dismay. Turning to the stone spirit, he replied, "Fear not. Is it not merely a third-tier beast?" With that, he strode directly to the entrance of the Tower of Inheritance and pushed open the grand doors with both hands. The first floor of the tower was expansive, measuring several dozen feet across, and in its center lay a small, blood-red sword, no larger than a finger. Beside it floated a sphere of light, quietly suspended in the air. As Luo Xiu approached the blood-red sword, a flash of crimson light darted into his chest. He felt as though a sword had taken residence within his heart, continuously drawing upon his essence. Suddenly, a small creature, roughly the size of a palm, appeared on Luo Xiu's shoulder. Observing his gradually paling complexion, it said, "Do not worry. This blood sword will not harm you. As its master, it requires your essence to flourish, enabling it to grow and become more attuned to your command." Isn't it remarkable? Luo Xiu heard what seemed to be the voice of a little girl, imbued with a sense of cuteness and innocence. Who are you? And how did you come to be here?" he inquired, gazing at the palm-sized creature that resembled a fox. You no longer recognize me? I am the stone spirit. How could you forget me?" The diminutive stone spirit leaped onto Luo Xiu's head, playfully tooling his hair with its tiny paws, its cheeks puffed up in indignation. "You are the stone spirit? I thought you were." Luo Xiu began to question, but before he could finish, the stone spirit huffed. "Isn't it because of you? You took so long to open the Tower of Inheritance. If the tower remains closed, I cannot emerge. And thus I had to borrow the soul of an old man to manifest." It bared its teeth in irritation, clearly vexed with Luo Xiu. However, witnessing its comically fierce demeanor, one could not help but feel amused rather than frightened. Its endearing appearance was undeniably charming. "And what is that sphere of light?" Luo Xiu asked, eyeing the irritable stone spirit. "That is the soul of the old man who sought to seize your body, though his consciousness has been extinguished. Now, it exists merely as a mass of soul energy. You can consume it and refine it over time. For you at this moment, it should be quite beneficial, as it can strengthen your soul," the stone spirit explained, continuing to play with Luo Xiu's hair. "Strengthening the soul sounds advantageous." Luo Xiu mused as he took the sphere of light and swallowed it whole. Instantly, his head felt as if it were swelling, on the verge of bursting. The stone spirit gently patted his head twice, alleviating some discomfort, though a lingering pressure remained. Determined, Luo Xiu focused on refining the dissipating soul energy, simultaneously noting the steady fortification of his own soul. At last, Luo Xiu completely assimilated the dispersed soul, and the throbbing in his mind subsided. A radiant orb now floated beside his spirit. He attentively sensed the changes within his body. It seemed as though the range of his perception had significantly expanded. Previously, he could only detect a few meters around him, but now that distance had multiplied tenfold. Your current soul strength has reached the limits of your physical form. As your corporeal power increases, the capacity to harbor a stronger soul will also grow. You may now venture forth. It appears that the selection you are to participate in is imminent, the stone spirit remarked. Spiritual weapon, does it not require the inscription of formations? Are you versed in such arts? Luo Xiu inquired with a hint of excitement. Not at all. Besides, I never claimed it would transform into a spiritual weapon. It is more akin to one, as it absorbs the essence of slaughter and killing intent. Thus, it will become a formidable weapon, rivaling spiritual artifacts of the same grade. The stone spirit elucidated. Very well, a formidable weapon it shall be. Strength is all that matters, Luo Xiu responded nonchalantly. At this moment, he was oblivious to the transformation occurring within him. Previously, he had heard of the reluctance associated with the heart of slaughter, yet now, even upon realizing it was a lethal weapon, he felt no aversion, embracing it with surprising ease. Upon returning to his modest courtyard, Luo Xiu encountered Sister Roland emerging from within. Upon seeing him, she wore a stern expression and inquired, Luo Xiu, where have you been? Do you realize that the elder from the Qingyun sect has arrived? The selection begins tomorrow, and you have gone missing at such a critical time. I have been searching for you for quite some time. I apologize, Sister Roland. I lost track of time while cultivating. I assure you it won't happen again, Luo Xiu said, raising a hand in earnest promise. Seeing his sincerity, Roland refrained from further admonishment, instead urging him to exert himself during the selection and secure a place in the Qingyun sect before departing. Once back in his room, Luo Xiu sat cross-legged on the bed, his consciousness delving into the blood sword. Earlier, within the Tower of Inheritance, he had not had the opportunity to thoroughly examine this weapon. Now he had the time to do so. As his mind immersed itself in the blood sword, a voice resonated in his mind. The Shura sword comprises 3 techniques: opening heaven, slaying gods, and annihilating Tao. Opening heaven unleashes a sword that rends the heavens and splits the earth, impenetrable by any force. Slaying gods unleashes a sword that obliterates the soul, preventing reincarnation. Annihilating Tao unleashes a sword that eradicates the great Tao, extinguishing the heavenly path. Then, a figure emerged, a white-haired elder clad in a black robe, wielding a long sword. With a single stroke towards the sky, a rift cleaved the air, the clouds parting as if struck by divine might, the void expanding endlessly. Following this, another strike ensued, and everything before the elder transformed into shades of gray, even the flora losing their vitality, yet no visible wounds remained. This sword appeared to have severed the very essence of the adversary's soul. In the final strike, a soft crack echoed, and the space before the elder dissolved into nothingness. Even the spiritual energy could not approach. Any attempt to draw near resulted in instant obliteration. As the 3 swords struck, the elder vanished, leaving behind a fissure, a realm of grayness, and an expanse of nothingness. Could this be the martial prowess possessed by the blood sword itself? How formidable must one be to wield such power? If I were to master it, there would be no corner of this continent I could not traverse, thought Luo Xiu. Yet, he realized he was thinking too far ahead. It was prudent to take measured steps. He believed that one day he would reach such a pinnacle that the name Luo Xiu would resonate throughout the continent. For now, he would observe closely, hoping to glean even the slightest insight, for he was certain that any revelation, no matter how small, would be immensely beneficial to him at this stage. Throughout the night, Luo Xiu immersed himself in contemplating the fissure, but alas, he garnered little in the way of understanding. It seemed he was too impatient. Without attaining a certain level of mastery, profound insights eluded him. Though he felt a twinge of disappointment, he did not surrender. He was confident that with the enhancement of his abilities, he would eventually uncover deeper truths. On the following day, Luo Xiu accompanied his uncle, Luo Minjiu, to the Beast Mountain Range, for this was the designated site of the selection process. He joined the other 4 from his clan, along with a total of 18 participants from the He and Li families. The He family had the largest contingent, while both the Li and Luo families had 5 members each. A middle-aged man clad in a green robe approached them. He was the elder dispatched by the Qingyun sect to oversee the selection, his demeanor icy and devoid of conversation. The elder spoke flatly, stating, "In this selection, your task is to slay a first-tier advanced beast within the Beast Mountain Range and return with its carcass to pass. Each beast's body counts as 1 quota. Those who do not return by this time tomorrow will be eliminated. You will have half a day to bid farewell to your families, and at noon, you will proceed to the Qingyun sect for the final assessment. Passing this entrance examination will grant you the status of a disciple of the Qingyun sect." As the selection commenced, participants entered the Beast Mountain Range one by one, accepting the risks of life and death. The elder, feeling somewhat disheartened, lamented that this duty had fallen upon him. This region was merely the fringes of the Qingyun sect's influence, and he held little hope for discovering any prodigies among these candidates. Furthermore, the impoverished conditions of these outskirts offered him no incentive to be present. Despite the elder's frosty exterior, he could not dampen the fervor of the younger generation, who shouted with enthusiasm as they charged toward the Beast Mountain Range. Due to the necessity of entering separately and the uncertainty of their companions' locations within, most would have to independently hunt a first-tier advanced beast. For the majority, this presented a formidable challenge, with few likely to succeed. Chapter 23: Slaying the Silverback Wolf King upon entering the Beast Mountain Range. The first challenge faced by the participants was locating a first-tier advanced beast. Such creatures were not easily found on the periphery of the range, and while they were somewhat more accessible within, the presence of second-tier beasts made survival uncertain. Thus, most chose to scour the outer areas diligently. After searching for an entire afternoon, Luo Xiu still could not uncover a trace of the first-tier advanced demon beasts. He did, however, encounter several low-level demon beasts. Yet at this moment, he could not afford to squander time on such trivial creatures. Stopping by a lakeside, Luo Xiu discovered a few first-tier, low-level silverback demon wolves. He was well aware that the Silverback Wolf King was a first-tier advanced demon beast, possessing considerable strength, and notably, silverback demon wolves typically appeared in packs. The presence of these silverback demon wolves suggested that the Wolf King could not be too far away. By following them, he was certain to locate the king. Observing as the silverback demon wolves departed, Luo Xiu cautiously trailed them. The wolves weaved through the forest, traversing for more than an hour before arriving at a valley. Climbing a large tree to conceal his presence, he meticulously surveyed the situation within the valley. Due to the midday heat, most of the silverback demon wolves rested beneath the trees in the valley. Luo Xiu counted over 50 of these creatures, marveling at the sight. With such a multitude of silverback demon wolves, even a true Essence Realm cultivator would find it challenging. He mused that he must have been insane to choose such a target. Despite his complaints, he remained perfectly still, intently observing the valley's movements. After nearly 2 hours, the silverback demon wolves finally stirred, with nearly 40 of them leaving the valley, presumably to hunt. However, Luo Xiu noticed that the silverback wolf king remained unmoving, with about 20 other silverback demon wolves scattered around, equally inactive. Perched atop the tree, he maintained his vigil, waiting for over half an hour. During this time, several more silverback demon wolves departed, leaving only about 10 low-level wolves in the valley, most of the mid-level ones having taken some low-level companions with them. At last, Luo Xiu carefully descended the tree, stealthily approaching the silverback wolf king. When he was approximately 10 paces away, the wolf king opened its eyes, a fierce glint flashing within them. Acknowledging that he had been spotted, Luo Xiu ceased his concealment. The yin-yang blood copper staff materialized in his hands as he charged toward the wolf king, sweeping aside a low-level demon wolf that stood in his path. Upon witnessing Luo Xiu charging with the copper staff, the silverback wolf king's eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty ferocity, and it let out an enraged growl, rousing the surrounding low-level silverback demon wolves. However, Luo Xiu disregarded the lesser wolves and directly swung his staff at the wolf king. Sensing the force of the blow, the wolf king swiftly dodged to the side, narrowly evading the strike. Die! Luo Xiu exclaimed, swiftly transforming his downward smash into a sweeping motion aimed at the silverback wolf king. Although the wolf king retreated, it was still struck by the staff, causing it to stagger momentarily. With a roar of fury, the wolf king, now enraged from the blow, bared its sharp fangs at Luo Xiu. The pungent scent of blood wafted towards Luo Xiu, causing him to wrinkle his nose in distaste. As the wolf king lunged towards him, Luo Xiu swiftly dodged, narrowly evading the beast's initial attack. However, the wolf king's tail swept around unexpectedly. What a close call. I never anticipated such a tactic. Luo Xiu hastily retreated, just managing to escape with only the fabric of his shirt torn, leaving a large gash. As Luo Xiu caught his breath, the silverback wolf king leaped into the air, jaws agape, aiming for his head. You seek your own demise, Luo Xiu thought, witnessing the wolf king's ascent. He quickly crouched and charged forward, slipping beneath the silverback wolf king's belly, and thrust his bronze staff upward with great force. A spray of blood erupted as a gory wound appeared on the wolf king's abdomen. The silverback wolf king was thoroughly enraged, its shiny silver fur bristling like steel needles. With a fierce growl, it charged again, accompanied by several lesser demonic wolves flanking its sides. Realizing he could not withstand their onslaught, Luo Xiu promptly retreated, evading the lesser wolves, and halted before a towering tree. Suddenly, a razor-sharp claw lunged towards his abdomen. Luo Xiu swiftly sidestepped, but the tree behind him was brutally severed in half by the wolf's claw, splinters flying. Seizing the opportunity while the silverback wolf king was still turning, he struck fiercely at its back with his staff. The impact produced a resounding thud, yet the wolf king remained unfazed, while Luo Xiu staggered back, his arm tingling from the force. Why is its hide so tough? He muttered, rubbing his numbed arm. The silverback wolf king pivoted, contempt flashing in its eyes, and charged at Luo Xiu. In response, Luo Xiu hurled his staff, and as the wolf king dodged, he landed a solid punch to its head. Mountain-crushing fist. The wolf howled in pain, retreating momentarily. Just as Luo Xiu prepared to press the attack, several lesser demonic wolves lunged at him. He had no choice but to deal with them first, sidestepping one wolf's assault and striking another in the waist, sending it crashing to the ground. After a few moments spent dispatching the remaining lesser wolves, Luo Xiu turned his gaze back to the silverback wolf king, which still bled profusely from its gaping wound. Observing this, he decided against a reckless confrontation. As the wolf king charged again, Luo Xiu swiftly evaded, staff in hand. Thus, whenever the wolf king lunged, he refrained from direct confrontation, continually dodging. The silverback wolf king grew increasingly furious, accelerating its attacks against Luo Xiu. Each swipe of its claws sliced through the air with a deafening sound, appearing invincible, Yet Luo Xiu maintained his distance, deftly maneuvering between the towering trees. The aftermath was a landscape littered with broken trunks. Though it seemed Luo Xiu was at a disadvantage, he was, in fact, biding his time, seeking a moment for a decisive strike, for he wished to avoid prolonging the battle. Should he encounter a pack of silverback wolves returning from a hunt, his fate would be all but sealed. The silverback wolf king, frustrated by its inability to land a hit, continued to roar in anger, while Luo Xiu remained unfazed. At last, the silverback wolf king's speed began to wane, and the ferocity of its claws diminished. After evading several attacks, Luo Xiu seized the opportunity presented by a momentary pause in the silverback wolf king's movements. He swiftly appeared before the beast, delivering a powerful punch aimed at its head. Mountain-crushing fist, dark energy. Perish. The blow landed with remarkable force, representing the pinnacle of Luo Xiu's strength. He not only employed his martial technique, but also infused it with dark energy. This marked the first occasion he had utilized dark energy in combat since mastering it. And the results were, unsurprisingly, impressive. The silverback wolf king's claws faltered, its once furious gaze gradually losing its luster, soon filled instead with blood. Its limbs could no longer support its weight, and it collapsed, stirring up a cloud of dust. Observing the fallen silverback wolf king, Luo Xiu gained a clearer understanding of his own prowess. He called out to the stone spirit, intending to store the wolf's carcass within the legacy space. Night was approaching, and various beasts were known to become more active after dark. Luo Xiu wished to avoid attracting other creatures with the scent of blood. The stone spirit no longer appeared as a mere phantasm, but had transformed into a small, snow-white fox, now tangible and visible. "What is up? I still need to sleep," it inquired, its eyes clearly still heavy with slumber. "Could you assist me in placing the silverback wolf king's body into the legacy space?" "It's too dangerous to carry it at night," Luo Xiu asked. "Of course, you can just put it in yourself." "I still want to sleep," the stone spirit replied, sounding somewhat drowsy. "Me? I can do that?" Luo Xiu questioned, perplexed. He had always believed that the process was solely under the stone spirit's control, as it had always been the one to handle the matter. "Yes, didn't I mention it? Oops, I forgot," the stone spirit said, seemingly embarrassed, covering its face with its little paws and speaking in a hushed tone. After explaining the method, the stone spirit nestled into Luo Xiu's embrace and fell asleep. The process was actually quite simple. One merely needed to envelop the desired object with mental force and draw it into the space. To enter oneself, one simply had to establish a mental connection with the legacy stone, even being able to send a fragment of one's soul within. Following the instructions, Luo Xiu successfully stored the silverback wolf king's body in the legacy space and then departed from the area. Having slain a first-tier high-level beast, he now only needed to wait until morning to leave. So he set his sights on the cave where he had previously obtained the earth spirit fruit to spend the night. Given his current cultivation level, remaining overnight in the Beast Mountain range posed certain dangers, and that cave offered sufficient concealment, ensuring greater safety. As Luo Xiu recalled the location of the cave, he made his way towards it, feeling a sense of ease now that he had completed his task. However, midway through his journey, he faintly heard the sounds of a battle and decided to investigate. If it were members of the Luo family, he could lend a hand, as the middle-aged man in the green robe had not prohibited him from doing so. As I approached, I discovered that there were several individuals present, among whom was Dong. The other four, however, were members of the He family, one of whom, Luo Xiu, happened to recognize as the He family's foremost prodigy, He Kuan. A glance at Dong revealed that he was evidently injured, while the quartet from the He family was relentlessly assaulting him. Nearby lay a giant python, unmistakably deceased, its blood staining the grass a deep crimson. Observing that Dong was on the verge of collapse, Luo Xiu unsheathed his Yin-Yang blood copper staff and advanced towards the fray. Chapter 24. A single strike to vanquish a prodigy. Ah, what a magnificent python. I shall take it. You have no objections, do you? Luo Xiu remarked with a playful grin as he approached. What is happening? The 5 individuals present were momentarily taken aback by the voice. One slender young man, whose long sword was poised to strike Dong, halted and turned in astonishment towards the source of the sound. What is going on? Have we encountered a fool? Can't he see there are 4 of us? And he's merely at the 7th level of the body refinement realm, audaciously seeking this python. Dong found the voice somewhat familiar, and by the time he recalled it, Luo Xiu had already materialized before them. Luo Xiu? He Kuan, the leader of the He family and their top prodigy, regarded the newcomer with wide eyes, perplexed. To think you recognize me. How rare. But which insignificant creature from the He family are you? Without your name, I wouldn't even know who you are. Pray tell, who might you be? Luo Xiu had already discerned that the youth before him was the so-called top prodigy. His query was merely to provoke. Beside him, Qindong's lips twitched as he glanced at Luo Xiu in the distance, bursting into hearty laughter. Silence. The slender youth barked at the laughing Qindong. As He Kuan observed Luo Xiu's approach, his expression soured, anger flashing in his eyes. Wasn't he this brat deemed a waste? Why did he now seem not only inept, but also foolish? Ha ha ha, you asked for my name? How amusing. Come here, and I shall ensure you remember it well, He Kuan replied darkly, his demeanor shifting ominously. You think I would simply walk over? It's evident you four are ganging up on one. Such behavior is characteristic of a coward. How could I heed the words of someone so base? Luo Xiu taunted He Kuan. Are you courting death? He Kuan's face turned pale with rage as he bellowed. Someone, remove that brat's tongue. Let us see if he dares to speak so recklessly again. Very well, I'll do it. I'm eager to see what this fool thinks he can do to provoke us. With that, a short warrior at the 7th level of the body refinement realm strode towards Luo Xiu. As he approached within mere steps, he lunged at Luo Xiu with his sword. Luo Xiu, however, merely glanced at him, raising his Yin-Yang blood copper staff to deliver a blow that was swifter than the opponent's strike. The diminutive warrior was taken aback and hastily attempted to block with his sword. Alas, a blade so light could not withstand the force of Luo Xiu's staff, which struck with such might that the sword shattered into 2 pieces, followed by the gruesome explosion of a head, sending crimson and ivory splattering in all directions. A cultivator at the 7th level of the body refinement realm was unexpectedly struck down by Luo Xiu with a single blow. What audacity! He Kuan exclaimed, gazing at the fallen figure. This was a prodigy selected by the He family, and yet he was killed before Luo Xiu's very eyes. You dare to slay a member of the He family? We will not let you go unpunished. Another individual interjected. I almost forgot. What shall we do now? Luo Xiu feigned terror, eliciting a gleeful response from the other, who believed Luo Xiu was genuinely frightened. Approaching him, the man declared, Allow me to incapacitate you and take you to the He family to plead for forgiveness. I shall advocate for you. Luo Xiu, looking alarmed, asked, You will truly plead for me? The man, seeing Luo Xiu's demeanor, was further reassured that fear had indeed taken hold of him. After all, this person had previously been a mere waste, and even now, having gained some cultivation, his status within the Luo family could hardly be significant. The Luo family would never risk their standing with the He family over someone so inconsequential. Drawing closer, he continued, Of course, however. Luo Xiu did not grant him the opportunity to finish, striking him down with his staff, leaving him breathless on the ground. He Kuan, observing the scene, had sensed something amiss earlier but had been unable to interject. To his astonishment, yet another had fallen. Qindong, witnessing the frail youth momentarily frozen in shock, quickly evaded the blade aimed at him. Seeing Qindong escape, Luo Xiu felt unencumbered and mockingly addressed He Kuan. What are you stammering about? It's merely a few members of your He family that I've slain. If I were to eliminate you two as well, how would the He family ever know it was I who did it? They might even assume you were devoured by a beast. Turning to Qindong, he asked, Brother Chen, do you think you can hold him off? Qindong regarded Luo Xiu, perceiving a stark transformation in him. The Luo Xiu he once knew had seemed rather gentle, akin to a refined gentleman, whereas now he was at a loss for words to describe the change, certainly not gentlemanly. Not a problem. I have merely sustained superficial injuries, Qindong replied, shaking off his thoughts. With confirmation from Qindong, Luo Xiu seized the Yin-Yang blood copper staff and charged at He Kuan, swinging down upon his head. It was undeniable that the reputation of the He family's top genius was not to be compared to that of mere nobodies. As the copper staff descended, He Kuan swiftly evaded, retaliating with a diagonal slash aimed at Luo Xiu's arm. Luo Xiu, perceiving the glint of the blade, retracted his staff to parry. The clash of metal igniting sparks. Realizing his first strike had failed, He Kuan brought his blade crashing down, a streak of light slicing through the air towards Luo Xiu's chest. Luo Xiu hastily leapt backward and, upon landing, cast a glance at He Kuan. It seems I underestimated you, waste of the Luo family. You managed to evade my attack. No wonder you so easily dispatched those two earlier. I presume you possess some hidden cards. Unleash them, lest you miss your chance. He Kuan remarked, eyeing the retreating Luo Xiu. Is that so? Then allow me to ascertain your true worth. Luo Xiu proclaimed loudly before striking He Kuan with his staff. Humph, another one of your tricks. Let me show you the might of the He family's dominant blade. Should you perish beneath its edge, I trust you shall harbor no regrets. With that, he clashed fiercely with the long blade. The sound of metal clashing echoed as Luo Xiu found himself struggling to maintain his grip on the copper staff, underscoring the formidable strength of his opponent. He deftly deflected the blade slightly to the right, allowing the copper staff to slip from his grasp. Unarmed, Luo Xiu lunged at Hikuin, landing a powerful punch directly to his chest, unleashing a hidden force that shattered Hikuin's internal organs. Hikuin's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Luo Xiu, unable to comprehend how he could not withstand such a blow. However, he soon realized that time was not on his side. Hikuin screamed in agony as he was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground and spitting out 3 mouthfuls of blood, tainted with fragments of his own insides. How could you possibly defeat me with a single punch? He gasped, his face etched with confusion and resentment. Luo Xiu stepped closer, speaking softly, "My greatest strength lies in my fists. It is merely something you were unaware of." He then retrieved the copper staff lying nearby. "So that is how it is," Hikuin murmured before his life slipped away. The emaciated youth instinctively glanced at Hikuin upon hearing his agonized cries. Experienced in combat, Dong seized the opportunity, swiftly exploiting the opening and driving his sword through Hikuin's heart. By the time the frail young man regained his senses, it was too late. He had succumbed to death. Seeing that his adversary had perished, Dong approached Luo Xiu gratefully, declaring, "I owe you my life. Thank you. No need for such formality." Luo Xiu replied, "We are all residents of Luo family town, and besides, my family has long-standing grievances with the He family. How could you have found yourself in conflict with them? Was it due to this giant python?" "Indeed," Dong affirmed. "I chanced upon this injured giant python, and after defeating it, Hikuin and his 3 companions appeared, seeking to seize it. Naturally, I could not allow that, and a battle ensued." Luo Xiu pondered briefly and deduced that Hikuin must have encountered the python and wounded it, only to let it escape through carelessness. Dong had then encountered the fleeing creature, prompting Hikuin to attempt to profit from the situation. "You have yet to hunt a magical beast?" Dong inquired, gazing at Luo Xiu. "Why not claim this giant python for yourself? We could then seek out a high-tier magical beast together. I believe our combined strength would make it quite manageable." "No need," Luo Xiu replied, meeting Dong's earnest gaze. "I have already slain a high-tier magical beast." He presented Hikuin's storage bag to Dong. "Take this. Quickly gather the python's remains before other magical beasts are attracted." He tossed the storage bag to Dong, who accepted it gratefully, understanding that Luo Xiu had indeed hunted a magical beast, despite the lack of visible storage bags. Thus, he approached the corpse of the giant python, stowing it away in his storage bag before departing with Luo Xiu. As for the bodies of the He family quartet, there was no need for concern, for by dawn, it was likely that naught but bones would remain. Luo Xiu led Dong to the previous cave, which, as anticipated, remained undisturbed by either humans or beasts. Both Luo Xiu and Dong could rest peacefully for the night, awaiting their return on the morrow. Upon entering the cave, Luo Xiu reassured Dong of its safety before closing his eyes to meditate. Uncertain of Sister Roland's fate, Luo Xiu hoped for her success in slaying a high-tier first-level beast, though he was aware that such an endeavor was fraught with difficulty. High-tier first-level beasts were not easily vanquished. Not everyone possessed Luo Xiu's formidable prowess. Indeed, Hikuin and his companions had struggled to take down a single high-tier first-level beast, an undertaking nearly impossible for one alone. Not wishing to disturb Luo Xiu's cultivation, Dong took a restorative pill from Hikuin's storage bag to mend his own injuries. Chapter 25. Farewell. As the night passed, both Luo Xiu and Dong awoke simultaneously, exchanging glances before rising to leave the cave. Just as they were about to exit the Beast Mountain range, Luo Xiu suggested to Dong, "Let us retrieve the beast from your storage bag. Since you acquired it by slaying Hikuin, it would be prudent to keep it concealed for now." "All right," Dong replied, believing that Luo Xiu was merely assisting him in maintaining secrecy, unaware that Luo Xiu himself wished to conceal the absence of his own storage bag. Regardless of whether others in the Luo family were aware, it was certain that Sister Roland and Uncle Luo Minju knew of his situation. Thus, carrying the beast's corpse was the safest course of action. Dong produced the giant python's corpse from his storage bag, and Luo Xiu retrieved the body of the Silverback Wolf King from his inheritance space. Upon seeing the Silverback Wolf King's corpse, Dong's eyes widened in disbelief. "You actually hunted the Silverback Wolf King? It is among the most formidable of high-tier, first-level beasts," he exclaimed. "It was merely fortune. I encountered other silverback wolves while they were out hunting, and seized the opportunity to strike down the Silverback Wolf King when it was isolated," Luo Xiu modestly replied. "Your strength must be considerable to have slain a high-tier, first-level beast alone. When we met, you bore no injuries, indicating that you can indeed dominate a typical high-tier first-level beast," Dong remarked with a hint of envy in his gaze. Luo Xiu chuckled lightly, choosing not to elaborate. While he could indeed overpower an ordinary high-tier first-level beast if he exerted his full strength, he saw no need to boast of his capabilities. Sometimes, it is wiser to play the fool, as long as one remembers they are not truly a fool. Otherwise, one risks becoming a laughingstock. Upon reaching the gathering place, Luo Jun and the members of the Li family had already emerged. In front of Luo Jun lay a spotted tiger, while the members of the Li family stood before a saber-toothed leopard, both high-tier first-level beasts. Beside Luo Jun stood the sisters Luo Lan and Luo Yu, both bearing visible injuries. It was evident that the trio had engaged in the hunt for a spotted tiger and had all sustained wounds. Among the Li family, only 4 members had appeared. The absence of one indicated that, barring unforeseen circumstances, they would not return. Upon noticing Luo Xiu and Qindong approaching, dragging behind them the substantial carcasses of 2 monstrous beasts, Luo Minjiu understood that both had secured their places. He turned his gaze back to Luo Jun and the others, a grin spreading across his face, though he refrained from hearty laughter, fearing the moment might call for it. After Luo Xiu and Qindong deposited the beast carcasses before them, they moved aside, as the appointed time had not yet arrived, and the 8 members of the He family were still absent. Luo Xiu was acutely aware that 4 of them would never return, yet he kept this knowledge to himself, biding his time quietly. Nearly half an hour passed before members of the He family finally came into view, but only 2 appeared, a man and a woman, both looking rather disheveled. They approached the group, but did not present any beast carcasses. He Jin, the patriarch of the He family, wore a grim expression, clearly displeased with the duo. Yet he found himself powerless to act. The 2 seemed to wish to say something, yet a fierce glare from their patriarch silenced them, and they shrank back. Stealing a furtive glance at Luo Xiu, their eyes betrayed a hint of fear, and upon noticing Luo Xiu turn his head, they quickly feigned indifference, lowering their gazes. Believing Luo Xiu to be oblivious, they were unaware that since the last time he had absorbed and refined a fragment of radiant soul, his senses had sharpened beyond that of an ordinary cultivator. Thus, he noticed their furtive glances with ease. Though he remained puzzled as to why they spied upon him, perhaps they were startled by the sight of the silverback wolf king? Confused, he chose to dismiss their presence for the moment. After another half-hour had elapsed, the agreed-upon time drew near, yet still no one had arrived. He Jin was now sweating with anxiety. However, some individuals cannot simply appear upon the passage of time. As the hour arrived, a cold voice from a middle-aged man clad in azure stated, "There are a total of 4 places available. You may consider your candidates, provided they are under 18 and possess at least the 6th level of body refinement. Should your selection fail to meet these criteria, it will be deemed a forfeiture of your spots. Esteemed elder, the He family still has members unaccounted for. Might there be room for leniency? In return, the He family would provide generous recompense," He Jin implored. While others may not grasp the significance of these places, He Jin, with a grandson already cultivating within the Qingyun sect, understood the immense advantages that entry into the sect would afford. The middle-aged man cast a disdainful glance at He Jin, his voice icy as he replied, "The time was set yesterday. It is this time. There is no room for leniency. If you disagree, you are welcome to leave." He Jin's face flushed crimson. He could hardly recall a time when he had been so openly contradicted. Were it not for the fact that this individual far surpassed him in cultivation and was an esteemed elder of the Qingyun sect, He Jin would have certainly given him a proper lesson. However, now he found himself both intimidated and lacking the strength to retaliate. Thus he could only depart in a dejected manner. While He Jin conversed with the middle-aged man in the blue robe, the allocation of positions had already been settled. In truth, there was little to discuss. Naturally, the first genius of the Li family, Li Mingsong, would secure a position, and as for Luo Xiu and Qindong, they had personally slain the beasts, thus the spots were rightfully theirs. The only matter requiring consideration was the distribution among Luo Jun, Luo Lan, and Luo Yu. Luo Lan was the first to concede, recognizing her lesser talents and strength compared to the other 2, deeming it unnecessary to vie for a position. Luo Yu also chose to forego her claim, being the youngest, with potential opportunities ahead, and having contributed minimally in the hunt for the beast. Once the 4 positions were confirmed, the middle-aged man in the blue robe stated, "I shall wait for you here in 2 hours. Should you arrive late, consider your opportunity forfeited." With that, he waved his sleeve and vanished into thin air. A golden core expert, Qindong remarked in astonishment. Although Luo Xiu was aware of the man's formidable strength, he was taken aback to learn that he was a golden core cultivator, and merely an elder at that. One could only wonder how many golden core experts resided within the sect. "Let us return," Luo Xiu suggested to Qindong. "You go ahead. I shall not be returning. I am alone, and wherever I wander is home," Qindong replied, a hint of melancholy in his voice. Upon hearing this, Luo Xiu felt a pang of sorrow as well. His father had vanished with no word since his last departure. And returning home held little appeal, as there was no one to see, save for his sister Luo Lan, who was present. In light of this, he felt little necessity to return. Just as Luo Xiu was about to inform his uncle of his decision not to go back, Luo Minjiu approached him, saying, "Your father awaits you at home. There are matters he wishes to discuss with you, so come back with me." "Father has returned? Very well, let us go back," Luo Xiu exclaimed, a surge of excitement coursing through him. He bid farewell to Qindong and, along with his uncle and others, made his way home. Along the journey, Luo Lan incessantly advised Luo Xiu, urging him to diligently cultivate, to act with caution and humility, and not to forget his elder sister. Luo Xiu listened patiently until his uncle, Luo Minjiu, intervened, or he might have been overwhelmed by her incessant chatter. Upon returning to the courtyard, Luo Xiu found his father, Luo Minghong, waiting for him. As Luo Xiu stepped inside, a look of satisfaction crossed Luo Minghong's face. "You must strive diligently in your cultivation," he remarked. "Do not let blind arrogance cloud your judgment, nor underestimate your own potential. Regardless of right or wrong, remain true to your heart." "Yes, father. Where have you been all this time?" Luo Xiu inquired. "I have my own affairs. In the past, when you could not cultivate, I was able to look after you. But henceforth, you must rely on yourself. The path of cultivation is fraught with challenges and peril. Never let your guard down. In the face of those deserving of death, one must not show mercy. Yet, when confronting the virtuous, one must avoid the indiscriminate shedding of innocent blood. Ultimately, this demands your own discernment. While journeying through the world, one must not place excessive trust in others, for the heart that intends harm must be guarded against. And one must understand the principle of bearing the burden of one's treasures. Lastly, and perhaps most importantly, in the realm of practitioners, the truth that holds more weight than any reasoning is that of the might of one's fist. Often, it is the one with the greater strength who prevails. In moments when your own power is insufficient, cultivate patience. When you possess greater strength, seek justice then. Luo Minghong imparted to Luo Xiu all the wisdom he had gathered over the years. Even if Luo Xiu did not grasp the full meaning at present, it sufficed to remember and remind himself constantly. "I understand, father," Luo Xiu replied, a twinge of sorrow in his heart, sensing that this farewell would stretch long before they would meet again. Not only Luo Xiu, but Luo Minghong too felt this sentiment, which compelled him to divulge so much to his son. Moreover, once you achieve the Golden Core realm, you may attend the Great Wilderness Academy, where resources and conditions are far superior to those elsewhere. As he spoke, Luo Minghong produced a jade tablet from his robes. "This was left for you by your mother. A secret technique of soul cultivation. Remember to keep it safe. You may attempt to practice it once you reach the true essence realm. However, should your realm be insufficient, do not force the practice, lest you harm your soul." "Yes, father, I shall remember," Luo Xiu said, his eyes glistening with moisture. "This storage ring is for you. It contains items for your future cultivation, as well as a martial technique you can begin practicing now. Once you attain the true essence realm, this technique will be of great assistance. As your realm increases, seek out more suitable martial skills. Remember, a technique's merit does not solely lie in its rank, but in its suitability for you. Now, if you have any questions, feel free to ask." Hearing this, Luo Xiu immediately inquired, "Father, why have you never spoken of mother over the years? Is she still alive?" Luo Minghong's expression shifted. A myriad of emotions, nostalgia, happiness, anger, and loss, flashed through his eyes before he sighed heavily. "I do not know the fate of your mother. All I know is that she seemed to be a direct descendant of a prominent family, named Yinhua, yet I possess no further information about that family. Now, let me teach you how to inscribe a spiritual mark within the storage ring, so that others cannot perceive the contents within. It is best not to reveal the existence of the ring, at least until you have the strength to protect it. For now, use this storage pouch." As Luo Minghong handed him a storage pouch, he urged Luo Xiu to depart. Luo Xiu bowed 3 times to his father before turning to leave, embarking on his journey to the Qingyun sect. Watching Luo Xiu's receding figure, Luo Minghong lifted his gaze to the distance and whispered, "It is time for me to go as well. After more than a decade, I hope you will not hold it against me for arriving late." Chapter 26. The entrance examination. After bidding farewell to his father, Luo Xiu encountered Luo Jun at the city gate of Luo family town. It appeared that Luo Jun had been waiting for him. As Luo Jun approached upon seeing Luo Xiu, it was evident that he had previously paid little attention to him. Even though Luo Xiu had garnered the admiration of many within the family during the grand competition, Luo Jun, proud of his status as the foremost among the younger generation, remained indifferent. However, ever since Luo Xiu had vanquished the Silverback Wolf King, Luo Jun's perspective began to shift. It is worth noting that Luo Jun had only managed to slay the spotted tiger with the help of 2 others, while Luo Xiu, even when accompanied by Qin Dong, had demonstrated prowess that rivaled his own. Let us proceed to meet up now. Given that the selection elder seems rather stern, we might risk disqualification if we are late. Luo Jun remarked with a smile. Very well, let us set off, Luo Xiu replied nonchalantly. After all, he and Luo Jun were not particularly familiar, having scarcely exchanged words prior. Yet, this was hardly surprising. One a genius, the other deemed a failure. What conversation could they possibly share upon meeting? Upon their arrival, they found Li Ming Song from the Li family and Qin Dong already waiting. The middle-aged man in the azure robe maintained an icy demeanor, avoiding eye contact with the group. He only whistled when all 4 had gathered. Soon, a griffin emerged from the beast mountain, its beak stained with the blood of its prey. The griffin, a low-grade tier 2 beast, bore a body akin to that of a vulture but with a broader back and a head resembling that of a lion, thus earning its name. You may call me elderly. Given your capabilities, passing the outer sect examination should pose no challenge. Thus you shall be considered disciples of King Yun's sect. The distance to the sect is considerable. Walking would consume too much time, so let us ascend. Once aboard, sit in meditation and steady yourselves. The middle-aged man declared with a stern countenance. The 4 of them leaped onto the back of the griffin and settled into a meditative posture. With a swift strike to the beast's head, Elderly commanded it to unfurl its massive wings, launching into the sky. Luo Xiu felt as though he might be flung backward, urgently grasping the feathers of the griffin to steady himself, while the howling wind whipped past his ears. Once the turbulence lessened, he gradually loosened his grip, only to discover a slight chill of sweat on his back. Glancing at the other 3, he noted their evident trepidation. Luo Xiu mused to himself, how irresponsible of this elder. Even if he refrains from offering protection, he ought to at least provide a word of caution. If one were to fall, it could spell disaster. Surely, life should be afforded some respect. Elderly, seemingly attuned to their unspoken concerns, spoke in a detached tone. If you cannot even handle this, there is no need to pursue cultivation within the sect. The sect is not your home. A moment's carelessness could cost you your life. The expressions of Luo Jun and Li Ming Song shifted noticeably, revealing their discomfort. They had always been the stars of their families, and the concept of death felt distant to them. Qin Dong, however, appeared far more composed, having cultivated alone to this level. It was evident that a degree of danger was intrinsic to such an arduous journey. Yet, Luo Xiu wore an expression of indifference. In the past, he might have been intimidated, but now he felt a sense of anticipation. After hearing so much from his father, he understood that as long as his strength was formidable enough, death would only befall others. The griffin had flown for nearly a month, and during the last 2 days, aside from essential rest, it had soared tirelessly day and night. Exhaustion was evident on the faces of Luo Xiu and his companions, especially as the elder in the azure robe exhibited signs of weariness after such an extensive journey. Luo Xiu peered down and beheld a colossal city that stretched for miles. The city walls appeared to be constructed from enormous stones, resembling a slumbering behemoth, majestic and formidable, leaving a profound impact on the hearts of Luo Xiu and his companions. This magnificent city was King Yun City, nestled at the foot of the King Yun Sects mountain. Behind it lay the continuous expanse of the King Yun mountain range, teeming with various spiritual herbs, magical beasts, and deposits of spirit stones. The city was densely populated, housing numerous families of sect elders, deacons, and disciples. Recently, King Yun City was abuzz with a significant event held every 2 years, the recruitment of outer disciples by the King Yun sect. Any individual under 18 who had reached the 7th level of body refinement, or those under 15 who had attained the 5th level, were eligible to participate in the assessment. At this moment, the examination in King Yun City had already been underway for 2 days, with today marking the 3rd and final day. Among the throngs of people, numerous spirited youths, both male and female, exuded vitality and enthusiasm, their sole purpose being to partake in the outer disciple assessment. In a vast square within King Yun City, thousands of young individuals stood gathered. At the center of the square stood 6 stone pillars, each towering 10 zhang high. As the crowd observed, a griffin descended, prompting them to hastily step aside, clearing a substantial area. In King Yun City, not just anyone could fly freely. Thus, upon witnessing the griffin prepare to land, the crowd instinctively made way. Naturally, this sparked their curiosity about who could possibly land at the testing platform. Elderly in the azure robe stepped forward, appearing in the square, followed by a middle-aged man clad in a grayish-blue robe who approached respectfully. Meanwhile, Luo Xiu and his companions leaped down and positioned themselves behind Elderly. The middle-aged man glanced at the 4 of them, curiosity evident in his eyes. Then respectfully clasped his hands towards elderly, inquiring about his presence. Luo Xiu assessed the middle-aged man before him, sensing a high level of cultivation, perhaps rivaling that of his uncle, Luo Minjiu. However, the man clearly showed deference to elderly. Could it be that elderly held a prominent position within the Qingyun sect? Elderly, however, offered no answers to Luo Xiu, stating, "These four are entrusted to you. Arrange for their assessment, just like the others." After delivering this directive, elderly departed the square with the griffin, leaving the middle-aged man to gaze at the four with an even greater sense of intrigue. It is unprecedented for an elder to personally bring individuals to participate in the assessment. Moreover, if a member of the elder's family wishes to enter the sect, it would merely require a word of approval, rendering the assessment unnecessary. The middle-aged man in gray felt it inappropriate to inquire further from the elder in green attire. So he addressed Luo Xiu and his companions. "May I ask from which esteemed family you young gentlemen hail? I am Yang Hui, an elder of Qingyun sect, and I am overseeing this entrance examination." Just as Luo Jun was about to speak, Luo Xiu interjected, "Elder Yang, you jest. We are unworthy of being addressed as young gentlemen. We hail from a humble place, with no significant family to speak of. Elderly has instructed us to partake in the assessment just like everyone else." Yang Hui noted the casualness in Luo Xiu's tone. Yet he understood that it was inconceivable for Luo Xiu and his companions to be treated the same as the others. After all, they had been personally sent by elderly. Although elderly had mentioned treating them equally, one could not dismiss the possibility that such words were merely a courtesy. If they were indeed treated the same, who could predict the repercussions in the future? Seeing that Luo Xiu had already spoken, Luo Jun chose not to add anything further, and the other two remained silent, waiting patiently. Yang Hui, observing the situation, could only chuckle lightly and led Luo Xiu and his companions to the assessment. Upon arriving at the stone pillars, they noticed a few individuals ahead waiting in line, prompting Yang Hui to prepare to insert Luo Xiu and his companions into the queue. However, Luo Xiu stepped forward to stop him, saying, "There is no need for haste. We have time to spare." With that, Yang Hui relaxed and explained to the four. These 6 stone pillars are used to test the quality of one's spiritual roots. Each pillar is adorned with 9 crystal stones, corresponding to the 1st through 9th grades of spiritual roots. Illuminating one crystal signifies a 1st grade spiritual root. Luo Xiu inquired, "What is the minimum requirement to pass the Qingyun sect's assessment?" He recalled that after the restoration of his spiritual root, it had become a 2nd grade root, already considered the lowest tier. Although the blood pool refinement could potentially enhance the quality of his spiritual root, Luo Xiu was uncertain of its current grade. If it fell short of the assessment's requirements, would he be forced to return? Yang Hui replied with a hint of pride, "Our sect mandates a minimum of 3 illuminated crystals. If one does not possess at least a 3rd grade spiritual root, how could Qingyun sect possibly accept such a waste? After all, possessing a low affinity for spiritual energy makes it impossible to cultivate to higher realms." At these words, Luo Xiu felt a pang of anxiety, fervently hoping that the blood pool refinement would indeed elevate his spiritual root's quality. Otherwise, failing this initial assessment would be quite disheartening. Do not be nervous. Simply place your hand gently on the stone pillar and sense the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, a young man standing next to the pillar said coldly. A 15 or 16-year-old boy, appearing somewhat anxious, gently pressed his right hand against the pillar and closed his eyes to sense the spiritual power. 4th grade spiritual root, qualified. The young man announced loudly. The boy's face instantly brightened with joy as he dashed into the crowd, exclaiming, "Father, I have qualified with my spiritual root." A middle-aged man in the crowd beamed with pride. Next, the young man continued, 3rd grade spiritual root, qualified. Before the 6 stone pillars, a vivid scene unfolded, where some individuals displayed excitement and joy, while a few others descended from the testing platform with a sense of despondency. However, the majority were hopeful youths, brimming with aspirations. At last, it was the turn of Luo Xiu and his companions. As Yang Hui and Luo Xiu approached, the young man promptly beamed with a smile. Respectfully addressing Yang Hui, "Why has Elder Yang come in person? If there's anything to discuss, I can handle it. There's no need to trouble you. There's nothing urgent. Please proceed with testing their spiritual root levels," Yang Hui replied, nodding at the youth and gesturing towards Luo Xiu and his friends. Chapter 27. Spiritual root testing. Luo Xiu and his companions stepped forward, exchanging glances. Luo Jun declared, "I shall go first." He placed his hand upon the stone pillar, attentively sensing the surrounding spiritual energy. One by one, the crystals atop the pillar illuminated, 3, then 4, before the 5th shone brightly as well. The young man observed Luo Jun with a hint of confusion, pondering why a mere 5th-grade spiritual root warranted Yang Hui's presence. However, he did not linger in speech. His face beaming as he announced, 5th-grade spiritual root, qualified. Having removed his hand, Luo Xiu felt a surge of excitement. He had passed the first hurdle, and now awaited the next. Noticing the lack of movement from Luo Xiu and Chen Dong, Li Mingsong stepped forward, placing his right hand on the stone pillar and closing his eyes to attune to the heavenly spiritual essence. 5th-grade spiritual root, qualified, the young man stated, regarding Li Mingsong. Shall I go first? Chen Dong inquired, glancing at Luo Xiu. Please, go ahead, Luo Xiu encouraged, directing his gaze towards the stone pillar. Chen Dong, without further ado, approached the pillar. Within mere breaths, the crystals began to illuminate. 1, 2, 3, until the 5th glimmered, yet it did not cease there. Shortly after, the 6th crystal sparkled to life. The young man's gaze towards Chen Dong softened considerably compared to his previous observations of the other two, for most disciples of the Qingyun sect possessed 4 or 5-grade roots, while a 6th-grade root was deemed exceptional, with only a handful holding 7-grade roots. It was evident that Chen Dong would likely emerge as one of the prominent disciples within the sect. Thus, forming a connection at this moment would undoubtedly bear future advantages. Congratulations, a 6th-grade spiritual root. You rank among the elite in our Qingyun sect. The young man warmly introduced himself as Chao Hongfei. If you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. Witnessing this preferential treatment, Luo Xiu could not suppress a slight grimace. The disparity was glaringly obvious. Luo Jun and Li Mingsong also bore expressions of discontent, though they held no ill will towards Chen Dong, merely perceiving Chao Hongfei's behavior as excessively opportunistic. Chen Dong maintained his composure, responding amicably, unperturbed by the situation, for he understood that even the small could find their way to survive. Having risen from humble beginnings himself, he was all too familiar with such dynamics. Yet, he remained steadfast in his principles, unwilling to compromise his integrity. Returning to Luo Xiu's side, Chen Dong remarked, "It's your turn now. Given your prowess, your spiritual root grade should surpass mine." Luo Xiu shrugged, dismissively waving his hand. The quality of Luo Xiu's spiritual root truly fell short of expectations, a fact he was acutely aware of. Now, he simply hoped to meet the assessment requirements. Placing his hand upon the stone pillar, he sensed the surrounding spiritual energy, observing wisps of energy drifting through the cosmos. After a considerable wait, not a single crystal upon the pillar illuminated, which Luo Xiu noted with a silent curse. What on earth was happening? He had distinctly sensed the spiritual energy. The others nearby were equally perplexed, especially Chen Dong and Luo Jun. How could it be that not a single crystal had lit up? It was worth noting that Luo Xiu had only been cultivating for a few months. How could he possibly possess a spiritual root of such low caliber? Retracting his hand, he looked at the bewildered group and inquired, "Could the stone pillar be malfunctioning? I clearly sense the spiritual energy, yet not a single crystal has lit up." Yang Hui, upon hearing Luo Xiu's words, instinctively replied, "Impossible. The measuring pillar cannot be faulty." Luo Xiu, slightly puzzled, scratched his nose, confused by the lack of response from the measuring pillar despite his clear perception of the spiritual energy. "Should I try again?" he suggested, glancing at the equally puzzled Yang Hui. Nodding in agreement, Luo Xiu placed his hand back on the pillar to sense the energy once more. Indeed, he felt the spiritual energy, and he noted that wisps of it were entering his body. Could it be that the measuring pillar required him to inject his own spiritual power? Contemplating this, Luo Xiu decided to take a leap of faith, channeling the energy that entered his body into the measuring pillar. At last, one crystal on the pillar illuminated, followed swiftly by a second. However, he soon realized that the spiritual energy seemed to be flowing in only one direction. He could not inject any more energy into the pillar. Growing anxious, he thought, "Just one more crystal, what on earth was happening?" As he sensed the energy flowing into his body, it merged with his heart of slaughter. Feeling somewhat exasperated, he mentally addressed the heart of slaughter, "Brother, don't cause trouble now. I promise you ample energy later. Let me get through this trial first." Or there one TBA later. Moments after his plea, the spiritual energy manifested once more, and the 3rd crystal on the pillar finally lit up. Seeing the 3rd crystal illuminate, Luo Xiu breathed a sigh of relief and ceased to channel energy into the pillar, not because he lacked energy, but because reclaiming it from the heart of slaughter was exceedingly difficult. After such a short duration, beads of sweat had already formed on his forehead. 3rd-grade spiritual root, qualified, remarked a youth named Chao Hongfei with a hint of disdain. Perhaps he believed that with Luo Xiu's 3rd-grade spiritual root, he was unworthy of befriending a genius like Chen Dong. As Luo Xiu descended, Chen Dong and Luo Jun approached him, asking, "What happened? Your spiritual root should be of a higher grade." Luo Xiu was at a loss for words. He couldn't possibly admit to struggling to reclaim energy. Thus, he shook his head and sighed. There was a slight mishap, but as long as I passed the assessment, the rest is inconsequential. Seeing that Luo Xiu was reluctant to elaborate, the two refrained from pressing further. They then joined Yang Hui, preparing for the second phase of the assessment. At this moment, Yang Hui looked at Luo Xiu with evident confusion. From the conversation between Luo Jun and Chen Dong, it was clear that Luo Xiu's aptitude was not as the assessment suggested. However, the spirit testing pillar could not possibly be in error. Yang Hui wished to inquire further but hesitated, fearing there were secrets involved. Moreover, it was apparent that these individuals were sent by Elder Li, making it inappropriate to pry too deeply, lest he offend the elder. Thus, he chose to feign ignorance and merely recorded the 3-grade spirit root. Yang Hui led the 4 to the second trial, instructing them to wait for a moment while he approached a plump middle-aged man. After whispering a few words into the man's ear, he departed. "Greetings, I am the steward presiding over this trial. You may call me Steward Wu," the jovial middle-aged man said to the group. Clearly aware of their association with Elder Li, Steward Wu, the 4 of them replied with respectful bows. Steward Wu merely nodded with a smile, then guided them to a stretch of mountain path, explaining, "This is the second trial, the illusionary test. There are a total of 9 illusions. Successfully navigating through all 9 within 1 hour is deemed satisfactory, within half an hour is average, and within 15 minutes is exceptional." As Luo Xiu gazed at the mountain path ahead, he noticed hundreds of people already within the trial. Those who lingered beyond the hour would be escorted out of the illusions, thus forfeiting their chance to enter the Qingyan sect. In the brief span of time that Luo Xiu observed, nearly 100 individuals had already been removed from the illusions, indicating the formidable nature of this test. Exchanging glances, the 4 entered the mountain path together. In the illusionary test, each individual's experience was unique. At that moment, Chen Dong found himself in an unknown village besieged by a beast tide, where every villager armed themselves, yet ultimately failed to resist. Chen Dong's parents fell before his eyes, and he was but a mere child of 7 or 8 years. Tears streamed down his face as he traversed the path. The expressions on Li Mingsong's face oscillated between ferocity and tenderness, while Luo Jun's countenance radiated pride and honor. At that moment, Luo Xiu encountered figures clad in various garments, each wielding different weapons, all shouting vehemently to slay the demon. Slay the demon. Opposing them stood a young man wielding a long sword, exuding an aura of lethal intent that instinctively affected Luo Xiu. As Luo Xiu beheld the gruesome and brutal scenes unfolding before him, the pervasive aura of slaughter made his mind restless. Yet, within mere moments, the heart of carnage pulsated. The overwhelming intent of killing dissipated like snow under the scorching sun of June, leaving no trace behind, shattering the scene instantaneously. Luo Xiu stepped forward into the second illusion, which presented yet another bloody tableau of massacre, replete with an oppressive aura of violence. The only change was that the combatants now comprised a rugged middle-aged man enveloped in dark mist and a group of sword cultivators clad in white robes. With a resounding crack, the scene shattered once more. As Luo Xiu traversed through the series of illusions, only the first one had a significant impact on him. Thereafter, the subsequent illusions posed no hindrance at all, as if they were non-existent. In less than 100 breaths, Luo Xiu passed through 9 illusions and arrived at the opposite side of the mountain path, observing Chen Dong and the other 2. It was evident that Chen Dong's speed surpassed that of Luo Jun and Li Mingsong by a considerable margin. He was already at the 4th illusion, while Luo Jun and Li Mingsong were still entangled in the 2nd. "How did you emerge so quickly?" the plump elder Wu exclaimed with palpable excitement upon seeing Luo Xiu and hurriedly inquired. "Did I come out that fast?" Luo Xiu feigned ignorance, well aware of the reason for his rapid passage through the illusions, but knowing such truths were best left unspoken. "Fast? Is that not astonishing? In just under 100 breaths, you've traversed 9 illusions. The best record within the sect took nearly a quarter of an hour." Elder Wu's excitement caused his ample flesh to quiver. Before Luo Xiu could respond, Elder Wu eagerly asked, "What is the grade of your spiritual root? Perhaps I have stumbled upon a prodigy." The latter part of his statement seemed to drift into a musing tone, and Luo Xiu, not fully grasping it, felt uncertain about how to reply. Ultimately, he stated, "I possess a 3rd-grade spiritual root." 3rd grade? How can that be? Elder Wu expressed his disbelief. The second trial tests one's perseverance and mental state. How could someone with such exceptional fortitude and composure possess merely a 3rd-grade spiritual root? Elder Yang, who was also aware of this, chimed in, "I have no reason to deceive you, nor would anyone intentionally downplay their own spiritual root grade. I, too, wish for a better talent to be acknowledged, but alas, It is what it is, Luo Xiu lamented. Elder Wu scrutinized Luo Xiu, searching for any signs of deception. However, since Luo Xiu spoke only the truth, there was nothing to reveal. Wu's gaze wavered as he contemplated that, based on the second trial, Luo Xiu was undoubtedly a promising candidate. Yet, with a spiritual root rated only at 3rd grade, his future achievements would likely be limited, leaving Elder Wu in a quandary. Elder Wu was convinced that Luo Xiu was truthful and had no need to diminish his own abilities. Moreover, any falsehood would be easily clarified by inquiring with Yang Hui. After much deliberation, Elder Wu resolved to mark Luo Xiu for special consideration. This was the duty of the elders, to highlight individuals who performed exceptionally in each trial and ultimately assess the top 10 candidates. These 10 would be recognized as the most outstanding disciples in this entry examination and would be rewarded with 10 high-grade body-refining pills. Thus, each selection required meticulous consideration. Of course, Elder Wu's interest in Luo Xiu's swift success was not solely based on performance. A portion of it was also due to the fact that Elder Li had personally recommended him, necessitating some level of discretion. After nearly a quarter of an hour, Chen Dong also emerged from the illusions, his face reflecting surprise upon seeing Luo Xiu already standing on the opposite side. I had thought myself remarkably swift, only to discover that Luo Xiu had already been waiting across from me. How long did it take you to pass this stage? Chen Dong inquired softly from the side. Not too long, Luo Xiu replied nonchalantly. You emerged shortly after I did. Given that Luo Xiu had evidently relied on his ruthless determination to expedite his passage, it was likely that his time was comparable to Chen Dong's, if not for that advantage. Oh, Chen Dong nodded in understanding, clearly accepting this explanation. Meanwhile, Steward Wu's lips twitched slightly. This was what he called taking a considerable amount of time? It was evident that Luo Xiu had simply traversed directly over, rendering it almost akin to having no illusion at all. Yet, he refrained from voicing any objections, as it bore little relevance to him. Instead, Steward Wu's gaze turned fervent as he observed Chen Dong beside Luo Xiu. To complete the illusionary trial in a mere quarter of an hour was indeed commendable. Should the performance in the 3rd stage mirror this success, a place among the top 10 would surely be secured. After a quarter of an hour had elapsed, Luo Jun and Li Mingsong also emerged from the illusion. With all 4 now present, Steward Wu guided them toward the 3rd stage, the final hurdle of this assessment. He led them to a square where more than a dozen arenas stood, each occupied by a youth clad in gray robes, appearing to be around 18 years of age, all possessing a cultivation level of the 9th layer of the body refinement realm. Battles were underway across the various platforms. On one side stood the gray-robed youths, while on the other were the participants of the trial. The number of contenders in this 3rd stage was noticeably reduced, with only about 30 individuals present. Steward Wu addressed Luo Xiu and the others. Soon, you will face off against them. They are disciples from the outer sect of the Qingyun sect. If you can endure for a quarter of an hour, you will have succeeded. Should you defeat your opponent, it will be regarded as exceptional. Steward Wu had anticipated expressions of astonishment from Luo Xiu and the others, yet was taken aback to find Luo Xiu's countenance unchanged, exuding an air of indifference as though he were brimming with confidence. The other 3, aside from a brief flicker of tension, soon regained their composure and appeared equally assured. Feeling somewhat disheartened at his own expectations, Steward Wu continued. Of course, they will not be using their full strength when facing those of the 8th layer. They will exert only 80% of their power, and against those of the 7th layer, merely 60%. Thus, you have a significant opportunity. Although he recognized that the chances were indeed favorable, he was certain they would prevail. After all, how could those brought by Elder Li possibly fail to endure for a quarter of an hour? If they did, one could only wonder how Elder Li would respond to him. Therefore, the outcome was bound to be one of success. Steward Wu did not keep Luo Xiu and the others waiting long. He swiftly arranged for them to take 4 of the arenas. He had little time to linger, as he needed to return to oversee the 2nd stage. Consequently, he aimed to conclude matters swiftly. Nearby, some individuals who had been cut in line grumbled under their breath. Yet none dared to voice their grievances openly. They were well aware that this steward was in charge of the 2nd stage, and to provoke him could result in complications that would multiply their difficulties, potentially jeopardizing their passage through the 3rd stage. Thus, one could only silently curse the steward and mutter under their breath about the 4 who had cut in line. In response, Luo Xiu could only lament his unjust treatment, for he had not urged Steward Wu to bypass the queue, and he himself was not in a hurry. It was clearly Steward Wu who was anxious. If there were to be any reproaches, they should be directed at Steward Wu, not at them. Although Luo Xiu felt a twinge of displeasure, he deemed it unnecessary to dwell on such trivialities, knowing that they could only vent their frustrations through words. The four of them each selected a platform and ascended. Although they were only required to endure for a quarter of an hour, Luo Xiu was eager to gauge the strength of the outer disciples of the Qingyan sect. Therefore, he commenced with the only martial art he had cultivated thus far, the crumbling mountain fist. The man in the gray robe, upon seeing Luo Xiu's fist barreling towards him, could not afford to show weakness and retaliated with a punch of his own. The two fists collided midair, resulting in a swift recoil. The gray-robed man glanced at his opponent in surprise, realizing that someone at the mere 7th level of cultivation could withstand 4/10 of his strength. Meanwhile, Luo Xiu found himself puzzled. Was this truly the extent of 6/10 of power? His disbelief lingered, yet as he had suspected, Steward Wu had previously instructed that the gray-robed man could not possibly exert his full strength. Had he faltered, the consequences would have been dire for Luo Xiu. Thus, he had only utilized 4/10 of his might. Intrigued, Luo Xiu launched another punch, this time with greater speed and force, unleashing a gust of wind as his fist surged towards the gray-robed man. The latter had assumed this contest would merely be a formality, especially after being cautioned by Steward Wu to engage in a brief sparring match lasting merely a quarter of an hour. However, the gray-robed man was unprepared for Luo Xiu's resolve. He had no intention of adhering to Steward Wu's admonitions. Instead, Luo Xiu sought to ascertain the true strength of the sect's disciples, for if he could not overcome this opponent, he would surely need to tread carefully within the Qingyan sect. Caught off guard, the gray-robed man hastily raised his arm in defense. Although he managed to block Luo Xiu's punch, he was nonetheless sent sprawling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. A flicker of confusion crossed his eyes, soon replaced by a surge of anger. Their agreement had been for a simple spar, a mere passage of time, yet here he was, struck with such force. His frustration stemmed from his own negligence. As he rubbed his numbed arm, Luo Xiu found it curious that his opponent seemed distracted mid-battle. Nevertheless, upon noticing the rage in the gray-robed man's eyes, he understood there was no time to ponder the reason for this lapse in concentration. As the man rose to his feet, Luo Xiu remained vigilant. You, young one, if you desire to play, I, Yang Donghua, shall oblige you. I hope you do not come to regret this, the gray-robed man declared coldly. Luo Xiu regarded him, somewhat perplexed. Yet, since the man had issued such a challenge, Luo Xiu was resolute in not diminishing his own momentum, retorting, regret? With your capabilities, it seems you lack the strength to instill such feelings in me. Yang Donghua's eyes glimmered with a fierce intensity, silently vowing, very well, allow me to teach you that such arrogance within the Qingyan sect comes with its own price. A swift strike descended upon Luo Xiu, cleaving through the air with a hissing sound. Observing this, Luo Xiu quickly dodged to the side, simultaneously launching a punch towards Yang Donghua's wrist. Yang Donghua, taken aback by Luo Xiu's rapid response, was nonetheless unfazed, retaliating with a kick aimed at Luo Xiu's chest. To evade the blow, Luo Xiu had no choice but to retract his punch for defense. After successfully blocking the kick, he propelled himself off the ground and charged at Yang Donghua once more. The two engaged in a flurry of exchanges, neither able to gain the upper hand. Yang Donghua's expression darkened. As a 9th layer of the body refinement realm, he found it humiliating to be unable to subdue someone merely at the 7th layer. He feared the mockery that would ensue should this news reach the outer sect. With this thought in mind, an intense determination flickered in his eyes, prompting him to disregard the admonitions of Elder Wu. It was crucial for him to preserve his own dignity. Thus, he released the full extent of his strength, unleashing a powerful strike towards Luo Xiu, one far superior to the previous attempt, now supplemented with martial techniques. Vajra split, perish. Yang Donghua bellowed. A hand, aglow with metallic brilliance and significantly larger than a typical hand, descended towards Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu, however, was not one to sit idly by. He met the assault with a punch, employing the mountain-shattering fist while secretly channeling his hidden strength. The collision of fists and palms erupted with a resounding boom, sending shockwaves rippling outward, as both combatants were propelled several meters backward. The spectators below instinctively covered their ears, gazing in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them, particularly at Luo Xiu. Could this truly be a 7th layer of the body refinement realm? How could he possess such formidable strength? Amidst the chaos, Luo Xiu noticed a long, narrow wound across his fist, akin to a gash inflicted by a sword, blood streaming forth. Yang Donghua, however, fared far worse. His arm lay twisted, the bone shattered beyond immediate repair, while medicinal elixirs could expedite healing. The internal damage wrought by the residual force within him continued to wreak havoc upon his organs, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Yang Donghua fixed a fierce gaze upon Luo Xiu, incredulous that he had exerted at least 90% of his strength, employing martial techniques, only to be defeated by a mere seventh layer, a disciple yet to enter the sect. Luo Xiu rose to his feet. The severity of his injuries evident, yet merely superficial. With proper treatment, he would recover swiftly. Conversely, Yang Donghua was likely in a far worse state, as the dark energy that coursed through his arm had inflicted significant internal damage. It is an unavoidable circumstance, from the fierce glint in his eyes. Luo Xiu discerned that his opponent would not easily let him off the hook. Having already offended him, it would be prudent to inflict a grievous injury, allowing time for recovery while simultaneously strengthening his own prowess. Were it not for the knowledge that killing was not an option within this arena, he might have opted for this definitive solution. After all, it is far more advantageous to be forgotten by the living than to be remembered by the dead. Suddenly, an elderly man clad in white appeared on the stage, placing a hand upon Yang Donghua's back. Almost instantaneously, the pallor of Yang Donghua's face improved significantly, and he regained his footing. The white-clad elder cast a disapproving glance at Yang Donghua before directing his gaze toward Luo Xiu, his displeasure palpable. In all these years, never had a disciple participating in the assessment so brutally injured another disciple assisting from the outer sect. What is your name, and to which family do you belong? Are you not aware of the rules of the assessment? The elder inquired, fixing his stare on Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon him, as if a mountain had been placed upon his back. Meeting the elder's gaze, he displayed a flicker of defiance. What rules, he pondered, when none had informed him of such. The elder, noticing Luo Xiu's defiance, unleashed his full cultivation, a pressure of golden core realm bearing down upon Luo Xiu. He found himself struggling to maintain composure, his once erect posture bending under the weight, legs trembling as if he were on the verge of kneeling before the elder. I had thought you were a scion of a prominent family. Instead, you are merely a reckless youth, murmured some onlookers. To dare to inflict such injury during an assessment. He may not even comprehend the gravity of his actions. Indeed, the arena assessments do not permit the serious injury of opponents. This young man has audaciously crossed a line. Others echoed. Does anyone know from which family this fool has come? What kind of oversight allowed such a naive individual to participate? The crowd below wore expressions of disdain, mockingly regarding Luo Xiu's audacity. Is it possible he is simply unaware of the arena's regulations? A timid girl, seemingly around 14 or 15, suggested, a hint of fear evident on her face. Beside her, a handsome young man gently scolded her, apologizing to those around them. The girl lowered her head, stepping back to hide behind the young man. A mix of fear and stubbornness etched upon her features. Luo Xiu's gaze remained fixed upon the elder before him, summoning every ounce of strength to prevent his legs from buckling. It was not that he wished to evade the elder's inquiries. Rather, he found himself too breathless to respond. The elder, taken aback, had not anticipated that a mere seventh-layer disciple of the body refinement realm could withstand a fraction of his golden core might. A flicker of admiration crossed his mind, yet rules are rules. They could not be bent for one individual, lest future assessments be jeopardized. The elder retracted his oppressive aura, and Luo Xiu immediately felt the weight lift, his body relaxing momentarily as he fought to remain upright. After catching his breath, he finally spoke. I am Luo Xiu, hailing from a humble place. As for the so-called rules you mention, I am unaware of them, and I have no desire to comprehend them. The elder in white robes revealed a hint of perplexity. Just then, Steward Wu approached the elder and whispered something in his ear. A flicker of astonishment crossed the elder's eyes as he glanced at Luo Xiu, his gaze softening considerably. The elder spoke gently. Since you are unaware of the examination rules, I shall let this pass this time. However, a punishment is unavoidable. You shall reflect upon your actions in the Fire Mountain. If we allow others like you to inflict grievous harm on their opponents under the guise of ignorance, the examination would descend into chaos. Having concluded his words, the elder departed with the severely injured Yang Donghua, upon learning of Luo Xiu's punishment to reflect in the Fire Mountain. Those unaware of the circumstances took pleasure in his misfortune, while the disciples of King Yun's sect who understood the situation displayed signs of trepidation. Luo Xiu, however, remained indifferent, considering the reflective period as an opportunity to hone his skills and strive toward achieving the 8th layer of body refinement. At that moment, Chen Dong, Luo Jun, and another companion approached, with Li Mingsong appearing somewhat distant compared to before. Luo Xiu cast a glance but paid it no mind. They had never shared a deep bond, so a bit of distance was inconsequential. Chen Dong and Luo Jun's faces were marked with evident concern, yet they were at a loss for words of comfort. Observing their unease, Luo Xiu waved his hand dismissively and said, It's merely a period of reflection. There is no significant loss. In fact, I require a tranquil place to cultivate. Consider it a retreat. You should focus on your training during this time and strive to reach the true element realm. Then you shall become inner disciples. Indeed, you should hasten your progress as well, lest you fall behind us, Luo Jun remarked with a smile. Chen Dong glanced at Luo Xiu and nodded in agreement. Come, let me take you to the fire mountain. You truly have a knack for causing trouble. Even before formally entering, you've gravely injured an outer disciple. It seems you've made quite a name for yourself in the outer sect. And once you emerge from the fire mountain, be prepared for them to seek retribution, Steward Wu chuckled. There's nothing to fear. Should they dare to trouble me, I shall confront them, one by one, or even two by two, and teach them a lesson they won't soon forget, Luo Xiu replied nonchalantly. So long as my strength is formidable, I refuse to believe they are all fearless. Steward Wu was momentarily rendered speechless by Luo Xiu's audacity. It appeared that the outer sect would soon experience unrest. Shaking his head, he retrieved a porcelain vial from his storage ring and handed it to Luo Xiu, saying, Take this. Elder Chu believes you are worthy of being among the top 10 in this entrance examination. So this vial of body refinement pills is your reward for placing in the top 10. Chapter 30. 8th layer of body refinement before long. Luo Xiu and Steward Wu arrived at a secluded valley. Luo Xiu surveyed his surroundings and questioned, Isn't this supposed to be the fire mountain? How have we ended up in a valley? Could it be the fire valley? Steward Wu noticed Luo Xiu's confusion, recalling his own similar bewilderment from the past. He chuckled softly and explained, The fire mountain is not above ground, but rather beneath it. You will understand once we enter. With curiosity piqued, Luo Xiu chose not to press further, following Steward Wu into a cave. Elder son, I have been instructed to bring the disciple here for training in the fire mountain. Steward Wu announced into the cave. Wait, isn't this a punishment to reflect in the fire mountain? How has it turned into training? As Luo Xiu gazed into the cave, a look of astonishment spread across his face, and he mused silently. Seeing Luo Xiu's bewildered expression, Steward Wu explained. The punishment is intended for the others to hear. For you, this fire mountain represents a trial. If you cannot endure it, that constitutes a punishment. However, should you withstand it, it transforms into a reward. Why? It seems rather unreasonable, Luo Xiu remarked, skeptical of the notion that fortune would fall from the heavens without cause. I cannot say for certain. Perhaps Elder Chu believes you have potential and wishes to grant you an opportunity, Wu continued. By the way, Elder Chu also instructed me to inform you that the outer sect competition is in a month. The top 10 participants will gain direct access to the inner sect, with the possibility of becoming a direct disciple of an elder. Otherwise, one must wait until reaching the true essence realm to become an inner sect disciple. Wu relayed this to Luo Xiu, pondering why Elder Chu had chosen to share information about the outer sect competition with him. Could it be that Elder Chu anticipated Luo Xiu would rank among the top 10 and be selected as a direct disciple? Shaking his head, Wu dismissed the thought. Convinced it was far-fetched to believe a mere 7th layer refinement realm disciple could ascend to the inner sect in just a month. As Luo Xiu conversed with Steward Wu, a stone door within the cave creaked open, revealing a somewhat disheveled elder who stepped forth. His squinted eyes scrutinized Luo Xiu, making him feel as though he were transparent, observed thoroughly from all angles. What brings a mere 7th layer refinement disciple to this place? Are you not afraid of perishing here? The scruffy elder inquired. I am unsure why. Elder Chu merely instructed me to bring him here for cultivation, Steward Wu replied, evidently more uneasy than when addressing Elder Chu himself. Very well. Since you have come, you may proceed. You may leave now, the scruffy elder said to Wu before turning his attention back to Luo Xiu. With your capabilities, you shall only be permitted on the 1st level. Follow me. Without further regard for the still present Wu, the elder entered the stone door. Luo Xiu cast a glance back and offered a respectful gesture before following the elder. As soon as Luo Xiu stepped through the door, it closed automatically, leaving no trace but a rugged stone wall behind. Luo Xiu trailed the elder deeper into the cave, feeling an increase in temperature. Beads of sweat beginning to form on his forehead. He keenly sensed the surrounding environment, noting the air was thickening with spiritual energy. After winding through the cave, they arrived at a vast stone chamber filled with towering, inverted stone pillars. The concentration of spiritual energy here was several times denser than outside. You shall cultivate here, the scruffy elder instructed. Within this chamber reside unique magical beasts, primarily of mid to high rank in the 1st tier. Importantly, these beasts possess beast cores, akin to spirit stones, which can aid in your cultivation. Moreover, the creatures on this 1st level are weaker than those outside, making it suitable for you. Though uncertain why such a young disciple had been permitted to enter, the elder recognized his responsibility for Luo Xiu, for he was ultimately a disciple of the Qingyun sect. Excitement surged within Luo Xiu as he recognized this place as a remarkable site for cultivation. He believed that within 10 days, he would achieve the 8th level of refinement. Expressing his gratitude to the disheveled elder, he ventured deeper into the cavern. After traversing for over an hour, Luo Xiu encountered his first beast, a creature reminiscent of a bull, albeit significantly larger and devoid of horns. Upon spotting Luo Xiu, the beast promptly turned and fled. Luo Xiu was taken aback. How could a mid-tier beast run away upon seeing him? Seeing the beast retreat, he hastily pursued it. The creature, enormous in stature, thudded heavily against the ground as it ran, startling several other beasts into a frenzied escape. Luo Xiu was astonished. What began as a single beast quickly escalated to 2, 3, 4, and eventually over 20 within half an hour. The beasts continued to flee, with more joining their ranks along the way. It seemed they were all driven by a singular instinct to run in one direction, following the lead of the foremost beast. Luo Xiu halted, observing the distant herd of beasts as they gradually receded. He felt fortunate they had not turned back to confront him, for he would have found it challenging to contend with them. He chose a different path to seek out other beasts, this time proceeding with greater caution and stealth. He had discerned that these creatures were easily startled. A mere fright could send them into a wild dash, prompting a mass exodus. In confronting these beasts, the most effective strategy was to strike decisively, preventing any chance of escape. Thus, he stealthily approached one beast until he was approximately 3 yards away, and then, with a sudden burst of energy, he struck its skull with a heavy blow, knocking it to the ground. 7 days passed swiftly, during which Luo Xiu had slain over 20 beasts. Except for the initial instance where he shattered the core within a beast's head, he had collected the cores from the others. With an abundance of cores amassed, Luo Xiu began the process of refining them, one in each hand. He sensed the energy within the cores, which surpassed even that of high-grade body refinement pills. As he refined the 20th core, Luo Xiu's aura finally reached the 8th level of body refinement. Opening his eyes, he reveled in his newfound strength. Feeling a shudder as the bones in his body crackled audibly, he surveyed the remaining cores and decided to store them instead of refining them immediately. Their effects were minimal, and it would be more beneficial to gather more before refining them together for a greater result. With that, Luo Xiu resumed his hunt for beasts, noticeably more composed this time. Having narrowly escaped being trampled by a returning herd on several occasions, he had learned to exercise greater caution. However, he now felt a surge of confidence, as he believed the danger of flight was not as perilous as before. In the cavern, Luo Xiu hunted down over 10 more beasts, subsequently refining their cores. He was now just one step away from advancing to the 9th level. However, 10 days have passed, and Luo Xiu could hardly believe that the disheveled old man would allow him to remain here. It would be wise to leave voluntarily rather than risk being expelled. As Luo Xiu returned to the place where he initially arrived, he noticed the old man waiting there, just as he had anticipated. Luo Xiu approached him, and the old man, upon seeing that Luo Xiu had not been trampled by the horde of demonic beasts, seemed to consider him fortunate. Without delay, the old man turned and led Luo Xiu out of the cave. If it weren't for Luo Xiu having opened the stone door of the cave, no one from the outside could enter, nor could anyone from within exit. After all, this place was a sacred training ground of the Qingyun sect, known to few, and even fewer had the privilege to cultivate here. Unbeknownst to Luo Xiu, the old man found it peculiar that he had survived. Otherwise, he would have certainly been dealt a heavy blow. It was perhaps better for Luo Xiu to remain unaware. Once he exited the cave, he was uncertain of his next destination. The steward surnamed Wu had guided him to the cave, but had not informed him of the layout of the Qingyun sect's palaces. Thus, Luo Xiu wandered aimlessly until he inadvertently overheard that Dong was in a rather unfortunate predicament. Have you heard? That new disciple, Dong, has encountered Zhao Xinghua again in the body refinement tower, remarked a man clad in a gray robe. Is that true? Poor Dong, replied another man. Indeed. Zhao Xinghua is far too overbearing, taking advantage of his cousin being an inner sect disciple to act with impunity in the outer sect, chimed in a woman nearby. Yes. But what can we do? We can only keep our distance, suggested a slightly older man. Upon hearing this, Luo Xiu could surmise the situation. Zhao Xinghua, accustomed to wielding power, had likely sought to discipline Dong for his defiance, intending to assert his authority in the outer sect. Excuse me, esteemed seniors. Could you please tell me where the body refinement tower is? I am a newly initiated disciple and am not yet familiar with the surroundings, Luo Xiu inquired. Knowing he could not ignore Dong's troubles, especially since their relationship was relatively amicable. You don't know where the body refinement tower is? The woman looked at Luo Xiu in astonishment, unable to fathom that someone in the outer sect was unaware of its location. I have been preoccupied with matters these past few days and have not ventured out, so I have yet to visit the body refinement tower, Luo Xiu explained. Feeling somewhat embarrassed under their incredulous gazes, the group quickly realized that Luo Xiu had simply not had the opportunity to train outside. And though they refrained from asking why he had not gone, they kindly directed him to the body refinement tower and explained how to reach it. After expressing his gratitude, Luo Xiu made his way toward the body refinement tower. It did not take long for him to arrive at a 3-story stone tower, known as the body refinement tower, where the speed of body refinement was significantly accelerated, thus earning its name among the outer sect disciples. As Luo Xiu stepped inside, he was immediately met with the sounds of heated arguments and insults. It was evident that the conflict he had overheard earlier was indeed between Chen Dong and Zhao Xinghua. You can only blame yourselves for associating with that Luo Xiu. Even before becoming a disciple of the Qingyun sect, he dared to seriously injure me during the assessment. A figure clad in a gray robe, bearing a haughty and disdainful expression, addressed Chen Dong and Luo Jun. Behind him stood several outer disciples at the 8th and 9th levels of the body refinement stage, all exuding an air of arrogance. Among them was a severely injured man named Yang Donghua, who had been assessed just prior. A chilling voice cut through the crowd, unmistakably belonging to Luo Xiu. Initially, Luo Xiu had presumed that a group of senior disciples were bullying the newcomers, only to realize that the matter pertained to himself. Casting a glance at Yang Donghua, he turned his attention to the haughty youth and approached, saying, "What do you wish to say? What do you mean by that? I intend to cripple their limbs." Forcing Luo Xiu to come and bow to me in apology. Otherwise, the Qingyun sect will have no place for them, Zhao Xinghua retorted disdainfully. And who are you to question me? You inquire about my identity? I am the very Luo Xiu you speak of, he replied coolly, meeting Zhao Xingwei's gaze. So you are Luo Xiu. What audacity you possess to stand before me, Zhao Xinghua sneered, a flicker of malice glimmering in his eyes. Observing the murderous intent emanating from Zhao Xinghua, Luo Xiu remarked, "You harbor thoughts of killing me?" Since the perfect transformation of his murderous heart, Luo Xiu had become particularly sensitive to killing intent, and Zhao Xingwei's was blatantly evident. Killing you? What of it? Zhao Xinghua scoffed, pointing at Luo Xiu. What can you do? You dare provoke me. Yet what harm could come from your demise? Can one truly kill within this body refinement tower? Is there no authority to intervene? Luo Xiu questioned, puzzled. Of course, killing is forbidden, but crippling you should pose no issue, Zhao Xinghua replied, gesturing commandingly. Seize him and incapacitate him. Be careful. Chen Dong and Luo Jun warned urgently. Several of Zhao Xingwei's companions advanced towards Luo Xiu, launching a barrage of punches and strikes. Luo Xiu regarded them with disdain. Had he still been at the 7th level of the body refinement stage, he might have felt some trepidation. However, now, he dismissed these 8th level practitioners entirely, swiftly evading a punch aimed at him. Luo Xiu retaliated with a strike to one opponent's chest before pivoting to deliver a crushing kick to another's knee, shattering it with ease. As two men writhed on the ground in agony, the remaining 2 8th level disciples were momentarily stunned. Did they not claim he was merely at the 7th level? Have you ever witnessed such prowess from a 7th level practitioner? Even a 9th level would struggle to so easily injure 2 8th level opponents. Yang Donghua, observing the scene, felt a surge of fear. This conflict had initially been between him and Luo Xiu, and having previously suffered defeat at his hands, he now recognized that Luo Xiu had grown significantly stronger. Witnessing such ruthless efficiency in Luo Xiu's strikes, he feared for his own safety. Resolving to act, Yang Donghua retrieved his spear from his storage bag and lunged at Luo Xiu with a fierce thrust. Golden light, perish. The onlookers beheld a flash of golden brilliance as the spear hurtled toward Luo Xiu's brow. As the crowd held their breath, believing that Luo Xiu was on the verge of being slain by Yang Donghua, a hand seized the long spear. You wish to take my life? Luo Xiu stated calmly. Casting a glance at Yang Donghua, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. If you desire my demise, be prepared for your own. Turning his gaze aside, he continued, since you permit killing within this body refinement tower, allow me to demonstrate. With that, he snatched the spear and hurled it back at Yang Donghua, who was instantly pinned to the ground by the weapon. Yang Donghua's eyes, filled with regret and terror, soon dimmed, leaving him lifeless. Chapter 32. The forcing of the steward. At the moment Yang Donghua lay dead, a middle-aged man clad in a grayish-blue robe appeared. His cultivation evidently at the 7th level of the true essence realm, emanating an unstable aura characteristic of one who has recently ascended in rank. What audacity! Knowing the sect's regulations, you dare to brazenly commit murder. Do you truly hold the sect's rules in such contempt? The man, named He Hao, the steward responsible for the body refinement tower, exclaimed sternly. He Hao's authority was minimal, for the tower housed only outer disciples. And the effects of body refinement were largely uniform throughout its areas, leading to infrequent conflicts. Thus, his own cultivation remained at the 7th level of the body refinement realm. He had been present when Zhao Xinghua humiliated Chen Dong and others, but chose to turn a blind eye, not wishing to offend an elder connected to Zhao. Unexpectedly, Luo Xiu emerged, confronting Zhao Xinghua directly. Assuming that Zhao's numbers would prevail, He Hao refrained from intervening. After all, he was displeased with Luo Xiu for grievously injuring a disciple before even entering the sect. Such a troublemaker was bound to be a future threat, and he doubted the sect would care if an incident arose. Thus, when Yang Donghua attacked, He Hao did not intervene, believing he could merely punish Yang later. What he did not anticipate was Luo Xiu's formidable strength, which resulted in Yang Donghua being slain within the body refinement tower. By the time He Hao considered rescuing Yang, it was already too late. Consequently, He Hao's face was now filled with icy disdain, wishing he could eliminate Luo Xiu right there in the tower. However, he understood the repercussions. After all, Yang Donghua was in the wrong, and should the matter escalate, the sect would undoubtedly penalize him. Therefore, he sought to pressure Luo Xiu, hoping that a confession would simplify the resolution. Do I disregard the sect's regulations? Is this steward blind to who struck first and who bullied a fellow disciple within the body refinement tower? Luo Xiu retorted, gazing at He Hao's darkened expression. A wave of astonishment swept through the onlookers at Luo Xiu's audacity to openly confront and insult the sect steward. He dares to insult steward he? A young woman gasped, her face a portrait of disbelief. If he can kill, what else might he not dare? Remarked another by her side. Indeed, it appears that Zhao Xinghua has encountered a formidable obstacle this time, daring even to commit murder. An older youth remarked. The crowd buzzed with various opinions. Some who resented Zhao Xingwei's tyrannical behavior in the outer sect reveled in his misfortune, while others expressed concern for Luo Xiu. There were also those indifferent to the unfolding drama, merely spectators, with some regarding Luo Xiu as a figure not to be trifled with in the outer sect. At that moment, He Hao, who had been rebutted by Luo Xiu, found his countenance darkening, just as he was about to speak, saying, "You still claim it isn't?" Luo Xiu interrupted him directly. At this juncture, Luo Xiu could not allow He Hao to seize the initiative, as it was evident that He Hao leaned towards Zhao Xingwei's faction. I believe it is you and Zhao Xinghua who disregard the sect's regulations. You cannot feign ignorance of Zhao Xingwei's bullying of fellow disciples within the body refinement tower, yet you remain utterly unconcerned. When Zhao Xinghua sought to trouble me, you were clearly aware, yet you chose to remain passive. When Yang Donghua attempted to kill me, you cannot claim not to have seen that. I had already warned you. Don't pretend otherwise. He Hao was well aware of the truth. However, on one hand, he was reluctant to offend a certain elder within the sect, and on the other, he genuinely wished to reprimand Luo Xiu, though he had not anticipated Zhao Xinghua and Yang Donghua's incompetence. How could I know all this? When I arrived, I only witnessed you slaughtering fellow disciples within the body refinement tower, so you should simply await the sect's punishment in all honesty, He Hao said. His face darkened, now unrestrained by decorum. Ah, who would have thought that as a sect steward, you would be so utterly devoid of discernment, unable to distinguish right from wrong? Is it possible that Zhao Xingwei's rampant behavior in the outer sect is due to your influence, or perhaps you orchestrated it, compelling Zhao Xinghua to seize fellow disciples' cultivation resources for your benefit? You speak nonsense. When have I ever instructed him to act thus? Do not slander me, He Hao exclaimed, glancing at the many outer sect disciples who were now regarding him with scrutiny, hastily attempting to defend himself. Yet Luo Xiu did not grant him the opportunity to continue his defense, stating, "You still assert it isn't you. If it weren't for you, how would Zhao Xinghua dare to behave so lawlessly in the body refinement tower? It is clearly your protection that emboldens him. Moreover, considering Zhao Xinghua has seized so many cultivation resources, could it be that he has not utilized them for himself? Clearly, he has just recently broken through to the 9th level of body refinement, as evidenced by your scattered energy. Are you still insisting that the resources he plundered were not handed over to you?" It was evident that Zhao Xinghua would not relinquish the seized cultivation resources to He Hao, for Zhao Xinghua had his own followers, and naturally, he needed to allocate some resources to them, otherwise, who would follow him? However, the disciples who had been victimized by Zhao Xinghua were unaware of this nuance, and even if they were, they would not dare voice it. Thus, the gazes from the multitude of disciples directed at He Hao were now laden not merely with dissatisfaction, but with palpable resentment. He Hao, perceiving the hostile stares from the crowd, felt a jolt of anxiety, recognizing that the situation had spiraled beyond his control. As he surveyed those around him, he found himself at a loss for how to proceed. Should he continue to support Zhao Xinghua? he might truly incite the ire of a significant number of outer sect disciples. Should the sect become aware of the situation, I would undoubtedly face severe punishment. There exists the possibility that, in an effort to placate the disciples and uphold the sect's reputation, I might even be executed. Yet, to disregard the matter entirely would surely incur the wrath of a certain elder within the sect, leaving me to ponder the loss of my own dignity. He Hao's expression shifted unpredictably, ultimately opting to minimize the situation, reducing it to triviality. To be precise, he chose to ignore it altogether, allowing both parties to resolve their own conflicts as they saw fit, indifferent to their ensuing chaos. Very well. I shall not involve myself any further. Do as you please and bear the consequences of your actions. Having uttered these words, He Hao waved his sleeve and vanished swiftly. Once He Hao departed, Luo Xiu's gaze returned to Zhao Xinghua. The latter, feeling the piercing chill of Luo Xiu's stare, betrayed a flicker of fear. After all, this was a person bold enough to take a life in front of the steward, and to insult him as well. What do you intend to do? I must inform you that my cousin is an inner disciple. Should you act recklessly, he shall not let you go, Zhao Xinghua said, retreating a few steps, visibly shaken. What do I intend? Whatever you wish, I shall reciprocate, Luo Xiu replied, advancing towards Zhao Xinghua. Chapter 33. The forceful seizure of the crowd. Zhao Xinghui's expression fluctuated between anger and fear. I desire to kill you. Do you dare to retaliate? The recollection of Luo Xiu having already slain Yang Donghua struck Zhao Xinghua, who had initially believed that Luo Xiu would not dare to harm him. Now, his conviction wavered, and his legs trembled. Luo Xiu observed the pitiable state of Zhao Xinghua, who had lost all semblance of his previous arrogance. Unbeknownst to Luo Xiu, Zhao Xinghua assumed that he was about to be killed, prompting his pitiful demeanor. Yet, Luo Xiu had no intention of slaying Zhao Xinghua at that moment. Having already taken a life, he was mindful that he could not dismiss the sect's regulations so easily, since Luo Xiu could not disregard the sect's rules. Did this not imply that he should fear consequences for the previous death? In truth, Luo Xiu harbored little anxiety, for he was not the instigator. He had merely acted in self-defense. Who could have anticipated that Yang Donghua would be so easily vanquished? While this reasoning may be tenuous upon deeper reflection, he still possessed justification. Were you not so arrogant just moments ago? You even threatened to kill me. How have you fallen to such disgrace? Luo Xiu remarked with a faint smile, relishing the irony. Although he could not slay Zhao Xinghua, he had no intention of allowing him to escape unscathed. Do not push your luck, or my inner sect brother, Zhao Yuanliang, will not let you off easily, a youth beside Zhao Xinghua continued to threaten, clearly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Recognizing the need to enlighten this unfortunate boy about the appropriate moments for uttering threats, Luo Xiu approached him. Though his pace seemed leisurely, in mere moments he stood directly before the youth. Ah! The boy screamed in terror upon the sudden proximity of Luo Xiu. Ignoring the outcry, Luo Xiu seized the boy by the throat, lifting him effortlessly. The boy's cries ceased immediately, his mouth moving soundlessly, yet no sound emerged. The countenance of those surrounding Zhao Xinghua suddenly changed dramatically. Could he possibly harbor intentions of further bloodshed? With this thought, the crowd swiftly distanced themselves from the youth and Luo Xiu, wishing fervently to silence the boy's tongue. Even at this juncture, his failure to grasp the gravity of the situation, threatening the unrestrained Luo Xiu, ignited a deep-seated animosity towards him. Luo Xiu seized the youth and delivered several resounding slaps, leaving the boy's mouth awash in blood, with several teeth sent flying. Gazing at the bloodied boy, he callously discarded him onto the ground, subsequently shattering the boy's arm bones beneath his heel. A piercing scream erupted as Luo Xiu relinquished his grip. The sound rent the air and reached the ears of all present, unveiling the boy's brutal fate and instilling a profound fear within their hearts. Luo Xiu, having broken the youth's arms, turned his gaze upon Zhao Xinghua and inquired, "What about you? Do you wish to live or die?" At his words, flickers of hope ignited in the eyes of the crowd. Naturally, none desired to embrace death if survival was an option. Observing their expressions, Luo Xiu discerned the course of action he should take. The path to survival was straightforward. Surrender all items contained within their storage bags and deliver 30 slaps to themselves. In return, he would spare them. Should they refuse, they would meet the same fate as Yang Donghua. Luo Xiu's cold gaze pierced through them, exuding an aura of menace, as if to indicate that any dissent would be met with lethal consequences. This was all part of Luo Xiu's deliberate strategy, without a thorough intimidation. He feared there might still be those who would resist, while he was unafraid of one or two challengers. The prospect of facing a multitude was a matter worthy of careful consideration. Zhao Xinghuai and his companions should have perceived that Luo Xiu was either too afraid or unwilling to execute them. However, the sight of him slaying Yang Donghua had thoroughly terrified them. Initially, Luo Xiu's demeanor suggested he intended to kill them, and now that an unexpected avenue for survival had emerged, their thoughts turned singularly to escaping this calamity, putting aside notions of revenge until their lives were secured. As the crowd began to extract items from their storage bags, some precious elixirs, others assorted trinkets, Luo Xiu noted the abundance of body-refining pills among them. Collecting no fewer than 60 or 70, along with various other medicinal concoctions. Once he had gathered all the items, he regarded the crowd and asked, "What are you waiting for? Do you wish for me to take action myself?" As he advanced toward Zhao Xinghuai, the crowd was instantly startled, hastily beginning to strike themselves. Luo Xiu surveyed them and noted that a few were clearly feigning their blows. With a nonchalant tone, he remarked, "If you are reluctant to exert yourselves, I can assist. After all, I possess considerable strength and can easily help a few more." The faces of those who had hesitated turned ashen at his words. Having witnessed the previous boy's fate, they understood that suffering 30 slaps of such magnitude could ruin their faces. Thus, they hastily intensified their efforts. And soon blood began to trickle from their lips. "Zhao Xinghuai, how should I deal with you? After all, you sought to kill me. And if I were to spare you, retribution would surely follow, would it not?" Luo Xiu spoke with a chilling detachment, a murderous intent manifesting upon his visage. Naturally, Luo Xiu would not kill Zhao Xinghuai at this moment, yet he found it unacceptable to simply release him. Seemingly sensing Luo Xiu's reluctance to let him go, Zhao Xinghuai hastily declared, "If you spare me, I promise to never trouble you again, nor will I seek revenge. I will give you everything in my storage bag, including all the spirit stones I possess. If that is insufficient, I can borrow more from my cousin. Just let me go, and I will offer you anything." "Spirit stones? I did not expect you to have any," Luo Xiu replied, accepting the storage bag, which indeed contained spirit stones, 10 in total, although they were all low-grade. For someone like Luo Xiu, who had never even touched a spirit stone, this was a considerable treasure. He stored the bag away and then addressed Zhao Xinghuai. 10 spirit stones cannot possibly equate to your life, and I trust you do not consider your life worth merely 10 spirit stones. Hand over another 20 spirit stones, and I shall spare you, otherwise." Luo Xiu had little faith that Zhao Xinghuai would actually part with another 20 spirit stones, nor did he believe he would refrain from seeking revenge. However, Luo Xiu had no intention of killing him anyway. It would be wiser to extort him. Who knows? Perhaps Zhao Xinghuai might be foolish enough to comply. 20. Zhao Xinghuai, observing the murderous intent on Luo Xiu's face, hesitated before shifting his response. "I do not have that at present, but I can borrow from my cousin. I will definitely repay you next time, if you let me go." "Not now, you say?" "Perhaps next time, but interest must be accounted for. I shall not ask for your spirit stones. You seem unable to produce them. Instead, kneel and apologize. Then slap yourself 20 times, and I will let you go to borrow the 20 spirit stones. What say you? Do we have an agreement?" Chapter 34, Dragon Soaring. 9 shadows. Upon seeing Luo Xiu's expression, Zhao Xinghuai realized he lacked the courage to refuse, and thus nodded. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he knelt before Luo Xiu, saying, "I was wrong. I am but a small-minded person who failed to recognize greatness and offended young Master Luo. I implore you, young master, to overlook my transgressions and spare me this once." As he spoke, he began to slap his own face, apologizing with each strike. Though the resentment in his eyes lingered even as he bowed his head, Luo Xiu paid little heed to the resentment in Zhao Xinghuai's gaze. Regardless of the circumstances, Zhao Xinghuai would undoubtedly seek revenge. However, this time, Luo Xiu found it inconvenient to kill him. Should Zhao Xinghuai refrain from retaliation, it would instead be problematic for Luo Xiu to take his life. Luo Xiu glanced at Zhao Xinghuai and the others, uttering a dismissive command to leave. The group, as if granted a reprieve, hurriedly carried the fallen youth away. Observers, seeing Zhao Xinghuai and his companions flee without further entertainment, began to disperse in small groups. Once the crowd had departed, Luo Xiu approached Chundong and Luo Jun, inquiring, "Are you unharmed?" "We're fine, just some superficial injuries." Luo Jun and Chundong exchanged glances and replied. Luo Xiu regarded the two, surprised at how their bond had strengthened in just a few days. Surely, recent events had forged their camaraderie. Moreover, Luo Jun had advanced to the 9th level of the body refinement stage, while Chundong had reached the pinnacle of the 8th level. "Let us return for now. I have just emerged from the fire mountain and am unfamiliar with the path ahead," he said. Luo Xiu spread his hands and addressed Chundong and Luo Jun. "Are you all right at Huoyan Mountain?" Chundong inquired. only to realize from Luo Xiu's countenance that he was unharmed. Well, that was a pointless question. Your appearance speaks volumes. Let us return to the accommodation area, as your residence is with us. Your disciple robes and tokens remain in our possession. With that, Luo Xiu accompanied the two towards the lodging area, simultaneously familiarizing himself with the layout of the outer sect and the locations of significant places. To be precise, there were only 3 notable areas for the outer sect disciples: the accommodation area, the body refinement tower, and the battle tower. Luo Xiu was well aware of the purposes of the accommodation area and the body refinement tower. However, he was utterly perplexed by the battle tower. Upon inquiry, he learned that it was a venue for practical combat training, where one could enhance their battle prowess by engaging with combat puppets. It was one of the 2 principal locations for the outer sect disciples' cultivation. In the Qingyun sect, outer sect disciples could only cultivate in the body refinement tower and the battle tower, the former for refining the body and elevating their level, and the latter for practicing combat and improving combat strength. Luo Xiu was eager to visit the battle tower, not so much for the sake of enhancing his combat abilities, but to practice the martial techniques of agility imparted by his father. Following the two, Luo Xiu arrived at the accommodation area, which was quite spacious, comprising a small courtyard with 4 independent houses and a vast open yard presumably designated for disciple sparring. Observing the 4 houses, Luo Xiu surmised that one belonged to Li Mingsong. However, he had not seen him in the body refinement tower. Likely to avoid being embroiled in the conflict between Luo Xiu and Zhao Xinghua, Luo Xiu held no resentment towards Li Mingsong, as they were not particularly acquainted. Unlike Qin Dong and Luo Jun, who shared a bond of friendship and kinship. Upon entering his own house, Luo Xiu changed into the attire of an outer sect disciple and summoned Qin Dong and Luo Jun to his room. He distributed a portion of the elixirs he had forcefully acquired in the body refinement tower, bestowing over 20 body refinement pills and some additional healing elixirs to each of them. Initially, Qin Dong and Luo Jun were reluctant to accept, but they ultimately yielded to Luo Xiu's insistence. Please accept these. I have no use for such a surplus, and it would be prudent for you to elevate your cultivation level swiftly and break through to the true essence realm, thus entering the inner sect. Once your cultivation has advanced, you will be able to participate in the outer sect competition and gain valuable experience, Luo Xiu advised the two. Since you insist, I shall accept them. I am on the verge of a breakthrough, and these elixirs will undoubtedly expedite the process. I surely intend to partake in the competition. Qin Dong replied after accepting the elixirs. Luo Jun, seeing this, also accepted the gifts, recognizing that with the body refinement pills, his training speed would significantly increase, allowing him to enter the inner sect sooner. Once they had secured the elixirs, Luo Xiu continued, I shall be heading to the battle tower to cultivate. But Zhao Xinghua will not likely relent and may seek to trouble you. Therefore, during this period, I urge you to focus on your cultivation in either the body refinement tower or the battle tower. This will also provide an opportunity to refine the elixirs and augment your strength. Qin Dong and Luo Jun exchanged glances. After all, they were still unable to withstand Zhao Xinghua, as their strength remained insufficient. If they possessed the ability to defeat opponents beyond their level like Luo Xiu, they would not find themselves in such a predicament. Ultimately, it was a matter of their lack of strength. After resting for a night, the 3 of them set off towards the body refinement tower and the battle tower for training. Naturally, Luo Xiu headed for the battle tower, while Qin Dong and Luo Jun made their way to the body refinement tower. Luo Xiu took over half an hour to reach the battle tower, not due to distance, but rather because he was unfamiliar with the path and took a wrong turn. It was only after inquiring others that he finally found the tower. The battle tower consists of 9 levels, and one must pass through each level to access the next. Upon entering the tower, Luo Xiu encountered a middle-aged steward with a stern expression and no discernible emotion. What is your cultivation level? He inquired. 8th level of body refinement, Luo Xiu replied, casting a glance at the steward's lifeless demeanor. You may enter the 3rd level, the steward stated before disregarding Luo Xiu and returning to his icy demeanor. It was not until the next person arrived that he asked the same question, maintaining his unchanged expression and tone. Luo Xiu observed the steward, pondering whether he might be a mere puppet. Though such thoughts crossed his mind, he refrained from voicing them, for he did not wish to invite unnecessary trouble upon himself, particularly from someone with such a soulless gaze. Upon reaching the 3rd level of the battle tower, Luo Xiu found numerous rooms. He stepped inside one, where a puppet stood in the center, and at the entrance was a stone platform with a groove shaped precisely like a disciple's token, presumably for storing the token to activate the puppet, rather than immediately placing the token into the groove. Luo Xiu retrieved the martial technique left to him by his father from his spatial ring. A white dragon-shaped jade slip appeared in his hand, and he infused it with his spiritual energy. He was fortunate to behold a dragon soaring through the clouds, ascending to the heavens. It glided effortlessly, its form elusive and swift, achieving incredible speed that left others in awe. After years of contemplation, he had created this technique for future generations. This technique, inspired by the observation of a dragon, was named Dragon Soaring Nine Shadows, a top-tier spirit-level martial art that, when mastered to its fullest extent, rivaled Earth-level techniques. The technique comprised two aspects: dragon soaring and nine shadows. Dragon soaring could be sustained for extended periods, suitable for travel or escape. Nine shadows focused on the fluidity of movement, ideal for combat. Chapter 35. Training in the Battle Tower. Luo Xiu committed the operation method to memory and began to practice. After several attempts, he realized that due to his insufficient realm, he could only grasp its form and utilize it without comprehending its essence. Nevertheless, this was adequate. His speed had significantly increased compared to before, and his movements were far more agile. Previously, he had relied solely on the explosive power of his legs to change positions, whereas now he could adapt fluidly, conserving considerable energy. Luo Xiu continued to practice a few more times before placing the token into the groove. As soon as the token was inserted, the puppet began to move, not attacking Luo Xiu, but rather activating its joints with a series of cracking sounds. As the puppet's hollow eyes turned toward him, Luo Xiu understood that its prior movements were merely a precursor for the trial. And now the true challenge was about to commence. Without warning, the puppet struck down towards Luo Xiu with a powerful palm, and he met it with a punch. It was not the intention to vanquish the puppet, but rather to ascertain its prowess. Should it prove too feeble, it would fail to serve the purpose of honing his agility, prompting a swifter ascent to the next level. Through his observations with the puppet instructor, Luo Xiu discerned that while the puppet's movements were somewhat rigid, its speed and defense were commendable, equivalent to that of an 8th-level body refinement practitioner. After his initial probing, Luo Xiu refrained from further strikes, opting instead to continuously evade its assaults. As he watched the puppet's fists come towards him, Luo Xiu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, deftly evading by stepping aside, allowing the puppet to unleash a relentless barrage. In the beginning, his control over his footwork was prone to errors, resulting in several stinging blows. However, after a quarter of an hour, his movements became significantly more assured. Though occasional missteps occurred, he managed to avoid colliding with the puppet's fists. After another quarter of an hour, Luo Xiu could effortlessly sidestep the puppet's attacks, which, despite being on par with an 8th-level body refinement practitioner, could not even graze the hem of his garments. Feeling a waning interest in the puppet before him, Luo Xiu, after evading yet another punch, delivered a powerful blow that sent the puppet flying over 10 yards before it landed. He then swiftly made his way to the stone platform to retrieve the token. Although the fallen puppet attempted to rise and continue its assault, it became immobile the moment the token was placed into the recess, standing quietly thereafter. This puppet was indeed quite impressive. However, Luo Xiu mused, even if he were to acquire one, he remained uncertain of how to utilize it. He initially contemplated obtaining another, but upon reflection, realized that these puppets required spirit stones for activation, of which he possessed none. Moreover, he deemed it more prudent to focus on enhancing his own capabilities instead. With the token in hand, Luo Xiu ascended to the 4th level of the battle tower. The 4th level's chambers were noticeably fewer than those of the 3rd level. He entered one of the rooms, which was considerably larger than those on the previous floor, revealing not one, but 5 puppets within. Luo Xiu placed the token into the stone recess behind the door and awaited the onslaught of the 5 puppets. As the 5 puppets advanced towards him, Luo Xiu exercised utmost caution, swiftly activating his agility to evade their strikes. The presence of 5 adversaries increased the angles of attack by 4, consequently diminishing his options for evasion. In less than a quarter of an hour, his garments were shredded, leaving numerous wounds across his body. In response, he endeavored to evade with all his might, resisting the urge to retaliate against the puppets, reminding himself that his purpose was solely to refine his agility. After enduring for an hour, Luo Xiu darted to the stone platform to retrieve the token. This was not an indication of his readiness to ascend to the next level. Rather, he was battered and bloodied, with over 10 wounds bleeding profusely, necessitating a pause to tend to his injuries. 2 hours later, Luo Xiu re-entered the fray against the 5 puppets. Frequently, he found himself struck by a puppet's punch or claw. After his clothing was rendered in tatters, he opted to don only a pair of shorts and charged back into the fray. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the chamber of the 4th layer, there stood a nearly bare youth, weaving skillfully between 5 puppets as if he were a slippery loach, deftly evading their strikes just as they were about to land. This youth was Luo Xiu, who had spent 3 days in this room. Throughout these 3 days, Luo Xiu had endured numerous injuries, only to pause momentarily before once again facing the relentless assault of the puppets. Upon appearing beside a stone platform, he grasped one of the tokens, causing the puppets to halt their movements. Luo Xiu then turned and exited the chamber of the 4th layer. He proceeded to the 5th layer, where only a single puppet awaited him, one of strength equivalent to the 9th level of the body refinement realm. As Luo Xiu inserted the token, the puppet was instantly roused, launching a swift strike directly at him. Isn't there supposed to be a preparation time? Why is it attacking so quickly? Luo Xiu wondered aloud, yet his legs moved with remarkable speed, narrowly avoiding the blow. After a quarter of an hour of evasion, he noted that while this puppet was indeed stronger than those in the 4th layer, primarily due to its increased speed, its defensive capabilities likely surpassed those as well. However, for Luo Xiu, the encounter proved less challenging than against the 5 puppets of the 8th level, as the singular puppet allowed him greater ease in dodging. Despite its marginally superior speed, after half an hour, Luo Xiu retrieved the token from the stone platform and proceeded directly to the 6th layer, as he found little value in further engaging with a single puppet. The 6th layer's chamber housed 3 puppets, all comparable to the 9th level of the body refinement realm. Upon placing the token, the 3 puppets sprang to life. Luo Xiu swiftly activated his agility techniques to evade their attacks. After successfully dodging one puppet, he was immediately confronted by another's fist, compelling him to evade once more. Thus, he continued to evade attack after attack, noticeably improving compared to his previous experience in the 4th layer. Though his garments were similarly torn, he had yet to sustain any significant injuries. After enduring for over 2 hours, Luo Xiu finally paused, not from injury, but due to fatigue. His body craved sustenance. He retrieved a fasting pill from his storage pouch. This fasting pill, as its name implies, would allow him to forego food for several days, though the exact duration depended on one's cultivation level. For Luo Xiu, this single pill would suffice to sustain him for merely a day, having previously seized it from Zhao Xingwei. After a brief rest, he once again placed the token into the recess and continued to practice his agility. Chapter 36. The 7th layer of the battle tower 5 days later. Under the assault of the 3 puppets, Luo Xiu felt no pressure whatsoever. He understood that it was time to ascend to the next layer. However, based on his observations of the previous layers, the 7th layer would likely feature puppets of the true essence realm, a considerable leap from those of the body refinement realm. The emergence of such thoughts stemmed entirely from Luo Xiu's lack of thorough understanding of the battle tower prior to his arrival. Those who had acquainted themselves with the intricacies knew well that the manifestation of true essence realm puppets occurred only on the 8th level, while the 7th level was guarded by 10 puppets at the peak of the body refinement realm's 9th stage. Unbeknownst to Luo Xiu, he contemplated and ultimately resolved to explore the 7th level. However, he recognized the necessity of elevating his own cultivation beforehand. Upon his previous exit from the fiery mountain, he had reached the pinnacle of the 8th stage of body refinement, a mere step away from the 9th stage, and he felt the time had come to advance. Luo Xiu retrieved 3 high-grade body refinement pills and consumed them, subsequently guiding the energy within to repeatedly refine his internal organs. When the energy was nearly depleted, he ingested a few more. Thus, he continuously harnessed the potency of the body refinement pills to enhance his physique. An hour later, the pills had been effectively utilized, and Luo Xiu successfully ascended to the 9th stage, solidifying his newfound strength, which rendered him ready to enter the 7th level. Upon arriving at the 7th level, Luo Xiu observed that it contained only a handful of rooms, significantly fewer than before. Entering one of the chambers, he was met with the sight of 10 formidable puppets before him. It was at this moment that he realized the true essence realm might only be encountered on the 8th level. As Luo Xiu inserted the token into the designated slot, a crystal embedded in one of the walls illuminated. This wall displayed the current operational status of the battle tower. Each time a token was placed on the stone platform in a room, the corresponding crystal would glow. Unbeknownst to Luo Xiu, external developments were unfolding. And even if he were aware, he could not divert his attention, as he was presently besieged by 10 puppets. Leaving him no time or opportunity to approach the stone platform, he darted between the puppets, concentrating solely on mastering the 9 shadows technique. Up to this point, he had only grasped the rudiments of the movement technique, executing it with a rigidity that adhered strictly to the descriptions provided, rendering him unable to apply it fluidly. While this proficiency sufficed against the 3 puppets of the 6th level, the sudden increase to 7 additional adversaries rendered his predicament precarious. Luo Xiu's immediate objective was to attain a level of mastery over 9 shadows. Once he could wield it with ease, he would have effectively entered the realm of competence. gaining considerable advantages in future confrontations. After all, being able to strike an opponent while remaining untouchable yourself inherently confers a significant edge in battle. As Luo Xiu struggled to evade the relentless onslaught, an astonished voice echoed from outside. Another has entered the 7th level, and they have been inside for over an hour. Following this announcement, more than 10 individuals gathered before the illuminated wall, their curiosity piqued by the glowing crystals of the 7th level. They speculated on the identity of the newcomer, yet none directed their thoughts toward Luo Xiu, despite some having witnessed his entry into the 6th level. Could it be Sun Xiang, or perhaps Zhao Kengong, or Li Qi? Inquired a plump disciple of the 8th stage of body refinement. It's unlikely to be Sun Xiang. He traversed the 7th level a few days ago. As for Zhao Kengong and Li Qi, I cannot say. It is not Sister Li Qi, for she has already conquered the 7th level. Her presence in the battle tower this time is solely for the pursuit of the 8th tier. It is inconceivable that she would linger in the 7th. A young girl remarked, gazing at the luminous crystal of the 8th level upon the wall. It must be Zhao Kengong, for among their group, he is the only one who has yet to traverse the 7th level, another youth declared. Yet, there remains uncertainty as to whether he can overcome the 7th level and ascend to the 8th. In the battle tower, each individual is afforded the choice to challenge a corresponding level, and the nature of each challenge is well understood among them. For instance, the 1st level merely presents a puppet equivalent to the 7th stage of body refining. The 2nd level comprises 3 such puppets. The 3rd level introduces a puppet equivalent to the 8th stage. The 4th level consists of 5. The 5th features a puppet corresponding to the 9th stage. The 6th level presents 3. The 7th level boasts a total of 10 puppets. The 8th level offers 1 puppet equivalent to the true essence realm. And the 9th level includes 2. To pass the challenge below the 7th level, one must defeat all the puppets, however, above the 7th. Merely enduring for 1 hour suffices as a victory. Naturally, a longer duration signifies greater strength, unless one possesses the capability to vanquish the puppets. Should one succeed in defeating the puppets, they gain the privilege to advance to the 9th level, which is the only tier requiring specific qualifications for entry. Outer sect disciples typically select a level that aligns with their strength for the challenge, enhancing their practical experience. Yet, only the top 10 disciples of the outer sect possess the strength to choose the 7th level, while others lack the capability to enter. At this moment, Luo Xiu finds himself in a rather dismal state, adorned with numerous wounds. Had he retaliated, his situation would not have been so dire. Such an approach would alleviate some pressure, eliminating the need for constant evasion. Yet, with reduced pressure, how could he master the 9 shadows? What he requires now is this very pressure, as it incessantly provokes him, enabling him to fully grasp the dragon's soaring 9 shadows. Only through such means can he cultivate the confidence to excel in the forthcoming outer sect competition. Luo Xiu is acutely aware that Zhao Xinghuai, whom he previously offended, will undoubtedly seek to undermine him during the competition. Some might argue that Zhao Xinghuai vowed not to trouble Luo Xiu again, but at that moment, did he dare to make such threats? Nevertheless, when the competition arrives, can Zhao Xinghuai possibly be unprepared? Furthermore, there is his cousin from the inner sect, whom Luo Xiu must also regard with caution. After all, he is an inner sect disciple, and Luo Xiu is still unfamiliar with the intricacies. It is wise to remain vigilant. 7 days have elapsed, and the observers within the battle tower still behold the shimmering crystals upon the wall. Now aware that it is not Zhao Kengong within, as he entered the 7th level 5 days prior. Who, then, is that individual? Who among them will succeed in the challenge first? He inquired of another nearby. I do not know. It has been 7 days. If he could succeed, he would have emerged by now. If he were to fail, he should have exited long ago as well. It is inconceivable for anyone to remain inside for so long. The other person shook his head in response. However, this time Zhao Kun's challenge is likely to succeed, as he has attempted it numerous times before and must have prepared thoroughly for this attempt. If he cannot achieve success now, it is feared that he may never get another opportunity. The person beside him continued speaking. In Chapter 37, The True Essence Realm Puppet. On the 7th level of the battle tower, Luo Xiu had already become adept at evading between the 10 puppets. Although he still occasionally found himself in a bit of a predicament, his performance had improved significantly compared to his initial attempts. Luo Xiu was confident that with just one more day, he would be able to master the 9 shadows technique, and at that point, he would be ready to ascend to the 8th level. A day later, a voice resonated within the battle tower. Someone had departed from the 7th level. Instantly, the surrounding onlookers gathered around, gazing at the dimmed crystal on the wall. Does anyone know if the challenge was successful? One person inquired. Indeed. I am curious to know who possesses such formidable strength, another replied. It must be someone who has been concealing their abilities, eager to make a grand entrance. Yet another speculated. Given that there had been instances in the past where seemingly inconspicuous individuals suddenly gained renown within the battle tower, such thoughts were not altogether unexpected. However, before the crowd could fully react, a crystal on the 8th level illuminated. As they beheld the glowing crystal, it became evident that the challenge had indeed been successful. Otherwise, entry to the 8th level would not have been granted. What the crowd did not realize was that, according to the rules, Luo Xiu could not be considered to have successfully completed the challenge. Nevertheless, due to the long-standing lack of successes on the 7th level, few dared to challenge the 8th, leading most to forget that entry from the 1st to the 8th level required no conditions, with only the 9th level necessitating a successful challenge at the 8th. Upon entering the 8th level, Luo Xiu found that it consisted solely of 4 rooms, each positioned at the cardinal points of the tower. He casually entered one of the rooms. In the center stood a silver puppet, brandishing a massive longsword that gleamed with a chilling light. Curiosity piqued. Luo Xiu observed the silver puppet, noting that, unlike the black puppets of the body refinement realm, this one was distinctly different, equipped with a weapon. After approaching and studying it for a while, he realized that it was not on the same tier as the body refinement puppets. Leaving aside other aspects, its defensive capabilities were markedly superior. He exerted considerable force on it with his hands, yet left no trace whatsoever. Luo Xiu placed his token into the designated slot, and the silver puppet stirred slightly before pointing the enormous longsword directly at him, refraining from attacking immediately. After approximately 20 or 30 breaths, the silver puppet sprang into action. This time, its movements were not slow. In a flash of silver light, the puppet was upon Luo Xiu, its massive sword crashing down. Seeing the silver light hurtling towards him, Luo Xiu instinctively evaded, barely escaping the strike. Indeed, it was formidable, a realm apart from its predecessors. Luo Xiu noted while deftly dodging. The silver puppet's speed surged further, and in the blink of an eye, its sword struck the very spot where Luo Xiu had just stood. A sword pit emerged, yet fortunately, Luo Xiu dodged swiftly enough, merely losing the corner of his garment. No longer confining himself to small evasive maneuvers, Luo Xiu recognized that the massive sword swung rapidly, effectively sealing off his escape routes. Thus, he had no choice but to broaden the battlefield. Within the confines of the room, a gray figure darted ahead, pursued by a radiant silver light. Initially, Luo Xiu focused solely on fleeing, but as he felt his stamina waning significantly, he recalled Long Xiang and began to cultivate. Subsequently, the decline in his energy became noticeably slower, resulting in the ongoing scene of a chase. After more than an hour, Luo Xiu began to feel fatigued, yet the puppet's speed showed no signs of diminishing. Reluctantly, he retrieved the Yinyang blood copper rod from his heart of slaughter, striking it against the enormous sword. Instantly, he was rebounded, sent flying backward. His right hand, still gripping the copper rod, tingled with numbness as he observed the puppet soaring away, silently acknowledging the immense strength it possessed, likely exceeding 10,000 pounds. The threshold of 10,000 pounds delineates the boundary between the body refinement and true Yuan realms. While practitioners in the body refinement realm might exceed this strength, those in the true Yuan realm rarely fall below it. As Luo Xiu grasped the copper rod, he noted it felt significantly heavier than before. When purchased, it weighed a mere 1,300 pounds, yet now it approached 3,000. Had he not brought it out this time, he might have remained oblivious to this change. He resolved to inquire with Shiling later, as she would undoubtedly know the reason behind it. Observing the puppet, Luo Xiu recognized that further training in his movement technique was no longer feasible. A blow from such a puppet could result in injury, and with the outer sect competition looming just days away, he could not afford to be harmed. Grasping the copper rod, he engaged the puppet in combat. Although he found himself at a disadvantage, his agility allowed him to evade the puppet's attacks. However, with each clash between the rod and sword, his arms grew increasingly numb, and over time, his limbs began to tremble. Realizing he could not afford to delay any longer, Luo Xiu struck the puppet away with a powerful swing and swiftly retrieved the token from the stone platform. Thus, 2 days passed as Luo Xiu continuously battled the silver puppet, each time extracting the token when his stamina waned. The battle tower proved to be an excellent place for cultivation. He wondered if the inner sect had a similar venue, anticipating a worthwhile experience there. With the token now in hand and the outer sect competition scheduled for tomorrow, Luo Xiu prepared to depart from the battle tower, likely never to return. Given his current strength, he believed he had a fair chance of securing a place in the inner sect. As he left, passing by the wall adorned with crystal stones, he overheard individuals discussing someone who challenged the 8th level. Unbeknownst to him, they were referring to him. just as they remained unaware that the very person they spoke of had just walked past them. Upon returning to his dormitory area, Luo Xiu found Qindong and Luo Jun engaged in mutual sparring. Both of them had reached the 9th level of the body refinement stage. In fact, one could say all three of them had attained this level. As the two sparred, they were taken aback by Luo Xiu's arrival, surprised to realize that he too had achieved the 9th level of body refinement. Just a few months prior, during the family competition, Luo Xiu had only been at the 5th level, and during the outer sect disciple assessment, he was merely at the 7th level. Yet now, he stood on equal footing with them. Luo Xiu, I didn't expect you to have reached the 9th level. Come, let us spar and see how much stronger you are than me at this level, Qindong remarked eagerly. Very well, let us engage in a friendly match, Luo Xiu replied, unable to refuse as he approached Qindong. Chapter 38. The outer sect competition. After Luo Xiu and Qindong concluded their sparring, Luo Jun lost all desire to participate, as the disparity between them was glaringly evident. Although it appeared that their exchanges were evenly matched, it was clear that Luo Xiu was not exerting himself fully. He hardly showcased even a fraction of his true power. At that moment, Luo Jun recognized that Luo Xiu had completely surpassed both him and Qindong. Despite all three being at the 9th level of body refinement, they were no longer comparable. How much of your strength did you use just now? Qindong inquired after their bout. How much strength? Perhaps 50%, Luo Xiu answered. In terms of raw power, it might have been 50%, but in terms of overall strength, it was closer to 30 or 40%. Previously, Luo Xiu had been 2 levels beneath Qindong, yet still managed to defeat him. Now that they were at the same level, Luo Xiu even seemed to subtly surpass him. The fact that Qindong could withstand Luo Xiu's attacks was commendable. I can't believe it was only 50%. Qindong said, a hint of disappointment in his voice. You likely possess the strength to contend with those at the true essence stage now. It seems I must work even harder. Luo Jun, witnessing this, felt a deeper sense of dismay, as he had once been regarded as the foremost talent among the younger generation of the Luo family. However, he had since broadened his perspective and realized how laughable that title had been. Observing their gloomy expressions, Luo Xiu smiled and said, do not be disheartened. Each individual's cultivation journey is shaped by their unique opportunities. As long as one does not give up, there will inevitably come a moment of soaring success. Furthermore, in the Qingyun sect, there are few who possess greater talent than you. Upon hearing Luo Xiu's words, Qindong and Luo Jun's spirits lifted somewhat. It was true that, at present, there were not many in the outer sect with greater innate talent than themselves. However, they were aware that the resources available to others had been significantly better. They believed that with the passage of time, they too could catch up, or even surpass those ahead of them. Noticing their mood improve, Luo Xiu remarked, you both will participate in the outer sect competition, right? I hear it occurs only once every 3 years. Indeed, both Qindong and I will take part. While we do not harbor hopes of placing in the top 10, it will serve as valuable experience, Luo Jun said as he adjusted his mindset. Excellent. Let us witness firsthand how this outer sect competition unfolds, Luo Xiu declared, brimming with enthusiasm. Qindong and Luo Jun, inspired by Luo Xiu's fervor, nodded vigorously in agreement. As a day passed, Luo Xiu and his companions arrived early at a vast square, which was teeming with nearly 10,000 individuals, all disciples of the Qingyun sect's outer gate. Not all were participants in the outer gate competition. Many were still quite young and possessed lower levels of cultivation. Thus, a considerable portion of the crowd had merely come to observe, knowing that with only 10 available spots, those below the 9th level of body tempering had little hope of success. After a brief wait of about 15 minutes, an elderly man clad in a white robe ascended the high platform of the square, accompanied by several stewards dressed in grayish-blue robes. I am Elder Wei Yuanzheng, the host of this outer gate competition. As in previous years, you must each make your way through the Qingyun mountain range to reach the inner gate. Along the way, you will traverse territories inhabited by demonic beasts, including some newly ascended second-tier, low-level creatures. You may choose to travel alone or in pairs. As long as you arrive at the entrance of the inner gate within the allotted time, you will have passed the first challenge. At the inner gate, there are 10 arenas where you can challenge others or occupy the platform for challengers. Ultimately, the last victor standing on the arena will gain entry to the inner gate. For this first challenge, you must reach the inner gate within 3 days, meaning by sunset the day after tomorrow. Failure to arrive by that time will be deemed a loss. The second challenge involves arena battles, continuing until no one dares to challenge you, at which point you will be declared the winner. Of course, all participants assume full responsibility for their lives, whether slain by demonic beasts or by other contestants. The sect shall bear no responsibility. Upon hearing these words from the elder, a wave of astonishment swept through the square, as most were unaware of these stipulations. Only a select few were informed. Rest assured, the sect will not stand idly by as you meet your demise. Each participant will receive a map of the demonic beast mountain range and a distress signal flare. Should you encounter danger, simply launch the flare, and we will dispatch aid swiftly. Now, those wishing to participate may come forward to collect their maps and distress flares. However, be advised that once you choose to partake, you take on the responsibility for your own life. Therefore, I must emphasize that if your strength is insufficient, do not seek shortcuts. Diligently cultivate to the true essence realm, and you shall naturally gain entry to the inner gate. After the elder concluded his speech, he stood quietly to the side, closing his eyes to rest. Meanwhile, the other stewards began distributing maps and distress flares to the participants of the competition. Luo Xiu observed the multitude in the square, realizing that only a few hundred would ultimately step forward, far fewer than 1,000. He, along with Chundong and Luo Jun, approached to collect their maps and flares. Once everyone had received their items, they were escorted by 2 stewards to a valley. Upon arriving at the valley, Luo Xiu recognized it as the very place he had been punished in previously. Could it be that the competition was to commence from this valley? Yet, the crowd did not linger in the valley, proceeding straight through it. As they neared the exit, one steward announced, "All right, this is where the competition begins, and thus, your journey commences. Upon your map, this location is marked with a black dot, while the red dot signifies your destination. We shall await your arrival there." Once the steward concluded his words, the crowd began to disperse in small groups. Some individuals, confident in their own strength, ventured forth alone. Amidst the throng, Zhao Xinghuai cast a cold glance at Luo Xiu, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. He thought to himself, "Let us see how you meet your demise this time. I shall make you aware of the consequences of crossing me." Zhao Xinghuai felt quite assured in his scheme, as he had laid an intricate net, prepared for Luo Xiu's entrance. However, unbeknownst to Zhao, at the very moment he harbored such dark intentions, Luo Xiu had already sensed it. Luo Xiu was aware that Zhao would undoubtedly seek an opportunity to eliminate him during the grand competition. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed, for he had no desire to allow this menace to linger within the outer sect. Once he entered the inner sect, it was uncertain whether Chundong and Luo Jun could withstand Zhao Xingwei's vengeance. Hence, upon the commencement of the grand competition, Zhao Xinghuai was already fated for death. Moreover, Zhao's intention to eliminate Luo Xiu in the first round only served to assist Luo Xiu. Otherwise, Luo Xiu might not have been able to locate Zhao. Yet, Luo Xiu was confident that Zhao would undoubtedly find him. With this in mind, Luo Xiu, accompanied by Chundong and Luo Jun, ventured into the Beast Mountain range. Paying no heed to Zhao Xinghuai trailing behind, for Luo Xiu believed that Zhao would soon catch up. Chapter 39. A reunion with Iron Bull upon entering the mountain range. Luo Xiu chose to traverse secluded paths, not out of a desire to evade, but because the disciples participating in the competition were equipped with distress flares. It was only in such remote locales that rescuers would take longer to arrive. A day passed, and due to Luo Xiu's moderate pace, they had not ventured far. The chosen path was relatively obscure, resulting in encounters with more beasts than others experienced. Fortunately, they had yet to face any second-tier beasts, or the trio would certainly have encountered difficulties. Recalling the map in his mind, Luo Xiu pressed onward toward their destination. After approximately half an hour, the trio faintly heard the sounds of combat. Exchanging glances, they concealed themselves and hurried toward the source of the noise. Upon their arrival at the site of the skirmish, they beheld a robust young man with a bare torso, his muscles bulging like stone, veins coursing like vines across his skin. A massive iron hammer lay beside him, having created a significant crater in the earth. "Iron Bull," Luo Xiu exclaimed in surprise. Chundong and the others looked at him, astonished. Could it be that Luo Xiu recognized this brutish youth? Indeed, at that moment, Iron Bull resembled a wild beast. Before him stood a colossal beast, nearly 2 zhang in height and several zhang in length, akin to a moving mountain, its body adorned with dark green scales. Iron Bull unleashed a furious barrage of punches upon the beast's immense form, seemingly indifferent to which part he struck, while shouting, "Why aren't you fighting back? Why are you so slow-wit?" The creature being beaten is the Mo Lin giant lizard, a beast of considerable size, yet possessing a remarkably low intellect. This formidable lizard boasts impressive strength and defense, but for reasons unknown, it found itself in conflict with the Iron Bull. "Iron Bull," Luo Xiu called out loudly. Hearing someone shout his name, the Iron Bull turned to glance at the familiar figure, momentarily halting his assault on the giant lizard and disregarding it as he approached Luo Xiu. "Little one, what brings you here?" Are you also participating in the disciple competition? The Iron Bull inquired, casting a quick look at the three of them. Ah, you've reached the 9th level of cultivation. Your progress is truly remarkable. Indeed. Luo Xiu's cultivation speed far surpassed that of the average individual, yet he found himself at a loss for words and instead diverted the conversation, asking, "How did you end up fighting the Mo Lin giant lizard? That big fellow." The old man gave me a map that I couldn't decipher, and while wandering aimlessly, I stumbled upon this creature. I intended to have it carry me for a while since the hammer my grandfather gifted me is far too heavy to lug around. To my surprise, it refused, so I decided to teach it a lesson and compel it to serve as my mount, the Iron Bull explained with a hint of frustration. Luo Xiu couldn't help but smile wryly at this revelation, asking, "Didn't your grandfather provide you with a storage bag? How are you managing with just the hammer?" "No. Grandfather insists this is a form of training. He said that when I no longer wish to train this way, I can simply find someone to rob. Yet, after all this time, I have no idea whom to target. Each time I mention wanting to steal a storage bag, the person flees as if pursued by a demon. And with this clunky hammer in hand, I can't catch up," the Iron Bull lamented, his expression reflecting his indignation. "It's just a storage bag. It's not like it's a spatial ring. If I had the funds, I wouldn't need to resort to thievery," he added. Chun Dong and another companion exchanged awkward glances, chuckling at the audacity of his reasoning. Luo Xiu, however, understood that others likely assumed the Iron Bull sought the cultivation resources within the storage bags, as generally, a storage bag might only be worth around 10,000 gold coins. Yet the value of the resources contained within far exceeded that of the bag itself. Moreover, who could say whether the Iron Bull might not decide to pummel him again? Thus, it was wise to flee. After all, seeing the Iron Bull wielding such a heavy hammer, no one would be foolish enough to willingly relinquish their storage bags. "Fortunately, I happen to have an extra storage bag. Consider it yours," Luo Xiu remarked, retrieving a storage bag from his belongings and tossing it to the Iron Bull. This bag was, of course, acquired during his previous encounter with Zhao Xinghuai. Otherwise, Luo Xiu would have had no surplus storage bags. The Iron Bull accepted the bag with a hearty laugh, promptly rushing over to stow the hammer away. He then turned to the whimpering Mo Lin giant lizard and scolded, "You'd better scram. You wouldn't even let me ride you for a bit. If we cross paths again, I'll roast you alive." With that, he delivered a forceful kick to the lizard, which surely tarnished the dignity of this first-tier advanced beast. Simultaneously, Luo Xiu recognized that the Iron Bull possessed extraordinary strength, able to easily dominate the Mo Lin giant lizard, even though it was relatively weaker among first-tier advanced beasts. Confronting the formidable giant lizard, Luo Xiu could effortlessly vanquish it with the strength of an Iron Bull. However, Chun Dong and Luo Jun might not possess such ease, nonetheless. The two would undoubtedly be capable of slaying the ink-scaled behemoth. "Iron Bull, if you're unoccupied, you may join us, as our destination aligns. However, accompanying us could pose some challenges, as I have certain adversaries among us who might seize this opportunity during the grand competition," Luo Xiu stated cheerfully. Observing Iron Bull's prowess, he desired such an ally but would not impose, for he held a genuine fondness for this endearing oaf. "Are we to engage in combat? That sounds splendid. It has been ages since I last fought. Previously, when I encountered that wretched hammer, I could not catch up to those fleeing. This time, I am unencumbered by that cursed weapon," Iron Bull exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable, seemingly enamored with the prospect of battle. "Indeed, we shall, though there is no rush. We still have ample time. Let us proceed toward our destination. Nightfall approaches, and we should first eat something and rest well before continuing," Luo Xiu remarked. Noting the dimming sky and feeling a twinge of hunger, Chun Dong and Luo Jun nodded in agreement, transforming the trio into a quartet. As the four ventured forth, they simultaneously sought traces of the demonic beasts. In the Beast Mountain range, the most effective means to satiate their hunger was, of course, to find a demonic creature. Upon discovering a cave, they encountered a massive python, which met a rather unfortunate fate at the hands of Iron Bull's flailing fists. Subsequently, Luo Xiu and Chun Dong took charge of roasting the serpent, as Luo Jun had little experience in such matters, having spent little time in the wild, and Iron Bull's culinary standards were remarkably low. Ultimately, it fell to Luo Xiu and Chun Dong to ensure that the giant python was not wasted. As they gazed at the golden-brown roasted python, Iron Bull swallowed hard, clearly having dined poorly during his time with his grandfather. Though the ingredients may not have been inferior, the final taste was certainly not commendable. Before long, the quartet had consumed the entirety of the giant python, leaving only bones and skin. Iron Bull, however, still felt somewhat unsatisfied, but as night descended, the group tacitly remained in the cave, aware that second-tier demonic beasts roamed nearby. Although the odds of fleeing were considerable, it seemed unwise to take unnecessary risks. Chapter 40. Scorpion-tailed leopard. At the break of dawn, the four emerged from the cave. As they delved deeper, the air around them seemed to teem with a sense of restlessness and unease, and it had been a considerable time since they had encountered any demonic beasts. Luo Xiu sensed that there must be a reason for this, prompting the group to slow their pace and carefully observe their surroundings. Suddenly, a thunderous roar resonated from ahead, followed by the abrupt appearance of a towering figure over 10 feet high and more than 30 feet long, emerging less than 10 feet away from the group. A scorpion-tailed leopard? Luo Xiu instantly recognized the spotted creature before him. This particular specimen was evidently still in its juvenile stage. For an adult scorpion-tailed leopard ranked as a third-tier demonic beast, while only a juvenile could be classified as a second-tier creature. Given its age, it could not have been born more than 3 years prior. Otherwise, it would have matured beyond the second-tier classification. Before the imposing scorpion-tailed leopard, Chun Dong and Luo Jun exhibited palpable tension, for this creature was no ordinary beast. The scorpion-tailed leopard not only possessed remarkable speed, but its most lethal feature was its 3 tails, each resembling a scorpion's, armed with barbed, venomous stingers. As the 4 individuals locked eyes with the leopard, it sensed their presence, discerning the strength of its potential prey and gauging the threat they posed. After assessing their auras, the leopard wasted no time. It opened its jaws, revealing razor-sharp fangs, and lunged towards Chun Dong and Luo Jun with lightning speed. Clearly, the leopard understood the dynamics of strength, opting to target the weaker foes first before turning its full attention to the larger figure in Luo Xiu. With the distance between them negligible, the leopard's massive form surged forward like an arrow, pouncing upon Chun Dong and Luo Jun simultaneously. Its 2 scorpion tails darted toward them. Although Luo Xiu and Tai Nyo reacted swiftly, they were still a fraction too slow. Their staffs and hammers managed to block only 2 of the tails. Despite Chun Dong and Luo Jun's attempts to defend themselves, they were still sent reeling by the force of the scorpion-tailed leopard, spewing blood from their mouths. Prioritize your safety. Tai Nyo and I will handle this creature, Luo Xiu instructed the injured duo, before swinging his copper rod down upon the leopard. Incensed by Luo Xiu and Tai Nyo's audacity to attack, the leopard roared, unleashing the stench of blood that engulfed the 2 men. It then pivoted and charged at them, its 3 tails striking with the speed of lightning. Luo Xiu wielded his staff, creating a barrage of shadowy strikes that effectively thwarted the leopard's assault. Meanwhile, Tai Nyo relied on his massive hammer to block the onslaught. With only 1 tail attacking at a time, he managed to withstand the pressure without error. However, remaining on the defensive was not a sustainable strategy. While Luo Xiu maintained his composure, Tai Nyo's hammer was exceedingly heavy, and if this continued, he would soon be drained of energy, placing them in jeopardy. Thus, Luo Xiu was compelled to devise a solution swiftly. Tai Nyo, I will restrain its 3 tails. You focus on attacking its body. As he spoke, he moved closer to Tai Nyo, accelerating the speed of his copper rod. No longer solely on defense, he began to launch counterattacks while entangling the 3 tails. Be careful, Tai Nyo bellowed, discarding his hammer in favor of a more direct assault with his fists. It was not that he lacked the desire to use his weapon, but the leopard's speed rendered him unable to effectively wield it. Thus, a straightforward punch proved more efficient. Through this tactical shift, the 2 men finally found themselves on more equal footing. Luo Xiu concentrated on defending against the 3 tails, ensuring they posed no threat to Tai Nyo, who could now focus entirely on the scorpion-tailed leopard. The leopard let out another furious roar, one laced with pain and rage. Simultaneously, its 3 tails fused into a single, much thicker appendage, forming a claw-like end with 3 barbed points that glimmered ominously in the shadows. The scorpion-tailed leopard swept its tail towards Luo Xiu, who raised his staff to block the attack. However, he was forcefully knocked away, crashing into several trees that were as thick as 2 people embracing, before finally coming to a halt. His arms trembled slightly, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Observing Luo Xiu being flung through the air, the scorpion-tailed leopard offered no respite. Utilizing its speed, it evaded Iron Bull and lunged forward. Its 3-pronged tail hook aimed directly at Luo Xiu's chest. In a moment of urgency, Luo Xiu activated his movement technique, 9 Shadows, narrowly avoiding the strike. The tree behind him, however, shattered into splinters, accompanied by a hissing sound of corrosion, evidently tainted by the venom within the tail hook. Are you alright, little guy? Iron Bull finally reached Luo Xiu's side, scratching his head with a hint of embarrassment. Perhaps he felt guilty for failing to restrain the scorpion-tailed leopard, which allowed it to charge at Luo Xiu, placing him in peril. I'm fine, just didn't expect the scorpion-tailed leopard to possess such immense strength and incredible speed. It seems that subduing it will not be as straightforward as I had imagined, Luo Xiu replied to Iron Bull. Indeed, its speed surpasses mine significantly, making it difficult for me to land a hit. Once I do, however, I am confident I can injure it, which should weaken both its speed and strength. Iron Bull asserted earnestly. Luo Xiu regarded Iron Bull. Despite his seemingly simple demeanor, he transformed into a clever fighter once engaged in battle. Let me take the lead this time. Iron Bull, wait for the right moment to strike. When the opportunity arises, deliver a powerful blow to this creature. I refuse to believe it can continue to be so agile, Luo Xiu declared, brandishing his copper staff as he charged forward. Since the three tails of the scorpion had merged into one, its strength had indeed increased significantly, yet its agility had diminished, making it easier for Luo Xiu to contend with. After battling for a while, the scorpion-tailed leopard seemed to realize this and reverted its thick tail back into three smaller ones. Luo Xiu, momentarily caught off guard, activated his movement technique, but was ultimately a beat too late, receiving a glancing blow from a tail sweep. Thankfully, the impact was considerably less forceful, and he steadied himself after a brief tremor. Recognizing that he could not endure this for much longer, Luo Xiu resolved to no longer conceal his true abilities. Gripping his copper staff firmly, he struck the scorpion tail, sending it flying backward. He then activated his movement technique, closing the distance to the scorpion-tailed leopard. As Luo Xiu engaged in close combat with the scorpion-tailed leopard, Iron Bull meticulously sought an opportunity to deliver a crippling blow, his eyes wide and alert, missing not a single movement of the creature. Just as Luo Xiu was about to be struck by the tail, he thrust the tip of his copper staff into the tail hook and forcefully struck the staff, causing it to slip from his grasp as he was propelled backward. As he flew back toward the scorpion-tailed leopard, he twisted his body and landed a decisive punch to its head. Chapter 41. Zhao Xinghuai emerges the moment Luo Xiu's fist connected with the scorpion-tailed leopard's skull. He too was caught by a sweeping tail, sent sprawling backward and rolling several times before finally coming to a stop. The scorpion-tailed leopard, however, appeared significantly affected by Luo Xiu's punch, its body swaying unsteadily, particularly its head, which shook several times. At that moment, Iron Bull seized the opportunity, lifting his heavy hammer and bringing it down upon the scorpion-tailed leopard's head. Instantly, the creature's skull burst apart like a ripe watermelon, crimson and ivory splattering in all directions, as its massive form wobbled and collapsed. Indeed, one could not help but commend the audacity of those who dared to kill within the refinement tower. Even their companions were formidable. Alas, it seemed that after today, the world would no longer know the existence of these four. A voice resonated from the depths of the forest, shortly followed by the emergence of a dozen individuals, all of whom were at the 9th level of the refinement realm. These were none other than Zhao Xinghuai and his cohorts, who had been waiting for Luo Xiu to enter before trailing behind him. Initially, Zhao Xinghuai had contemplated luring Luo Xiu to a secluded area, but upon observing the path taken by Luo Xiu and his companions, he found it fortuitously aligned with his own intentions, leading him to bide his time on the first day. On the second day, Zhao Xinghuai dispatched men to draw the scorpion-tailed leopard toward the direction of Luo Xiu and his party, even sacrificing one of his subordinates to achieve this goal. Although he did not expect the leopard to eliminate all of them, he deemed it possible that it could inflict severe injuries or perhaps even claim 1 or 2 lives. While the outcome did not meet his most optimistic expectations, wounding Luo Xiu was not the worst result he could have hoped for. Once Luo Xiu and his companions dispatched the scorpion-tailed leopard, Zhao Xinghuai would undoubtedly reveal himself. Luo Xiu steadied himself with a copper staff, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, as he cast a cold gaze upon Zhao Xinghuai. From the outset, he had anticipated that Zhao Xinghuai would seek an opportunity to eliminate him during the first round of the competition, thus he was mentally prepared. What surprised Luo Xiu, however, was Zhao Xinghuai's caution in employing the scorpion-tailed leopard to exhaust him and his companions. Equally unexpected was the presence of Iron Bull, whose addition to their ranks rendered Luo Xiu less fearful of Zhao Xinghuai. Yet, Luo Xiu could not reveal that his injuries were feigned, for he had sensed something amiss upon the arrival of the scorpion-tailed leopard, and it would not be so simple for him to sustain such severe wounds. Moreover, he wished to kill them, and thus his pretense of being gravely injured would serve to his advantage. With a glint of murderous intent in his eyes, he fixed his cold stare on Zhao Xinghuai and remarked, "You lured the scorpion-tailed leopard here, did you not? I never imagined that with so many of you. We only number 4, yet you resort to such despicable tactics. Just how terrified are you of me that you would forsake your dignity?" Zhao Xinghuai was not a magnanimous individual. Rather, he was petty and vindictive, having been forcibly robbed and humiliated by Luo Xiu within the refinement tower. He was determined to exact vengeance. Furthermore, witnessing Luo Xiu's strength had intensified his unease. Should Luo Xiu gain entry into the inner sect for cultivation, he feared he would never have another chance to retaliate, and that his own life might be at stake in the future. Thus, it was imperative to eliminate Luo Xiu here and now. As for his reputation, once Luo Xiu and his companions were dead, who would ever know the truth? After all, was one's face worth more than their life? What purpose does such idle chatter serve? It is not I who is destined to die today. Did you ever think that you would find yourself in such a predicament, Zhao Xinghua? He chuckled, surveying the grievously injured Luo Xiu with a sense of triumph. At that moment, Chun Dong and Luo Jun arrived at Luo Xiu's side, gripping their swords tightly, prepared to fight to the death. Since you wish for my demise, I might as well take a chance and take a few of you down with me. To be honest, today is not a day I anticipated. Moreover, are you so certain you can kill me today? A faint smile crept onto Luo Xiu's lips. This smile sent a shiver down Zhao Xingwei's spine, as it was unsettling. Though this was merely his perception. Are you hoping to call for help today? One of Zhao's companions scoffed. Let me be frank. Brother Zhao has already made arrangements with the inner disciples on patrol. Even if you signal for help, they won't arrive in time, so you might as well accept your fate. Upon hearing this, Luo Xiu's expression shifted. He had not anticipated Zhao Xinghua possessed such influence. However, was this not fortuitous? His greatest concern had been the possibility of the enemy summoning reinforcements, yet now, knowing they would not arrive swiftly, he felt a wave of relief. Another of Zhao Xingwei's companions, noticing Luo Xiu's change in demeanor, assumed he was afraid and grew even bolder. Eager to mock Luo Xiu in retaliation for the humiliation he had suffered when forced to slap himself in the past. Indeed, there is no need for you to signal for help, as no one will come to your aid this time. If you were to bow and apologize, perhaps we might grant you a swift death, he jeered. Luo Xiu regarded him with a cold smile, contemplating who might still be alive when the dust settled. Stealthily, he signaled to Chun Dong and Luo Jun, then feigned terror, saying, if I were to bow and apologize, would you not spare our lives? As he spoke, he approached the man who had just taunted him, his steps slow and unsteady, mimicking the appearance of a wounded warrior drawing nearer to the group. Zhao Xinghua, reveling in Luo Xiu's suffering, felt a surge of satisfaction, his face alight with a triumphant grin. Yet, the notion of sparing him was utterly absurd. As Luo Xiu advanced toward Zhao Xinghua and his companions, Tainyo clenched his fists, ready to charge, but was restrained by Chun Dong and Luo Jun, who whispered a few words before he relented. Yet, if one observed closely, they would notice the tension in their muscles, subtly inching closer to Zhao Xinghua and his crew. Kill them all, leave no one alive. Finally, as Chun Dong, Luo Jun, and Tainyo edged closer to Zhao Xinghua, Luo Xiu shouted, swinging a staff to shatter the skull of the man who had demanded his submission, then sweeping the staff horizontally to knock the other two aside. The latter, caught off guard and lost in their fantasies of retribution, were struck down, severely injured and bleeding profusely. Simultaneously, Chun Dong and the others sprang into action, swiftly decimating the three adversaries that approached them. Zhao Xinghua, witnessing Luo Xiu's sudden eruption of violence, immediately grasped that he had been deceived and hurriedly sought to warn his comrades, but it was far too late. In the blink of an eye, 4 men lay dead, and 2 were gravely injured, resulting in the loss of 6 combatants. Chapter 42, The Great Battle. Taking advantage of Zhao Xinghua and his companions' unpreparedness, Luo Xiu and his trio swiftly dispatched 6 adversaries. Yet, 12 remained, posing a significant challenge for Luo Xiu and his allies. While retreating might have guaranteed their safety, their objective was not to flee, but to eliminate all 12 foes on the spot. Luo Xiu meticulously contemplated the most efficient method to eradicate these 12 adversaries. After a moment of reflection, he turned from his exchange of glances with Zhao Xinghua to address Chun Dong and the others. Chun Dong and Luo Jun, you two will engage 4 of them. Tainyo, you will hold off Zhao Xinghua and his group, detaining as many as you can. I will take care of the rest. The trio of Tainyo exchanged knowing looks and nodded decisively. This was indeed the most prudent course of action. Zhao Xinghua had a considerable number of allies, and aside from Tainyo and Luo Xiu, only they stood a chance of prevailing. Chun Dong and Luo Jun were evenly matched with their opponents, so each managing to restrain 2 adversaries would be an impressive feat. Luo Xiu believed Tainyo was resilient enough to withstand several opponents without succumbing too quickly. Upon hearing Luo Xiu's orders, Zhao Xinghua and his companions scoffed dismissively. Despite suffering injuries from the earlier ambush, they were not easily defeated when they fought seriously. After all, 12 remained, and all 4 peak 9th level warriors were unscathed. Zhao Xinghua regarded Luo Xiu and his companions with disdain, remarking, It seems that the earlier ambush has inflated your confidence. Be aware that excessive confidence can easily turn into arrogance, and in this moment, such arrogance may cost you your lives. They are merely the weakest among us. Do you truly believe that injuring them has granted you the strength to challenge us? Whether it was confidence or arrogance would be revealed in due course. Luo Xiu replied with a smile, his murderous intent no longer concealed, fixating his gaze on Zhao Xinghuai. As Zhao Xinghuai met Luo Xiu's eyes, he felt a shiver run through him, as if he had plunged into an abyss of ice, chilling to the core, and he sensed the looming presence of death. Though fear gnawed at Zhao Xinghuai's heart, he was emboldened by the presence of a formidable 9th-level expert by his side, convincing himself that they had the upper hand against the mere 4 opponents. Unbeknownst to Zhao Xinghuai, the chilling sensation he experienced was emanating from Luo Xiu's murderous intent, a concept foreign to him, as no one within the Qingyun sect had yet grasped the essence of such a feeling. All of you advance. Let them witness the consequences of crossing and humiliating me. Zhao Xinghuai bellowed, gesturing fiercely. Upon his command, 11 men surged towards Luo Xiu and his companions, shouting threats and insults, demanding their lives in a cacophony that resembled the raucous brawl of village ruffians rather than the disciplined warriors of the 9th level. Luo Xiu instinctively filtered out the foul language, wishing to spare his ears from such filth, yet his murderous intent swelled within him. He felt that this group had brought shame upon the dignity of martial artists. While the world of cultivation was indeed a realm where the strong preyed upon the weak, akin to a food chain, their behavior resembled that of ruffians rather than true warriors. It was high time to instruct them on the true demeanor of a martial artist. Their disgraceful conduct might lead outsiders to believe that all martial artists were despicable scoundrels. Luo Xiu addressed the 3 individuals before him. Chen Dong and his companion sensed a throng rushing towards them and readied themselves with tension, while the stout Tai Nyo maintained an air of nonchalance, even sporting a smile that hinted at excitement. Observing this, Luo Xiu found a resemblance between Tai Nyo and Sister Roland, both seemingly born with an innate thrill for combat. However, Tai Nyo appeared to revel in it to an even greater extent. This was a life-or-death struggle, not mere sparring, yet he seemed exhilarated by the prospect. The 4 of them executed their plan, with Chun Dong and Luo Jun plunging into the fray, each attempting to ensnare 2 opponents. Their proximity allowed for mutual support. Meanwhile, Zhao Xinghuai and his 3 allies remained unhurried, continuing their assault on Chun Dong and Luo Jun, the clashing of blades echoing through the air. Tai Nyo, wielding a massive hammer, positioned himself at the center of the crowd and swung down upon Zhao Xinghuai. Zhao swiftly raised his sword for defense, yet the force of the blow sent him crashing to the ground. Tai Nyo, unfazed, redirected his hammer towards another adversary, who, unwilling to confront the onslaught directly, chose to evade. However, this evasion exposed a nearby comrade, who was caught off guard and barely managed to block with his spear. The sheer force of the hammer, though partially absorbed, sent him hurtling backward. Initially facing 3 opponents, Luo Xiu struggled to breach their defenses, but he was taken aback by Tai Nyo's ferocity. Spotting the man who had been struck and sent flying, Luo Xiu swiftly activated his agility, reaching the fallen foe in a heartbeat, and delivered a crushing blow. The unfortunate individual, still airborne, could do nothing but witness the copper staff grow larger in his sight before darkness ensued, accompanied by a spattering of crimson. As Luo Xiu dispatched one adversary, the other 3 converged upon him, yet their capabilities paled in comparison. Before the 2 lagging behind could close the distance, Luo Xiu hastily maneuvered to face the first individual, striking the man squarely in the chest. The man quickly raised his sword in defense, but Luo Xiu's strength was overwhelming, and he struck with lethal intent. The blade shattered under the force, and the copper staff pierced through the man's torso, emerging from his back. At that moment, Luo Xiu sensed a peculiar absorption emanating from the staff. Though nothing was visible, he felt it distinctly. However, this was not the time for contemplation. Facing the 2 approaching adversaries, Luo Xiu employed no elaborate techniques, simply bringing down his staff with relentless force, reducing them to a mere puddle of flesh through sheer brute strength. After dealing with the adversaries before him, Zhao Xinghuai was left with only 8 men. At this moment, it was evident that Zhao was somewhat flustered, hastily instructing several individuals to launch distress flares, losing the confidence he once held. Luo Xiu observed the brilliant fireworks exploding in the sky and realized that further delay was untenable should reinforcements from the inner sect arrive. His opportunity to strike would likely vanish. Thus, he charged directly into the battlefield of Tai Nyo, not because Tai Nyo was incapable of contending with the 4 opponents, but rather because Chun Dong and Luo Jun were undeniably at a disadvantage, passively enduring the assault. Chapter 43. decapitating Zhao Xinghua. Luo Xiu regarded Dong and Luo Jun, and although they were in a precarious situation, he understood that they could endure a little longer. The crux of the matter lay with Zhao Xinghua. If he could eliminate Zhao, the remaining adversaries would pose no challenge, even if help from the inner sect arrived. Upon entering Tyne Yo's battlefield, the tide of battle swiftly turned in their favor. Initially, Zhao Xinghua and his 3 companions could hold their own against Tyne Yo, even managing to inflict wounds upon him intermittently, particularly Zhao Xinghua and another individual at the peak of the 9th level. However, once Luo Xiu joined the fray and swiftly exploited a weakness to eliminate one opponent, the odds shifted to 3 against 2. Previously, Zhao Xinghua's group had been unable to gain the upper hand in their 4-on-1 skirmish, and now, with Luo Xiu's entrance, they were at a disadvantage with 1 less member. Sensing the precariousness of the situation, Zhao Xinghua contemplated retreat. But perhaps due to his assumption that the inner sect would respond promptly to the distress signals, he overlooked the prior arrangement he made to delay their arrival. While Zhao Xinghua may have forgotten, another peak 9th level fighter beside him clearly had not. Seizing an opportunity, he hastily fled toward the adjacent woods. Luo Xiu, having anticipated this move, recognized that this gap in the battle was strategically intended for those wishing to escape. After all, if this fleeing individual could surmise that help from the inner sect would likely arrive late, it was only logical for Luo Xiu to have considered this as well. Thus, the opening was deliberately presented, awaiting the precise moment for a lethal strike. Before the fleeing man could venture far into the woods, he collided with Luo Xiu's bronze staff, which pierced through his heart. The man's eyes widened in disbelief as he stammered, "How could you possibly know I was trying to escape?" Gazing at the bloodied figure before him, Luo Xiu smirked coldly. "This opening was indeed crafted for someone like you, a cowardly wretch. How could I not know?" With a sardonic tone, he added, "Fool." With that, he flung the lifeless body aside and turned back to continue his relentless assault on Zhao Xinghua. In a short time, only the disheveled Zhao Xinghua remained before him. Meanwhile, Tyne Yo had gone to assist Dong and Luo Jun. Although the 4 adversaries had lost their fighting spirit upon witnessing the dire situation of Zhao Xinghua, the condition of Dong and Luo Jun had significantly improved. Nevertheless, it was still prudent to conclude the battle as swiftly as possible. With Tyne Yo's support, the 4 soon fell into defeat. Beside Zhao Xinghua lay 5 individuals, grievously wounded yet still clinging to life, among whom were the 2 who had initially suffered severe injuries at the hands of Luo Xiu. In essence, Zhao Xinghua and his entourage of 18 had set out to eliminate Luo Xiu, only to find themselves decimated, with 12 of their number slain. The remaining 6, including Zhao Xinghua, were gravely injured, their fates resting solely in Luo Xiu's hands. For Luo Xiu, the distinction between life and death was non-existent. He harbored no intention of sparing those who harbored murderous intent against him, especially when they had acted upon such thoughts. If they sought to take his life and failed due to their own inadequacy, it was merely the natural order of things. "Brother Luo, Grandfather Luo, please spare me. I beg you, if you grant me mercy, I swear I will never seek vengeance against you nor allow my kin to target you," Zhao Xinghua pleaded, trembling and weeping on the ground. "Indeed, Brother Luo, Grandfather Luo, I implore you to let me go. I was coerced by Zhao Xinghua. Had I not come, he would have certainly hunted me down," another voice chimed in from among the kneeling group. "Yes, it was all Zhao Xinghui's doing. Brother Luo, you must believe us. We would never dare to strike against you. It was all his instigation." The remaining few clamored in unison, seemingly shifting all blame onto Zhao Xinghua. Nearby, Tyne Yo observed the groveling individuals with palpable disdain, his contempt nearly spilling over as he muttered under his breath, "Cowards." Dong and Luo Jun mirrored his disdain, astonished that those hailing from esteemed families could be so spineless. Shaking their heads, they joined Tyne Yo in retreating to a corner to tend to their wounds, having sustained injuries during the earlier skirmish, and now finally afforded a moment for healing. Part of their reluctance to remain in sight of the pitiable cowards stemmed from their utter distaste for the scene. However, Luo Xiu could not afford to ignore the situation. As for how he would address it, the course of action was clear. He unsheathed a long sword and positioned it against Zhao Xinghui's throat, disregarding the terror etched upon Zhao's face. Just as Luo Xiu prepared to deliver the fatal blow, a figure burst forth from the thicket, calling out loudly, "Halt! Should you dare to strike, you shall meet a fate worse than death." At that moment, not only Luo Xiu heard the proclamation, but Dong and Zhao Xinghua also took note. While Dong's heart sank at the ominous interruption, Zhao Xinghua, conversely, felt a surge of joy. Yet, in his elation, he seemed to overlook the precariousness of his own situation, and the outcome may not unfold as he wished. Luo Xiu paused, turning his gaze toward the source of the voice. A young disciple, clad in white robes and appearing to be around 20 years of age, approached, sword in hand. His demeanor haughty. Upon surveying the scene of carnage and the gravely injured Zhao Xinghuai and his companions, his expression darkened immediately. Release them at once. Do I need to repeat myself? The white-robed disciple addressed Luo Xiu with an air of arrogance. He felt justified in his pride. For only those who entered the inner sanctum could truly be recognized as disciples of the Qingyan sect. The outer sect merely served as a testing ground for selecting genuine disciples. Thus, he saw no need for courtesy when addressing an outer sect disciple like Luo Xiu. And who might you be? Why do you think I should let you go just because you demand it? Is it merely due to your fair complexion? Luo Xiu retorted without reservation. After all, he hardly regarded a mere first-level true essence realm practitioner as a threat, should a confrontation arise. He was confident in his chances of victory. You dare speak to me like that? Do you believe I won't incapacitate you? During this grand competition, no one will come to your aid, the white-robed disciple threatened, clearly taken aback by Luo Xiu's audacity. Indeed, this senior brother, my clan brother, is Zhao Yuanliang. Should you rescue me, I will certainly inform him, and he will not treat you unjustly, Zhao Xinghuai exclaimed, appearing as if he had found a lifeline. Young Master Zhao, do not forget about us. What I said earlier was merely to deceive that beast, Luo Xiu. We remain your loyal followers. One of those who had hastily distanced themselves from Zhao Xinghuai shamelessly interjected. You wish for him to rescue you? Luo Xiu inquired, regarding Zhao Xinghuai with a piercing gaze. The sight of the white-robed disciple seemed to embolden Zhao Xinghuai, who sneered, I advise you to release me. Otherwise, this intersect senior brother and my clan brother will not spare you. With a swift motion, Luo Xiu drew the sword he had placed against Zhao Xinghuai's throat, and a head rolled away, eyes wide open and mouth agape, as if attempting to utter something. Chapter 44. Slaying the intersect disciple. Again the white-robed man was taken aback, staring in disbelief at the scene before him. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have struggled to accept it. This was Zhao Yuanliang's clan brother, and the Zhao family wielded considerable influence within the Qingyan sect. It was unfathomable that someone would dare to slay a member of the Zhao family, albeit perhaps a minor figure. Do you intend to seek vengeance on his behalf? Or perhaps Zhao Yuanliang has arrived? Luo Xiu remarked disdainfully at the white-robed man. The image of Zhao Xinghuai's demise at Luo Xiu's hands profoundly shook the white-robed man's spirit, causing him to categorize Luo Xiu as a madman. The mention of Zhao Yuanliang sent a shiver through him. Zhao Xinghuai had been slain before his very eyes. What if he were to face repercussions for this? The white-robed man dared not dwell on those thoughts. Some might argue that Luo Xiu was the one responsible for Zhao Xinghuai's death, and thus had no direct connection to him, suggesting that Zhao Yuanliang should pursue vengeance against Luo Xiu rather than himself. But would Zhao Yuanliang engage in reasoned discourse? If everything were to be settled rationally, what need would there be for such formidable strength? True power inherently eliminates the necessity of reasoning with those weaker than oneself. To engage in discourse, one must at least possess comparable strength. The white-robed man glared at Luo Xiu, his eyes ablaze with fury. Why must you kill Zhao Xinghuai right in front of me? Now, even if I wish to remain uninvolved, I have been dragged into this conflict. The mere thought ignited a murderous intent within him towards Luo Xiu. You too wish to slay me? Is it to avenge Zhao Xinghuai? I did not expect you to willingly become his lackey. Yet, since you seek to kill me, come forth and reveal the prowess of a true essence realm disciple. Luo Xiu declared, casting aside his sword and seizing a copper rod. He executed a swift movement, appearing before the white-robed man, and struck down with force. Water elemental shield. Bang! With a formidable exertion of strength, Luo Xiu struck with his staff, only to witness the shield formed by the flowing water ripple momentarily before it swiftly regained its composure. The prospect of shattering it seemed utterly unattainable. Observing the water shield, Luo Xiu felt a twinge of astonishment. So this is the martial prowess derived from spiritual energy? Indeed. It is far beyond the capabilities of techniques employed by those of the body refinement realm. The body refinement realm primarily relies on physical strength for attacks, whereas practitioners of the true essence realm can harness spiritual energy, enabling assaults and defenses to manifest beyond the corporeal form. The man in the white robe smirked coldly, disdain dripping from his voice as he regarded Luo Xiu. With such feeble strength, you dare to provoke me? Truly ignorant of your own mortality. You have no inkling of the vast chasm that separates the body refinement realm from the true essence realm. Allow me to enlighten you. The ability to wield spiritual energy is a monumental distinction. Thus, you would do well to resign yourself to your fate. Is that so? I am eager to ascertain whether the disparity between us is truly as pronounced as you claim, Luo Xiu retorted, though somewhat surprised. he was not entirely taken aback. After all, he had previously encountered a puppet of the true essence realm within the combat tower, and he harbored little doubt that its defenses were superior to those of this white-robed man. Upon observing Luo Xiu seemingly at a disadvantage, Tai Niu grasped his iron hammer, intent on lending assistance. However, Luo Xiu, sensing his comrade's movement, calmly instructed, Tai Niu, keep an eye on those individuals. Ensure they do not seize the opportunity to flee. Allow me to deal with this arrogant fool first. I am keen to discover the caliber of those within the inner sect and demonstrate whether the divide between the body refinement realm and the true essence realm is indeed as vast as he asserts. Seeing Luo Xiu's relaxed demeanor and palpable confidence, Tai Niu realized that Luo Xiu must possess some hidden trump card, alleviating his concerns. Though he was eager to test the strength of the inner sect's true essence disciples, he understood that now was not the opportune moment. It was wiser to maintain vigilance over the few individuals first. After Luo Xiu's command, he swung his staff once more towards the water shield. This time, the resulting ripples were noticeably larger, taking longer to dissipate. The white-robed man, taken aback by the display of strength, did not expect Luo Xiu to possess such might. Despite his surprise, he continued to regard Luo Xiu with contempt. With a swift motion, his right hand struck out, conjuring a towering column of water that surged directly toward Luo Xiu. Water cloud palm. The white-robed man stated nonchalantly. Prepare to experience the martial techniques of the true essence realm. This is no mere child's play from the body refinement realm. As the water column approached, Luo Xiu met it head-on with his staff, shattering it instantly and sending droplets scattering in all directions. Is that all there is to it? I expected something far more formidable, he remarked, unimpressed. Very well, since you wish to see, I shall reveal the true essence of martial artistry, the white-robed man retorted, his expression darkening at Luo Xiu's dismissive tone. He had anticipated that his attack would be sufficient to repel Luo Xiu, only to be thwarted by a single strike. Water cloud palm, water dragon strike. A colossal dragon formed from water surged forth, lunging at Luo Xiu with an appearance so lifelike that it exuded an imposing aura that bore down upon him. The man in white robes cast a cold, piercing gaze at Luo Xiu, reminding him that the true essence realm was not something a mere ant at the body refinement realm could challenge. As Luo Xiu deftly maneuvered, evading and parrying the ferocious bites of the water dragon with his staff, it took 6 or 7 strikes before the creature shattered into countless droplets. Utilizing the scatter of water droplets as cover, he swiftly approached the white-robed disciple and swept his staff horizontally towards the man's waist. Sensing a hint of danger at the last moment, the white-robed man channeled his spiritual energy into the water element shield, thickening its defenses. With a resounding crash, Luo Xiu's staff struck heavily against the shield. In the next instant, cracks appeared on its surface, causing the copper staff to fly from his grasp. At that critical juncture, Luo Xiu's tightly clenched fist impacted the shield. Mountain-crushing fist. With a sharp crack, the shield shattered, and his fist, imbued with a fierce gust of wind, lunged towards the chest of the white-robed man. Clearly caught off guard, the man had only just begun to reinforce the shield with his spiritual energy when he was astonished to find it shattered by a mere body refinement realm practitioner. Luo Xiu wasted no time, landing a powerful punch directly on the man's chest. The white-robed man felt as though his entire ribcage had fractured, and his internal organs had been violently shaken, causing him to spew forth a mouthful of blood as he was sent hurtling backward. Without pausing, Luo Xiu continued his advance towards the white-robed man, a sneer of disdain etched on his face. As the saying goes, even a lion exerts its full strength when hunting a rabbit. It was surprising that this man remained oblivious to such a fact. His carelessness would be his undoing. The white-robed man, seeing a figure approaching, was struck with terror, as if facing a deity of death, his body trembling uncontrollably, unable to stand. A flash of bloodlust flickered in Luo Xiu's eyes, a sight that filled the white-robed man with dread. Yet, at that moment, dread held no power, for Luo Xiu's staff had already pierced his heart. Chapter 45. The arena battle. When the onlookers witnessed Luo Xiu slaying the inner sect disciple, they were struck with shock. Aside from the other severely injured outer sect disciples, both Chen Dong and Luo Jun were taken aback, while only Tai Niu seemed unaffected. The fallen disciples trembled uncontrollably, gazing at Luo Xiu as though he were a madman fused with a deity of death, a frenzied harbinger of doom. Casting a glance, Luo Xiu picked up several long swords and hurled them towards the crowd, each sword finding its mark, piercing the foreheads of several individuals, extinguishing their lives instantly. Clean this up? It's unseemly to leave such a sight for others to witness. Additionally, let us see if there is anything of value among them. After all this effort, It would be a shame not to reap some rewards, Luo Xiu remarked with a faint smile. The three nodded and began to gather the spoils. Unfortunately, they found little of worth, mostly trivial items. After a brief distribution, Luo Xiu ended up with only a few items, as he deemed them beneath his standards. The treasures within his spatial ring far surpassed these. Tainyo, however, claimed the most, having contributed significantly to the fray and being the least affluent among them. Once the spoils were divided, the four proceeded along the previously agreed-upon secluded path. After the departure of the four, less than half an hour had passed when several individuals arrived at the site of the fierce battle fought by Luo Xiu and his companions, among them a steward. However, the area had been tidied up by Luo Xiu and his companions, leaving little for the newcomers to discover before they departed. Unbeknownst to them, Luo Xiu and his companions were primarily focused on their journey. As the sun neared the horizon on the third day, the four appeared before the gates of the inner sect. Beyond the gates stood 10 arenas constructed of massive stones, each towering over 10 feet high and spanning several dozen feet in circumference, indicating that this was indeed the final trial. After waiting for over an hour, the elder who had first appeared in the outer sect square reappeared as the sun dipped below the hills. Addressing the hundreds who had passed the initial challenge, "Congratulations on overcoming the first trial. However, this does not guarantee your entry into the inner sect. Only the 10 strongest among you will gain access. The others, though unable to enter, have surely gleaned valuable insights from this experience." The subsequent arena battles were open to all who had passed the first trial, but once on the stage, the responsibility for life and death lay solely with the combatants. Therefore, it was wise to deliberate before stepping onto the platform. You may rest tonight. The official arena battles will commence tomorrow morning. Upon the elder's conclusion, a wave of excitement surged among the crowd. Some were exhilarated, others brimmed with confidence, while a few were self-aware of their limitations. Luo Xiu, of course, was filled with unshakable confidence, for he was here solely for the coveted spots. As night fell, the area before the arenas was teeming with hundreds of spectators. While not all were participants in the upcoming battles, their enthusiasm as an audience was palpable. Luo Xiu and his companions struggled to push through the throng to reach the front of the arena, where they beheld the vast stage that would soon witness battles of life and death. Elder Wei, the overseer of the competition, made his entrance, accompanied by a greater number of stewards and some inner sect disciples tasked with maintaining order. With a gesture to his side, Elder Wei signaled to a steward, who approached a large bell and struck it 3 times with force. During each outer sect competition, the elders would select 3 disciples to become their personal apprentices, and the ringing of the bell signified to those elders that the arena battles had commenced, allowing them to come forth and choose their disciples. As the arena competition was limited to a single day, the final 10 would emerge by sunset. Elder Wei surveyed the crowd and calmly announced, "The arena battles have begun. Once on the stage, the responsibility for life and death lies with you. If one party concedes, they must refrain from further engagement. The use of pills, beasts, or any other means is strictly prohibited. Any violations will be met with lethal consequences. Now let us begin." At Elder Wei's command, more than 10 individuals leaped onto the stage. To Luo Xiu, it was evident that these competitors were not among the final 10. Their early ascent seemed foolish, as they would merely become targets. Originally, Tainyo had also intended to join them, likely driven by a violent impulse to fight. Had Luo Xiu not restrained him, he would likely have already been on the stage. Luo Xiu softly remarked, "Tainyo, do not rush. The adversaries we face now are merely insignificant foes. Let us wait, at least until afternoon when the formidable opponents arrive. Surely, you do not wish to engage with someone incapable of enduring your might." Upon hearing this, Tainyo chuckled and nodded. He stepped aside and retrieved from his storage pouch the beast he had slain along the way. His meaning was clear: if we cannot fight, then we shall feast. Luo Xiu and Chun Dong exchanged glances, resigning themselves to the role of cooks. They quickly prepared the beast and set it on the fire to roast. Tainyo glanced over, visibly salivating. Once the meal was ready, the 4 of them chatted as they ate. Chun Dong, Luo Xiu said between bites, "If you wish to train after finishing, do take to the stage. But remember to exercise caution. If you find yourself outmatched, concede immediately. By afternoon, I expect the higher-ranked individuals from the outer sect to appear, and the ensuing battles will undoubtedly be fierce, perhaps even life-threatening. Thus, now is the optimal time for training." Tainyo nodded in agreement, adding, "Let us eat well first, and then we shall go up and give them a good thrashing." Chun Dong and his companion exchanged exasperated looks at Tainyo, who was voraciously consuming the beast, almost finishing it alone. "What do you mean by eating well? The arena is not a playground where one can simply bully others," they thought, seemingly sensing their gazes. Tainyo, with greasy hands, encouraged them, "You must eat. How can you have strength if you do not fill your bellies?" He then seized a large chunk of meat and bit into it heartily. Dong and his companion, shaking their heads in resignation, hurriedly took the remaining portions for themselves, fearing they would miss out if they delayed further. "That looks delightful. I wonder if I could join you. You all seem to be enjoying it so much." "I am feeling quite hungry myself," a strikingly handsome young man in white approached, addressing Luo Xiu and his companions. They exchanged glances and shook their heads, indicating they did not recognize him. Luo Xiu observed the newcomer, indeed noting his handsome features, and said, "Since you are here, let us share a meal." With that, he instructed Tainyo to prepare a first-tier advanced beast, the unicorn rhinoceros. After a brief preparation, it was placed on the grill, and Luo Xiu retrieved oil, salt, and spices from his storage pouch. The handsome youth looked on, somewhat dumbfounded. "Did you come prepared for a picnic?" he thought, amazed at the extensive provisions. Unbeknownst to him, Luo Xiu had always relished beast meat before he began his training. As he honed his skills and ventured more frequently into the wild, he understood the scarcity of seasonings and had stocked up on ample supplies in both his storage pouch and spatial ring. "Are you truly here for the competition and not merely for a picnic?" the handsome youth asked skeptically. "Do you wish to partake?" Luo Xiu offered a piece of the roasted meat. The youth gazed at the golden brown beast meat, his mouth watering. Accepting it with one hand, he replied instinctively, "Of course. Why would I pass up such an opportunity?" "Then tell me, are you here for a picnic or the competition?" Luo Xiu anticipated his response, knowing that with such delectable food, it would be foolish not to indulge. "Naturally, I am indeed participating in the grand competition." The handsome young man paused momentarily before breaking into a hearty smile and introducing himself. "I am Du Haiping, a member of the Du family from Tianyu City." "And you are?" Luo Xiu glanced at Dong and the others, replying, "We hail from a humble place, nothing noteworthy." He then gestured towards his companions, saying, "This is my cousin, Luo Jun. This is my friend, Dong. We all come from the same region. And this burly fellow is Tainyo, another friend of mine." Du Haiping eyed Dong and Luo Jun, nodding in acknowledgement, before turning his gaze to Tainyo, his expression momentarily serious, perhaps sensing a hint of intimidation, though he did not display any overt signs of it. After exchanging pleasantries, Du Haiping joined their gathering, indulging in the delectable feast. On the arena, swords clashed, and beneath the platform, a chorus of voices resonated. Only Luo Xiu, being from a modest locale, felt somewhat out of place. The five of them savored the roasted meat while engaging in light-hearted banter, predominantly led by Du Haiping, with the others listening attentively. "Brother Du, what brings you here?" "Oh, and there's roasted meat." Before long, a melodious voice interrupted their jovial conversation. A girl in a red dress, around 14 or 15 years of age, dashed over. Her large, sparkling eyes flitted among the group, and her cheeks flushed crimson, much like Luo Jun, clearly flustered by the attention. However, she seemed undeterred, taking a seat and eagerly partaking of the meat while cheerfully greeting everyone. Observing the astonished expressions of Luo Xiu and the others, Du Haiping felt a bit embarrassed and quickly introduced her. "This is my cousin, Lu Yin, a member of the Lu family from Tianhai City." He then proceeded to introduce each of them in turn. The girl named Lu Yin exuded an air of vivacious innocence, her chatter reminiscent of a lively lark, with a voice that rang clear and bright. When Du Haiping remarked on Tainyo's impressive strength, she flashed a small toothy grin and, as if boasting, chimed in, "I am quite formidable as well, ranking 5th among the outer disciples." "Then let us have a spar to see just how formidable you are." "You're as thin as a reed. A gust of wind could knock you over," Tainyo retorted, flexing his arm as if to demonstrate his might. "You're the one who is small." "No, you're a giant, like a beast. How did you grow so large?" Lu Yin exclaimed, gazing at Tainyo's muscular arm, which seemed thicker than her head, resembling that of a formidable beast. "Eat up, the more you consume." The two then launched into an animated discussion about their respective sizes, while Dong and Luo Jun exchanged glances, deciding to head to the arena for a trial, fearing they might miss the opportunity later, and soon departed. Luo Xiu observed the peculiar exchange between Tainyo and Lu Yin, marveling at their odd companionship, one robust as an ox, the other petite as a kitten, yet they managed to engage in conversation with surprising ease, a truly curious sight. "Brother Du, I just heard your cousin mention the ranking of the outer disciples. Is there really a ranking for the outer disciples? I have never heard of it before." Luo Xiu inquired as he leaned closer to Du Haiping. Du Haiping furrowed his brow. "You haven't heard of it? Surely you jest," he said, looking at Luo Xiu with surprise. Upon seeing Du Haiping's expression, Luo Xiu understood and quickly replied, "I genuinely do not know. We have only been in the outer sect for a month, and we have been preoccupied with our cultivation, so we are not well informed about many matters. Oh, I see. You are among the newly recruited disciples, so it is understandable that you might not be aware of certain things. Allow me to enlighten you about the ranking of the outer disciples, Du Haiping responded, beginning to clarify. This ranking is established by the disciples within the outer sect, based on their performances. The 10th position is held by a man named Zhao Kengdong, who is somewhat of a lone wolf, preferring to walk his own path, engrossed solely in his cultivation, and possesses considerable strength. The 9th is Zhao Zitong, a member of the Zhao family from Qingyan City, which is a prominent family in the region and holds some influence within the Qingyan sect. 8th is a person named Yang Qing, rumored to be the granddaughter of an elder in the sect. However, her mysterious nature casts doubt on her actual strength, so her ranking may not be entirely accurate. The 7th position belongs to Sun Xiang, also from the Sun family in Qingyan City, who has respectable capabilities. 6th is Li Qi, another scion from a prominent family, known for his arrogant demeanor, though he is not entirely malevolent. 5th is my cousin, Lu Yin, whom you have already met. 4th is Qian Feng, who lacks substantial backing. Much like Zhao Kengdong, being another fanatic solely focused on cultivation. Caution is advised when encountering him, as he fights with reckless abandon, embodying the very essence of madness. The 3rd position is also occupied by a member of the Zhao family, named Zhao Yuan, whose strength slightly surpasses that of Qian Feng. Yet he is deemed more perilous due to his cunning nature and reliance on underhanded tactics. Nevertheless, his affiliation with the Zhao family shields him from scrutiny. The 2nd place is held by Wang Feng, who is associated with the Wang family of Qingyan City. However, his ties with them are tenuous, and his reclusive personality belies his formidable prowess. He is not one to instigate conflict unless provoked. Although he lacks friends, he shares a good rapport with Qian Feng, possibly due to their similar temperaments. Having concluded his explanation, Du Haiping resumed eating a piece of beast meat. Noticing Du Haiping's silence, Luo Xiu inquired, "What about the 1st? Who holds the top position?" "The 1st? Du Haiping looked at Luo Xiu and replied, "The 1st is I, Du Haiping. Did I not introduce myself earlier? Surely you are already acquainted with me." Luo Xiu rolled his eyes at Du Haiping. "You did not mention that you were 1st. How was I to know you were the one ranked at the top?" Surprised to discover that Du Haiping was the foremost disciple. Luo Xiu had previously sensed that there was more to him than met the eye, but he had not anticipated that he would be number 1. Chapter 47. The top 10 take the stage. "Will you go up?" Du Haiping inquired. Having observed that the 10th-ranked Zhao Kengdong and the 7th-ranked Sun Xiang had already ascended the stage, thus he asked Luo Xiu when he planned to make his entrance. "There's no rush. After all, there's still ample time." Luo Xiu glanced at the arena and replied, "I will wait until most of the top 10 have taken their turns. One must find someone among the 10 who is particularly displeasing, as 2 must inevitably be eliminated." "Why would you single out 2 individuals? You cannot occupy 2 arenas," Du Haiping queried, intrigued. "Indeed, I cannot claim 2 for myself, but what of Iron Bull? Surely he will require 1 as well. Moreover, I never claimed I would personally eliminate both. I can take 1, and Iron Bull the other. That conveniently accounts for 2. Does it not?" Luo Xiu gestured with his hands. "Ah, I had momentarily forgotten about that giant. With his strength, capturing an arena should pose no challenge. However, I find your intentions rather perplexing," Du Haiping remarked, glancing at Iron Bull before returning his gaze to Luo Xiu. "If you find it perplexing, so be it. I shall not encroach upon your position, nor will I infringe upon your cousin S. Thus, whether you understand my motives is of little consequence," Luo Xiu jested. "Unless you have any other friends or relatives you wish to declare in advance, I shall refrain from targeting them alongside Iron Bull." Du Haiping promptly responded, "You said it yourself, so do not pursue Wang Feng, Qian Feng, Li Qi, Yang Qing, Zhao Kengdong, or my cousin. Focus on others." Luo Xiu gazed at Du Haiping in astonishment. "Did you not recognize I was merely jesting? There are only 10 in total, and you have swiftly excluded 7, leaving me and Iron Bull to seek merely 3 others. What was the point of your exclusions? Are you serious? Did you not perceive that I was merely jesting?" Luo Xiu looked at Du Haiping in disbelief. "A gentleman's word is his bond. I am indeed serious. Are you not?" Du Haiping replied earnestly. Du Haiping understood that Luo Xiu was joking, yet he could not discern the full extent of Luo Xiu's strength. The others might not necessarily prevail against him. So he casually extended a hand, considering that with Iron Bull and Luo Xiu's prowess, securing an arena should be a straightforward affair. "You truly are something. Do you harbor a grudge against the Zhao family? Among just 3, you have selected 2 from their ranks," Luo Xiu asked with curiosity. "There is no grudge. Merely a preference against their demeanor," Du Haiping replied, then called out to Lu Yin. Before long, Chun Dong and Luo Jun arrived, appearing somewhat disheveled, though not heavily injured. They simply required a day of rest. Let us proceed. The time is nigh for us to take the stage, Luo Xiu remarked to Du Haiping. Then turned to Iron Bull. As Du has suggested we avoid troubling his friends and relatives, we are left with only Sun Xiang, Zhao Yuan, and Zhao Zitong. Which one do you choose? Iron Bull scratched his head and replied, why does it matter? Isn't it merely a brawl? Why complicate things? Du Haiping, overhearing this, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Is this merely a brawl? It could well lead to a matter of life and death. How has it devolved into mere street fighting in your narrative? Luo Xiu was unfazed by the situation. After all, Tainyo thought it was inconsequential whom they fought. He glanced at the equally astonished Lu Yin beside him and remarked, there are only these 3 individuals. Brother Du is not familiar with Lu Yin, but the others are friends. Are you prepared to take action? Tainyo waved dismissively. Oh, it doesn't matter then. Just choose the first one. What's his name again? Luo Xiu cautioned Du Haiping in a low voice. You should point him out later. Otherwise, if he mistakenly attacks the wrong person and something unfortunate occurs, it won't be my responsibility. Unbeknownst to Du Haiping, Tainyo's ferocity in battle was unparalleled. Luo Xiu had witnessed it firsthand. Throughout their journey, every beast they encountered had either ended up in Tainyo's stomach or was on the brink of it. Du Haiping, observing Luo Xiu's earnest expression, felt a curious pang. Could it be that this towering figure possessed knowledge he was unaware of? Nonetheless, he dared not be careless, for any misstep could lead to regret. He nodded vigorously. As a few individuals approached, the crowd instinctively parted to allow them passage. It was primarily because Du Haiping and Lu Yin were present. Had it merely been Luo Xiu and his companions, the last encounter had shown how they had jostled their way to the forefront. Go ahead, be cautious. And don't underestimate them, Du Haiping advised Lu Yin, noting that 5 of the top 10 had already taken their positions on the stage. With that, Lu Yin leapt onto the arena, just as a contestant had recently vanquished an opponent. A wave of dread washed over the defeated fighter. Realizing he was no match for Lu Yin even at his peak, let alone now, injured and facing the 5th-ranked contender, his spirit waning. As expected, the outcome was swift. Within mere exchanges, Lu Yin sent him tumbling off the stage. Luo Xiu was taken aback by the seemingly delicate girl's formidable strength. Indeed, appearances could be deceiving. Consequently, those eager to challenge hesitated, their gazes shifting towards the other arenas. However, their aspirations were clearly dashed, as apart from Du Haiping, the remaining 9 contenders were already engaged on the platform. Du Haiping introduced the participants on the stage to Luo Xiu and Tainyo, particularly emphasizing Sun Xiang. Evidently trusting Luo Xiu's judgment and concerned that Tainyo might mistakenly challenge the wrong opponent. Tainyo cast a glance at Sun Xiang before bounding onto the arena with a resounding thud. Sun Xiang, confronted by the imposing figure before him, recognized he had never encountered such a powerhouse, but it was evident that his opponent was a brute of strength. Are you challenging me? I suggest you reconsider. Choosing another might yield better odds. There's another arena available for you to try, Sun Xiang proposed, indicating the only remaining platform not occupied by the top 10, which was evidently reserved for Du Haiping. Isn't it just a brawl? Why complicate matters? Whoever is chosen is who it will be. There's no need for further deliberation, Tainyo declared, striding towards Sun Xiang, and unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at his head. Upon witnessing the approaching fist, Sun Xiang had no intention of remaining idle. He swiftly retreated, confident that while Tainyo's strength might be formidable, his speed would undoubtedly surpass it. Thus, he aimed to exploit his agility to secure victory. However, to his astonishment, Tainyo's speed was not inferior to his own. In fact, it was even somewhat swifter. He could only brace himself with his arms as he watched the fist descend before him. With 2 distinct cracks, both of his arms were shattered by Tainyo's punch, sending him hurtling through the air. Yet, Tainyo showed no signs of halting, had he been inclined to do so. Luo Xiu would not have felt compelled to sternly caution Du Haiping. Chapter 48. Luo Xiu takes the stage seeing Sun Xiang flying backward. Tainyo swiftly positioned himself in front of Sun Xiang once more, delivering another crushing blow directly upon him. Sun Xiang fell to the ground, creating a deep indentation in the earth beneath him. In a moment of desperation, he hastily retrieved a shield-like object from his storage pouch, raising it defensively. Observing the shield, Tainyo produced a massive hammer and struck down upon it with tremendous force. Remarkably, the shield demonstrated commendable resilience, absorbing the blow with little reaction. However, Tainyo seemed intent on relentless assault, hammering down blow after blow as if forging iron, each strike following the last without pause. The audience watched in stunned silence, unable to comprehend what they were witnessing. Was this truly a human? This was a being ranked 7th in the outer sect, yet he was unable to retaliate even once. Du Haiping, standing nearby, was equally astonished. He had previously underestimated the sheer ferocity of this colossal figure. As Tai Nyo continued his relentless hammering, a profound crater formed beneath Sun Xiang. Although the shield remained intact, it was clear it was a spiritual artifact. However, the sounds of Sun Xiang's groans had ceased. Initially, there were faint moans, but now there was only silence. Tai Nyo appeared to sense something amiss and paused, retrieving the shield from the depths of the pit. To his horror, he discovered Sun Xiang beneath it, blood streaming from his orifices, his eyes wide in shock, and his internal organs reduced to pulp. He was beyond saving. The crowd watched as Tai Nyo stowed the shield and withdrew to the side. Immediately, several individuals rushed to lift Sun Xiang from the pit, his body resembling a grotesque mass of flesh, devoid of any semblance of life. The onlookers exchanged glances between Sun Xiang's lifeless form and Tai Nyo, their faces reflecting sheer terror, as if confronted by a demon. What manner of creature was this? A veritable fiend, having brutally crushed Sun Xiang to death. Du Haiping's complexion paled upon seeing the corpse, casting a grateful glance at Luo Xiu. Had anyone else faced Tai Nyo, their fate would likely have been no better. Now, anticipation for Luo Xiu's performance grew. After all, he seemed to possess an aura of strength and mystery that surpassed even Tai Nyo. Without further contemplation, he approached the lone arena unoccupied by the top 10. Meanwhile, Tai Nyo appeared to have relaxed, calling out to the crowd. Yet no one dared to step onto the stage. Luo Xiu shook his head and leaped onto an arena where Zhao Yuan, ranked third in the outer sect, awaited. Luo Xiu regarded Zhao Yuan and declared, "I find you quite displeasing. Will you choose to end your own life, or shall I assist you in doing so?" This declaration reverberated through the audience like a thunderclap, leaving them in stunned silence. Not only was Zhao Yuan on stage staring at Luo Xiu as if he were a fool, but the spectators below also questioned the sanity of this audacious individual. As Du Haiping, who was poised to take action, heard these words, he stumbled slightly, nearly toppling onto the arena floor. What manner of people are these? Each one more deranged than the last. He muttered under his breath. I suspect you are either overindulged or mentally unhinged to suggest I take my own life. Do you not fear the ridicule that would ensue? Zhao Yuan remarked with a sneer directed at Luo Xiu. Indeed, I have just eaten. Yet I am far from being overstuffed. Moreover, my intentions were for your benefit, at least to alleviate your suffering before death. How can you fail to recognize a kind heart? Luo Xiu retorted with a smile. Is that so? Then let us see who meets their end first, Zhao Yuan declared as he unsheathed his sword, lunging towards Luo Xiu. Swiftly evading the strike, Luo Xiu addressed Zhao Yuan. Why the haste? If you seek death, there is no need to rush. It will come in due time. I have heard that your Zhao family wields considerable influence within the sect. Is that true? Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuan's grim expression softened slightly, coupled with a hint of perplexity. Why do you ask? He inquired. Seemingly recognizing Zhao Yuan's confusion, Luo Xiu continued in a hushed tone. If I were to eliminate a few of your Zhao kin, do you think your family would seek vengeance against me? Zhao Yuan's eyes widened in shock as he pointed at Luo Xiu. You are the one who clashed with Zhao Xinghua. So it was you. It was also your doing that he has yet to pass the first trial. You are quite well informed. If I were to claim they all fell to the hands of demonic beasts, would you believe me? Luo Xiu said with a smile, noting Zhao Yuan's incredulous expression. He added, well, if I were in your position, I would find it hard to believe as well. Yet what choice did I have? That scoundrel sought to take my life. You wouldn't be looking to avenge him, would you? You dare to slay Zhao Xinghua and harm my family. Naturally, I shall seek retribution. I will not allow you to die easily. I intend for you to suffer immensely until you plead for a merciful end, Zhao Yuan growled, his face contorted with rage. Oh, so you are quite eager to kill me. Might it be that you share a close bond with Zhao Xinghua? Luo Xiu questioned, interpreting Zhao Yuan's fury as a sign of camaraderie between the two. What concern is it of yours? Regardless, you have slain members of the Zhao family, and thus, you must face our wrath, Zhao Yuan retorted coldly. In truth, Zhao Yuan and Zhao Xinghua were not particularly close. Zhao Xinghua was of direct lineage, while Zhao Yuan belonged to a collateral branch. Had it not been for his exceptional talent, he would likely be nothing more than a subordinate to Zhao Xinghua. Tell me, if I were to eliminate a few more, do you think the Zhao family would let me off the hook? I believe the chances are quite substantial. Wouldn't you agree? Luo Xiu said with a playful grin. Kill one, and you will find yourself with no place to rest in peace. Let alone if you were to kill more. At that point, no one could save you. Not only will you perish, but those around you will share the same fate. Zhao Yuan sneered. Yet as he observed the transformation of Luo Xiu's jovial countenance into a sinister grin, an icy dread washed over him, rendering him unable to move. as if any motion would lead him straight to the depths of hell, leaving him speechless. As Luo Xiu approached step by step, Zhao Yuan found himself unable to evade, helplessly watching as the fist loomed larger before finally making contact with his forehead. In an instant, Zhao Yuan's head was brutally shattered by a single punch. The crowd below was momentarily stunned. How could Zhao Yuan fail to retaliate? Even if he didn't fight back, he could have retreated, yet he stood there motionless, allowing Luo Xiu to strike him as if entranced. However, it was clear that such a state of entrancement was impossible, as no fluctuations of spiritual energy were present in the surroundings. Du Haiping observed Luo Xiu, his unease deepening, while he could comprehend some aspects of Tainyo. Luo Xiu remained an enigma, a figure radiating an unmistakable aura of danger. Chapter 49. Selection of disciples by elders. Is there anyone else who wishes to step forward? If not, this spot on the arena shall belong to me. Luo Xiu calmly addressed the onlookers below. The spectators, still gripped by fear from witnessing Luo Xiu's earlier display, trembled at his words, lowering their heads in submission, unwilling to meet his gaze. Others on the various platforms cast wary glances toward Luo Xiu, their expressions tinged with apprehension. Although most were unfamiliar with his identity, this did not diminish their wariness. As time passed, 10 figures emerged across the platforms, individuals whom none dared challenge or dispute. These 10 were recognized as the top 10 among the outer disciples, though the emergence of Luo Xiu and Tainyo had resulted in 2 unfortunate souls. The final list of the top 10 was confirmed. Luo Xiu, Tainyo, Du Haiping, Wang Feng, Qian Feng, Lu Yin, Li Qi, Yang Qing, Zhao Zitong, and Zhao Kongao. Determining who among them possessed the greatest strength proved difficult, yet when it came to outstanding performances, Luo Xiu and Tainyo, alongside Du Haiping and Lu Yin, stood out prominently. Lu Yin, distinct from the others, showcased a rare talent with her sound spiritual root. Her offensive capabilities diverged from the conventional, employing sound wave attacks, an assault notoriously challenging to defend against. Nevertheless, should one possess overwhelming strength, even the most elusive tactics would not guarantee victory. When no one else stepped up to challenge, Elder Wei, presiding over the competition, announced, "The second round of the outer sect competition concludes. The 10 individuals on the arena have earned their qualifications to enter the inner sect." As Elder Wei's words resonated through the crowd, a wave of reactions followed. Some cheered. Others expressed quiet disappointment, while many were consumed by envy and admiration. Yet, animosity was futile, for the disparity in strength was evident. The 10 who qualified to enter the inner sect stepped forward, prompting Elder Wei to address them. "Now, I invite the sect elders to select their disciples." Upon hearing this, Luo Xiu and the others swiftly leaped down from the arena, approaching Elder Wei with excitement. Each individual exuded pride, their demeanor reflecting a sense of strength and accomplishment, though they refrained from overt displays of arrogance. Certainly, they possessed the right to be proud, as emerging from among thousands of outer disciples is, in itself, a remarkable achievement. Luo Xiu stood amidst the crowd, and despite his desire to remain unobtrusive and low-key, the impact of his slaying of Zhao Yuan on the arena was too profound to be ignored. Only Xinyu, Du Haiping, and the quirky Lu Yin remained close to him, while the others deliberately kept their distance. Luo Xiu, however, paid little mind to their aloofness, wearing a faint smile and exuding an air of tranquility. The corners of his mouth subtly lifted as he engaged in quiet conversation with Lu Yin beside him. Before long, 3 elders clad in white robes appeared before the assembly, engaging in light-hearted banter. Among them, one elder appeared somewhat older, his face adorned with numerous wrinkles, exuding a benevolent demeanor. Another, a middle-aged man, bore a stern expression, exuding an air of authority, while the third, a middle-aged woman, radiated a gentle aura akin to flowing water, captivating the attention of all, particularly the youthful hearts of those in their 20s, clearly possessing a magnetic allure. Luo Xiu found himself stealing glances, not to mention the others, though Xinyu seemed utterly unaffected, as if he were merely observing the air. Seeing Xinyu's demeanor, Luo Xiu could only shake his head, recognizing that this fellow was evidently different from the average person and could not be judged by conventional standards. "Which of you, our junior disciples, shall come forth first?" inquired the elder, his gaze scrutinizing the 10 individuals. After all, this was the selection of personal disciples who would potentially inherit their legacy, necessitating careful consideration. Upon hearing this, Du Haiping and the others' eyes ignited with fervor, and they respectfully bowed to the 3 elders. Luo Xiu, not wishing to appear out of place, followed suit and bowed, even pulling Xinyu, who stood idly by, into the gesture. The elder nodded slightly. his gaze reflecting a hint of satisfaction as he clearly began to form preferences regarding which individual would become his personal disciple. The middle-aged man scanned the crowd, his eyes assessing each person as he contemplated. In contrast, the middle-aged female elder was much swifter, directing her attention to Luo Xiu and inquiring, "Are you willing to cultivate with me? My disciples are all females, which would be more convenient. If you agree, you shall become my disciple." The elder did not elaborate further, as there was no need. The sect's decision to allow them to accept disciples indicated a recognition of their strength, and they would not engage in the folly of misguiding their students. In the sect, if one was not a disciple of a particular elder, there would be no guidance in cultivation, leaving them to navigate their path alone, with the sect merely providing an environment for cultivation and some resources. Luo Xiu, having no reason to decline, eagerly nodded in agreement, her youthful face beaming with delight, reflecting her quirky charm as she stepped forward to address the elder as master. Before positioning herself behind her, the elder seemed quite fond of this clever little girl, presenting her with a bottle of medicinal pills as a token of their first meeting. Luo Xiu reached out to accept it, opening the vial to reveal a single pill, evidently extraordinary in nature. "Oh, the superior Kaiwan pill." The crowd was evidently startled by Luo Xiu's sudden exclamation. The superior Kaiwan pill is no ordinary elixir. It is well known that to transition from the body refinement realm to the true origin realm, one must open the Qi in the Danshan and condense true origin. The Kaiwan pill serves as a crucial aid in this process, facilitating the opening of the Qi and the condensation of true origin. It can even be regarded as the finest elixir for those in the body refinement realm aspiring to ascend to the true origin realm. Under normal circumstances, if a practitioner at the 9th level of the body refinement realm has a 50% chance of advancing to the true origin realm with the Kaiwan pill, that probability increases to at least 80%. If they initially possess an 80% chance, their advancement to the true origin realm becomes almost a certainty. Moreover, the significance of the Kaiwan pill extends beyond mere enhancement. It embodies the concepts of opening and essence. Opening pertains to the initiation of the Qi, which is a preliminary step towards achieving the true origin realm, while essence refers to the pill's ability to swiftly transform spiritual energy within the Danshan into true origin and generate a vortex, thus reaching the first level of the true origin realm. The crowd cast envious glances at Luo Xiu. After all, the Kaiwan pill was something to be coveted. Even Tainyo, who had previously maintained a stoic demeanor, exhibited a hint of envy, while Luo Xiu felt an even greater longing for it. Were it not for the circumstances, he might have contemplated seizing it. Naturally, he had no intention of doing so. He bore no animosity toward Luo Xiu and, in fact, held a fondness for her, leaving him with no choice but to harbor envy. Chapter 50. The disqualified the elder observed the envious gazes of the onlookers, a subtle smile gracing his lips, seemingly pleased with their reaction. He glanced at the remaining 9 individuals and said, "There is no need for envy. The 3 chosen will each receive a superior Kaiwan pill. Even those who are not selected will gain 200 contribution points to the sect." Contribution points? A few of them displayed visible confusion, yet the elder showed no inclination to elaborate, instead gesturing toward a middle-aged elder, clearly indicating that he should proceed with the selections. The middle-aged elder regarded Luo Xiu, Wang Feng, and Qian Feng, evidently still deliberating. Luo Xiu felt a twinge of nervousness. He was eager for guidance, aware that navigating the path of cultivation alone could lead to pitfalls, while having a mentor would be a transformative experience. Moreover, the opportunity to obtain a superior Kaiwan pill was a rare blessing. Wang Feng and Qian Feng appeared even more fervent, their eyes gleaming with anticipation, clearly yearning to become the direct disciples of the elder, as well as to acquire the superior Kaiwan pill. The middle-aged elder observed the trio. Although he was unaware of their precise thoughts, he could surmise their enthusiasm. Such opportunities were scarce, occurring only a few times over several years, hence their eagerness was understandable. At this moment, the middle-aged elder felt quite satisfied with Luo Xiu, Wang Feng, and Qian Feng, as this was his first time accepting disciples. Unlike his 2 senior brothers and sisters, who had already taken on apprentices, the sect would not object if he chose to accept 2 direct disciples, despite the regulation allowing only 1. Certainly, if I were to accept all 3, it would pose considerable challenges for me. After all, apart from the meager resources allocated by the sect, I must also supplement my disciples' cultivation needs. The resources distributed by the sect are quite limited, often requiring disciples to undertake tasks to earn them, and those with a master naturally expect to receive a portion from their mentor. The middle-aged elder held a favorable view of Luo Xiu, appreciating his decisive nature and formidable strength. However, he was uncertain about how to choose between Wang Feng and Qian Feng, which delayed his decision. Senior brother, is it permissible to select multiple disciples for my first choice? The middle-aged elder inquired telepathically to an elder nearby. The elder, understanding the intent behind the question, glanced at Luo Xiu and his companions and replied, as long as you can provide sufficient resources to cultivate all three, there is no issue in selecting them. Nodding in agreement, the middle-aged elder addressed the trio. I wish to take you three as my disciples. Rest assured, you shall not lack in opening yuan pills. If you agree, you will henceforth be considered disciples of me, song baking. Luo Xiu's eyes brightened at such a splendid opportunity. He was more than willing, as this not only meant acquiring a master, but also gaining a formidable support within the sect. Wang Feng and Qian Feng appeared even more exhilarated than Luo Xiu, hastily approaching Elder Song Baking to perform the customary bow of apprenticeship. Upon completing the ceremony, they became his disciples. Observing the two rush forward, Luo Xiu hurriedly followed suit. Momentarily taken aback by the prospect of becoming the third disciple, he couldn't help but admire the speed at which they acted. After all, one was all alone without any backing, while the other, despite being from a prominent family, had a tenuous connection with it. The prospect of acquiring a master and a substantial ally spurred them into action. Wait, just as Luo Xiu was about to perform the bow of apprenticeship, a voice interrupted his movements. It was Wei Yuanzheng, the elder presiding over this outer sect competition. Wei Yuanzheng approached Song Baking and Luo Xiu, his expression cold as he regarded Luo Xiu with a flicker of disdain. Reflecting on the elder's approach, Luo Xiu pondered, I don't believe I have offended Elder Wei. Why does he appear to harbor some discontent towards me? While Luo Xiu had not wronged Wei Yuanzheng, he had indeed crossed paths with the Zhao family. And Elder Wei happened to be a friend of the Zhao clan's elder. Recently, he had been entrusted with the covert protection of Zhao family disciples. But now Zhao Yuan had been slain by Luo Xiu. At the time, Wei Yuanzheng had thought Zhao Yuan's strength was insurmountable and thus dismissed the possibility of anyone being able to defeat him. However, the unexpected turn of events caught him off guard. After the incident, Wei Yuanzheng refrained from overtly disrupting the competition's rules, opting instead to allow the Zhao clan to handle matters once Luo Xiu entered the inner sect. Yet, unforeseen circumstances had arisen, as he had not anticipated that Song Baking would choose to accept Luo Xiu as a direct disciple. If I were truly to become the direct disciple of Song Baking, any subsequent retaliation from the Zhao family would no longer be so convenient. After all, I would be a direct disciple of an elder, and revenge is not something that can be executed with ease. It is precisely for this reason that Wei Yuanzheng hastily intervened, having already prepared a justification. If he had acted without reason, he would naturally refrain from such a potentially offensive act, especially without a commensurate reward. However, with a suitable rationale at hand, it became merely a matter of convenience. Is there something concerning you, Senior Brother Wei? Song Baking inquired as he observed Wei Yuanzheng approaching, his expression remaining neutral. Yet, the tone of their conversation clearly indicated a lack of camaraderie between them. It is merely a trivial matter. I noticed that my junior brother seems inclined to accept this disciple. So I came to inform you that this disciple possesses mediocre talent and is not worthy of being your direct disciple, Wei Yuanzheng remarked while pointing at Luo Xiu. Oh, mediocre talent? Pray tell, Senior Brother, what leads you to such a conclusion? A hint of surprise flickered across Song Baking's countenance. At the age of 16 or 17, possessing the cultivation of the 9th level of the body refinement realm, and exhibiting strength that far exceeds that of ordinary disciples at the same level, surely such talent is not lacking? This disciple's spiritual root is merely of the 3rd grade. Having only just reached the threshold of 3rd grade, such a lowly talent cannot possibly be considered good. If you doubt my words, simply inquire further. Wei Yuanzheng replied with a faint smile. 3rd grade spiritual root, Du Haiping exclaimed in astonishment, echoed by the surprise of several others present, including the 3 elders who had come to select disciples. How could it possibly be a 3rd grade spiritual root? Du Haiping found it hard to believe. With such strength at such a young age, he could not fathom that Luo Xiu's spiritual root was only 3rd grade. In truth, no one else believed it either. Among those present, only Tai Niu might entertain the thought. Luo Xiu regarded the smiling Wei Yuanzheng with a mix of confusion and skepticism. Yet such matters seemed trivial at this moment. Song Baking's gaze towards him had shifted, and Luo Xiu realized that his chances of being accepted as a disciple were now exceedingly slim. I indeed possess only a 3rd grade spiritual root, Luo Xiu stated to the assembly. There was no need for concealment, as it was futile to do so. He might as well be forthright. Chapter 51. Entering the inner sect junior brother Song. With a 3rd grade spiritual root, I advise you not to squander your time and resources. It would be best to disregard a talent destined for mediocrity, especially since this child is ruthless and may struggle to survive for long. Wei Yuanjing remarked with a hint of smugness, addressing Song Baking without any concern for Luo Xiu's presence. At this moment, Luo Xiu had come to the realization that this elder, Wei Yuanjing, was clearly targeting him with intent. Although the reasons remained unclear, the outcome was unmistakable. For Luo Xiu discerned that the look in Song Baking's eyes had transformed from that of a mentor to a stranger's gaze, tinged with a blend of pity and disdain. Luo Xiu, your spiritual root is far too inferior. You are unworthy of my direct disciple status, and I do not wish to waste my time and resources. Song Baking gazed at Luo Xiu with indifference, seemingly dismissing the notion that Luo Xiu was the most remarkable among the trio. Indeed, the outcome did not come as a surprise to Luo Xiu. He had anticipated it ever since Wei Yuanjing revealed his third-grade spirit root. Initially, Luo Xiu had hoped that Song Baking would acknowledge his prowess and accept him as a direct disciple, yet it was evident that such aspirations would not materialize. Upon hearing Song Baking's words, Wang Feng and the others, who had previously intended to draw closer to Luo Xiu, visibly abandoned their plans, even exhibiting shades of disdain and aloofness. The faint reverence they once held for Luo Xiu dissipated entirely upon the revelation of his third-grade spirit root. They had initially believed him to possess remarkable talent, only to discover he was merely a third-grade spirit root. I, on the other hand, possess a sixth-grade spirit root. Given time, my achievements will undoubtedly eclipse those of a mere third-grade waste. It was fortunate I had not pursued a closer relationship with him, otherwise. Wang Feng's gaze towards Luo Xiu now bore no semblance of warmth, replaced instead by an air of arrogance, a natural superiority displayed by a genius towards one deemed inferior. Li Qi and others nearby also manifested varying degrees of disdain and regret, particularly Zhao Zitong, whose eyes sparkled with excitement and schadenfreude. While the reason for her exhilaration remained unclear, her glee was unmistakably tied to Luo Xiu's third-grade spirit root. The elder and the female elder nearby also exhibited a hint of regret, as did Du Haiping and Luyin, though their sentiments did not lead to any feelings of estrangement. Luo Xiu observed the shift in attitudes among the crowd. Aside from Tai Niu, who remained steadfast in his support, the rest had undergone some degree of change. Although these transformations did not necessarily equate to alienation, the closeness they once shared was clearly irretrievable. Luo Xiu did not dwell on their reactions. What could he do? After all, with a gentle smile, he returned to Tai Niu's side, exuding an air of tranquility devoid of bitterness or anger. If there was any sentiment to harbor, it was perhaps the regret over a precious high-grade Kaiwan Dan. Song Baking watched as Luo Xiu retreated, his expression unaltered, perhaps feeling that Luo Xiu did not merit any change in his demeanor. However, the elder beside him exhibited a fleeting glimmer of intrigue, yet refrained from any further action. Possibly astonished by Luo Xiu's demeanor, Luo Xiu cast a glance at Wei Yuanjing, aware of the necessity to discern the reasons behind his antagonism. He could not remain on guard indefinitely, especially against an elder of the inner sect. Should he seek to trouble Luo Xiu again? Understanding the motivations behind the hostility would aid in devising a suitable response. After Luo Xiu withdrew, the customary apprenticeship rites were still to be observed. Following the rituals, Wang Feng and Qian Feng solidified their affiliations with Song Baking, each receiving a high-grade Kaiwan Dan. The two stood proudly behind Song Baking, their eyes brimming with arrogance and pride as they surveyed the onlookers. The two elders have chosen their respective disciples, leaving only the elder without a chosen apprentice. The remaining candidates looked on with hopeful anticipation, yet it was evident that disappointment loomed for most. Ultimately, the elders selected Du Haiping, the foremost disciple of the outer sect. A choice that was, in truth, expected. The majority had allowed their fervent desires to cloud their judgment. What does it mean to be the first of the outer sect? While it may not signify the absolute best, it certainly indicates one of the top 10. Thus, was there any need for further selection? It was apparent that the elder had made his decision from the outset. Otherwise, why would the other two elders have overlooked Du Haiping? Surely, they would not forsake the best in favor of a lesser candidate. Of course, none of this bore any relevance to Luo Xiu. For him, merely entering the inner sect sufficed. Even if he were not chosen as a direct disciple, there was no cause for regret. His path of cultivation was destined to be one he walked alone. After the elder made his selection, the three elders departed with their chosen disciples, leaving Luo Xiu and 5 others behind, along with hundreds who had progressed past the first round of the outer sect competition. With the conclusion of the outer sect competition, Wei Yuanjing addressed the gathered hundreds, instructing the stewards to escort them back to the outer sect. urging them to diligently cultivate until they could break through to the true essence realm and thereby attain the privileges of inner sect disciples. He gestured for the stewards to lead the way. Luo Xiu glanced at Chun Dong and Luo Jun, signaling with his eyes. They clearly understood his intent. Returning a reassuring gaze before following the crowd under the guidance of the stewards toward the outer sect. Han Steward, please escort these 6 to the inner sect and provide them with an introduction to their new environment. Wei Yuanzheng instructed another steward, turning to Luo Xiu and the others. Follow Han's steward and cultivate diligently in the inner sect henceforth. With that, he turned to depart, casting Luo Xiu a lingering glance imbued with a sense of foreboding. As if to say, wait for it, someone will seek you out. This left Luo Xiu feeling perplexed. Yet he recognized that the inner sect might not be a sanctuary of absolute safety and comfort. Taking a deep breath, Luo Xiu understood the urgency of strengthening his abilities. This was paramount upon entering the inner sect. Only with power could he navigate the forthcoming challenges. In that moment, he realized how profound his yearning for strength was, gradually comprehending his father's adage that the might of one's fist is the ultimate truth. Luo Xiu and the other 5 followed Han Steward, ascending the steps that led to the inner sect. Upon traversing these stone steps beneath your feet, you will officially become inner sect disciples, Han Steward explained as they walked. The staircase consisted of 99 steps, at the top of which stood a monument inscribed with the characters Qingyun sect. Beyond the monument lay the inner sect itself, the place where they would pursue their cultivation. Chapter 52. The Qingyun ranking Luo Xiu and the others followed Han Steward up the 99 steps, arriving at the monument. The stone tablet towered over a yard in height and nearly half a yard in width, with the characters Qingyun sect elegantly inscribed upon it, as if pinned with a sword, exhibiting a grace that was both striking and natural. This stone tablet was crafted by the founding master of the sect, and it is said to contain supreme sword techniques. However, no one has been able to comprehend its secrets to date. Of course, such rumors abound, and if it truly contains such unparalleled sword skills, it would not be placed here. After finishing his statement, Elder Han chuckled, clearly skeptical about the existence of any supreme sword techniques within the tablet. Upon hearing this, Luo Xiu turned his gaze toward the stone tablet, and the others naturally followed suit. Although they were uncertain about the existence of supreme sword techniques, curiosity compelled them to take a closer look due to the intriguing legend. Elder Han seemed to have anticipated this reaction, smiling faintly at the 6 individuals as he quietly waited nearby. Luo Xiu approached the tablet, placing his right hand upon its surface, allowing his mind to delve into its depths, eager to uncover any potential secrets it might harbor. After a period of exploration, he discerned nothing extraordinary. It appeared to be merely an ordinary stone tablet. He withdrew his hand, observing that Iron Bull and the others were still engrossed in their examination, and he chose not to disturb them. Qingyun sect. Luo Xiu gazed at the 3 characters inscribed on the tablet. The stone itself bore no particular significance, so perhaps the 3 characters held some hidden meaning? The more he contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. If the legend were true, the secret must lie within those 3 characters, yet what could they possibly conceal? Luo Xiu scrutinized the characters Qingyun sect for a full quarter of an hour before sensing an imposing force bearing down upon him. Could it be that there truly existed supreme sword techniques within? Even in the absence of such techniques, there must be some secret within. For why else would he feel such pressure? Elder Han, observing the disappointment etched on the faces of the group, recognized that they had surely found nothing of value. Even without reading their expressions, he could surmise the outcome. All right, if you wish to ponder and explore further, you may do so later. For now, come with me to collect your disciple tokens, clothing, and other essentials, after which I will escort you to your accommodations. During this time, I will also share the rules of the inner sect and the locations for cultivation. Noticing that Luo Xiu seemed still absorbed in contemplation of the tablet, Elder Han urged him to move along, as he preferred to conclude matters swiftly and return home. He had no time to squander on a few new disciples. Luo Xiu, upon hearing this, paused, realizing he was not in a rush. He could always return later, and he had already begun to formulate some ideas, though he was uncertain of their validity. Nevertheless, he would have to wait until later to verify them. Seeing Luo Xiu stop, Elder Han continued leading the group toward the mountain gate, providing a brief introduction to the Qingyun sect and the inner sect. In summary, the Qingyun sect is located at the end of the Qingyun mountain range, which is a minor branch of the vast Wanyao mountain range that traverses the wilderness. Established over 600 years ago, the current sect master is Li Tianyi, followed by 3 grand elders, with other elders beneath them. To become an elder, one must possess the strength of the golden core realm, while the deacons generally range from the 7th to the 9th level of the true essence realm. Within the inner sect, a disciple's cultivation necessitates contribution points. With sufficient points, one can acquire virtually anything, be it martial techniques, medicinal pills, or spiritual artifacts, all of which require contribution points for exchange. There are myriad ways to earn these points, such as assisting in maintaining order during major assessments or engaging in various supportive tasks. Furthermore, the sect provides each inner sect disciple with 30 base contribution points monthly. Naturally, should one desire to amass more contribution points, the most effective method is to complete sect missions, which are announced at the mission hall. Elders or disciples may also issue tasks. Upon the successful completion of these missions, the mission hall will duly reward one with the corresponding contribution points. In addition to the mission hall, there are various cultivation locations such as the Technique Pavilion, Spirit Gathering Tower, Battle Tower, and the Fiery Mountain. The Technique Pavilion serves as the repository for martial arts and techniques within the sect. The Spirit Gathering Tower, equipped with a Spirit Gathering Array, boasts a far denser concentration of spiritual energy than other locations, thereby significantly enhancing the speed of cultivation within. The Battle Tower, as its name suggests, is designated for combat practice, akin to the Outer Sect's Battle Tower. Elder Han succinctly introduced these pivotal areas of the inner sect before leading the group, equipped with their disciple tokens and other essentials, toward the accommodation zone. Your accommodation area is nestled among 6 peaks, each possessing a lower-level Spirit Gathering Array. While the efficacy of these arrays pales in comparison to that of the Spirit Gathering Tower, they should suffice for newly initiated disciples. However, it is paramount to note that without contribution points, your cultivation must be confined to the accommodation zone. Elder Han elaborated. The accommodation area is also tiered. The closer one is to the peak, the more advantageous the location. Among the 6 peaks, only 6 sites are deemed the best. Following that are the first tier, second tier, and third tier accommodation zones. Should you choose not to undertake sect missions, you will be relegated to the third tier accommodation, which merely requires 20 contribution points per month. Under normal circumstances, the sect allocates 30 contribution points to each disciple monthly, and should one fail to remit their contribution points upon the expiration of the designated time, the sect will reclaim the dwelling for redistribution after 10 days. Elder Han, are there any exceptions to this? Luo Xiu inquired. Having noted that Elder Han referred to the standard conditions, which clearly implied the existence of anomalies, he was skeptical that the sect treated all disciples with equal regard. Indeed, exceptions do exist. Disciples at the 1st to 3rd levels of the True Essence realm receive only 30 contribution points monthly, while those at the 4th to 6th levels receive 100 points, and those at the 7th to 9th levels receive 300 points. Moreover, should you ascend the Azure Cloud rankings, your contribution points will increase substantially. Elder Han replied with a faint smile. The Azure Cloud rankings? What are they? The group expressed confusion, as Luo Xiu too was unaware, prompting all eyes to turn toward Elder Han. The elder found this lack of knowledge unsurprising, for disciples listed among the inner sect's Azure Cloud rankings seldom venture into the outer sect, rendering their recognition improbable. The Azure Cloud rankings comprise the top 50 disciples within the Azure Cloud sect. Securing a position within this elite group guarantees a minimum of 500 contribution points monthly for even the 51st ranked, while the top 30 earn 700 points, and the top 20 receive 1,000 points each month. If one could secure a place among the top 6, it would signify more than mere contribution points. The peaks of 6 towering mountains would be occupied by these elite, and even the steward would not dare to tread upon their domain. Steward Han explained, a glimmer of admiration evident in his eyes, while Luo Xiu and his companions were left only with envy and jealousy. However, Luo Xiu was acutely aware that his primary objective was not the Qingyun ranking, but rather to swiftly attain the True Essence realm. Until he reached that pinnacle, all discussions were futile. Chapter 53, Shangwan Wan'er. Let us proceed. The rankings of the Qingyun board are displayed upon the stone wall outside your accommodation area. You will understand everything upon seeing it. For now, it is of utmost importance to focus on your cultivation, Steward Han advised. For the Qingyun board felt distant from these individuals, with little hope for the next 2 years. This was not due to any disdain from Steward Han toward Luo Xiu and the others. Rather, it was a reflection of reality. The last position on the Qingyun board was held by a disciple at the 5th level of the True Essence realm. While these individuals had not yet attained that level, how could they even contemplate the Qingyun board? Before long, Luo Xiu and his companions arrived at the accommodation area, where 6 towering peaks, each several hundred zhang high, rose dramatically into the sky, their summits obscured by clouds. A grand pathway led into the accommodation area, branching into 6 paths that meandered toward the 6 mountains. At the juncture where the path split, Luo Xiu beheld the much-discussed Qingyun board. which occupied an entire stone wall adorned with 50 names. Qingyun Board, 50th, Zheng Tu, True Essence Realm 5th level, Golden Spiritual Root Qingyun Board, 49th, Jiang Da Yai. True Essence Realm 5th level, Wooden Spiritual Root Qingyun Board, 31st, Bazuo, True Essence Realm 6th level, Earthen Spiritual Root Qingyun Board, 30th, Minjiu, True Essence Realm 6th level. Aquatic Spiritual Root Qingyun Board, 29th, Fu Jinxiao, True Essence Realm 6th level, Mirror Spiritual Root Qingyun Board, 11th, Kai Yufeng, True Essence Realm 7th level, Wind Spiritual Root Qingyun Board, 10th, Kong Xiang, True Essence Realm 7th level, Dual Attribute of Wood and Fire Qingyun Board, 3rd, Tang Bohu, True Essence Realm 8th level, Tiger Spiritual Root Qingyun Board, 2nd, Ling Haifeng, True Essence Realm 8th level, Dual Attribute of Water and Fire Qingyun Board, 1st, Shangwan Waner, True Essence Realm 9th level. Ice Spiritual Root. As Luo Xiu gazed upon the names inscribed on the stone wall, he was genuinely taken aback. Even the last position was held by a practitioner at the 5th level of the True Essence Realm, evidently no weakling among them. For only the strong could grace the Qingyun Board. Taking a deep breath, Luo Xiu turned to his companions. Tai Niu remained his usual self, displaying little reaction. If anything, he radiated a fierce fighting spirit. The other four exhibited surprise, but more prominently, a sense of envy. Not everyone possessed the singular focus of a warrior like Tai Niu, who was solely driven by the desire to engage in battle. Steward Han observed the reactions of the six, anticipating them, yet feeling a flicker of disappointment that he could not entirely conceal. His gaze lingered on Tai Niu with a touch more admiration. If one could not muster even a hint of fighting spirit in the presence of strength, how could they ever aspire to become strong themselves? Li Qi and the others were astonished by the individuals on the Qingyun ranking, while Tai Niu was equally engrossed in observing the board. It was only Luo Xiu who noticed the hint of disappointment in Elder Han's eyes. This fleeting moment of disappointment made Luo Xiu realize that his mindset had faltered, as he had been easily intimidated by something so trivial. Upon this realization, he immediately began to reflect on himself. He had journeyed from being a worthless individual incapable of cultivation to where he stood now, enduring the agony of the blood pool refinement and facing life and death trials in the monster beast mountain range. Could he truly be daunted by a mere ranking? He was determined to grow stronger, to become immensely powerful, strong enough that the entire continent would recognize the name Luo Xiu. Would he let a trivial ranking obstruct his path? Absolutely not. Anyone who dared to impede his progress would face death, no matter who it was. No one could stand in the way of his advancement. In that moment, a surge of combat spirit ignited within Luo Xiu, intertwined with an imperceptible hint of murderous intent. Perhaps sensing the aura emanating from Luo Xiu, Elder Han turned to him, revealing a smile and nodding in acknowledgement. Now, the Qingyun ranking is before you. If you all cultivate diligently, you will have the opportunity to ascend the ranking in the future. You may now choose your living quarters. As participants in the grand competition, each of you will receive a reward of 200 contribution points, after which the normal distribution of contribution points will commence. You will be treated the same as the disciples in the first level of True Essence Realm, receiving 30 points per month, distributed every 3 months. Thus, each of you currently has a total of 290 contribution points, Elder Han stated. 290 points, such a substantial amount. Someone exclaimed. Indeed. With this many points, it should suffice for a considerable period of cultivation. Observing the excitement among the crowd, Elder Han could not help but interject. Do not be overly optimistic. I advise you to select a decent living quarter and elevate yourselves to the True Essence Realm as swiftly as possible. Sometimes, having an excess of contribution points may not be beneficial. Upon hearing this, the group felt momentarily bewildered. Was it not true that everything within the sect required contribution points? Techniques, martial arts, elixirs, spirit artifacts, all required contribution points for access. So how could having an abundance be a disadvantage? Luo Xiu, however, did not dwell on such concerns. If he exhausted his contribution points, he would simply earn more. Securing a better living quarter to enhance his cultivation speed was of paramount importance. Elder Han did not afford Luo Xiu and the others much time for contemplation, stating directly, the accommodation is divided into 4 tiers. The finest is at the peak, which is determined by strength and is unrelated to contribution points, thus it does not concern you. The next tier is the first level accommodation, requiring 500 contribution points monthly, which also does not pertain to you. The second level accommodation costs 100 contribution points per month, and you may choose it or not based on your own preference. The last option is the fourth level accommodation, which costs 20 contribution points monthly. The choice is yours. Without overthinking, Luo Xiu presented his disciple token, his identification card, to Elder Han and promptly declared, "I would like 2 second-level accommodations for 1 month." Han, the steward, glanced at Luo Xiu and nodded. He pointed a finger, deducting 200 contribution points, and then returned them to Luo Xiu. He handed over 2 bamboo slips, instructing, "Hang these slips at the entrance of your courtyard. No one may enter without your consent. Should you be away for an extended period, the slips must not be taken beyond the inner gates of King Yun's sect. If, after 10 days, the contribution points are not remitted, the slips will be reclaimed, and the courtyard will be reassigned." Luo Xiu nodded in acknowledgement and, accompanied by Tai Nyo, made his way towards the courtyard marked on the slips. Before they had taken many steps, a commotion ensued. A girl adorned in a flowing white dress, her long hair cascading gracefully, approached from the mountain peak. Her delicate features reminiscent of a celestial being. "Look, the top of the King Yun list, Senior Sister Shangwan, has descended. She is stunning. I wonder where Senior Sister Shangwan intends to go this time. Indeed, it has been quite a while since she last descended the mountain. I wonder if she has broken through to the Golden Core realm." Chapter 54, the 10th level of body refinement. The first on the King Yun list, Senior Sister Shangwan? It must be Shangwan Wanner, Luo Xiu mused. He gazed at Shangwan Wanner. Her skin was as white as snow. Her waist-length black hair complemented her flowing white dress. Exuding gracefulness, she embodied her name, gentle and exquisite. Yet she bore no semblance of the pressure one would expect from the first on the King Yun list. Appearing more like a fairy untouched by the mundane world, an unattainable vision. "Tai Nyo, look." Luo Xiu nudged Tai Nyo with his elbow, gesturing toward Shangwan Wanner. "That is the first on the King Yun list, and she is descending from the very peak we chose. It seems that peak is indeed hers." Tai Nyo cast a glance at Shangwan Wanner and remarked earnestly, "She is formidable, truly formidable. I fear I could not defeat her for a long time." Luo Xiu's expression darkened at this, thinking, "Isn't that obvious? Moreover, that is not what I meant. Who said anything about fighting her? Such a rare beauty. And your mind is fixated on combat? What are you thinking?" Before the surrounding disciples could marvel too long, Shangwan Wanner's steps, though seemingly slow, had already carried her far from the lodging area. She might have even exited the inner gates by now. This clearly indicated her extraordinary strength, far beyond what Luo Xiu and the others could comprehend. "Let us go," Luo Xiu said to Tai Nyo. Although it would have been more fitting for Tai Nyo to say this, as he had already prepared to leave while Luo Xiu was still admiring Shangwan Wanner's silhouette. They arrived at the 2 courtyards indicated on the bamboo slips, which were conveniently adjacent, perhaps a deliberate arrangement by Steward Han. "I'll return the contribution points for the courtyard. It seems you have little left," Tai Nyo remarked to Luo Xiu. Since the contribution points for these 2 courtyards were deducted from Luo Xiu's token, he indeed had very few remaining. "No rush. We can deduct from your next payment," Luo Xiu replied nonchalantly. He wasn't overly concerned, as his primary objective was to advance to the true element realm. After all, the opening yuan pill could not be exchanged for just 200 contribution points, and martial skills were exorbitantly priced. In summary, Luo Xiu has already become destitute, thus he is indifferent to the prospect of becoming even poorer. "It's nothing. Let us call it a day. We can discuss matters tomorrow." He waved his hand, and then stepped directly into a courtyard. It was not Luo Xiu's intention to leave Tai Nyo outside. Rather, Ling had something of significance to discuss with him, which necessitated their conversation within the courtyard. Upon seeing Luo Xiu enter a courtyard, Tai Nyo did not ponder further and proceeded into another courtyard. He was acutely aware that his primary objective was to advance to the true essence realm, a feat that posed no difficulty for him, as he had already reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of body refinement. He had merely refrained from breaking through for the sake of the competition. Now that the contest had concluded, it was high time to prepare for his ascension, after which he could revel in the arena. Once Luo Xiu entered the room, Ling appeared on his shoulder, still resembling a small white fox. "If you can acquire the essence blood of a 3rd-tier beast and rejuvenate the vitality of the blood pool, you might very well attain the 10th layer of body refinement, and subsequently push towards the true essence realm. If you can achieve this, oh, how effortlessly you could engage in battles beyond your level. Moreover, in times of peril, you could ignite your essence blood, doubling your strength in a fleeting moment. Would you desire such power?" Ling exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she waved her paws enticingly. "10th layer of body refinement? I thought there were only 9 layers. Have I been misled?" Luo Xiu questioned, brushing the fur of the little fox with skepticism. "What do you mean? You dare to suggest I am deceiving you? If you choose not to believe me, that is your ignorance. How could I, a magnificent spirit, ever lie to you?" Ling retorted, her indignation rising as she swatted Luo Xiu's hand away, her claws poised menacingly, ready to confront him if necessary. However, Luo Xiu remained unfazed. Had Shiling still been in her initial phantom form, he might have felt a flicker of trepidation. Yet, upon discovering that her true form was akin to that of a small fox spirit, any fear dissipated, leaving only an endearing fondness for her cuteness. Then it seems I truly must seek out the essence blood of a third-tier beast. Yet, my current cultivation level is inadequate to contend with such a beast. They are akin to formidable golden core cultivators, while I am merely at the 9th layer of body refinement, Luo Xiu lamented. Why not? Surely this sect can procure a sample of third-tier beast essence blood. With such blood in hand, you could achieve the legendary 10th layer of body refinement. Isn't that worth a gamble? Shiling continued to tempt him. In truth, Shiling herself was eager to witness if the 10th layer truly existed. Having only heard of it, yet never seen anyone accomplish it. Now, she believed Luo Xiu had a chance. Especially since he had undergone body refinement through a thunder tribulation and possessed a blood pool, making success a considerable possibility, a risk worth taking. Very well. I shall give it a try. Even if I fail, it would merely be a waste of time and some essence blood, Luo Xiu conceded. Unable to deny the allure of the 10th layer of body refinement, a realm steeped in legend. However, Luo Xiu truly requires time at this moment, as he senses that the Zhao family will not relent easily. Thus, he is in urgent need of enhancing his strength. The next day, upon awakening, Luo Xiu made his way directly to the mission hall, for it is indeed the most suitable place to procure any necessary items. May I inquire if there is any third-tier beast blood available here? How many contribution points are required for its exchange? Luo Xiu asked a disciple at the front desk. Indeed, this was an inner sect disciple, as assisting in various tasks is a means for inner sect members to earn contribution points. The elders and stewards of the sect are few in number, and they too require time for cultivation. Hence, most individuals tend to disregard these trivial matters, which in turn provides an opportunity for disciples in need of contribution points. The front desk disciple glanced at Luo Xiu, noting his 9th stage of body refinement, and a hint of disdain flickered in his eyes. Yes, we have it, but you certainly cannot afford it, so do refrain from causing a disturbance here. Return whence you came, he stated dismissively. Am I causing a disturbance? How can you presume that I cannot exchange for it? I merely inquired, Luo Xiu thought, his brow furrowing at the disdainful attitude. Recognizing that this was not a place for confrontation, he suppressed his discontent and respectfully inquired, Senior brother, may I ask how many contribution points are required to exchange for the needed third-tier beast blood? Chapter 55. Comprehension of might yet. Luo Xiu's concession seemed to have no effect, only serving to embolden the disciple further. I told you, you cannot afford it. The lowest tier requires over 30,000 contribution points. With your standing, how many contribution points could you possibly have? So, it would be best for you to leave quietly. The disciple replied scornfully, his face contorted with anger, clearly irritated by Luo Xiu's persistence. Having acquired the information he sought, Luo Xiu deemed it unnecessary to continue engaging with such an unpleasant individual. He turned to exit the hall, but just as he was about to leave, a sycophantic voice echoed through the room. Ah, Senior Brother Li has arrived. I wonder what task Senior Brother Li is here to undertake. I would be happy to assist with the registration. However, with Senior Brother Li's prowess. Upon hearing this, Luo Xiu shook his head, recognizing the reality of the situation. It seemed that strength was still insufficient. If he were stronger, such a petty person would not dare to speak to him in that manner. Ah, the steel. He almost forgot about it. Luo Xiu suddenly recalled the steel at the mountain gate, thinking that if he could gain insight from it, it might enhance his strength. With this thought in mind, Luo Xiu promptly made his way towards the mountain gate. Upon arriving at the steel, he found it deserted. As the vast majority of individuals were engaged in cultivation within the sect's training grounds and seldom ventured outside. With no one around, Luo Xiu paid no heed and approached the stele, focusing intently on the 3 characters of King Yun's sect inscribed upon it. Just as he was preparing to immerse himself in comprehension, the stone spirit appeared, peeking out from his embrace to glance at the stele. Oh, it is actually the sword intent, and it is nearing the realm of sword will. I did not expect that in such a humble place, someone could grasp the essence of sword intent. Quite impressive. Sword intent. Are you saying that this stele contains sword intent? Luo Xiu exclaimed with excitement. That is indeed the sword momentum. The distinction between possessing momentum and lacking it is as vast as the heavens and the earth, within the same realm. One who wields momentum can utterly dominate another who does not. Moreover, momentum serves as a formidable weapon in battles beyond one's level. Indeed, it is the sword momentum. But it may not suit you, Shiling interjected, dousing Luo Xiu's enthusiasm with a splash of cold water. Sensing Luo Xiu's disappointment, she continued. Although the sword momentum may not be suitable for you, should you grasp the essence of momentum, it would undoubtedly benefit you immensely. Momentum? What kind of momentum? Luo Xiu inquired, perplexed. He had often heard of sword momentum, blade momentum, fist momentum, wind momentum, and so forth, but he had never encountered the concept of pure momentum. Yes, precisely momentum, pure momentum. It is akin to spiritual energy, devoid of any attribute. Yet, after passing through different individuals, it manifests as various forms of spiritual power. While its essence remains that of attribute-less spiritual energy, Ling elucidated. At last, Luo Xiu comprehended the idea. If he could grasp the fundamental essence of momentum, understanding fist momentum and staff momentum would subsequently become a trivial endeavor. Thus, he wasted no time, settling himself before the stone tablet to meditate and perceive the essence of momentum. At that moment, Luo Xiu sensed an oppressive force bearing down upon him, immobilizing him completely. Waves of sword aura and brilliance surged towards him, slicing through his form. Although they caused him no harm, the pressure of the approaching sword energy was palpably real. Thus, Luo Xiu remained in meditation for 3 days. During this time, a few individuals passed by, yet none dared to disturb him. Such occurrences were not unprecedented. There had been many who sought enlightenment from the stone tablet in the past, only to leave empty-handed, leading to a gradual decline in visitors. However, novices still occasionally came to seek understanding, often influenced by the legends within the sect, believing in the existence of an unparalleled sword technique, though they too found no rewards. 3 days later, Ling peeked out from Luo Xiu's embrace. For these days, she had been resting in his arms, serving as a vigilant guardian. Now, she sensed a growing aura of power emanating from Luo Xiu, indicating that he was beginning to comprehend momentum. Just as Luo Xiu's aura was steadily strengthening, a figure clad in green appeared at the mountain gate, approaching swiftly with an ethereal grace. Before long, she arrived at the entrance, where she naturally sensed the momentum radiating from Luo Xiu. Upon halting her graceful form, it became evident that she was a slender woman with delicate features, reminiscent of a willow swaying in the breeze. Upon sensing the momentum exuding from Luo Xiu, her brow furrowed momentarily before a look of delight spread across her face. To think this stone tablet truly harbors secrets. I wonder what one might comprehend from it, the woman in green mused, her gaze fixated on the meditating Luo Xiu with keen anticipation. However, her eagerness was not directed towards Luo Xiu himself, but rather towards the insights he had begun to unravel. After approximately 15 minutes, Luo Xiu gradually awakened, opening his eyes. He was already aware of the presence of the woman in green. As the figure of the woman in blue appeared, Ling had already informed Luo Xiu, clearly stating that he was no match for her. However, at that moment, Luo Xiu was on the verge of a crucial realization, so he did not pause. In hindsight, this decision appears to have been wise, for Luo Xiu sensed no trace of murderous intent. After a period of waiting, he finally chose to open his eyes and rise to his feet. At the moment Luo Xiu stood, the woman in blue swiftly materialized before him, her speed so great that he only caught a glimpse of a blue flash before she was right in front of him. Luo Xiu cast a glance at the woman and, attempting to maintain an air of calm, inquired, "Who are you? What do you want?" The woman in blue scrutinized Luo Xiu intently before responding. "Why have I never seen you within the sect? It's quite normal not to have seen me. Do you expect to have met every single person? Besides, even if you had, you might not remember them all," Luo Xiu replied nonchalantly. The woman's brow furrowed in response, eager to retort but at a loss for words. After all, with so many people in the sect, it was impossible for her to have met everyone. Yet, being so directly countered left her feeling embarrassed. She pressed on. "Do you not recognize me? Who are you? Must I know you? Spare me the trivialities. What is it that you seek? If you do not speak, I shall take my leave," Luo Xiu asserted firmly, unwilling to linger any longer. Who knew if others would arrive? It was far wiser to depart. The woman in blue smiled gently, saying, "You do not recognize me, yet that is of little concern. You will come to know me in time. For now, I would like you to share what insights you gained from the steal. Of course, I shall not let you do so without compensation. I can offer contribution points in exchange." Chapter 56. Protection Fee. Luo Xiu regarded the woman before him with seriousness, aware that her cultivation was likely far superior to his own. Should he attempt to flee, it would be futile. Moreover, she appeared quite amiable and seemed unlikely to cause him undue trouble, especially since she was willing to barter with contribution points. "Do you truly wish to know?" Luo Xiu asked, looking at the woman. "Of course. Or else why would I be here conversing with you? Just tell me how many contribution points you would require in return for your information. However, I must inform you that I possess a maximum of 15,000 points. If you demand more, I shall be unable to comply." 15,000 contribution points. Goodness, that would cover half of what is needed for the beast's essence. If only another wealthy patron would come along, it would be perfect. Yet, perhaps it is best if they do not, for if an unreasonable one were to appear, I would be in dire straits, Luo Xiu thought to himself with a secret delight. Very well, 15,000 contribution points it is, Luo Xiu stated as he produced his token. The woman in blue similarly presented her token, transferring the 15,000 contribution points to Luo Xiu. As he observed the increase in his contribution points, he felt exhilarated but was careful to maintain a composed demeanor. Mindful of the presence of the woman before him, Luo Xiu cast a glance at the stone tablet and remarked, "The secret of the tablet does not lie upon its surface, but rather within the 3 characters that spell out Qingyun's sect. These characters embody a certain sword intent that allows for deep contemplation. However, what one comprehends ultimately depends on one's own understanding." Sword intent. The woman in the azure robe exclaimed, her disbelief palpable. Could it truly be that the 3 characters inscribed on the tablet harbor such a profound sword intent? It is indeed astonishing. For this tablet has stood here since the founding of the sect. How could such a significant artifact remain so openly displayed at the mountain gate without fear of theft? Indeed, it is a sword intent. If you meditate carefully, you will sense the oppressive force emanating from the sword intent of the tablet. With time and patience, you will inevitably grasp that very sword intent. As for whether you will be able to master it, that is beyond my purview, Luo Xiu reaffirmed, observing the incredulity etched on the woman's face. Once you have your own insights, you will understand. I have shared all that I know with you, and we are even now. I will take my leave. Do not seek me out again, nor disclose to others that it was I who imparted this knowledge to you. Farewell, perhaps forever. After delivering his words, Luo Xiu paid no heed to the woman's reaction and swiftly made his way into the mountain gate, disappearing without a trace. Leaving the azure-robed woman standing alone by the stone tablet, she stared at the spot where Luo Xiu had vanished. Her desire to speak thwarted as she realized he was already gone. Yet, even if she had spoken, he would have heard nothing. Approaching the stone tablet, the woman yearned to perceive the oppressive force that the 3 characters of Qingyun's sect were said to convey. After a lengthy period of focused meditation, just as she began to suspect that Luo Xiu had deceived her, a subtle yet undeniable pressure emanated from the tablet. The secret indeed resided within the 3 characters of Qingyun's sect. It appeared her contributions had not been in vain. A sly smile crept onto her lips, illuminating her exquisite features. Perhaps she could gain even more from this revelation. Meanwhile, as the woman contemplated the stone tablet, Luo Xiu returned to his courtyard, only to be met with utter chaos. The gate had been shattered, and the interior lay in disarray. Puzzled, he wondered if he had mistakenly entered the wrong place. "You must be the new disciple. Do you not understand the intersects rules? You are required to submit 100 contribution points." A short, unsightly man emerged from within the courtyard, his voice ringing out loudly. It was evident that this man had been waiting for Luo Xiu's return, and the disarray of the courtyard was undoubtedly his doing. "Submit contribution points? On what grounds? Why must I submit them?" Luo Xiu suppressed his rising anger, focusing instead on discerning the intentions of this diminutive man. If this were merely a case of an older disciple collecting protection fees, then it was peculiar that the neighboring courtyard of Tainyo remained intact, suggesting that deeper troubles were afoot. "Grounds? You dare to ask me for grounds?" The short man smirked maliciously, revealing a cruel grin. "Since you seek justification, perhaps this will suffice." With a sudden flash, a colossal fist materialized before Luo Xiu, radiating a swirling gray-white luminescence that unmistakably signified an all-out assault. As Luo Xiu beheld the rapidly approaching fist, an imposing aura enveloped him, extending a full 10 feet in every direction. The gray-white fist abruptly faltered, its velocity noticeably diminishing. Observing the decelerating strike, Luo Xiu was taken aback by the impact of his own momentum. It was no wonder that possessing such force could create a stark contrast in outcomes. The diminutive man also sensed his speed diminishing, prompting him to hastily refine his movements and exert additional strength, resulting in a marked increase in his pace. However, Luo Xiu was not one to squander such a golden opportunity. He unleashed a punch that collided forcefully with the man's chest. With a sharp crack, the ribs shattered, and the small man was propelled backward, emitting a scream as he expelled a mouthful of blood. Witnessing the man's flight, Luo Xiu's eyes glimmered with disdain. How audacious for one of such meager strength to provoke him, utterly oblivious to his own limitations. "Now, pray tell, why have you come to seek me out? And who sent you?" Luo Xiu inquired, slowly advancing toward the fallen figure, each step radiating a subtle yet formidable presence that bore down upon the small man. At this moment, the diminutive figure was drenched in sweat, his body involuntarily trembling. He realized his folly. He had recklessly attacked without fully comprehending Luo Xiu's prowess. and he was increasingly astonished by the latter's formidable strength despite being of the same cultivation level. Before the man could respond, Luo Xiu interjected, "If you do not comply, it seems you have no intention of leaving this courtyard." A menacing smirk crept across Luo Xiu's visage, his eyes glinting with lethal intent, conveying an unmistakable message that he would not hesitate to eliminate him should the situation demand. Feeling the weight of Luo Xiu's murderous gaze, the small man displayed a flicker of struggle, yet ultimately, fear prevailed, and he bowed his head in submission. It has long been tradition to collect protection fees from new disciples, typically 10 contribution points. Under normal circumstances, new arrivals comply. Should one refuse, a duel of equivalent rank may ensue. If one can endure for a quarter of an hour, the fee is waived. We initially had no intention of resorting to violence. However, Brother Zhao instructed us to teach you a lesson, to instill some sense of propriety. Upon our arrival, we found you absent, leading us to wreak havoc in the courtyard, and I was ordered to wait for your return. What the small man did not disclose was that he had anticipated easily subduing Luo Xiu, willingly remaining behind to reap the rewards, only to find himself outmatched, resulting in a regrettable outcome. Moreover, Brother Zhao's directive was not merely to deliver a reprimand, but to incapacitate Luo Xiu, a notion he now dared not voice. Brother Zhao? Which Brother Zhao? Luo Xiu inquired, though he had already formed a conjecture, suspecting it to be the Zhao family member Zhao Xinghua had mentioned. Nevertheless, he resolved to seek clarity, for knowledge of one's adversary is the key to victory in every battle. Naturally, it is Brother Zhao Yuanliang of the Zhao family. The small man replied, his eyes betraying a palpable fear at the mention of Zhao Yuanliang. Luo Xiu discerned the palpable fear in the eyes of the diminutive man and mused to himself. It appears that Zhao Yuanliang possesses quite a reputation within the inner sect, for merely his name instills trepidation in others. Yet, I remain curious about his true capabilities. Zhao Yuanliang, divulge all that you know regarding him and the Zhao family. Should you choose to remain silent, Luo Xiu's gaze turned menacing. I may find it distasteful to take your life, but incapacitating you is certainly within my means. The small man trembled under Luo Xiu's intense scrutiny, instinctively recoiling as he hastily divulged every detail he knew, fearing even the slightest delay. From his revelations, Luo Xiu gathered insights into the Zhao family's dynamics. Zhao Yuanliang, it turned out, was merely at the second level of the true essence realm. His brazen demeanor within the inner sect stemmed from having an older brother and the Zhao family's considerable influence. Zhao Yuanliang's elder brother, Zhao Yuanbei, ranked 19th on the Qingyan list and wielded the 6th level of true essence. Most crucially, the Zhao family boasted 4 elders within the Qingyan sect, alongside numerous stewards who were also of Zhao lineage. This network afforded Zhao Yuanliang a degree of arrogance, as the other elders and stewards, considering the Zhao family's standing, were reluctant to challenge his behavior, thus allowing him to grow increasingly overbearing. The small man, casting a pleading glance at Luo Xiu, implored, I have shared all that I know, may I now be spared? Luo Xiu regarded him momentarily before nodding. I am a man of my word, having promised your release. I shall indeed set you free. Thank you, the small man exclaimed, mustering his strength to rise and swiftly making his way towards the exit, clearly anxious that Luo Xiu might rescind his mercy. Observing the man's hasty retreat, Luo Xiu's lips curled into a sardonic smile as he called out, Hold on. While I have indeed promised you freedom, you have left my courtyard in disarray. If I let you go without some form of recompense, what would prevent anyone from causing a ruckus here in the future? Beads of sweat began to form on the small man's forehead, trickling down his cheeks as he disregarded his injuries and quickened his pace, desperate to escape. Yet, how could a gravely injured 9th-level body refinement practitioner possibly evade capture? In a mere blink, Luo Xiu's figure flickered, and he materialized behind the man, brandishing a copper staff before striking down upon the man's right shoulder. A piercing scream erupted as the bone shattered, sending the right arm flying. Consider this a lesson, Luo Xiu admonished, should our paths cross again. You shall not be so fortunate. With that, he sheathed his staff and retreated into his chamber. Outside, the small man writhed in agony, his cries echoing through the courtyard, blood staining his body, his eyes reflecting a mixture of resentment and overwhelming fear as he fled. Inside, however, Luo Xiu paid no further heed to the man, instead contemplating how to accrue more contribution points. After much deliberation, he concluded that his best course of action was to undertake missions at the task hall, and he resolved to accept multiple assignments. To do so effectively, he recognized the necessity of enhancing his own strength, with the practice of martial techniques being of utmost priority. At this moment, Luo Xiu realized that his repertoire of martial arts was indeed quite limited. Currently, He possessed only the crumbling mountain fist and the dragon's soaring 9 shadows. The latter being a technique focused on agility. It became evident that he needed to select a martial skill, preferably a staff technique. The more he pondered, the more he felt the necessity for such a skill, especially now that he had accumulated some contribution points. Thus, he rose and made his way to the martial arts pavilion. Before long, a towering edifice loomed before Luo Xiu, boasting at least 9 stories and an expanse that surpassed his expectations. Upon entering the pavilion, he observed a throng of individuals lined up in 3 orderly rows. Entering one by one, "Senior brother, I wish to access the 3rd floor," a disciple ahead of Luo Xiu announced to the attendant on stage. 50 contribution points. The attendant replied, his expression as impassive as a machine. The disciple handed over his token, and after deducting the 50 points, the attendant returned the token to him. Luo Xiu watched this exchange with a sense of incredulity. It was astonishing that merely gaining entry required such a significant amount of contribution points. It seemed that Elder Han's words held true. Without contribution points, one would find it exceedingly difficult to navigate the inner sect. Although Luo Xiu was aware that accessing the martial arts pavilion necessitated contribution points, he had not anticipated such a hefty sum. "Senior brother, I wish to go to the 6th floor," Luo Xiu stated as he approached the attendant. The attendant glanced up at him, surprise flickering in his eyes. It was likely unexpected for a mere 9th-layer body refinement realm disciple to possess such wealth. Nevertheless, he refrained from further comment, for as long as one had contribution points, it mattered little whether they chose to ascend to the 6th floor merely to rest. Luo Xiu retrieved his token and proceeded towards the staircase, ascending until he reached the 6th floor. This was not merely an indulgence of his contribution points, but rather a prudent decision to select the best available option. The 6th floor represented the highest tier accessible under normal circumstances. Moreover, having deducted the contribution points for the 6th floor, he could choose from all levels below it, effectively granting him the choices of 5 floors. The reason for mentioning 5 floors is that the 1st floor required no contribution points. Although it offered little in terms of martial arts techniques, primarily consisting of foundational knowledge pertaining to the cultivation world. Thus, most individuals visiting the martial arts pavilion typically began their selections from the 2nd floor. Upon entering the 6th floor, Luo Xiu noticed a sign indicating that martial arts techniques were to the left, while martial skills were to the right. Naturally, he gravitated towards the right. The shelves displaying martial skills were numerous, with over 10 racks, each comprising 3 tiers, all filled with various techniques. He perused the titles: Song Yen Ju, Spirit Rank Middle Grade; Lu Sha Yen Yu Palm, Spirit Rank Upper Grade; Zi Jian Shi Feng Knife, Spirit Rank Upper Grade. As he flipped through the volumes, his primary intent was to seek out staff techniques. After thoroughly examining all the racks, he discovered that there were only 3 staff techniques available on the 6th floor, one of which was incomplete, highlighting the rarity of such skills. Chapter 58, Kaiying Yun Mountain Range, Wuing Ju Shirgun, Spirit Rank Middle Grade. Redeemable for 3,000 contribution points. Ba Fong Yen Long Gun, Spirit Rank Upper Grade. Redeemable for 5,000 contribution points. Tian Luo Gui Yuan Gun, Spirit Rank Upper Grade. Redeemable for 2,000 contribution points, with a note indicating that the technique was incomplete, comprising 3 forms, with only the first 2 available. Thus, these were the 3 martial techniques of the staff that Luo Xiu had discovered. Among them, the 8 Directions Flame Dragon Staff was undoubtedly the most suited to him. However, the required contribution points were excessively high. With 5,000 contribution points needed, one could only wonder how long it would take to earn them through task completion. Moreover, Luo Xiu also needed to accumulate contribution points to exchange for the essence blood of 3rd-tier demon beasts, which was evidently of greater significance to him. Ultimately, Luo Xiu resolved to acquire the Heavenly Luo Returning Yuan Staff technique, for even in its incomplete form, it could be classified as a superior spiritual grade technique, promising considerable power, and perhaps a chance to obtain the complete version in the future. Having made his decision, Luo Xiu no longer hesitated. He took the token and approached the stone platform on the 6th level dedicated to the inheritance of martial arts. Upon the stone platform, he selected the Heavenly Luo Returning Yuan Staff, placing the token into the designated slot. The platform would automatically deduct the corresponding contribution points and subsequently transmit the martial technique into Luo Xiu's mind. This method was not only straightforward and convenient, but also entirely secure from the risk of leakage regarding the martial techniques. The shelves merely displayed brief descriptions and exchange conditions for the techniques, with the specific contents transmitted exclusively by the stone platform. After receiving the inheritance of the martial technique, Luo Xiu truly comprehended its essence, becoming aware of the 2 forms preserved within. the flowing flame tiger explosion, and the azure dragon elephant break. The former emphasized a momentary explosion of power, while the latter focused on breaking through laws with sheer strength, overcoming myriad techniques with a single force. Once he completed the inheritance, Luo Xiu departed from the martial arts pavilion. For now, he possessed the staff technique, making it imperative to earn contribution points. Luo Xiu arrived at the task hall, observing the myriad tasks displayed upon the walls, tasks for hunting demon beasts, slaying notorious thieves, and evil cultivators, as well as searching for various spiritual herbs. In summary, the options were countless. However, it was evident that hunting demon beasts or confronting notorious thieves was beyond his current capabilities, although those tasks offered contributions in the thousands. Luo Xiu's cultivation level rendered such endeavors akin to courting death. Given that facing second or third-tier demon beasts or confronting evil cultivators near the Golden Core realm was simply too perilous. Gazing at the section of the wall dedicated to searching for spiritual herbs, he noted quests for flame fruits, blood-condensing flowers, soul-nourishing flowers, and turtle snake fruits. After a considerable time of contemplation, he finally found the tasks most suitable for him, searching for apricot spirit fruits and 100-flower fruits. Each apricot spirit fruit yielded 50 contribution points, while each 100-flower fruit provided 80 points, and both could be located within the 100-flower valley. After making his decision, Luo Xiu approached the reception desk to inform the attending disciple of the task he wished to accept, subsequently handing over the token to deduct the contribution points required for accepting the task. At that moment, the task on the wall dimmed, indicating that it had been claimed by another. With the task accepted, Luo Xiu prepared to return to his courtyard, mindful that he had only 1 month to complete the task. Should he fail to report back to the task hall within that time frame, the contribution points earned would be halved. Thus, he intended to inform Xinyu before promptly setting off for the 100-flower valley in the Qingyun mountain range. Upon returning to the courtyard, Luo Xiu discovered that Xinyu was not present, and it seemed he had not seen him since their separation on the first day. Had it not been for the traces of movement discovered in the courtyard, Luo Xiu might have presumed that Tai Niu had encountered some misfortune, though it is worth noting that he himself had not lingered in the courtyard for a considerable duration. Upon arriving at Tai Niu's courtyard, Luo Xiu transcribed the secrets inscribed on the stone tablet onto a piece of paper, which he placed in Tai Niu's room, informing him that he had undertaken a mission and would be away for approximately a month, urging him not to worry. Subsequently, he departed the lodging area and made his way towards the mountain gate. As Luo Xiu approached the mountain gate, he beheld the figure of a woman clad in green, still seated in meditation before the stone tablet, emanating a faint yet discernible aura of authority. It appeared she too had grasped the essence of the sword's vigor, though it remained uncertain which aspect she would ultimately master. Giving her a fleeting glance, Luo Xiu chose not to disturb her and continued directly down the stone steps. This marked Luo Xiu's inaugural departure from the sect since entering the inner sanctum, and a thrill of excitement coursed through him as the map of the Qingyun mountain range, entrusted to him by the disciples of the mission hall, surfaced in his mind. The map provided a more detailed account of the route towards Beiwa Valley, while other regions were described only in broad strokes. A day later, guided by the map, Luo Xiu gradually ventured deeper into the Qingyun mountain range. Throughout this day, he encountered various demonic beasts, practicing the Tianluo Guan staff technique, and at last he managed to shape the first stance to a commendable degree, predicting that mastery would not be far off in the coming days. However, due to his focus on training the staff technique, his pace was considerably slow. Indeed, one might even characterize it as languid. If he were to proceed at this rate, it would take at least half a month to reach Beiwa Valley. Nevertheless, Luo Xiu remained unperturbed, continuing to practice his staff techniques while traversing the terrain. The demonic beasts along his path were somewhat unfortunate, for upon encountering high-level first-tier beasts, Luo Xiu would engage them, employing the same maneuver each time, utilizing the advantage of his agility. Luo Xiu found that the beasts could neither withstand his strikes nor escape his grasp, rendering them in a state of frustration, yet utterly powerless. However, he did not annihilate every beast he encountered. Most were merely challenged before being granted their lives. 10 days later, the first stance, Lu Yanhu Bao, finally reached a level of proficiency. With a single strike of his staff, a phantom tiger roared forth and lunged at a massive wolf, colliding with it directly. The wolf was sent sprawling by the impact of the tiger's illusion, sustaining burn marks as it emitted low, pained howls before collapsing. Luo Xiu sheathed his copper staff, a smile gracing his lips, pleased with his progress. He had finally entered the realm of mastery, and to his surprise, the technique proved remarkably powerful. It seemed evident that further training in various martial arts would be beneficial. Previously, lacking a structured staff technique, Luo Xiu had relied solely on the weight of the copper staff, striking indiscriminately without method, unable to fully unleash his potential. Yet now, with the martial technique at his disposal, he felt an unprecedented harmony between his strength and the staff. To put it simply, he had transitioned from relying merely on the staff's inherent weight to harnessing a force that transcended its natural capabilities. In the past, when unencumbered by the staff, Luo Xiu had been stronger than when wielding it. However, now, he sensed that his strength with the copper staff had at least increased by 30%. Certainly, this is not impossible. With the mastery of the staff techniques, the copper staff can truly be regarded as a weapon in Luo Xiu's hands, whereas before, it was more of a constraint. Chapter 59. The Valley of Blossoms. Since the eruption of the Lion Tiger, Luo Xiu hastened his pace and finally arrived at the outskirts of the Valley of Blossoms by noon the following day. As the name suggests, this valley is abundant with various flora, and it is not devoid of second and third-tier spiritual herbs. It has even been known to harbor the rare fourth-tier herb, the blood rose. The Valley of Blossoms does not resemble a typical valley due to its vastness, appearing more like a sea of flowers. The sky is a clear blue, and myriad blossoms compete for attention, while insects flit about incessantly. In the midst of this floral expanse lies a deep pool, measuring over 100 feet in diameter. The edges of the pool are encased in a thick layer of cold ice, reflecting a spectrum of colors, and a thin mist rises from its surface. According to the information provided by the task hall, the pool is home to a second-tier intermediate ice crystal python, which typically remains undisturbed unless provoked. Luo Xiu inhaled deeply, allowing the refreshing fragrance of the flowers to fill his lungs, and his eyes sparkled with delight, for the atmosphere here was far more pleasant than outside. He slowed his steps, treading lightly into the Valley of Blossoms. The apricot spirit fruits and 100-flower fruits he sought were located deep within the valley, necessitating passage across the central pool, compelling Luo Xiu to move cautiously. After all, a second-tier intermediate beast was not something he could contend with at present, and the lack of takers for this task was largely due to the presence of the ice crystal python. After half an hour, Luo Xiu arrived beside the deep pool, a chill enveloping him, causing him to shudder involuntarily. He glanced at the pool and quickly retreated, taking care to be quiet. Once at a distance, he exhaled a long sigh of relief. He had successfully navigated the first obstacle, and now he merely needed to collect the apricot spirit fruits and 100-flower fruits. Continuing onward for another half hour, he caught a whiff of the delightful apricot fragrance, indicating that the apricot spirit fruits were likely nearby. Surveying his surroundings, he indeed discovered over a dozen apricot spirit trees. These trees stood less than a yard tall, approximately 2 meters, adorned with a dozen fruits the size of a baby's fist. The aroma he had detected earlier emanated from these ripe apricot spirit fruits. Luo Xiu meticulously counted. Each tree bore around 8 mature fruits, and with over a dozen trees, there were a total of 92 ripe apricot spirit fruits. Each fruit was worth 50 contribution points, amounting to a staggering 4,600 contribution points. Luo Xiu smiled with delight, though he made a concerted effort to suppress his joy, aware of the fearsome python lurking in the valley, necessitating caution. He carefully stored the apricot spirit fruits and continued his search for the 100-flower fruits. These fruits are nurtured solely among the blossoms, so Luo Xiu focused his attention on the floral clusters. As he pressed forward, he successfully located 24 mature 100-flower fruits. Initially, he had to search through the flower patches one by one, but after finding a few, he gained experience, significantly increasing his efficiency. Luo Xiu calculated the contribution points he had garnered. He was astounded at the figure, 7,000 points from a single venture into the 100 Flowers Valley. Gazing at the 7,000 contribution points in his storage ring, a broad smile spread across his face as he made his way back. An hour later, Luo Xiu reappeared at the entrance of the valley, unable to contain his joy, ready to burst into laughter. Suddenly, his expression shifted as a wary light flickered in his eyes. From the thicket not far from him, several figures emerged slowly. Luo Xiu raised an eyebrow as 6 individuals stepped forth from the trees. The one with the highest cultivation was a middle-aged man wielding a sword, who had reached the first level of the true element realm. Accompanying him were 4 practitioners at the 9th level of the body refinement realm and a youth at the 8th level, who evidently held the highest status among them. Luo Xiu, exclaimed the elegantly dressed 8th level youth with delight, "You've finally come out. Otherwise, we would have dared not venture in to find you." "Ha, Luo Xiu. You might as well hand over your storage bag obediently, or your demise will be quite unpleasant." Luo Xiu regarded the approaching individuals with a frown. "Who are you? How do you know me? I don't recall meeting any of you. Who are we?" "Ha. We are from the Mo Tai mercenary group. My name is Mo Yingjun, and my father is the leader of the Mo Tai mercenary group." As for how we know you, that's a question you need not ask. Even if you did, I wouldn't tell you, Mo Yingjun replied with a grin. Oh, the Mo Tai mercenary group. I see, Luo Xiu said, his expression slightly peculiar. From what you imply, are you planning to kill me? Hee, kid, don't play the fool. Hand over the storage bag, and perhaps I'll grant you a swift death. Otherwise, Mo Yingjun sneered, threatening him. Upon hearing this, Luo Xiu snorted coldly and shook his head. If you want my storage bag, come and take it. I am quite eager to see who will perish here. Mo Yingjun paused, glancing around. Could it be that Luo Xiu had allies? Did he not realize that he was surrounded by 4 ninth-level body refinement practitioners, along with a first-level true element expert? Yet, he still dared to threaten them. Not finding anyone else, Mo Yingjun could not help but burst into laughter, with the others joining in, mocking Luo Xiu for his arrogance and ignorance. Sighing, Luo Xiu's expression turned increasingly frigid. I had no intention of killing anyone, but some people seem intent on seeking their own demise. With that, he produced the Yingyang blood copper rod, and his demeanor shifted dramatically. In a flash, he appeared before one of the 9th-level youths and swung the rod down decisively. Before the 9th-level practitioner could react, he met his end beneath Luo Xiu's copper rod. The remaining individuals were rendered speechless, hastily increasing the distance between themselves and Luo Xiu. Mo Yingjun was clearly taken aback by Luo Xiu's strike. As Luo Xiu approached, he shouted urgently, "Quick, attack! Kill him now!" At Mo Yingjun's command, the 3 remaining 9th-level body refinement practitioners surged toward Luo Xiu. Regrettably, the speed was simply too slow, no? It was rather that Luo Xiu's pace was exceedingly swift. In an instant, Luo Xiu employed his agile footwork to close the distance to the corpulent youth. Delivering a powerful punch, the mountain-crushing fist, the overweight young man was sent flying, blood gushing from his mouth like a fountain, until he collided with a tree so large that 2 people could embrace it, finally stopping, lifeless on the ground. Just as Luo Xiu sent the rotund youth soaring, a long sword enveloped in a grayish light lunged toward Luo Xiu's chest. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed as the copper staff deflected the sword, and Luo Xiu seized the opportunity to advance with another punch. Chapter 60. Slaying the true essence realm. The middle-aged man, observing the battle from the side, could no longer remain passive. Drawing his blade, he struck with a single, decisive slash. Luo Xiu's expression shifted. The man's strength was indeed formidable, akin to being struck by a small mountain, forcing him to retreat 3 paces and leaving 3 deep impressions in the ground. The middle-aged man, seeing his attack succeed, coldly remarked, "What now? Do you still believe we cannot kill you?" Luo Xiu shook off the numbness in his hand, a cold, fierce smile spreading across his lips. Without further ado, he met the man's blade with a staff strike. As he approached, Luo Xiu executed his footwork, evading to the side of a young man at the 9th level of the body refinement realm, delivering a swift kick. The youth, caught off guard, screamed as he was propelled several feet away, crashing to the ground. Silence enveloped the scene. In that moment, it was as if the world had paused. The middle-aged man stared in shock, momentarily at a loss for words. What manner of footwork was this? How could he be so fast, having already dispatched 3? "Do you still believe you can kill me?" Luo Xiu addressed the middle-aged man with indifference. "His footwork is uncanny. Do not hold back. Attack together and eliminate him swiftly." The middle-aged man instructed the last remaining young man at the 9th level of the body refinement realm. The blade glowed with a yellowish hue as it swung toward Luo Xiu. From the previous strike, Luo Xiu understood that the middle-aged man's strength was extraordinary. If he engaged directly, even if victorious, he risked sustaining severe injuries. The blade's aura suggested that the man's spiritual root was of the earth attribute, known for its formidable defensive capabilities. Thus, Luo Xiu resolved to adopt a more evasive strategy, utilizing his speed to seek openings and strive for a decisive blow. Luo Xiu maneuvered between the 2 adversaries, focusing his assault on the young man of the body refinement realm, intent on slaying him first before turning his full attention to the middle-aged man. Mo Yingjun, observing the 3 combatants, realized he had underestimated Luo Xiu. This misjudgment was not solely his own, but also that of the individual who had hired his mercenary group, who had grossly underestimated Luo Xiu's prowess. Previously perceived merely as a prey of the 9th level of the body refinement realm, this adversary proved to be far stronger than anticipated, unable to be subdued even by a first-level practitioner of the true essence realm. Utilizing the advantage of his swift movements, Luo Xiu discerned a flaw and with a single strike, shattered the skull of the young man at the 9th level of body refinement. He then deftly sidestepped the blade's aura unleashed by the middle-aged man. Witnessing this spectacle, Mo Yingjun's eyes widened in terror, and his body trembled, unable to contain his fear. He fled into the depths of the forest. Luo Xiu noted this development, but with a formidable opponent at the first level of true essence realm still present, he could not pursue, allowing Mo Yingjun to escape. After all, he had already identified him as a member of the Mo Iron Mercenary Corps. It would be prudent to deal with the middle-aged man first before seeking out others. Look, Mo Yingjun has already fled. Now, it appears you are all alone. What will you do? Do you still believe you can kill me? Luo Xiu remarked with a light chuckle, observing the middle-aged man. The latter, glancing in the direction of Mo Yingjun's escape, felt a flicker of uncertainty. He realized he had underestimated the situation. He had not expected a 9th-level body refinement practitioner to be his equal. Continuing this battle would likely yield no favorable outcome. Luo Xiu, keenly observing the middle-aged man's demeanor, detected his intent to flee and immediately swung his staff towards him. There was no way Luo Xiu would allow him to escape. Previously, Mo Yingjun had gotten away because he had been entangled with this middle-aged man. However, he would not permit this adversary to slip away as well. With a resounding crash, Luo Xiu's staff collided with the blade, causing both combatants to stagger backwards. Yet, before the middle-aged man could regain his footing, Luo Xiu struck again. In a desperate attempt, the man swung his blade, but it was executed in haste, resulting in him being sent reeling from Luo Xiu's blow. Heh, it seems you are lacking, Luo Xiu taunted. You cannot even withstand such a strike, and I have only exerted 80% of my strength. It is no surprise, considering your master has fled. Leaving a mere hound behind to delay the enemy suffices. Whether you live or die is of little consequence. Of course, Luo Xiu's claim of using only 80% of his strength was a ruse. He would not hold back against a practitioner of earth element affinity. But he was waiting for the opportune moment to unleash his most powerful strike. Silence. The middle-aged man's face contorted with rage, his anger fueled further by Luo Xiu's derisive words. After all, any true Essence Realm practitioner would feel infuriated when labeled a mere dog. Do you think you can silence me? You are nothing more than someone else's dog. How could you possibly intend to bite me? Come now. Let us see if I can turn you into a lifeless mutt. Luo Xiu continued to provoke the enraged middle-aged man, preparing for his final blow. Ultimately, the middle-aged man could no longer restrain himself. The dull yellow aura of his blade flared intensely, and he charged at Luo Xiu, striking down with a blade that widened to nearly a meter, forming a dragon-like arc of yellow energy that descended upon him. Earth Dragon Slash, perish. Luo Xiu, recognizing that this was likely the middle-aged man's most formidable technique, tightened his grip and countered with a powerful swing of his staff. Flowing Flame Tiger Explosion, break for me. Boom. In the arena, the dragon-shaped blade aura collided with the gigantic tiger's phantom, producing a thunderous sound that sent dust swirling into the air. As the dust began to settle, a crater over a meter wide was revealed at the point of impact, with the surrounding flowers and grass long since obliterated. At that moment, Luo Xiu appeared before the middle-aged man, his right fist retracting from the location of his opponent's heart. The middle-aged man's eyes widened in terror. Disbelief etched across his face. How could you possibly be so fast, so strong? Nothing is impossible. I merely refrained from exerting my full strength before. I simply did not anticipate your weakness. I have only just begun, and yet you are already down. How disappointing, Luo Xiu replied, shaking his head with a hint of regret as he collected the storage bag from the middle-aged man. The man, however, remained motionless, the light in his pupils fading as he succumbed to a complete loss of vitality. As Luo Xiu prepared to gather the storage bags from the remaining individuals, a deafening roar erupted, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of pressure drawing near. Chapter 61. Entering the Inner Mountains. This is bad. The commotion must have awakened the ice crystal serpent from the depths of the pool. Run. Luo Xiu sensed the encroaching pressure and hastily activated his movement technique, dashing deeper into the forest. Just as he initiated his movement, the serpent appeared at the entrance of 100 Flower Valley, a mere 100 paces away. Luo Xiu caught sight of the massive serpent, over 20 paces in length, its enormous head crowned with razor-sharp fangs. Without a moment's hesitation, he accelerated his speed. As Luo Xiu fled through the thicket, towering trees fell behind him, not by his doing, but due to the rampaging serpent. After a brief period of frantic escape, Luo Xiu realized he had not shaken off the serpent. In fact, it was drawing closer. This cannot continue. It won't be long before the serpent catches up to me, Luo Xiu thought, glancing back. With a determined resolve, he veered sharply to the left, heading deeper into the Qingyuan mountain range. If he could not defeat the creature and could not evade it, the best course of action was to seek a beast capable of contending with the serpent, one that was more likely to reside in the depths of the mountains. The serpent, observing Luo Xiu's change in direction toward the mountain's interior, displayed a hint of disdain. A mere body-refining realm waste dares to flee deeper? Despite its scorn, the serpent's speed matched Luo Xiu's, even appearing to increase. Luo Xiu could sense the foul odor emanating from the serpent, realizing it was perilously close. He drew a copper staff, turning to strike at the serpent. Flowing flame tiger explosion. The serpent seemed taken aback by Luo Xiu's audacity to retaliate. But as a mid-tier second-level beast, its reflexes were swift. It lashed its tail at the tiger phantom, shattering the illusion, though its speed was momentarily hindered. Luo Xiu had not anticipated that the strike would injure the serpent. If it were possible, he would not be fleeing in such a desperate state. However, Luo Xiu still took action, his intention naturally being to slow down the speed of the demonic python. Even if it was just for a fleeting moment. It was enough for Luo Xiu to create some distance once more. Half an hour later, Luo Xiu managed to escape into a valley. Along the way, whenever the demonic python was about to catch up, Luo Xiu would turn and strike, hoping to reach a territory ruled by a formidable beast that could contend with the python. As he approached the valley, a relaxed smile appeared on his face. For after nearing the valley, no beast had appeared around him, not even low-level ones. Roar. A creature resembling neither a bull nor a tiger emerged before Luo Xiu. Its body adorned with gleaming scales and a long single horn atop its head. Hiss. Upon sighting the creature ahead, the demonic python emitted a threatening hiss. In that moment, Luo Xiu seemed invisible before the two beasts. They locked eyes, their gazes filled with ferocity. The horned creature clearly felt insulted, and this affront was not from Luo Xiu, whose strength was far too weak to even qualify as a contender. The horned beast opened its gaping maw once more, revealing sharp fangs, its imposing aura erupting forth. A manifestation of its status as a high-level second-grade beast. The icy crystal python ceased its previous provocations, instead emitting a low whimper, crouching down and slowly retreating from the valley. At that moment, Luo Xiu had already seized the opportunity to escape the valley while the horned beast was preoccupied with the python. He dared not linger in the presence of such formidable creatures. Even a mere collision could be more than he could endure. Casting a glance back, Luo Xiu cursed inwardly, urging them to engage quickly and not to dawdle, before hastily departing from this perilous place. Uncertain whether his internal reprimands had any effect or not. After Luo Xiu had covered several hundred feet, roars and earth-shattering sounds erupted from the valley. Haha, they finally began to fight. At last, he was free from that wretched snake. Hearing the commotion, Luo Xiu couldn't help but burst into laughter, and his pace slowed, no longer as frantic as before. After an indeterminate amount of time, Luo Xiu arrived at a hillside strewn with barren stones, where colorful little spiders, each no larger than a palm, scuttled about. Suddenly, one of the spiders leapt directly at Luo Xiu's neck as he passed by. Luo Xiu narrowed his eyes, swung his copper staff, and crushed the spider into a pulpy mass that landed on the ground with a hissing sound. Upon inspecting the ground, he noticed a small pit had been corroded into the stone surface. Poisonous, and highly toxic at that. Luo Xiu's expression shifted slightly. Poison was both a nuisance and a trivial concern for cultivators. For stronger practitioners, even if poisoned, they could expel the toxins from their bodies through spiritual power. Thus, truly threatening poisons for cultivators were quite rare, although they certainly did exist. As for troublesome matters, they arise from the fact that for someone like Luo Xiu, who has yet to reach the true essence realm and is incapable of harnessing spiritual energy, falling victim to poison would indeed be a grave predicament. Luo Xiu surveyed the towering, desolate stones around him, no longer daring to exhibit any semblance of carelessness. His sole desire was to traverse this wilderness of stones as swiftly as possible. Previously, in a bid to evade the pursuit of a monstrous serpent, Luo Xiu had ventured into the inner regions of the Qingyun mountain range. Given that the beasts in the inner regions were predominantly second or even third-tier creatures, he proceeded with utmost caution. However, after passing through a mist-laden forest, he found himself lost. Luo Xiu consulted the map provided by the mission hall regarding the Qingyun mountain range, but regrettably, it lacked detailed descriptions of the inner regions. Observing the vividly colored spiders surrounding him, he discerned that they only launched attacks when an entity ventured within a yard of their vicinity, while the others remained utterly still. Paying no heed to Luo Xiu, the foreign intruder. After an hour had elapsed, Luo Xiu finally emerged from the hillock. One must concede that Luo Xiu's fortune was exceptionally favorable, as beneath this wilderness of stones lay a high-level, second-tier cave demon spider, which was currently in slumber. This explained why the vividly colored smaller spiders only targeted creatures encroaching within their immediate vicinity. Taking a deep breath, Luo Xiu felt a weight lift from his heart. Although he had exited the hill, another dilemma arose. Having lost his bearings, he was now uncertain how to return to the mountain's periphery. Should he charge recklessly ahead, he could very well find himself bereft of such good fortune again. After standing in contemplation for a considerable time, he ultimately resolved to continue onward. While the possibility of encountering beasts loomed, remaining stationary would only ensure his prolonged presence in this place, and should a beast pass by, he would still be in peril. Chapter 62. Encounter with Guan Wanner. An hour prior, Luo Xiu had chosen a direction and remained steadfast in his course. However, at this moment, he halted. Closing his eyes to listen intently, faint sounds of a struggle reaching his ears. Upon opening his eyes and gazing toward the source of the noise, a flicker of hesitation coursed through him. It was uncertain whether the origin belonged to beasts or humans. Should it be beasts, rushing toward them would be akin to a lamb entering the tiger's den. Conversely, if it were humans, discerning their nature proved equally challenging. For the unpredictability of humans often surpassed that of beasts. After a lengthy deliberation, Luo Xiu resolved to venture forth into the unknown. If it were beasts, he would flee without hesitation. If it were humans, he could conceal himself and observe, seeking an opportunity to either depart together or acquire a map for his escape. Luo Xiu executed a subtle movement technique, and a vague figure glided deeper into the thicket. As he approached, the sounds of combat grew increasingly pronounced, and the air was tinged with a faint metallic scent of blood. Sensing the odor of blood, Luo Xiu understood that he was nearing the source. Thus he slowed his pace, endeavoring to conceal his presence. He caught a glimpse of two beastly figures and, drawing in his breath, leaped gracefully onto a sturdy branch. Utilizing the dense foliage to obscure himself, once assured of his safety, he settled onto the branch, carefully observing his surroundings. Fearing detection by the demonic beasts, Luo Xiu did not approach too closely. Initially intent on fleeing, he reconsidered upon realizing that both beasts were third-tier entities. At this moment, Luo Xiu found himself in dire need of third-tier beast blood, and the fierce battle between the two creatures sparked a glimmer of hope within him. Once they fought to the death, he could collect the blood of the defeated beast after the victor had departed, a task that would require little effort on his part. With this thought in mind, Luo Xiu decided to conceal himself and wait for the opportune moment. However, unbeknownst to him, not far from his position on a nearby branch stood another who was equally poised to benefit from the situation. Clad in a flowing white gown, she remained perfectly still, observing Luo Xiu with a furrowed brow. This individual was none other than Guan Wanner, the top contender on the Qingyun ranking. Guan Wanner had not arrived here by mere chance, but rather with a clear purpose. She sought the mature purple jade spirit mushroom, essential for her advancement to the Golden Core realm. According to intelligence gathered from the mission hall, the mushroom was guarded by a second-tier advanced beast, the white-headed eagle. What she had not anticipated was that the white-headed eagle would unexpectedly break through to become a third-tier beast at this critical moment, while a lower third-tier beast, the black sandrock bear, simultaneously sought to claim the purple jade spirit mushroom. Having lain in wait for several days, she had planned to seize the mushroom once it ripened, but the emergence of the black sandrock bear had clearly disrupted her plans. Yet, its presence could also prove advantageous. Noticing that Luo Xiu was adorned in the attire of a Qingyun sect disciple, she refrained from intervening, recognizing that any action might alert both beasts. Thus, she redirected her focus to the ongoing battle. As dusk descended, particularly with the setting sun obscured by dense foliage, Luo Xiu gradually relaxed, for the conflict between the two beasts had finally reached its conclusion. Strangely, the white-headed eagle did not attempt to flee even as it succumbed to death. Luo Xiu surmised that had it chosen to escape, the black sandrock bear would not have been able to detain it, for once the eagle took to the skies, the bear could only watch helplessly. Though the reason behind the white-headed eagle's fatal resolve remained a mystery, the scenario Luo Xiu desired had come to pass. The black sandrock bear paid no heed to the eagle's corpse and made its way directly to the eagle's lair. Luo Xiu speculated that treasures might reside within the cave, but treasures could only be claimed by the strong. He did not believe he could contend with the black sandrock bear, even in its injured state. To Luo Xiu, no matter how grievously wounded, it was still a third-tier beast, equivalent to a golden core cultivator, while he himself was merely at the 9th level of body refinement. Just as Luo Xiu awaited the black sandrock bear to swiftly depart with its spoils, a white figure suddenly burst forth from nearby, wielding a long sword that cut through the air with a radiant white light. The path of the sword left behind a trail of white mist, and the nearby grass and trees were coated in a layer of frost. Perhaps caught off guard, the sword plunged directly into the black sandrock bear's body, where it struck, forming a layer of glacial crystals emanating a chilling aura. However, Guan Wanner did not relent. After drawing her long sword, she thrust it downward with even greater speed and ferocity than before. Yet, the black sandrock bear, a formidable third-tier beast, reacted with swifter reflexes than Shangwanwaner. Its massive paw struck the side of her sword, sending her hurtling backwards from the force, even in its wounded state. Despite being thrown back, Shangwanwaner sustained no injuries. Regaining her footing and directing a fierce gaze at the black sandrock bear, a layer of white ice crystals enveloped her longsword, extending its length significantly, while vapor billowed forth from it. Ice Phoenix Slash. A white ice phoenix soared toward the mountain-like black sandrock bear. The beast, upon spotting the approaching phoenix, revealed its ferocity, opening its massive maw to unleash a furious roar, and then met the ice phoenix with a colossal fist. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted, scattering ice crystals in the air, yet none reached the beast. They transformed into vapor as they neared it. The bear bellowed at Shangwanwaner, its anger palpable from her relentless assaults. Each time its enormous form stomped the ground, it created tremors, leaving deep footprints as it advanced toward her. With each clash of its paw against her sword, resounding booms echoed, and each encounter forced Shangwanwaner to retreat. Clearly, even in its injured state, the black sandrock bear was no foe to be slain by a mere 9th-level practitioner. Realizing her precarious situation, Shangwanwaner adapted her strategy, minimizing offensive maneuvers and conserving her spiritual energy for defense. She exploited the bear's sluggish movements, occasionally deepening the wound she had inflicted. With this change in tactics, her situation improved significantly. She no longer felt the imminent peril of being overwhelmed by the bear. As Shangwanwaner found a semblance of comfort, the black sandrock bear could not afford the same luxury. Blood continued to gush from its wounds, yet it struggled to dispatch its opponent swiftly. The bear's eyes began to redden with rage. Its movements became increasingly frantic, disregarding its injuries as it relentlessly closed in on Shangwanwaner. Chapter 63. United to slay the third-tier beast. Observing the approaching black sandrock bear, a sense of danger surged within Shangwanwaner. She swiftly slashed forward with her sword, and then retreated hastily. Rather than evading her strike, the bear charged at her with increased speed. Though it endured her blow, it simultaneously struck her chest with its paw. Despite her last-minute defense with the sword, she suffered a harsh impact, spitting blood as she was sent flying over 20 feet, crashing through several large trees before finally coming to a halt. Despite being struck and sent flying, Shangwanwaner was not spared by the black sand bear, whose heavy footsteps echoed ominously as it advanced toward her fallen form, its murderous intent glaringly evident. Luo Xiu, observing the unfolding drama from a distance, was initially startled by the sudden appearance of the woman clad in white. Before he could fully discern her identity, she had already engaged in battle with the beast. Upon recognizing her as the Shangwanwaner he had seen in the lodging area, he watched in horror as she was sent sprawling by the beast's powerful blow. As the monstrous bear drew ever closer, a conflict brewed within Luo Xiu. Logically, he and Shangwanwaner were mere acquaintances. They had scarcely exchanged words, and thus, he felt no obligation to intervene. Moreover, he doubted his own ability to contend with the creature. However, witnessing such beauty on the brink of demise beneath the claws of a beast stirred a sense of compassion within him. The bear's approach was relentless, and if he did not act soon, Waner might indeed meet her end. With a determined grit, Luo Xiu leaped from the tree. Employing a swift maneuver to close the distance to the bear, he unleashed a powerful strike, utilizing what could be considered his most formidable technique, the flowing flame tiger strike. A phantom of a crimson tiger materialized, baring its sharp fangs as it lunged for the bear's throat. The beast, sensing the disturbance behind it, turned and retaliated with a forceful punch that collided with the tiger's illusion. Seizing the moment, Luo Xiu rushed to Shangwanwaner's side, wrapping his left arm around her and deftly maneuvering away from the bear's attack range. He retreated over 30 paces before halting, casting a glance back at the bear, a wave of apprehension washing over him. "Rogue, release me at once." A sharp voice pierced the air, accompanied by a gentle fragrance that enveloped Luo Xiu. It dawned on him that he was still cradling the beautiful woman in his arms. Shangwanwaner appeared somewhat pale, a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, her bosom heaving slightly, and her gaze bore a frosty intensity. After a moment, Luo Xiu reluctantly lowered her to the ground, but as he did, he instinctively took a few steps back, creating space between them. "Rogue," Shangwanwaner chastised softly, her cheeks tinged with a blush, a mixture of embarrassment and fury reflecting in her eyes as she glared at Luo Xiu. He offered a sheepish smile, but as their eyes met, the coldness in her gaze made him falter. "We should focus on dealing with that bear first. We can discuss our situation afterward. After all, we are both from the same sect, and I have no intention of fleeing," he suggested. "Who said anything about we? What do you mean by us?" she retorted, her voice laced with irritation. All right, Not we but us then, Luo Xiu replied, taking a couple of steps back with an amused grin. A flicker of indignation crossed Shangwan face as she drew her sword, preparing to strike him. All right, I concede. But should we not first eliminate that bear? I still have a vibrant life to live and would rather not perish here, even with the company of such a lovely lady. As Luo Xiu observed the impending confrontation of Shangwan, he hastily gestured towards the approaching demon bear, aware that this was not the moment for disputes. Shangwan shot him a fierce glare and declared, "You are you, and I am I. We are not one, nor are we a collective." Luo Xiu merely shrugged. Choosing silence, it was unwise to provoke Shangwan further, especially when this formidable beast required her expertise to be subdued. Consequently, he opted for discretion. Noticing Luo Xiu's silence, Shangwan turned her attention back to the demon bear. With both hands gripping her sword, she unleashed a blade of white light, over a yard long, aimed directly at the beast. With a whoosh, the gleaming sword aura reached the demon bear, which showed no sign of retreat. With a thunderous roar, it struck the oncoming sword aura with its palm, leaving a trail of blood and ice crystals in its wake. Undeterred, Shangwan continued her assault, channeling her surging spiritual energy into her sword, launching a series of 3 additional white sword auras. The demon bear, struck by all 4 attacks, staggered back several paces before regaining its footing. Seizing the opportunity, Shangwan advanced aggressively. Luo Xiu observed the unfolding scene with a sense of bewilderment. How had the previously beleaguered Shangwan suddenly matched the demon bear's ferocity? Though puzzled, he was not one to dwell on uncertainties, thus he refrained from overthinking. He contemplated aiding her but hesitated, fearing he would only become a burden. Minutes passed, and the battleground lay in disarray, pockmarked with craters and shattered trees. The demon bear's movements had noticeably slowed, while Shangwan had gained the upper hand. Yet it was evident that the black sandrock bear, a 3rd-tier demon beast, possessed an endurance surpassing that of ordinary cultivators. As dusk descended, Luo Xiu recognized that this battle could not prolong indefinitely. The onset of night could attract other beasts, complicating their escape. With this realization, he brandished his copper staff and ventured into the fray, not engaging directly with the demon bear, but rather seeking an opportune moment from the periphery. At last, Luo Xiu made his move, executing the first stance of his Tiangong return staff technique, the flowing flame tiger explosion, while closing in within 10 feet of the bear. As he approached, a formidable aura emanated from him, pressing down upon the demon bear. "Hurry, don't hold back. End it swiftly, the night is falling," he shouted to Shangwan. Sensing the intensity of Luo Xiu's presence, Shangwan, albeit surprised, understood that inquiries were futile at this juncture. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, she resolved to cease holding back, hurling her sword towards the demon bear with determination. Frozen World. Chapter 64. Extraction of Essence Blood. A flash of white light darted through the air and struck the demon bear in its abdomen. The force of the impact caused the creature to momentarily falter, allowing a blade that should have been deflected to pierce its body. Gradually, the bear's form began to freeze from its midsection. Observing the creature being encased in ice, Luo Xiu remained vigilant, maintaining pressure on the demon bear while bringing his copper staff crashing down upon its skull, sending its massive frame crashing to the ground. Upon witnessing the demon bear's fall, Shangwan stepped forward, beckoning with her hand for the sword embedded in the bear's abdomen to return to her grasp. At that moment, the fallen beast was enveloped in a thick layer of crystalline ice, exuding clouds of vapor. "You must have just employed your force, right? I am aware of all the disciples within the sect who have mastered such power, yet I have never encountered you." Shangwan observed the lifeless bear before turning her gaze to Luo Xiu. "It's a recent realization, so it's not surprising that you haven't seen me," Luo Xiu replied nonchalantly, as he was not inclined to engage in further conversation. Before him lay 2 third-tier demon beasts, and the sudden opportunity to obtain their essence blood filled him with unexpected joy. Luo Xiu gazed at the bodies of the 2 beasts, his mouth watering, his eyes wide with desire, reminiscent of a famished man who had not eaten for 3 centuries and was suddenly presented with a feast. Shangwan found his gluttonous expression somewhat unsettling. While the corpses of 3rd-tier demon beasts were indeed rare treasures, there seemed to be no need for such an intense stare. "If you want them, just take them," she remarked. "Is there something wrong with you? Why are you staring so intently? They are merely 2 demon beast corpses," she finally exclaimed, unable to tolerate Luo Xiu's gaze any longer. "Merely 2 demon beast corpses? You truly underestimate their worth. These are the bodies of 3rd-tier demon beasts. As someone in the body refinement realm, encountering the remains of 2 freshly deceased 3rd-tier beasts, I would be a fool not to feel exhilarated Luo Xiu retorted. Humph. Shangwan scoffed dismissively. If you don't want them, I shall claim them all. After all, I am impoverished, and I harbor no qualms. With that, Luo Xiu proceeded to extract the essence blood from the black sand bear. Once he had collected the essence blood, he prepared to open the demon beast's skull to retrieve the demon core. The demon core, akin to the golden core of human cultivators, is a concentrated essence of spiritual energy and one of the most valuable treasures found in third-tier demon beasts. Moreover, the demon core serves as a material for alchemy and can be directly absorbed for energy, similar to spirit stones, yet of a superior grade. As Luo Xiu searched his storage bag and spatial ring, he realized he possessed no knives, swords, or daggers. He certainly could not smash the skull with his staff. What if he shattered the demon core? That would be a grave loss. Confirming that he truly lacked such tools, he turned to Shangwan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, yet recognizing he had no other choice. Shangwan, caught off guard by his gaze, felt an inexplicable tension rise within her cheeks flushing. What do you intend to do? I advise you to refrain from harboring any inappropriate thoughts, lest you face my displeasure. What do you mean by that? I have not brought a dagger. Could you lend me your sword? Otherwise, how am I to retrieve the demon core? Luo Xiu regarded Shangwan with a perplexed expression. I merely wish to borrow your sword. Why act as though it is something more? His eyes brightened as he turned to Shangwan and said, Surely you do not think that I would entertain such errant notions simply because you are a woman. Suddenly, a chill enveloped him as a strand of hair fell from his forehead, and a long sword was thrust before him. Goodness, such a fierce temper. You nearly startled me. He thought to himself, how utterly ungracious. If I were to tremble and falter, I might not know how I would meet my end. Despite these thoughts, Luo Xiu remained undeterred in his quest for the demon core. He grasped the long sword embedded in the ground, but as he attempted to tighten his grip, he quickly released it again. Why is it so cold? Is it made of ice? He mused. He looked at the frigid blade before him and gripped it once more, his body involuntarily shuddering, yet he did not relinquish his hold. After all, it was his only means of procuring the core. He could not simply use his bare hands. He extracted the demon core from the black sand rock bear, a pebble-sized orb of earthy gray, and after securing it, he continued to collect the blood essence and demon core of the white-headed eagle without pause. At that moment, Shangwan had already reached the entrance of the white-headed eagle's nest, but had not yet entered, evidently waiting for Luo Xiu, or perhaps for her sword. Once he had stored the cores and blood essence, Luo Xiu approached the entrance of the nest. Inside appeared to be a small cavern, the details of which could only be discerned upon entry. As he observed Shangwan's outstretched hand, he momentarily failed to comprehend and extended his own in response. Shangwan furrowed her brows, her expression revealing a mix of embarrassment and annoyance as she coldly inquired, What do you think you are doing? Was it not you who extended your hand first? I merely... Oh, my apologies, please do not misunderstand. I shall return your sword to you right away. Seeing the frostiness in Shangwan's countenance, Luo Xiu hastily clarified. Internally, he berated himself for his lapse in memory. How could he have forgotten the sword? He nearly jeopardized his own life. At that moment, he wished he could slap himself twice. Shangwan accepted the sword, shooting him a fierce glare before stating, I have come here for a purple jade spirit herb within this white-headed eagle's nest. Thus, that herb belongs to me. You may keep everything else. Very well. As you wish, Luo Xiu replied nonchalantly, for he had already acquired what he needed most, and had even gained 2 additional third-tier demon cores. His harvest was indeed bountiful. Shangwan cast a glance at Luo Xiu, her face revealing a hint of satisfaction and a touch of gratitude. Although in her eyes he was merely a 9th-layer body refinement cultivator, one she could easily crush, his willingness to forego something in her favor nonetheless made her feel indebted. Without further delay, Shangwan proceeded into the nest, yet she maintained her vigilance. After all, one could never be certain of the dangers that lay within, and it was prudent to err on the side of caution. After a quarter of an hour, the two finally arrived at the innermost part of the lair, where the spiritual energy was noticeably more abundant than outside. In the corner, there stood a fan-shaped plant, roughly the size of a human head. Upon seeing this plant, Shangwan immediately approached it, carefully using her sword to excavate it from the soil. It appeared to be the coveted purple jade lingzi she had been searching for, resembling a piece of purple jade. Although Luo Xiu felt a pang of envy, he refrained from contesting it as he had no need for it, and knew he could not prevail. Chapter 65. Bloodpool Body Refinement. Luo Xiu understood that the purple jade lingzi was beyond his reach. Yet he was curious to see if there were other treasures within the lair, so he began to search the surroundings. Perhaps fortune favored him, for he discovered something, a bird egg the size of an infant's head, presumably belonging to a bald eagle. As he picked up the egg and examined it closely, he noticed intricate patterns adorning its surface, and he could hear the sound of a heartbeat emanating from within, suggesting that it would not be long before a bald eagle chick would hatch. No wonder the bald eagle outside remained steadfast until death. It was guarding this beast egg. While Luo Xiu was engrossed in observing the bald eagle egg, Shangwanwaner had stored the purple jade Lingzi in her spatial ring and approached him. Is this the beast egg of the bald eagle? Let me see it. Why? Didn't you say you only wanted the purple jade Lingzi? How can a man go back on his word? I thought you were the top of the Qingyun ranking. Luo Xiu instinctively took 2 steps back, shielding the beast egg protectively. This egg was on the verge of hatching, and it would soon become a magical creature. Who said I wanted this beast egg? I merely wish to take a look. Besides, I am not a man but a modest woman. Most importantly, I, Shangwanwaner, have always kept my word and do not wish to resemble some lecherous rogue. Forget it. I won't bother to argue with you. Luo Xiu sighed. His lack of strength diminished even his confidence in conversation. It seemed imperative that he advance to the true essence realm soon. Fortunately, he had already obtained the blood essence of a 3rd-tier magical beast. Shangwanwaner reached out and took the beast egg from Luo Xiu. And this time he did not resist. He trusted her integrity to some extent, and since the most valuable purple jade Lingzi had already been claimed by her, the worth of the beast egg paled in comparison, making any attempt to seize it unnecessary. After examining the beast egg for a while, Shangwanwaner returned it to Luo Xiu, revealing her lack of genuine interest. After all, the adult bald eagle outside was merely a 3rd-tier magical beast, offering little benefit to her. Moreover, who knew how long it would take for the chick within the egg to mature? This beast egg is nearing its critical hatching phase, so it would be wise to find a place rich in spiritual energy and safety. This way, the level upon hatching may be higher, and its future utility to you could be greater, Shangwanwaner advised, then settled into a clean spot to meditate and rest her eyes. Regarding the hatching of the monster egg, Luo Xiu was utterly ignorant. However, this was of little concern, for the inheritance stone housed a spirit. Based on the spirit's recent counsel, it appeared that the blood pool was the most suitable place for the monster egg to hatch. And there might even be a chance for the white-headed eagle to undergo a bloodline mutation, though the direction of such a mutation remained uncertain, as the monster blood in the pool was exceedingly complex. After witnessing Shangwanwaner depart, Luo Xiu carefully stored the monster egg in his storage pouch. The reason he did not immediately place it in the blood pool was that he still needed to refine his body in the pool. He would hatch the egg only after completing his own refinement. Once the monster egg was secured, Luo Xiu sought a secluded spot to clean the white-headed eagle. He removed its wings and legs, set up a roasting rack, and began to prepare a seasoning mix. The reason he did not roast the demon bear was simply that it had been encased in ice and had yet to thaw, and meat that had been frozen lacked the freshness of the current fare. Before long, a rich aroma wafted through the air, and just as Luo Xiu sprinkled the last bit of seasoning and prepared to indulge, Shangwanwaner appeared suddenly. How delightful! I had no idea you possessed such culinary skills, she remarked as she settled beside him, her gaze fixed on the roasting meat. Luo Xiu glanced at her, sprinkled seasoning on a wing, and offered it to her, before taking a hearty bite of his own. Indeed, this meat is from a 3rd-tier monster. I had not anticipated such profound energy within it. It surpasses any monster I have tasted before. If I were to consume it regularly, I might have already ascended to the true essence realm, he mused. Luo Xiu gradually guided the energy within him to temper his internal organs. Although he had reached the 9th level of body refinement, his internal organs had yet to attain their pinnacle. Now, with such abundant energy at hand, it would be a shame to let it go to waste. After finishing a wing, Luo Xiu devoted himself to refining his internal organs. Meanwhile, Shangwanwaner also experienced some benefit, though her reaction was noticeably subdued. For her, this amount of energy was akin to a drop in the ocean, overshadowed by the allure of the roasted meat's flavor. A quarter of an hour passed, and Luo Xiu exhaled deeply, turning his gaze to the roasting rack. To his astonishment, only one leg remained, the other now in Shangwanwaner's grasp. He eyed her, surprised that such a slender figure could possess such an appetite. Initially, he had thought one wing would suffice for her, yet she had already claimed one of his legs. Perhaps sensing his stare, Shangwanwaner paused and questioned, "Why do you look at me so? It's merely a leg. I can always compensate you later." Luo Xiu's lips moved slightly, but he ultimately refrained from speaking. As the saying goes, a true gentleman does not quarrel with a woman, especially one he cannot contend with. It is wise not to provoke her, lest the consequences be severe. After finishing her meal, Shangwanwaner realized that she still did not know who this person was. Noticing his attire as an inner sect disciple, she inquired, "You seem to recognize me, yet I remain unaware of your name." You must be a newly initiated disciple. Which elder do you serve as a personal disciple? Luo Xiu replied calmly. I am Luo Xiu, merely an ordinary inner sect disciple, without any elder as my mentor. As he spoke, a glimmer of sharpness flashed in his eyes, but since Luo Xiu was looking down, Shangwan did not notice the brilliance within his gaze. Is that so? It is rather surprising. You have merely reached the body refinement stage, yet have comprehended the concept of momentum. Did no elder take you under their wing? She pondered. Perhaps I could introduce you to a master, one of considerable strength. Shangwan found it curious that Luo Xiu was simply an ordinary disciple, but thought it might be advantageous to find a worthy apprentice for her grandfather. Thus she began to negotiate with him. However, Luo Xiu had no intention of seeking a master, and before Shangwan could finish her sentence, he decisively declined. Although he lacked a mentor, Luo Xiu felt no sense of loss. If any issues arose, the spirit within the inheritance stone could provide some guidance, albeit not always reliable. After Luo Xiu's refusal, Shangwan ceased to pursue the topic, and the two fell into a contemplative silence, each meditating in their own space. As night passed and dawn broke, Luo Xiu, having cultivated through the night, reached the pinnacle of the body refinement stage, and now sought a suitable location to enter the inheritance stone. Shangwan opened her eyes, glanced at the meditating Luo Xiu, and stood up. Aren't you returning to the sect? She asked. I have accepted a sect mission, so I cannot return just yet. However, if you possess a map of the Qingyun mountain range, could you share a copy? Mine is rather vague. Oh, Shangwan initially considered offering her assistance with his mission, but deemed it inappropriate and held her tongue. She retrieved a detailed map from her storage pouch and handed it to him. Here you go. This map provides a thorough introduction to the Qingyun mountain range. You should avoid the areas marked in red, as the darker the color, the greater the danger. Luo Xiu accepted the map with gratitude, but chose not to leave with Shangwan. He required a safe location to enter the inheritance stone, and this place was indeed a suitable choice. Once Shangwan departed, Luo Xiu remained alone in the cave, concerned that she might return. He waited for nearly an hour before stepping into the inheritance space. Upon entering, the spirit appeared on Luo Xiu's shoulder, accompanying him towards the blood pool. First, pour the 2 vials of third-tier beast blood you collected into the blood pool. Once the blood begins to boil, you must immediately enter for body refinement. This could determine whether you reached the 10th level of the body refinement stage, the spirit instructed earnestly. Luo Xiu nodded, retrieved the 2 vials, and poured their contents into the blood pool. As the beast blood mingled with the previously calm blood, it began to bubble, gradually resembling boiling water, accompanied by a gurgling sound. Hurry, get in. In a hushed tone, Shiling whispered into Luo Xiu's ear before gracefully leaping down from his shoulder, landing steadily beside the blood pool. As Luo Xiu immersed himself in the crimson depths, it wasn't long before his body began to convulse uncontrollably, veins bulging and skin turning a ghastly red, while a crimson mist ascended from his form. A harrowing expression twisted Luo Xiu's features, as if countless insects were incessantly gnawing at his flesh and bones, inflicting a pain that surpassed the torment of marrow refining 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Watching from the edge of the blood pool, Shiling felt a surge of concern, apprehensive that Luo Xiu's physical and mental resolve might falter, and equally anxious about whether he could attain the legendary 10th level of body refinement. After an hour, Luo Xiu's anguished cries gradually diminished, and his body ceased its violent trembling. Yet, he appeared as a bloodied figure, stripped of skin, a sight most gruesome. In truth, his skin had not been flayed. Rather, his blood perpetually seeped through his pores, while the essence of the blood pool flowed into him. This process resembled a transfusion, yet it was distinct. A transfusion involves extracting one type of blood to replace it with another. Luo Xiu's condition, however, involved condensing his own blood into essence, expelling impurities, and simultaneously absorbing the blood pool's vital essence. Beneath his skin, serpentine tendrils seemed to writhe along his veins. At this juncture, Luo Xiu lay utterly still. Were it not for the faintest breath, one might have mistaken him for a corpse. Thus, 2 days elapsed. The blood within Luo Xiu diminished significantly, yet he appeared unchanged. Before long, the blood completely vanished, restoring his once handsome visage. So this was the 10th level of body refinement, an alchemy of flesh, sinew, and internal organs. To his surprise, the final stage was the refinement of blood. A chuckle escaped him, relieved to have endured the ordeal, sensing an immense power within the remnants of his blood. Though his eyes remained shut, he had awakened, choosing to remain still to harness the energies from the blood pool for a breakthrough into the true essence realm. The energy from the blood pool surged into Luo Xiu's body, amplifying his aura steadily. Shiling, observing this transformation, displayed a vexed expression. Her tiny claws balled into fists as she waved them at Luo Xiu in a show of defiance. After a moment of hesitation, she huffed and gestured with both paws, parting them in the air. With her motion, a dark spatial rift emerged within the inheritance space, mirroring a similar rift within the nest. Concurrently, spiritual energy surged into the rift from the nest, akin to a whale consuming its prey. The inheritance space became suffused with rich spiritual energy, flowing through the rift. The two rifts functioned as ethereal bridges, continuously channeling the energy from the nest into the inheritance space. The spiritual energy entering the inheritance space did not dissipate. Instead, it converged upon Luo Xiu, ultimately forming a swirling vortex of energy above him that flowed into his body. At this moment, Luo Xiu felt a surge of external spiritual energy and hurriedly directed it to his dantian, utilizing this energy to forge a sea of qi. The process of establishing this sea of qi was destined to take more than just a day or two, even with the assistance of the blood pool. 3 days passed, and although Luo Xiu had successfully formed his sea of qi, it remained unstable. Thus, he continued to absorb spiritual energy and the essence from the blood pool. After spending over 3 hours, Luo Xiu finally refined the spiritual energy within the sea of qi into spiritual liquid, known as true essence. The next step was to condense the true essence seed, creating a spiritual energy cyclone within the dantian's sea of qi. For only then could he autonomously absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. From this moment onward, Luo Xiu had truly ascended to the realm of true essence, embarking on the path of cultivation, where his martial techniques could finally unleash their true power. Beside him, the stone spirit breathed a sigh of relief, lifting its tiny paws to prepare to close the spatial rift. However, upon noticing that Luo Xiu was still absorbing spiritual energy, it seemed discontented and huffed, halting its intention to seal the rift. The reason Luo Xiu had not ceased was clear. He aspired to successfully condense the cyclone in one go, solidifying his cultivation at the first level of true essence. Condensing the cyclone did not take Luo Xiu much time. In just half an hour, he opened his eyes and emerged from the blood pool. Seeing that Luo Xiu had stopped absorbing spiritual energy, the stone spirit promptly sealed the spatial rift. Luo Xiu smiled, expressing his gratitude to the stone spirit, saying, "Thank you for your assistance. Otherwise, I might not have been able to enter the realm of true essence." He then lifted the stone spirit and kissed its forehead. The adorable creature flailed its tiny paws in protest, but it had little effect on Luo Xiu. Ultimately, it slipped away from his grasp, burrowing into his embrace, and did not show its face again. Chapter 67. Blood Crystal. Luo Xiu paid little mind to the stone spirit nestled in his arms as he focused his thoughts and appeared in the cave. His brow furrowed slightly. It seemed that the spiritual energy he had absorbed earlier was from this very cave, leaving it considerably depleted. He stepped out, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. It was time to seek out the Mo Tai mercenary group. He was eager to discover who harbored such a desire for his demise. At this moment, Luo Xiu had no concerns. He had already acquired the essence of a third-tier beast and ascended to the first level of true essence. As for the beast egg, it had been placed in the blood pool, where the essence and energy continuously flowed into it. He was uncertain what it would ultimately hatch into, but according to the stone spirit, the likelihood of it undergoing a mutation and returning to its ancestral form was quite high. Once hatched, it could potentially emerge as a low-tier second-level beast. In a lush, shaded forest, 2 figures raced swiftly ahead, one clad in black, the other in a yellow robe. Not far behind these 2 men, a boy in white followed leisurely, his form elusive yet remarkably swift. Were it not for his deliberate pauses, he would have already surpassed the 2 figures in front of him. The young man in white was none other than Luo Xiu, who had recently departed from his lair. Initially, he intended to venture outward in search of the Mo Tai mercenary corps. To his astonishment, he encountered 2 members of the Mo Tai mercenary corps midway through his journey, resulting in the current predicament. Half a day later, in a secluded part of the jungle, Luo Xiu stood silently upon a tree branch, his expression stern as he observed the 2 individuals in the distance, remaining utterly motionless. He found himself in a predicament. According to the map provided by Shangwan, this area was marked as a shallow red danger zone. The most pressing concern was whether this danger rating was designated by the sect or merely marked by Shangwan herself. If it was the sect's designation, Luo Xiu felt confident enough to explore further. However, if it was solely Shangwan's notation, it could pose a significant threat to him, given that their respective cultivations were vastly different, one at the pinnacle of the true essence realm and the other at its low end. Luo Xiu momentarily wavered in his thoughts, but after a brief pause, his gaze solidified with determination. he resolved to follow them. After all, he possessed a degree of confidence in his own abilities. Even if he were to encounter insurmountable odds, escaping would not present an insurmountable challenge. As he observed the two figures ahead, their pace slowed, and he mirrored their caution, remaining alert to his surroundings to preempt any unforeseen occurrences. Suddenly, he halted, for there were no suitable hiding spots remaining. Upon closer inspection of the two men, he realized they were merely at the second and first levels of the true essence realm, respectively. Concealing himself amidst the foliage, Luo Xiu suppressed his aura. Before the two men lay a mountain wall, which concealed a dark cave. "Are you certain there is indeed blood crystal within?" inquired the man in the yellow robe, his tone somewhat sinister. "Absolutely. I wouldn't dare deceive the second captain," the man in black affirmed earnestly. "There is indeed a substantial blood crystal. I witnessed it firsthand when I accidentally stumbled inside last time. However, there was a low-tier second-grade demon shadow blue-maned leopard within, which I was unable to contend with. Thus I had no choice but to flee." The man in black continued with conviction, "But with you, the second captain, personally leading this time, and with my assistance. Capturing that demon shadow blue-maned leopard should pose no issue. Just ensure that I receive a share of the spoils. Of course, should I acquire that blood crystal, you will not be overlooked," the second captain promised, patting the shoulder of the man in black. Blood crystal. Upon overhearing their conversation, Luo Xiu's heart raced, and a particular item sprang to mind. Blood crystals were treasures for cultivation, crucial for enhancing a cultivator's vitality. Moreover, incorporating a blood crystal during artifact refinement could strengthen the bond between the spiritual tool and its wielder. Indeed, a remarkable find. However, you two should first deal with that demon shadow blue-maned leopard for me, and I shall swoop in for the benefits later. Had the two men known of Luo Xiu's thoughts at that moment, they would surely have been incensed at the prospect of toiling ahead while he reaped the rewards. As the two figures ventured into the pitch-black cavern, Luo Xiu remained utterly still, his gaze fixed intently on the cave's entrance, while he strained to listen to the sounds emanating from within. Ultimately, his patience was rewarded. After a quarter of an hour, faint sounds of a skirmish drifted from the depths of the cave. Upon hearing these noises, Luo Xiu set off towards the entrance, treading softly as he made his way inside. As he delved deeper, the sounds of combat grew increasingly pronounced. After roughly the duration of an incense stick, he arrived at the cave's terminus, where a glimmer of light revealed a spacious cavern ahead. In that moment, Luo Xiu exerted every effort to suppress his own aura. Inside the cavern, two individuals were engaged in a fierce battle with a shadowy blue-maned leopard, which, though formidable, clearly found itself at a disadvantage, appearing merely average among the second-tier low-level beasts. After nearly an hour, the two fighters finally subdued the shadowy blue-maned leopard. The man in the yellow robe then approached the blood crystal with an expression of astonishment. Who would have thought this blood crystal would be so substantial? Ha ha ha. Excellent, indeed. This haul is quite rewarding. He boomed. Rest assured, this location was your discovery. I shall not shortchange you. The man in black also wore a slight smile as he moved aside to collect the carcass of the shadowy blue-maned leopard. Since the second squad leader had obtained the blood crystal, the beast's body rightfully belonged to him, promising additional benefits. Otherwise, the spoils of their endeavor would be rather meager. Who goes there? Just as the man in black was about to request some rewards from the second squad leader, the latter suddenly bellowed, startling the man in black. Luo Xiu's heart raced. Had he been discovered, or was it merely a ruse? After careful consideration, he resolved to remain hidden, convinced that he had effectively concealed himself. "Haha, are you not coming out?" The second squad leader chuckled lightly. "When I entered, I scattered a special powder at the entrance. Anyone who enters will inevitably be marked by its scent. I have just caught a whiff of it, so you need not remain concealed." Luo Xiu cursed inwardly. Realizing he had been rather careless, he had not anticipated the second squad leader possessing such cunning tactics. Suddenly, Luo Xiu's expression shifted, and he swiftly sidestepped, moving more than a yard away. With a thrust, a silver-white longsword erupted from the ground where he had just stood, shattering the earth. Had he not reacted in time, the sword would have pierced him through. Chapter 68. 1-2. Luo Xiu exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful for his swift reflexes. He had managed to evade the ambush just as he sensed something amiss beneath him. Although he had narrowly escaped the surprise attack, he found himself exposed before the two adversaries. "Luo Xiu, I never would have expected it to be you, at the first level of true essence realm. I suspected you were concealing your cultivation. Otherwise, how could you have possibly slain so many from my Mo-Tai mercenary group, including a true essence realm warrior?" Upon Luo Xiu's emergence, the second squad leader recognized the man in white immediately, his eyes ablaze with fury. A wrath directed not only towards Luo Xiu but also towards his own brother's debauched son, Mo Yingjun. You recognize me as well? It seems my reputation precedes me. As they became acquainted, Luo Xiu calmly addressed the second commander, suggesting that perhaps he might relinquish the blood crystal, hinting that he could be lenient. The man in black, with a tone laced with derision, retorted, admonishing Luo Xiu not to be so arrogant and lacking in self-awareness, as he had merely slain an individual at the initial stage of the true essence realm, yet displayed such hubris. Unfazed by the mockery, Luo Xiu understood that the weak hold no authority to provoke the strong. Should one wish to contest, the most effective approach would indeed be to strike decisively. Before he could make a move, the second commander lunged forward with remarkable speed, a chilling wind preceding him. Luo Xiu promptly summoned his spiritual energy, wielding a copper staff that he swung toward the second commander. Yet, the latter showed no inclination to evade, displaying contempt as his silver-white sword met the copper staff with a resounding crash. Luo Xiu staggered backward 3 steps, while the second commander also retreated, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. The man in black, witnessing Luo Xiu's retreat, wasted no time, brandishing a dagger that gleamed ominously as it approached Luo Xiu's chest. In that fleeting moment, Luo Xiu halted, sweeping the copper staff horizontally. Should the man in black persist with his assault, he would surely be struck. Reluctant to exchange injuries, the man in black leaped back to his original position. Observing the two standing side by side, Luo Xiu smirked disdainfully. It was one thing to outnumber an opponent, but to resort to ambush was merely an invitation to ridicule. Although the duo noticed Luo Xiu's contempt, their expressions remained unchanged. If there existed a swift and uncomplicated method, what harm was there in resorting to a touch of dishonor? Alas, they lamented their failure to land a decisive blow. Who would have thought that someone who has just ascended to the true essence realm would possess such strength? Truly, a worthy disciple of the Qingyan sect. However, should you believe that this prowess can withstand me, you are sorely mistaken, the man in black sneered cruelly. Is that so? Coincidentally, I too have yet to exert my full strength. Now seems a fitting time to gauge my abilities. I hope you both prove somewhat competent, otherwise, a single strike may suffice, and that would be rather dull, Luo Xiu retorted sharply. Without further ado, he swung his staff towards the man in black. Given their respective weaponry, it was evident that the second commander favored direct confrontation, while the man in black, akin to a venomous serpent, preferred lurking in the shadows for an ambush, suggesting a relative weakness in open combat. Indeed, as Luo Xiu anticipated, the man in black attempted to defend himself but was nonetheless sent flying by a single strike from Luo Xiu, who remained steadfast, showing no sign of retreat. After sending the man in black reeling, Luo Xiu met the oncoming sword light from the second commander, shattering it with another swing of his staff. The man in black, now visibly injured with blood at the corner of his mouth, drew a contemptuous glance from Luo Xiu, who was taken aback by the frailty of the human form, unable to withstand even a single blow. This suffices to illustrate that to attain strength, it is advisable to join a sect or come from a prominent family. Ordinary cultivators rarely compare to the disciples of sects or the scions of illustrious families. Setting aside natural talent, the disparity in cultivation resources is indeed stark, resulting in a significant difference in power among those of the same realm. Luo Xiu believed that while his physical body may not be the strongest, when compared to the man in black, he had to concede that his physique was vastly superior. The second captain gazed at Luo Xiu, appearing somewhat dazed, his expression darkening as he felt belittled. He gathered his strength and unleashed a fierce sword strike, a broad silver-white sword aura hurtling toward Luo Xiu. Discarding irrelevant thoughts, Luo Xiu fixed his gaze on the rapidly approaching sword aura, his heart unperturbed. Had he not advanced to the true essence realm, perhaps he would have struggled to block this attack. However, for his current self, it posed little challenge. Luo Xiu channeled his spiritual power, a crimson glow manifesting on the yin-yang blood copper staff, and struck the sword aura with a forceful blow. A crimson shadow descended, the collision between the sword aura and the staff creating a resounding impact, sending Luo Xiu flying backward. Now is your chance. Let's see how you evade this. The man in black, witnessing Luo Xiu's flight, assumed the latter had been thwarted by the second captain's sword strike. He swiftly maneuvered to Luo Xiu's side, thrusting a dagger glinting with cold light toward Luo Xiu's neck. Luo Xiu, observing the approaching figure, revealed a subtle, triumphant smirk, his muscles tensed, fist clenched, awaiting the man in black's advance. Unbeknownst to the man, Luo Xiu had been lying in wait, believing he had found an opportunity for a decisive blow. Prepare to meet your end, little brat. Let us see if you dare to underestimate others again. The man in black sneered cruelly. However, reality is often harsh. Upon witnessing the cold smile on Luo Xiu's lips, the man realized this was a trap. the young man had feigned defeat to lure him in. Unfortunately, the man in black recognized this too late. Luo Xiu pivoted, dodging the dagger aimed at his neck, channeling his spiritual power to deliver a powerful punch to the man's chest. Mountain-crushing fist. Enjoy this. The man in black took the blow squarely, his shirt torn, revealing a massive gash on his chest, the skin charred. Yet, this was merely an external injury. The most severe damage lay within, as Luo Xiu had not only employed spiritual power, but also infused his strike with hidden strength, aiming to severely wound the man and subsequently eliminate the second captain without restraint. Moreover, it was an opportunity for Luo Xiu to gauge the extent of his own strength, with the second captain serving as the perfect test stone. Chapter 69. Fierce Battle. The second captain, witnessing the man in black being gravely injured by Luo Xiu's punch, was struck with horror, realizing it was already too late to intervene. You wretched boy, I did not expect such cunning in one so young. Hee. Thank you for the compliment. Is it not something I learned from you two shameless scoundrels? How do you think I fared in my studies? Luo Xiu scoffed. Since you two can resort to ambush, why should I not employ deception as well? Now that only one remains, without the venomous snake lurking in the shadows, I can indulge in some playtime with you. Upon hearing this, the second commander's expression darkened, resembling a famished tiger poised to pounce. Although he had never viewed ambushing as dishonorable, within the realm of cultivation, it remained a contemptible act. The fact that Luo Xiu had so brazenly articulated this only served to heighten his rage. You sharp-tongued brat, I hope your strength matches your wit. Otherwise, you shall learn the consequences of crossing me. The second commander snarled with a menacing grin. Luo Xiu observed the commander's fierce demeanor and realized he had thoroughly provoked his adversary. An ensuing frenzy of attacks was inevitable. Just as Luo Xiu anticipated, the second commander was engulfed in a tempest of fury, fixating solely on dismembering the sharp-tongued youth and silencing his taunts. Luo Xiu's expression shifted slightly as he instinctively dodged to the side, but alas, the incoming sword light pursued him like a relentless parasite. As the blade threatened to strike him, Luo Xiu narrowed his eyes, channeling his spiritual energy, and raised his copper staff to counter the incoming sword light. Flowing flame tiger explosion. The clash between the colossal spiritual tiger and the silver-white sword light produced a thunderous sound. However, before Luo Xiu could retract his copper staff, the silver-long sword had already reached his back. With no time to ponder, he enveloped his fist with spiritual energy, twisting his waist and delivering a punch backward. At that moment, the second commander had silently appeared behind him, thrusting the silver-long sword towards Luo Xiu's heart. The sound of impact echoed as a silver light recoiled, leaving a shallow cut on Luo Xiu's fist. What startled him was not the sword light that had been repelled, but rather the realization that his fist had clashed with a spiritual weapon and only sustained a minor scratch. To what extent had his physical body evolved? As the silver sword light retreated, Luo Xiu, without hesitation, flicked his wrist, bringing the copper staff back into his grasp. The staff surged forward like a tempest, unleashing a flurry of strikes towards the second commander, enveloping him in a storm of staff shadows. The commander, taken aback, recognized the urgency of the situation and dared not underestimate the onslaught. His silver-long sword danced through the air, swiftly slashing in a protective barrier around him, forming layers of a sword net. Luo Xiu noted the impenetrable sword net surrounding the second commander, devoid of any gaps, and felt a twinge of frustration. Nevertheless, he never believed that an impenetrable defense existed. If he could not breach it now, it was merely a matter of insufficient strength. Channeling his spiritual energy, he enveloped the copper staff in a crimson glow, reminiscent of blooming flames. Subsequently, the scarlet copper staff smashed against the sword net, causing silver sword light to scatter and cracks to form across the protective barrier. Luo Xiu cast a glance and realized the effectiveness of his actions. With determination, he struck the sword net once more with his staff, causing it to finally reach its breaking point and shatter with a thunderous crash. The second captain was also sent flying by the ensuing shockwave. Observing the second captain's trajectory, Luo Xiu did not hesitate. He swiftly activated his movement technique and followed closely behind, appearing before the second captain in the blink of an eye. With another strike, he aimed directly at the second captain's abdomen. The blow landed heavily, causing the second captain to curl up like a ripe shrimp, accelerating in his retreat. After sustaining the hit, he coughed up blood, his eyes blazing with fury, teeth gritted in rage. He had underestimated this young man in the first layer of true essence, realizing that without employing his true capabilities, he might indeed fall to someone of seemingly lesser cultivation. Gritting his silver teeth, the second captain steeled his resolve, channeling the spiritual energy from his danshin and launching a sword strike at Luo Xiu. Dragon slaughter. A 3-meter-long dragon figure surged forth, roaring through the waves with an imposing presence. Luo Xiu recognized that the second captain was now taking this encounter seriously. Indeed, if he did not give it his all now, he might not have another chance. As the dragon figure charged with ferocity, Luo Xiu drew upon his own true essence, circulating his spiritual energy, encountered with the move Heavenly Return Staff. Fiery Tiger Explosion. A massive tiger, cloaked in crimson flames, lunged at the dragon figure. The clash between the tiger and the dragon was fierce. One represented water, the other fire. Where they collided, fire and water intertwined, devastating the surrounding flora. With a resounding boom, both the water dragon and the fiery tiger dissipated simultaneously, their energies exhausted, leaving the area in utter disarray. The second captain was clearly taken aback, astonished that his full-force attack had been met with equal resistance from Luo Xiu. Impressive. I did not anticipate your strength to reach such heights. It is hard to believe you are merely in the first layer of true essence. You must be regarded as a genius among the disciples of the inner sect of the Kingyun sect. However, this only means I cannot afford to let you live. The Mo Tai mercenary group cannot withstand your future retaliation, so it is best for you to perish here. Is that so? You are so confident in your ability to kill me here. Last time, a group of people claimed they could do the same. Yet their graves must now be overgrown with grass. Humph. The second captain recognized that Luo Xiu's words referred to the individuals sent by Mo Yingjun to eliminate him. Though he wished to refute, the evidence was unmistakable, leaving him to suppress his embarrassment with a cold snort. Acknowledging his inability to outwit Luo Xiu, the second captain resolved that wielding his sword would be the optimal solution. Layered Wave Dragon Slaughter. 2 water dragons surged towards Luo Xiu, their ferocity having doubled since the last encounter. Yet, Luo Xiu felt no fear. He fervently channeled his spiritual energy, extracting nearly half from his dantian, and swung his staff with conviction. Fiery Tiger Explosion. Attack. A fire tiger, now twice the size of before, swiftly charged at the 2 dragon figures. With a thunderous impact, the fiery tiger swatted one of the dragon figures aside, causing its form to fade slightly. A tiger and 2 dragons engaged in a fierce battle, their forms becoming increasingly ethereal. However, the dragons seemed to possess a slight advantage. At last, the fiery giant tiger dissipated, and a faint dragon apparition lunged towards Luo Xiu. With narrowed eyes, Luo Xiu observed the dragon's waning essence and struck it with his staff, shattering the apparition. Chapter 70. Decisive Slaughter. The blow fractured the dragon's illusion. Yet Luo Xiu was taken aback by the hidden presence of the second regiment leader, who unleashed a powerful sword strike upon him. Although Luo Xiu reacted swiftly, twisting his body to evade, he was a fraction too late, and felt the blade slice across his abdomen. He staggered backward, the wound bleeding profusely. Fortunately, Luo Xiu's instincts had alerted him, preventing a fatal injury. Raising his gaze, he noted the second regiment leader's expression of regret, understanding what sorrow he felt. This only served to further ignite Luo Xiu's fury. It appeared that he had been too merciful, too naive. After all, some individuals would stop at nothing to secure their own victory, offering Luo Xiu an unanticipated lesson. A cold smile crept across Luo Xiu's face as he regarded the second regiment leader with the gaze one might reserve for a corpse, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. You clever boy, I didn't expect you to evade that blow, but I doubt your luck will hold out for long. Indeed, the second regiment leader genuinely believed Luo Xiu had merely been fortunate to escape the strike. Few would have anticipated a lethal move concealed behind the dragon's illusion. In the past, he had dispatched opponents of the same realm with this very technique, let alone someone at the first level of the true essence realm like Luo Xiu. At that moment, however, Luo Xiu could not concern himself with the second regiment leader's thoughts. His abdomen was gaping, blood flowing freely. If he did not staunch the bleeding soon, he would not have enough blood left to lose. Rapidly, he circulated his energy to absorb spiritual essence, striving to mend his injury. The second regiment leader, observing Luo Xiu's efforts, was determined not to allow him the luxury of recovery. With a swift strike, he unleashed a silver-white sword aura that hurtled towards Luo Xiu. Its speed slightly increased, yet lacking the earlier potency. Luo Xiu recognized that the second regiment leader's energy reserves had not fully replenished. The earlier assault had drained him significantly, resulting in a diminished strike. Despite the reduction in power, Luo Xiu dared not underestimate his opponent, for he too was unable to exert his full strength. Thus, he resorted to the 9 shadows of the dragon, deftly maneuvering to evade the second regiment leader's attacks. As Luo Xiu ceased to confront him head-on and began to dance around the second regiment leader, the disparity between them became apparent. Although the second regiment leader boasted superior cultivation, his agility paled in comparison to Luo Xiu's. He relied solely on his level of cultivation to hasten his movements, yet faltered in nimbleness. Luo Xiu recognized this weakness, though it came as no surprise. After all, he had trained in the dragon's ascendant 9 shadows, a technique that even the Qingyun sect might not surpass, let alone a mere mercenary group. Utilizing his agility to evade, he simultaneously channeled his energy to heal his wounds. Before long, the bleeding from my abdomen finally ceased. Although I had yet to fully recover, it no longer hindered my confrontation with the second commander. Luo Xiu's aura suddenly transformed, and the crimson glow of his staff struck against the silvery long sword with a resounding clash, causing both Luo Xiu and the second commander to stagger backward. Let's enjoy this duel. I hope you can withstand it, Luo Xiu sneered, charging forward once more. Flowing flame tiger explosion. Luo Xiu did not hold back. He launched the Tian Luo Gui Yuan staff, striking relentlessly, leaving no opportunity for the second commander to counterattack. Yet, the second commander was no mere weakling like the man in black. Although he was forced to retreat repeatedly under the pressure of Luo Xiu's assault, swiftly vanquishing him proved impossible. Even inflicting severe injury was a challenge. The second commander found himself at a disadvantage, his expression darkening as he struggled to retaliate. Feeling thoroughly frustrated, after unleashing a barrage of over 10 strikes, Luo Xiu felt a slight delay in his spiritual energy. The previous exertion had been immense, and he had to be cautious to prevent excessive blood loss from his abdominal injury. Consequently, a minute flaw emerged in his movements, which the second commander keenly detected. Layered wave dragon slaughter. Flowing flame tiger explosion. Not daring to underestimate the second commander's charged attack, Luo Xiu responded with all his might. With a thunderous crash, both combatants were propelled backward, Luo Xiu tasting blood rising in his throat, the corners of his mouth bleeding, yet he swallowed it down. The second commander fared little better, spitting out blood, his complexion turning a peculiar shade of crimson. This exchange exhausted nearly 60% of their spiritual energy, and had Luo Xiu not possessed a robust physique, he might have sustained injuries akin to those of the second commander. Suddenly, Luo Xiu felt a tightening in his chest, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes as an oppressive force enveloped a radius of 10 feet around him. He raised his staff in defense, producing a metallic clang as the dagger struck against it, sending sparks flying. Just as Luo Xiu and the second commander were being propelled apart, the previously incapacitated man in black appeared behind Luo Xiu, their paths converging, the dagger aimed directly at Luo Xiu's heart. Sensing the imminent danger, Luo Xiu swiftly exuded his aura. As it manifested, the dagger's momentum noticeably faltered, its speed diminishing. This brief hesitation not only afforded Luo Xiu the time to react, but also provided the man in black with a fatal opportunity. Crushing mountain fist. A fist the size of a human head, radiant red, collided with the heart of the man in black, leaving a gruesome scene of blood and flesh. The man was sent flying. However, Luo Xiu did not relent, as he wished to ensure that this adversary would not rise again. With a swift movement, he swept his staff horizontally toward the man in black. The man coughed up blood, his body arching backward as he crashed into the cave's rocky wall, creating a significant dent. He raised a trembling hand to point at Luo Xiu, attempting to speak this force, but before he could finish, his neck went limp, his head drooping as he breathed his last, lifeless and unyielding. You are indeed a disciple of the Qingyun sect, possessing commendable skills. However, do you truly believe that my MO-Tai mercenary corps can be trifled with after you have repeatedly slain my comrades? The second commander gazed upon the lifeless body of the man in black, consumed by anger yet tinged with trepidation. For the ease with which he had dispatched the man was unsettling. Observing the commander's facade of bravado crumble, Luo Xiu recognized the fear that had begun to take root within him. However, Luo Xiu had no intention of letting this matter rest. Is it not true that your MO-Tai mercenary corps sought to eliminate me first? How has it now become a scenario where I am the one bullying your group? If that is your stance, I cannot acquiesce, he remarked with a cold, mocking smile. Should you wish for me to spare your life, reveal to me who sent you to kill me. If you comply, I may consider granting you mercy, otherwise. As Luo Xiu's blatant threat resonated in the air, the second commander's expression darkened, realizing he was being intimidated by someone at the first level of the true element realm. Did he not value his dignity? With a swift motion, the commander struck out. And seeing this, Luo Xiu understood there was no room for negotiation. He charged forward, determined to end the confrontation swiftly, as his spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Upon closing the distance, a powerful force emanated from Luo Xiu, and he unleashed a flurry of strikes, each faster than the last. Ultimately, the second commander was sent hurtling backward, rolling on the ground, eyes bulging in disbelief, yet devoid of any breath. Chapter 71. Devouring blood crystals. Luo Xiu leaned on his copper staff, half squatting on the ground, trembling slightly. The recent confrontation had completely drained his dantian of spiritual energy, leaving him weak and on the verge of collapse. Nevertheless, he had succeeded in slaying the second commander of the true element realm. This battle was far from effortless for Luo Xiu. In fact, it had been perilous, especially when considering the hidden sword strike from the commander behind the illusion of the dragon. Had he not been vigilant, he might have sustained serious injuries or even met his demise. This encounter made Luo Xiu acutely aware of his limited experience and insufficient understanding of the tactics employed by cultivators, as well as his lack of combat awareness. Additionally, his martial skills were not yet refined, and his application of spiritual energy required further improvement. However, these shortcomings could be addressed through continuous combat. Now that he had advanced to the true element realm, there was no pressing need to return to his sect. He also intended to investigate who had commissioned the Mo-Tai mercenary corps to assassinate him. Approaching the two corpses, Luo Xiu collected their storage bags. Upon inspection, he found them rather impoverished, with a meager total of over 30 spirit stones and a collection of worthless scrap metal. However, their weapons proved to be decent spiritual artifacts, which would suffice for Luo Xiu's current needs, especially as he would soon be acquiring demon cores and would no longer fear a lack of tools. Finally, Luo Xiu retrieved a blood crystal from the second commander's storage bag. This object bore similarities to a spirit stone but was distinct in its properties. While spirit stones merely contained spiritual energy, blood crystals encompassed both spiritual energy and the essence of blood. The origin of this blood essence varied. It could be derived from the blood of humans or beasts, or a blood crystal might absorb the blood of the deceased autonomously. The more blood it absorbed, the higher the bloodline grade, resulting in a more valuable and refined blood crystal. The blood crystal in Luo Xiu's possession, though of the lowest grade, was nonetheless a rare treasure for someone at the true essence realm. After securing the blood crystal, he did not linger but departed immediately, taking with him the corpse of the beast into his storage pouch. With the acquisition of the blood crystal, Luo Xiu was eager to find a safe haven to refine it, hoping to enhance his cultivation. After all, he was still within the perilous confines of the Qingyun mountain range, fraught with dangers from both the beasts within and the formidable cultivators who ventured into the mountains, many of whom would pose a challenge for him. Having absorbed over 20 spirit stones, Luo Xiu had not yet fully restored his spiritual energy, but he was ready for a confrontation. He exited the cave, consulted his map to determine his direction, and ventured deeper into the forest. Along the way, he diligently honed his mastery over spiritual energy and became increasingly proficient in the dragon soaring 9 shadows technique. After nearly 3 hours of travel, he encountered several beasts but engaged only briefly before hastily retreating. It was not that he could not defeat them, rather, he viewed them as mere practice for utilizing his spiritual energy. And his urgent quest for a secure location to consume and refine the blood crystal left him little time or inclination to contend with these creatures. Surrounded by dense underbrush, the night had fully descended, and the silvery moonlight bathed the earth. Recognizing that continuing his journey was ill-advised, Luo Xiu resolved to find a safe place to spend the night, as the nocturnal beasts were far more formidable than their daytime counterparts. Perhaps in response to his thoughts, a distant roar echoed, shaking the very air around him. Pale-faced, Luo Xiu dared not delay any longer. In a thicket, he used his long sword to carve out a small cave sufficient for one person. Once inside, he covered the entrance with a patch of grass. A sliver of moonlight filtered through the grass, casting speckled patterns within the cave. Luo Xiu retrieved the blood crystal, a truly invaluable item that not only provided spiritual energy, but also infused him with vitality. While its effects would be amplified if combined with other spiritual herbs to concoct pills, he currently lacked such herbs and the skill to create elixirs. With a hint of regret, he shook his head but quickly set aside his concerns, swallowing the blood crystal in a few swift motions before activating his cultivation technique to refine it. Instantly, a surge of spiritual energy erupted forth. Hastening the operation of his technique, he gradually directed the energy into his dantian. The blood crystal continued to release spiritual energy into his abdomen, while the Shura divine cannon circulated relentlessly, refining the energy from the blood crystal as the cyclone in his energy sea absorbed it. The outcome was a steady increase in Luo Xiu's cultivation, albeit at a slow pace, yet undeniably tangible. He began to transition from the early to the mid-stage of the true essence realm, with further growth still unfolding as he attempted to refine the vitality within the blood crystal. Emerging from the blood crystal were ethereal phantoms of monstrous beasts, wolves, tigers, bears, and leopards, encircling the crystal with bared fangs and claws, as if poised to devour. Luo Xiu's gaze gradually dimmed, yet suddenly his senses jolted, restoring clarity to his eyes. He resolutely focused his mind, channeling his energy to refine the blood essence within. The spiritual energy within the blood crystal slowly diminished, its crimson hue fading, while the crystal itself began to shrink in size. As the night wore on, Luo Xiu opened his eyes, having completely refined the blood crystal in his abdomen, absorbing its spiritual energy entirely. However, after refining the entirety of the blood crystal, he was left with merely a drop of essence blood, which left him somewhat disheartened. While the blood essence elicited disappointment, the spiritual energy within the crystal brought him great satisfaction, as it had facilitated a rapid enhancement of his cultivation. At that moment, Luo Xiu's energy sea had expanded significantly, propelling his cultivation to the pinnacle of the first level of true essence realm, whereas just days prior, he had merely been at the 9th level of body refinement realm. Most practitioners in the true essence realm take several months to break through to the next level. But Luo Xiu felt he would soon ascend to the 2nd level of true essence realm. He murmured to himself, since there is no urgency to return, it would be wise to hone my skills further, to engage in more battles, thus refining my martial techniques. Whether it be evasive maneuvers or other martial skills, their true efficacy could only be realized in combat, making the pursuit of martial arts meaningful. With this intention in mind, Luo Xiu departed from his concealed cave, embarking on a quest within the mountainous region to seek out 2nd-level demonic beasts for martial training, while simultaneously searching for the whereabouts of the Mo Tai mercenary group. For he had not forgotten the grudge of the ambush. Chapter 72. Seeking Trouble in the Inner Region of the Qingyun Mountain Range. Within the territory of the unicorn black rhinoceros, Luo Xiu found himself engaged in fierce combat with a low-level 2nd-tier unicorn black rhinoceros. The creature, with its thick hide and formidable defenses, ranked among the elite of 2nd-tier beasts, though its offensive capabilities were rather average. This was precisely why Luo Xiu had targeted it. Its so-called average offense was merely a comparison to its remarkable defense. Even an average practitioner at the 3rd level of true essence realm would typically avoid confrontation with such a beast, preferring to circumvent its path rather than risk battle. For while one might strike it without consequence, a single blow from its horn could result in severe injury or even death, thus evading it was the prudent choice. Luo Xiu was well aware of the unicorn black rhinoceros's attributes, yet he held confidence in his own capabilities. Moreover, his objective was not necessarily to slay the beast, but rather to refine his martial prowess. Flowing flame tiger blast. Luo Xiu's gaze was focused and fierce, refraining from releasing any overwhelming aura. Given his differing objectives, his methods varied accordingly. Employing the 9 shadows technique, he swiftly approached the unicorn black rhinoceros. With a flick of his wrist, a copper staff manifested in his hand, and a crimson staff shadow materialized, crashing against the unicorn black rhinoceros with a resounding thud. The unicorn black rhinoceros let out a fierce roar, its massive body trembling slightly as it relied on its formidable defenses to withstand the blow. However, it was not unscathed. A deep imprint from the strike marred its back. This very strike caused the unicorn black rhinoceros to feel pain, eliciting another furious roar. In the next moment, it seemed to go berserk, as a faint black ethereal light gathered at its horn, shooting directly towards Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu's pupils constricted, sensing a palpable danger emanating from the approaching light. He hastily executed the 9 shadows step, moving swiftly, while simultaneously bringing down his copper staff, enveloped in a crimson blaze. With a mighty swing, the staff struck the rhinoceros's horn with precision, shattering it cleanly in two. The creature let out a mournful wail, its eyes blazing red. As it charged towards Luo Xiu with the remaining half of its horn, the sound of its labored breaths akin to crashing waves. Luo Xiu furrowed his brow, taken aback. It was widely known that the unicorn black rhinoceros possessed exceptional defenses, yet he had managed to break its horn with a single strike. Unknown to him, the horn was indeed a critical weak point. After emitting the black ethereal light, it entered a brief period of vulnerability. Luo Xiu had astutely seized upon that fleeting moment of weakness, otherwise, it would have been implausible to so easily sever the unicorn black rhinoceros's horn. As the enraged creature barreled towards him, Luo Xiu tightened his grip on the copper staff. Just as the rhinoceros was about to collide with him, he swung the staff with determination. Azure Dragon Break. The crimson copper staff, surrounded by an ethereal visage of the Azure Dragon, struck the remaining horn with pinpoint accuracy, driving it deep into its skull. What followed was a resounding roar, tinged with anger but overwhelmingly filled with despair, before it collapsed to the ground, blood gushing forth. The second-tier low-level unicorn black rhinoceros was indeed rather weak. Observing the fallen creature, Luo Xiu remarked, I have achieved the 10th stage in the body refinement realm. Though this stage primarily focuses on blood refinement, my flesh, bones, and organs have also undergone varying degrees of enhancement, making my physique significantly stronger than others at the same level. Moreover, I cultivate the Shura divine canon. Although I am still at the first layer, my rate of absorbing spiritual energy is markedly superior to others, and my energy reservoir is far more robust, incomparable to that of ordinary individuals. With such a formidable physique coupled with ample spiritual power, I should be able to contend with, if not triumph over, even a third-tier true element realm adversary. Furthermore, the martial skills I have mastered are of high caliber, though somewhat few in number and lacking in defensive techniques. Should I address these shortcomings, it would not be impossible to slay a third-tier true element realm opponent. Just as Luo Xiu pondered these thoughts, 3 nearby beasts, drawn by the sounds of battle and the scent of blood, approached. Stimulated by the blood on the ground, these 3 second-tier low-level beasts let out low growls and, without hesitation, lunged toward Luo Xiu, baring their teeth with ferocious intent. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Luo Xiu's eyes, revealing his indomitable spirit. With a swift twist of his wrist, the copper staff danced through the air, unleashing 3 colossal crimson flame tigers that lunged towards the 3 demonic beasts. Without a moment's pause after executing the 3 strikes, Luo Xiu employed his agile movements to ascend above the monstrous creatures, exerting his full weight upon them before delivering a crushing blow. The outcome was inevitable. With Luo Xiu holding nothing back, the 3 beasts were swiftly laid low. Subsequently, he twirled the copper staff, retracting it into the heart of his murderous intent, casting a fleeting glance at the fallen beasts before hastening towards the periphery of the mountain range. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed. Bang! A first-tier advanced demonic beast collapsed before Luo Xiu, yet he did not linger, proceeding resolutely onward. Having failed to locate members of the Mo Tai mercenary group within the inner circle, he had ventured to the outskirts, but to his dismay, no trace of the group had surfaced even after 3 days. In a secluded part of the forest, 2 factions of a dozen individuals were embroiled in combat. To be precise, 11 were assaulting 3, who were desperately defending themselves and on the brink of capture. The trio appeared to be no older than 18 or 19, with the eldest barely reaching 20. The male among them was named Yi Jing, accompanied by his younger sisters, Yi Xian and Yi. Had Luo Xiu been present, he would have recognized this group as his long-sought target, with one member, Mo Yingjun, being an old acquaintance. I will hold them off with all my strength. You 2 must flee westward. Our family has a camp station there, and safety awaits, Yi Jing urged his sisters, a resolute glint in his eyes. The 3 were members of the Yi family from Qingyun City, a modest mid-tier family where only Yi Jing had attained the first level of the true essence realm, while the others remained at the body refinement stage. No, I refuse to leave without you. If it comes to it, we'll fight together, the elder sister, Yi Xian, declared stubbornly. Indeed, we will not abandon you, chimed in Yi. Ha ha ha, neither of you shall escape, nor will you be able to run away. You might as well stay and accompany this young master, Mo Yingjun boasted with a laugh. At that moment, Luo Xiu emerged from the thicket, clad in white, a cold smile gracing his lips as he directed his gaze towards the boisterous Mo Yingjun. The laughter of Mo Yingjun abruptly ceased, akin to a rooster having its neck grasped mid-crow. Outnumbered, are we? Perhaps I should stir up some trouble as well, Luo Xiu remarked with a composed smile. Chapter 73. The hidden hand. Mo Yingjun stared at the white-clad youth emerging from the forest, and upon realizing that this young man was Luo Xiu, a sense of inevitability washed over him. At that moment, Mo Yingjun had yet to perceive that Luo Xiu had reached the true essence realm. Had he known, the sensation would have been vastly different. As Luo Xiu stepped into the fray, the dozen combatants were left in a state of bewilderment, unsure of the sudden appearance of this youth, with only 2 or 3 individuals grasping the full situation. Luo Xiu, refrain from meddling in the affairs of our Mo Tai mercenary corps. Moreover, the matter of you having slain members of our mercenary group has yet to be settled. Should you continue to act recklessly, do not expect us to be courteous. Mo Yingjun regarded Luo Xiu with a tinge of trepidation. Despite having someone recently ascended to the second tier of the true essence realm by his side, it had become evident that Luo Xiu had reached the true essence realm. And even in the body refinement realm, he had managed to slay someone at the first tier of the true essence realm. Now that he had attained the true essence realm himself, Mo Yingjun was uncertain if his ally, who had just reached the second tier, could subdue him. A soft chuckle escaped Luo Xiu's lips, as he appeared entirely unperturbed by Mo Yingjun's warning. Instead, He continued to advance towards him, each step heavy and deliberate, seemingly resonating with the hearts of those present. I present you with two choices. First, I shall eliminate them and then inquire of you. Second, I shall question you first and then deal with them. I find it difficult to choose. Why not let you decide? At that moment, Mo Yingjun could not help but wish for a bolt of lightning to strike Luo Xiu down. What difference did the two choices present? The ultimate outcome was evidently his intent to eliminate them. Gazing at Luo Xiu's mocking expression stirred a profound aversion within him. Were it not for the fear that his side might falter, he would have acted differently. Luo Xiu observed Mo Yingjun's silence, a glint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Spare him? That was out of the question. Since he dared to come for blood, he must be prepared to face the consequences. And as for those consequences, death was the only certainty that awaited him. The middle-aged man clad in black, at the second tier of the true essence realm, also noted the murderous aura emanating from Luo Xiu. He realized that there would be no peaceful resolution today. Yet he remained unfazed. The internal analysis of their mercenary group indicated that Luo Xiu had, from the very beginning, been at the true essence realm. Thus, his ability to slay someone who had just ascended to the first tier was hardly remarkable and aligned perfectly with his identity as an inner disciple of the Qingyun sect. After all, if one of their own could not defeat an outsider of the same realm, it would be a disgrace to the inner disciples of the Qingyun sect. Of course, had the middle-aged man known of Luo Xiu's previous vanquishing of the second captain of the mercenary group, he would certainly not have underestimated him. Meanwhile, the Yi siblings, Yi Jing and her two brothers, found themselves utterly bewildered. Yet one thing was certain. They had been rescued and would not be subjected to humiliation by the man named Mo Yingjun. Having borne the brunt of the previous attacks, Yi Jing was now supported by her two sisters. Although Mo Yingjun's faction had no intention of killing her, they planned to capture her alive. But her injuries were still quite severe. Yi Jing consumed a healing elixir, channeling its essence to mend her wounds, while her sisters kept vigil nearby, their curiosity drawing their gaze towards Luo Xiu. Who was this young man in white? His attire suggested he was an inner disciple, yet he appeared to be no more than at the first tier of the true essence realm. How was it that he faced such a multitude without a hint of fear, especially when confronted by those at the second tier of the true essence realm? Yexuan intended to offer a word of caution, yet she hesitated, believing the other party was undoubtedly aware of the situation. However, their audacity suggested they might possess some hidden advantage, so she chose to remain a silent observer. Luo Xiu surveyed the crowd, his eyes narrowing as he sensed that someone was on the verge of losing their composure. Time was of the essence. If they did not act soon, he would have to intervene himself, for there was no need to squander any more moments. In a flash, Luo Xiu appeared before a man at the first level of the true essence realm who had earlier intended to make a move. With a decisive punch, he struck the man's heart. The ensuing scream echoed through the air as the body flew back. 1 down, 10 to go, Luo Xiu remarked indifferently, displaying no regard for the others present. After his words, he swiftly maneuvered through the crowd, and one by one, those at the body refinement realm were sent flying. In no time, only Mo Yingjun and a middle-aged man in black, who was at the second level of the true essence realm, remained, while the other 9, regardless of gender, had been dispatched in a single strike, barely having time to react. Having dealt with 9 foes, Luo Xiu approached the middle-aged man with an air of cold detachment. It is now your turn to depart this life. In your next incarnation, may you choose your allies more wisely. The 3 siblings of the Yi family watched in astonishment, utterly dumbfounded by his formidable strength. Could it truly be that a first-level true essence warrior possessed such might? Not only the Yi siblings were filled with doubt, even Mo Yingjun, who had long been aware of Luo Xiu's extraordinary combat prowess, found himself questioning the reality before him. This strength was likely superior to that of any beast of the same rank. It was nothing short of monstrous. However, the astonishment did not end there. For the middle-aged man in black was currently being ruthlessly suppressed by Luo Xiu, who fought barehanded. The black-clad man wielded his spiritual weapon, a broadsword, striking at Luo Xiu with fervor. Yet, he was bewildered to see the youth meet his blade with fists, fully aware that this was a spiritual artifact, not mere scrap metal. More disheartening was the realization that he was being utterly dominated, which filled him with a sense of frustration and indignation. However, Luo Xiu offered the man no respite to wallow in his despair. A crimson fist surged forth, imprinting directly against the chest of the black-clad man, piercing through with a devastating force. The flesh around the wound was charred black, with not a single drop of blood spilling forth. The middle-aged man's gaze gradually dulled as he stared at Luo Xiu, before he ultimately collapsed with a soft thud to the ground. Luo Xiu observed the scene before him with an expression devoid of any emotion, akin to stepping on an ant while walking down the street. Perhaps there might be a trace of remorse in crushing an ant, but in slaying these individuals, he felt not a whisper of regret. Rather, a flicker of satisfaction stirred within him. Now, there is no need for further pleasantries. Who exactly hired you to take my life? Luo Xiu's eyes widened, exuding a palpable aura of menace. Under his piercing gaze, Mo Yingjun felt an icy chill envelop his body, trembling uncontrollably. His legs buckled beneath him, and he fell to the ground, stripped of the previous bravado and arrogance he once displayed. It was two individuals from your inner sect, Zhao Yuanbei and Hiku. They approached our Mo Tai mercenary corps, offering 100 spirit stones for your life. They also informed us of your intended journey to Beiwa Valley, instructing us to ambush you there. At this moment, Mo Yingjun could only lament his regrets, yet it seemed that everything was already too late. Chapter 74. The bloodthirsty fire demon lion on the verge of transformation. Zhao Yuanbei Hiku. Luo Xiu murmured, grappling with confusion. It was evident that Zhao Yuanbei belonged to the Zhao family, so his appearance elicited no surprise from Luo Xiu. However, who was Hiku? Was there perhaps another family with the surname he within the sect? Yet, he could not recall having offended anyone of that name. Luo Xiu found himself unable to make sense of it, but it mattered little. Upon returning to the sect, he would naturally discover the true identity of Hiku. Moreover, who is the strongest member of your Mo Iron Mercenary Corps? How many practitioners of the true origin realm do you have? Luo Xiu pressed further, for he sought to avenge himself against the Mo Iron Mercenary Corps and was determined to ascertain their strength. Should their capabilities exceed his expectations, he would certainly refrain from recklessly pursuing revenge. Mo Yingjun, seated helplessly on the ground, had already succumbed to despair. He answered every query posed by Luo Xiu without a moment's thought. However, this state of mind had its advantages. Luo Xiu gleaned comprehensive details about the Mo Iron Mercenary Corps, including the location of a precious spirit herb. The Mo Iron Mercenary Corps was merely a small outfit, comprised mostly of temporary members who joined only during expeditions into the Qingyun mountain range. Once their explorations concluded, they would disperse. The Corps had a fixed membership of around 60 individuals, the majority of whom were at the body refinement stage, with only 9 having attained the true origin realm, 2 of whom had recently advanced, and 1 of whom had already been slain by Luo Xiu. Among these 9, apart from the leader Mo Tai, who was at the 4th level of the true origin realm, the others were merely at the 1st or 2nd level. Upon reflection, Luo Xiu realized that he had already dispatched 5 true origin realm members from the Mo Iron Corps, 1 at Beiwa Valley, followed by the second in command and a cloaked man, and now 2 more. With such fatalities, only 3 true origin realm practitioners remained by Mo Tai's side, and with Mo Tai himself, their total numbered merely 4. The only real threat to Luo Xiu was Mo Tai. The others were insignificant to him and posed no threat whatsoever. However, Mo Tai had reached the 4th level of the true origin realm, while Luo Xiu was still at the 1st level. If he were to confront the Mo Iron Mercenary Corps now, his chances of victory would be slim. Luo Xiu meticulously calculated and evaluated the probability of annihilating the Mo Iron Mercenary Corps from various angles, ultimately deciding to first retrieve the spirit herb mentioned by Mo Yingjun. Perhaps by refining this herb, he could elevate himself to the 2nd level of the true origin realm, as he was merely a step away from that achievement. Having acquired the information he sought, Mo Yingjun had become utterly dispensable. Thus, the outcome was all but inevitable. Luo Xiu executed Mo Yingjun and collected his storage bag, along with the storage bags of the other 2 practitioners of the true origin realm. Although the items may seem trivial and of little value, their accumulation over time can yield a substantial sum when sold in Qingyun City. Moreover, in matters of currency, having any amount is preferable to being devoid of it. After securing his belongings, Luo Xiu chose to disregard the Yi family siblings, as he was not well acquainted with them and found no necessity to engage further. He proceeded directly toward the location of the spiritual herbs. My name is Yi Jing from the Yi family of Qingyun City. I am deeply grateful for your timely rescue. Yi Jing called out, observing Luo Xiu's departure. He quickly stood to express his gratitude, even contemplating an invitation to visit the Yi residence. But the outcome was not as he had hoped. Luo Xiu, hearing Yi Jing's words, did not pause in his stride. Instead, he activated his movement technique, Dragon Soar, to quicken his pace, completely ignoring Yi Jing. The 3 Yi siblings exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily at a loss. However, upon realizing that Luo Xiu had vanished from sight, they resignedly continued toward their family's encampment in the west. Upon arriving at the location indicated by Mo Yingjun, Luo Xiu soon encountered the formidable beast he had been warned about, the bloodthirsty fire demon lion. This creature, a low-level second-tier beast, measured 3 meters in length and stood over a meter tall, likely still in its juvenile stage. Adult bloodthirsty fire demon lions can ascend to 3rd-tier or even 4th-tier status, as they possess the ability to enhance their own cultivation by consuming the blood of beasts or individuals of higher rank. This insatiable thirst for blood renders the bloodthirsty fire demon lion exceptionally ferocious and murderous, coupled with a notable degree of intelligence. Beside the beast lay a plant resembling a spiritual mushroom, its entire form ablaze with a vibrant red hue, adorned with swirling patterns of flame. At that moment, the bloodthirsty fire demon lion was resting nearby, and Luo Xiu seized the opportunity to approach the millennia-old fire spirit mushroom, hoping to procure it while the lion was in repose. Yet, as is often the case, plans seldom unfold as anticipated, and Luo Xiu was no exception. Just as he reached for the fire spirit mushroom, the bloodthirsty fire demon lion seemed to sense his intentions, abruptly opening its crimson eyes and lunging at him. Realizing the imminent threat, Luo Xiu had no choice but to abandon his pursuit of the mushroom, swiftly retreating to the side. Unfortunately, this left the fire spirit mushroom positioned precariously between himself and the lion, creating a stalemate. Any attempt to seize the mushroom would certainly provoke an attack. Roar! The bloodthirsty fire demon lion fixated its gaze on the mushroom, letting out a menacing roar directed at Luo Xiu, seemingly issuing a warning. The underlying threat was not merely one of violence against Luo Xiu, but an implicit assurance that should he attempt to take action, the lion would destroy the mushroom, resulting in mutual loss. Caught off guard by the lioness behavior, Luo Xiu found himself perplexed. While he was aware of the beast's intelligence, he had not expected it to exhibit such cunning. Was it not said that beasts were primarily driven by instinct rather than intellect? Surely they could not possess the capacity for such strategic thinking. Are you threatening me? Luo Xiu asked, bewildered, contemplating whether the beast had indeed reached a level of sophistication beyond mere animal instincts. Roar! The bloodthirsty fire demon lion seemed to respond to Luo Xiu's words, gradually inching closer to the fire spirit mushroom. Luo Xiu furrowed his brow slightly, sensing something amiss as he observed the creature's approach, though he could not pinpoint the exact nature of his unease. However, he felt there was no reason to remain idle while the creature advanced, so he too approached slowly, his body tense and prepared for any unforeseen occurrences. The two parties inched closer until they were within a distance of less than 5 zhang. Suddenly, a glint of ferocity flashed in the bloodthirsty fire demon lion's crimson eyes, and its massive form leaped into action, jaws agape, lunging to bite at Luo Xiu. Chapter 75, the second level of True Essence Realm. You cunning beast. Luo Xiu's expression hardened, and with a cold snort, he flicked his wrist, summoning a copper rod into his hand, and struck it towards the oncoming bloodthirsty fire demon lion with a blazing red flame. Simultaneously, Luo Xiu rapidly drew upon the spiritual energy from his danshan, employing a swift movement to appear before the fire spirit mushroom, extending his hand to secure it within his storage ring. Just as Luo Xiu secured the fire spirit mushroom, a surge of tension gripped his heart. He promptly channeled his energy into his fist, and with a mighty blow, his enlarged fiery fist connected with the lion's skull, quickly retreating from the recoil. The bloodthirsty fire demon lion was forced back by the impact, but upon realizing that the fire spirit mushroom had been taken, it erupted in fury, charging once more at Luo Xiu. No longer holding back, Luo Xiu knew the mushroom was already secured, and the lion's audacity warranted a decisive response. He thrust his rod forward, and the bloodthirsty fire demon lion, unable to evade, was struck, resulting in a gaping wound the size of a bowl on its body. As Luo Xiu withdrew the copper rod, blood gushed forth from the wound like a crimson fountain. The bloodthirsty fire demon lion, gravely injured, became even more ferocious. Enveloped in a faint red flame, it opened its mouth wide and expelled a torrent of fire directly at Luo Xiu, while simultaneously lunging toward him. Luo Xiu cast a cold glance at the charging lion, bringing his copper rod down to disperse the flames, then concentrated his spiritual energy for another strike. A colossal flaming tiger surged forth, colliding with the advancing bloodthirsty fire demon lion. In conjunction, Luo Xiu executed a swift maneuver to position himself above the lion, driving the copper rod down upon its skull. With a sickening sound, the rod pierced through its cranium, splattering a mixture of red and white fluids. Luo Xiu flicked the blood from his rod and remarked softly, "I expected more. It turns out you are nothing extraordinary. Had I known, I would have ended you sooner." They say one should not judge by appearances. It seems even these beasts are no different, intimidating in visage yet lacking in substance. After vanquishing the bloodthirsty fire demon lion, Luo Xiu did not linger but sought a secure location, excavating a small cave where he prepared to refine the millennium-old fire spirit mushroom. At the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps headquarters, the leader, Mo Tai, sat in the main hall, frowning as he impatiently inquired of those below. Have there been no reports yet from the second team leader and the young team leader? Under normal circumstances, both individuals should have returned by now. However, there is not a whisper of news. Moreover, in recent days, an inexplicable sense of foreboding has plagued me, and this ominous feeling has intensified. What could be the source of this unease? I have not offended any significant powers nearby, and my mercenary group has maintained a low profile, avoiding any unnecessary conflicts. At this moment, my mind is a whirlwind of chaotic thoughts. Despite much contemplation, I have yet to discern any clues. Just then, a member of the group rushed in. Panic etched on his face. Captain, the young captain and the others are dead. Those in the mountains say it was that disciple from the Kinyan sect, Luo Xiu. Who killed them? What did you say? Repeat that. Mo Tai exclaimed, springing to his feet, his gaze fixed intently on the messenger. His grip tightened, crushing the armrest of his chair, which crumbled beneath his fingers. Captain, the young captain and the others were all killed by Luo Xiu. The messenger trembled under Mo Tai's penetrating stare, his voice quavering. For someone at the 7th level of body refinement, the sheer terror emanating from a 4th-level true essence practitioner was nearly unbearable. 11 men, including one at the 2nd level and another at the 1st level of true essence, were all slain by Luo Xiu, an individual who had merely advanced to true essence himself. Mo Tai felt an overwhelming sense of dread. His mercenary group consisted of only 9 true essence practitioners, and now 3 had been lost to this single adversary. How could he not feel a sense of impending doom? If Mo Tai were aware that Luo Xiu had not only slain these 3, but also killed 2 others from the second team, he might very well have been driven to the brink of madness. Luo Xiu, I swear I shall not rest until I have my revenge. I will flay you alive, tear your flesh, and shatter your bones. In that moment, Mo Tai was nearly consumed by rage, yet he managed to retain a sliver of composure. Regretting his decision to engage in the assassination contract against Luo Xiu, his expression darkened as he addressed the assembly. Find him. Spare no effort to track down that Luo Xiu. Whoever kills him will be rewarded with 20 spirit stones and 300,000 gold coins. Additionally, spread the word. Anyone who provides information on Luo Xiu's whereabouts will receive a generous reward from me. Upon hearing this, the crowd's spirits lifted. Although the prospect of slaying Luo Xiu seemed daunting and potentially perilous, the mere act of locating him was not beyond the realm of possibility, especially since confrontation was not required. As this news spread, it quickly reached the ears of many, and soon the entire perimeter of the mountains was abuzz with activity. After all, such an opportunity was rare, with minimal risk and substantial rewards. Meanwhile, as the search for Luo Xiu commenced, he was still absorbed in refining the Millennium Fire Spirit Mushroom, which proved to be exceptionally well suited to his current situation. Because the Fire Spirit Mushroom not only possesses the ability to heal wounds, but also harbors the essence of fire attribute spiritual energy. And as Luo Xiu happens to be a fire root cultivator, he can completely absorb the spiritual energy within the mushroom without wasting a single trace. In the cavern, Luo Xiu continuously refined the Fire Spirit Mushroom, while the energy sea within his danshan expanded due to the influx of spiritual energy. Yet, at this moment, he persistently compressed the growth of his energy sea. The purpose of this endeavor was to refine the true essence within the energy sea, ultimately enhancing the quality of the true essence itself. The result of such practice necessitated a greater amount of spiritual energy to advance to the second layer of the true essence realm. However, the Fire Spirit Mushroom contained ample spiritual energy, thus granting Luo Xiu the confidence to proceed without hesitation. With a sigh of relief, Luo Xiu stood up and exited the cavern. He had finally reached the second layer of the true essence realm, and it was time to seek out the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps. Previously, when he was at the first layer of the true essence realm, he could not claim any certainty in his abilities, but now, having attained the second layer, he felt sufficiently prepared to confront Mo Tai, who was merely at the 4th layer. He was confident he could engage in battle, and perhaps even slay him, holding on to a glimmer of hope. Chapter 76, An Uninvited Visit. Look, is that not Luo Xiu, the one the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps is searching for? An hour after Luo Xiu departed from his concealed cavern, while en route to the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps stronghold, someone quietly inquired of their companion upon spotting him. The companion produced a paper portrait, compared it, and nodded in agreement. The two then slipped away from the crowd, hastening toward the direction of the Mercenary Corps headquarters. Luo Xiu, observing the departing pair, paid them no mind, nor did he concern himself with the gazes of those around him, and continued directly towards the Thai mercenary corps stronghold. However, it seemed that someone was intent on preventing Luo Xiu from leaving, perhaps motivated by the lucrative reward. A figure emerged from the crowd, approaching Luo Xiu. Are you the one who killed members of the Thai mercenary corps, Luo Xiu? Do you seek me for something? Luo Xiu raised an eyebrow as he regarded the approaching individual, noting the portrait in their hand. The stranger spoke with an air of arrogance. The Thai mercenary corps is desperately searching for you, promising rewards for any information regarding your whereabouts. If they manage to slay you, the bounty is 20 spirit stones and 300,000 gold coins. Oh, Luo Xiu regarded the figure with indifference, responding coolly, so, you intend to exchange my life for those 20 spirit stones and 300,000 gold coins. The individual hesitated slightly, sensing Luo Xiu's nonchalance. Yet recalling their own advancement to the second layer of the true essence realm, believed capturing Luo Xiu would be a near certainty. Especially with the reward on the line, this deal seemed to hold no risk. Indeed, that is my intention, especially since the Thai mercenary corps bounty is quite substantial. Of course, if you surrender willingly, I could spare you some physical suffering. Otherwise, should you fall into the hands of the Thai mercenary corps, you might find it far from easy to meet your end. Is that so? I am curious to see what qualifications you possess to speak to me in such a manner. As the words fell, a crimson fist materialized before the man, who, caught off guard, could only raise his arms in a futile attempt to block. With two resounding cracks, his arms shattered. Yet this was not the end. The crimson fist reappeared, this time directly impacting his chest, creating a gaping hole. This time, it was truly over. Unyielding in the face of adversity, Luo Xiu let out a cold snort and continued to advance towards the base of the Iron mercenary corps. The man who had aimed to capture him now stared blankly, his body stiffening before collapsing to the ground. Such overwhelming strength. Those around him watched in disbelief, while those who had hesitated to act felt a mix of trepidation and relief. After more than an hour of travel, Luo Xiu finally arrived at the Iron mercenary corps base. Two individuals were patrolling the vicinity when a figure clad in white gradually approached them. Luo Xiu. It's Luo Xiu. Quickly, informed the leader, he has truly arrived. One exclaimed, urgency evident in his voice. Inside the base, Tai sat in the main hall, his expression darkened by worry. For his brother, the second in command of the mercenary group, had yet to return. However, there was good news. Luo Xiu had indeed appeared and was heading towards them. Leader, Luo Xiu has come. A person burst into the hall, breathless. Upon hearing this, Tai rose and made his way outside, followed by several others who had reached the true essence realm. Outside the mercenary base, Luo Xiu approached with a concealed, killing intent. One foolhardy individual attempted to obstruct him, but was effortlessly sent flying by a single punch. Luo Xiu, I never expected you to dare come here. It seems you are eager to meet your end. Tai's eyes glinted with murderous intent upon seeing Luo Xiu, though he refrained from striking immediately. You have taken the lives of many in my mercenary corps. It is time to settle this score, Tai remarked coldly, a cruel smile gracing his lips. Indeed, this account must be settled, but before that, you ought to inform me who hired you to kill me. Of course, I shall not let you suffer in vain. For every piece of information you provide, I shall reciprocate. Haha, did you not already know? Is there any need to ask? Tai replied, his demeanor casual. While I may know, it is still necessary to inquire for confirmation. Besides, you stand to gain from this exchange. One piece of news for another. Observing the calm and composed Luo Xiu, Tai felt a flicker of wariness, uncertain of the latter's confidence, and thus decided to bide his time. Furthermore, he was quite dissatisfied with this task, so revealing the identity of the employer would not bother him. If you wish to know, I shall divulge it. After all, you are destined to die today regardless. Who is it? Zhao Yuanbei and He Ku, disciples of the inner sect of the Qingyun sect. I am rather curious as to why they chose to hire us to eliminate you. However, it matters little now, for everything will conclude today. After speaking, he waved his hand, and the three warriors of the first level of the true essence realm charged toward Luo Xiu. Although the trio hesitated, they had no choice but to comply in the face of Tai, who was at the fourth level of the true essence realm. Luo Xiu sighed lightly, pondering the futility of this endeavor, as it seemed unnecessary to send others to their demise. In the blink of an eye, Luo Xiu executed his technique, delivering 3 punches with effortless precision, swiftly dispatching all 3 adversaries. Observing this scene, Tai narrowed his eyes, realizing that Luo Xiu's strength vastly exceeded his prior estimations. Why the urgency to engage? Am I not still holding back a piece of information from you? Do you not wish to hear it? Tai paused, coming to a halt, and coldly remarked, "Speak. What further information do you possess? Once you are done, prepare to meet your end." Heh, it is not particularly significant news. Merely that the vice-captain of your mercenary group was also slain by me. I figured you were unaware, so I thought I should inform you. Do not take offense. Luo Xiu offered a faint smile, observing Mo Tai's face turning a shade of deep purple with rage. In a flash, he struck down with his rod aimed at Mo Tai's head. Yet, Mo Tai, as a fourth-level true essence realm warrior, demonstrated a reaction time markedly superior to that of a second-level counterpart. In a moment of distraction, Luo Xiu's strike was narrowly evaded by Mo Tai. At that instant, Mo Tai's eyes glowed a fierce crimson, radiating an aura of murderous intent. Luo Xiu understood that Mo Tai was now consumed by fury, intent on eliminating him. However, Luo Xiu felt no fear. Today was the day to settle their enmity. Tightening his grip on the copper staff, Luo Xiu met Mo Tai's descending blade with a powerful strike, causing both combatants to be thrust backward by the force of the collision. Yet Mo Tai, with his wealth of combat experience, quickly regained his footing and launched himself forward to continue the assault on Luo Xiu. Not one to back down, Luo Xiu halted his retreat and advanced to meet Mo Tai once more. Chapter 77. Decapitating Mo Tai. That was Mo Tai, the leader of the mercenary group. Who was it that dared to engage him? Such remarkable speed and formidable strength. Numerous onlookers rushed toward the site of the battle, their astonishment palpable as they witnessed a second-level true essence realm fighter engaging in a fierce exchange with a fourth-level counterpart, an occurrence rarely seen before. While many spectators expressed their amazement, such sentiments were rather jarring to the members of Mo Tai's mercenary group. Humph, our leader is a true fourth-level true essence realm warrior. How could that brat Luo Xiu possibly compare? It won't be long before our leader slays him. Indeed, how could that boy stand a chance against our leader? The members of the mercenary group whispered conspiratorially, cautious not to speak too loudly for fear of being overheard. This timidity stemmed from the growing admiration for Luo Xiu among the crowd, as they dared not oppose the prevailing sentiment. Especially after the overwhelming shock of his earlier dispatching of 3 true essence realm fighters. With a resounding crash, the two combatants separated, each having fought to a standstill. Neither able to gain the upper hand, though it was evident that both were also testing each other's capabilities, rather than fully engaging in earnest combat. I never anticipated that you would ascend to the second level of the true origin realm so swiftly and with such formidable strength. It appears that the second leader has truly met his match in you. Mo Tai regarded Luo Xiu with a cold gaze, despite his desire to eliminate him. He could not help but acknowledge Luo Xiu's undeniable genius. At such a tender age, not only had he reached the second level of the true origin realm, but his combat prowess also surpassed that of his peers, indicating that he belongs to a rare breed capable of battling above his rank. Naturally, if one cannot contend at a higher level, one cannot be deemed a true genius. It is essential to note that this refers to normal combat capabilities, rather than extraordinary talent. In Mo Tai's view, Luo Xiu had already qualified as a recognized genius, a status earned through sheer force rather than mere words. What's so surprising about that? Your strength is pathetically weak, and yours is hardly impressive either, Luo Xiu scoffed dismissively. This was a battle of life and death. Could we refrain from excessive chatter? I did not come here to engage in idle conversation, so let us resolve this swiftly. Seemingly aware of Luo Xiu's intent for a quick resolution, Mo Tai summoned a spirit sword, longer than an ordinary saber. A beam of golden light, nearly 2 yards wide, sliced towards Luo Xiu with remarkable ferocity, carving a deep trench into the ground. As the sword light approached, Luo Xiu's internal spiritual energy surged, coalescing upon his copper staff, which was soon enveloped in layers of crimson flames. He swept the copper staff forward, and the fiery shadow collided with the sword light, shattering the 2-yard-wide beam into fragments. In an instant, dust and debris filled the air, forcing those in the body refinement realm nearby to stagger back from the shockwave, leaving only those in the true origin realm able to maintain their footing. No further testing is needed. Let us fight with all our might. Lest I inadvertently strike you down with a single blow, Luo Xiu taunted Mo Tai. Mo Tai's lips twitched at Luo Xiu's words, clearly incensed. However, he was also eager to engage, and the prospect of battling a mere second-level true origin practitioner while he himself was at the 4th level was a blow to his pride. Thus, he resolved to abandon the stalemate. Ninth Sky Sword Technique, Ninth Sky Golden Slash. Flowing Flame Tiger Eruption. A sword-shaped beam struck the fiery giant tiger, piercing through it, causing flames to erupt, while the sword light dimmed significantly. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Xiu charged towards the dimming sword light, smashing it with his staff. then swiftly approached Mo Tai for another direct strike. Luo Xiu recognized that engaging Mo Tai in a battle of spiritual energy consumption was futile. Thus, he opted for close combat. After all, he was still 2 levels beneath Mo Tai, and those 2 levels were not to be underestimated. The disparity between each realm is not particularly vast from the 1st to the 3rd level. However, from the 3rd to the 4th and from the 6th to the 7th levels, the differences become exponentially greater, often multiplying several times over. It is precisely for this reason that Luo Xiu recognized that the most suitable method for him was close combat, leveraging the strength of his own physique to suppress his opponent. The outcome validated his choice, despite sustaining several sword wounds. Mo Tai had been struck solidly by Luo Xiu twice. Although it appeared that Luo Xiu had not gained the upper hand, the wounds he bore were merely superficial, as his body would gradually heal on its own. In contrast, the impact of Luo Xiu's strikes on Mo Tai was far from trivial. The force was immense, and Mo Tai had fully absorbed the power of the copper staff, resulting in visible bruises, but the internal damage to his muscles and organs was significant. At that moment, Mo Tai regarded Luo Xiu with a frigid gaze and let out a cold snort. In the next instant, a flurry of golden sword light erupted, radiating a terrifying brilliance. As the sword energy surged forth, enveloping Luo Xiu entirely, a flicker of caution appeared on Luo Xiu's face. He swiftly wielded his copper staff, creating an impenetrable barrier of staff shadows to shield himself. Seeing that he still could not overcome Luo Xiu with his sword aura, Mo Tai steeled his resolve, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy that caused a disturbance in the surrounding spiritual atmosphere. The energy surged into his spiritual sword, gathering strength for a decisive strike. 9 Heavens Sword Technique, slash through the heavens. Suddenly, a golden longsword descended, accompanied by a surge of spiritual energy that amplified its might. Luo Xiu understood that this strike represented Mo Tai's utmost power. Logically, the best course of action for him would be to evade this blow, seizing the initiative afterward, as Mo Tai could not possibly unleash such a formidable strike again after their prolonged engagement. However, Luo Xiu resolved to take it head-on. Eager to ascertain the true strength of the 4th level of the true essence realm, as well as to test the might of his own creation. The Azure Dragon Elephant Break. Azure Dragon Elephant Break. Suppress for me. With a mighty swing, Luo Xiu brought down the immense fiery staff, which was encircled by the phantoms of the Azure Dragon and the ancient colossal elephant, directly colliding with the golden longsword. The Azure Dragon clamped onto the golden sword, while the ancient giant elephant reared its massive form and forcefully stomped down upon it. Before long, the golden longsword shattered, and both the Azure Dragon and ancient elephant dissipated into nothingness. Nonetheless, the flaming staff struck Mo Tai directly. He was instantly sent flying, spewing several mouthfuls of blood midair before crashing heavily to the ground. At that moment, Luo Xiu, drained of energy, could only lean on his copper staff to barely support himself. Yet ultimately, he emerged victorious, and the consequences for the defeated were all too clear. Chapter 78. Returned to the sect. Luo Xiu staggered to Mo Tai's side, picked up the spiritual sword that had fallen beside him, and glanced at Mo Tai, who was still coughing up blood. Without uttering a word, he thrust the sword through Mo Tai's throat. Mo Tai's eyes were filled with bitterness and regret. Given another chance, he would never have provoked this harbinger of doom. Because of this calamity, not only had his son and younger brother perished, but now he too was destined to die at the hands of this scourge. Expressionless, Luo Xiu collected Mo Tai's storage bag and turned to leave. As for the rabble of the mercenary group, upon witnessing their leader being struck down, they scattered in disarray. Perhaps this is the survival instinct of the insignificant. The onlookers began to regard Luo Xiu with a glimmer of reverence, though not all shared this sentiment. After all, the allure of wealth has always been an unchanging truth. After departing from the mercenary camp, Luo Xiu slowed his pace, discreetly extracting spirit stones to absorb their essence, mending his injuries and replenishing his depleted energy reserves. After walking for about half an hour, Luo Xiu's eyes flickered as he sensed someone trailing behind him. However, he refrained from turning around, instead choosing to continue walking at a leisurely pace. Suddenly, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, feeling unsteady on his feet. He leaned against a large tree and prepared to swallow a medicinal pill. At that moment, a tall and lean youth descended from the branches, observing Luo Xiu with a glint of amusement. "Ah, just as I suspected," he mused. "You must have sustained severe injuries while slaying Mo Tai. You've been enduring it all this time, and now you can no longer hold back." As he spoke, 2 more youths appeared behind him, standing side by side, their eyes gleaming with eagerness. After all, Luo Xiu was in possession of the majority of the wealth from the Mo Tai mercenary group. treasures that naturally lay within Mo Tai's storage bag. It is often said that wealth can sway the heart, and these three were clearly tempted. Luo Xiu swallowed the pill, refining its potency to heal his wounds, all the while regarding the trio with a mixture of amusement and disdain. 3 mere practitioners at the second level of the true essence realm dared to rob him. One could only wonder if they were oblivious to the meaning of death and sought to inquire further. With a cold smile, Luo Xiu twirled his wrist, producing the yin-yang blood copper rod, and gradually rose to his feet, casting aside the earlier appearance of weakness. The trio stared as Luo Xiu stood upright, his prior injuries seemingly forgotten, and instinctively retreated a couple of steps, fear flashing in their eyes. Do not fear. He must still be heavily injured and cannot have recovered so swiftly. He must be merely putting on a show, the tall youth hastily reassured, attempting to bolster his own confidence and that of his companions, lest they flee in terror. In truth, the tall youth was not entirely mistaken. Luo Xiu had indeed been injured, and his energy reserves were depleted. However, he underestimated Luo Xiu. Though wounded, Luo Xiu was not gravely harmed, and due to his unique cultivation method and the spirit stones, he swiftly absorbed the energy within them to restore his reserves. Though he had not fully recovered, he was nearly back to his prime. This was precisely why he had slowed his pace after leaving the mercenary camp, taking advantage of that time to continually refine the spirit stones. As Luo Xiu rose, he listened to the tall youth's words, feeling a twinge of pity for him. Nevertheless, that did not diminish Luo Xiu's murderous intent. Those who rob others shall be robbed. Those who kill shall be killed. For Luo Xiu, there was no room for hesitation, and thus the fate of these three had been sealed the moment they appeared. Let us attack together, holding nothing back. Demon slaughter. Mountain cleaving sword. Thousand blade shatter. With a resounding shout from the slender youth, the three individuals unleashed their most formidable techniques, hoping to eliminate Luo Xiu with a single strike or, at the very least, inflict grievous harm upon him. Only then could they secure their own safety and attain their desires. Observing their onslaught, Luo Xiu remained unfazed, effortlessly employing his agility to appear beside them in an instant. Consequently, their attacks bore no fruit. However, they did leave behind a considerable crater where he had previously stood. Yet, with a mere 3 strikes, 3 headless corpses lay sprawled upon the ground, their brains and blood mingling in a grotesque spectacle that could turn one's stomach. Luo Xiu weighed the 3 storage bags in his hands, choosing not to depart immediately, for he was acutely aware that others might still be lurking in the vicinity. It seemed wiser to wait and see if anyone else dared to make a move. As a quarter of an hour passed with no further attempts against him, Luo Xiu turned to leave. Luo Xiu, wait. A voice called out from the woods, accompanied by the emergence of over a dozen individuals. Upon hearing the voice, Luo Xiu felt a sense of familiarity, as though he had encountered it before. Turning back, he recognized Yi Jing, the one he had previously met from the Yi family of Qingyun City. Do you require something? Luo Xiu's tone was indifferent, akin to that of a stranger, laced with a hint of wariness. Please do not misunderstand. We harbor no ill intentions. We initially sought revenge against the Mo Iron Mercenary Group, only to discover upon arrival that you had already annihilated them. Thus, we followed you here. I did not have the chance to express my gratitude for your assistance last time, so I have come specifically to thank you, with no ulterior motives. Yi Jing explained hastily, noting Luo Xiu's cold demeanor and apparent caution. Given Luo Xiu's evident prowess, it would be prudent to cultivate goodwill rather than risk enmity. Nodding in response, Luo Xiu opted for silence and prepared to depart. However, one of the elegantly attired youths in the group, irritated by Luo Xiu's apparent lack of appreciation, contemplated teaching him a lesson. Yet, before he could act, a middle-aged man beside him shot him a warning glance, halting his intentions. Though Luo Xiu observed this exchange, he chose to disregard it, for the young man was merely at the second level of the true element realm, while Luo Xiu himself was at the same level. He held little regard for those of lesser cultivation, even those at the third level. Seemingly oblivious to Luo Xiu's aloofness, Yi Jing continued, Are you returning to Qingyun's sect? Luo Xiu? We are headed back as well. Why not accompany us? It would provide mutual protection, and you might take the opportunity to explore Qingyun City more thoroughly. After a brief contemplation, Luo Xiu nodded in agreement. Having a larger group certainly offered enhanced safety. Although he felt confident in facing any danger alone, he was indeed keen to visit Qingyun City again, having only caught a glimpse during the entrance examination. This was only one reason. The other was the chance to check on Luo Jun and Chen Dong, who were in the outer sect. Upon agreeing to accompany Luo Xiu, Yi Jing incessantly engaged him in conversation, while Yi Xian and Yi Yi occasionally interjected. Luo Xiu could only respond with perfunctory remarks. Chapter 79, Wanbao Pavilion. A day later, the towering walls of Qingyun City came into view, marking Luo Xiu's second encounter with them. His previous sighting had been from the air, which had not allowed him to fully appreciate their grandeur. However, this time, gazing up from the ground, they resembled an ancient behemoth with a gaping maw, unfathomably tall and wide. The Yi family resided in the eastern part of the city, a commendable location. Naturally, the most desirable area lay to the south, yet, to secure a position there required immense strength and wealth, both indispensable. Upon entering the city, Luo Xiu did not accompany Yi Jing to the Yi residence. Despite their growing rapport during the journey, he declined Yi Jing's invitation. He was acutely aware that the other members of the Yi family did not share Yi Jing's warmth toward him. Their gratitude stemmed solely from his previous rescue of Yi Jing and others. Recognizing their sentiments, Luo Xiu had no intention of seeking out the Yi family, especially considering he had amassed a collection of assorted items that could not simply languish in his possession. Thus, he needed to find a venue to sell them. In the southern part of the city stood Wanbao Pavilion, an expansive, magnificently constructed four-story glass edifice. It was rumored that Wanbao Pavilion was a formidable force, home to countless powerful individuals, and no faction in Qingyun City dared to offend it, not even the esteemed Qingyun sect. Today, Wanbao Pavilion bustled with activity. From a distance, its colorful glass shimmered, and its intricately carved beams and painted eaves resembled a scene from a celestial realm. Many citizens of Qingyun City flocked to Wanbao Pavilion for its annual auction, where an array of valuable items would be presented, drawing various factions and disciples from the inner sect of Qingyun. Amid the throng, Luo Xiu donned a white robe, having changed from his original disciple's attire to avoid attracting unwanted attention. As he approached the opulent pavilion, an alluring figure inadvertently surfaced in his mind. Realizing this, he quickly shook his head, offering an awkward smile to dispel the thought. Among the crowd, numerous individuals clad in black robes and conical hats obscured their faces as they flowed into the luxurious structure. Once inside, Luo Xiu diverged from the masses, as he first needed to sell the miscellaneous items in his storage bag. Otherwise, he would remain unaware of their worth, complicating his participation in the auction. Though he had not intended to make purchases, it was prudent to be prepared for any eventuality. Before long, Luo Xiu successfully sold the assorted items, retaining only the dagger of the black-clad man and a selection of spiritual herbs. The sale of these miscellaneous goods had yielded a considerable profit, amounting to 80 spirit stones and over 100,000 gold coins. Luo Xiu entered the grand hall with the others, surveying the entire venue. The hall was divided into 3 tiers. The first tier, where they stood, was the largest and most populated. The second tier was considerably smaller, partitioned into several rooms. And the third tier was even more diminutive, with fewer chambers. It was evident that the higher one ascended, the more prestigious the status. For merely to access the first tier, Luo Xiu had paid a hefty sum of 100 gold coins. The second and third tiers were undoubtedly even more exclusive. After a quarter of an hour, the heavy doors at every entrance thundered shut, and a captivating woman clad in red ascended the stage. At the sight of this enchanting woman, Luo Xiu was taken aback. Wasn't she in Yamyu City? How could she be here? This alluring figure was none other than Wan Qing, whom Luo Xiu had first encountered at the Wanbao Pavilion in Yamyu City. He had not anticipated her presence in Qingyun City. As Wan Qing took to the stage, a wave of raucous cheers erupted from the audience. These exuberant sounds were not intended to disrupt, but rather to express admiration for Wan Qing, with such ardent admirers present in every tier, first, second, and even third. Standing confidently on the stage, Wan Qing appeared unfazed by the commotion, her voice sultry as she began to speak. Welcome, esteemed guests, to the annual auction of Wanbao Pavilion. I, Wan Qing, have been invited to host this event, and I hope that all of you will extend me the courtesy of adhering to the auction's regulations. I extend my heartfelt gratitude in advance. No sooner had Wan Qing finished her introduction than a boisterous laugh resonated from the third tier. Rest assured, Miss Wan Qing, should anyone dare to cause trouble today, they will have to contend with me, Zhao Yuanliang of the Zhao family. I shall not let them go unpunished. Laughter and agreement rippled through the crowd. Indeed, if anyone dares to disrupt, we shall not let them off lightly, echoed another voice. Miss Wan Qing, please proceed swiftly. I assure you, no one will cause a disturbance today. Luo Xiu merely smiled at these declarations, pondering that if someone truly intended to cause chaos, they would not fear the Wanbao Pavilion, let alone the likes of them. Furthermore, who would believe that the Wanbao Pavilion lacked any form of defense? At this moment, Luo Xiu gently stroked the soft fur of the stone spirit nestled in his arms. He wasn't particularly invested in the auction, having come merely to observe, as he had no pressing needs. Of course, martial techniques were essential, but with so many contribution points at his disposal, Why not exchange them for martial arts instead? The stone spirit, initially reluctant to be petted, gradually found comfort in Luo Xiu's touch and surrendered to his gentle caress. Since everyone seems eager, let us commence today's auction. The first item is a second-tier spiritual sword, and I need not elaborate on its value. The starting bid is set at 200,000 gold coins. As Wan Qing concluded, a striking maiden entered the arena, cradling a long sword. 200,000 gold coins. I shall take this first item. Boomed a man's hearty laughter from the first tier. Daring to bid 200,000 gold coins? If you lack funds, go purchase some trinkets instead of embarrassing yourself here. I bid 250,000 gold coins. A rugged-looking man scoffed loudly. 250,000 is merely the beginning for this second-grade spirit sword. You need not fear losing your tongue. I shall bid 260,000. 280,000. Following this, several others raised their bids consecutively. Luo Xiu observed that most bidders were from the first tier, with very few from the second tier, while those from the third tier remained utterly motionless. Ultimately, the bidding for this spirit sword ceased at 400,000 gold coins. Claimed by a woman from the second tier, Luo Xiu could only express envy, for despite having competed with so many others, he possessed merely around 600,000 gold coins, although he did have over 100 spirit stones, which he intended to use for cultivation. Chapter 80. The extraordinary stone with the first auction item, the second-grade spirit sword, fetching 400,000 gold coins. Subsequent items were presented, including spirit weapons, elixirs, and a myriad of other treasures. With the bidding growing ever more fervent, the entire auction house became a vibrant spectacle. This was a revelation for Luo Xiu. Attending an auction for the first time, igniting a fervor within him, prompting him to purchase an item, 2 superior-grade Kaiwan pills. These pills were not for his own use, but rather intended for Luo Jun and Qindong, enabling them to enter the inner sect for cultivation sooner. As the auction transitioned into its latter half, all subsequent items would only accept bids in spirit stones, no longer in gold coins. Now, we present the first item. The Fire Cloud Demon Palm, a low-grade spirit martial technique, starting bid 30 low-grade spirit stones, with increments no less than 5 low-grade spirit stones. After Wan Qing's introduction, a young girl brought forth a wooden box containing the original technique, 30 low-grade spirit stones. A voice emerged from a box on the second tier of the auction house. 35 low-grade spirit stones. Another voice, belonging to a woman from the same tier, followed. 45 low-grade spirit stones. 50 low-grade spirit stones. The first box echoed again. 60 low-grade spirit stones. The second-tier woman spoke once more, addressing the other participants. I hope you can show our Li family some consideration. We would be immensely grateful. After her bid, the auction house fell silent, and the woman successfully acquired the low-grade martial technique. The Li family. It appeared to be the same one from Qingyun City that Du Haiping mentioned. It seemed their influence in Qingyun City was significant, or else they would not have requested such deference, and indeed, the crowd ceased to compete further, Luo Xiu mused. However, the subsequent auction items did not diminish in intensity. Rather, the competition intensified. This intensity was not due to the number of participants, but rather the frequency of bid increases. Luo Xiu found this unsurprising. After all, while many possessed considerable gold coins, spirit stones were a rarer commodity. Despite having sold numerous assorted items, he had only amassed 80 spirit stones, a figure he had deliberately converted. Under normal circumstances, a low-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for 10,000 gold coins. However, in Qingyun City, such a privilege is evidently unattainable. For instance, the 80 low-grade spirit stones that Luo Xiu exchanged for each required 14,000 gold coins, resulting in a meager sum of just over 100,000 coins. The auction was still underway, but the participants were predominantly from the second and third tiers. As for the first tier, only a few individuals clad in black robes and wide-brimmed hats took part in the bidding, and their numbers were scarce. Luo Xiu sat quietly for a considerable time, merely awaiting the conclusion of the auction so that he could depart. It was not that he lacked the desire to bid. Rather, the current prices were soaring into the dozens or even hundreds of spirit stones, a sacrifice he was reluctant to make, especially since the items were not essential for him. Thus, he deemed it wiser to retain the spirit stones for cultivation purposes. Suddenly, the stone spirit nestled in his arms opened its eyes, fixating intently on the entrance from which the auction items were being presented. It then addressed Luo Xiu, stating, "The next item will be beneficial for you. You would do well to acquire it, as it can swiftly elevate your cultivation." Luo Xiu was taken aback, slightly bewildered by the stone spirit's unexpected words. However, as Wan Qing's voice resonated from the stage, he regained his focus. Yet, he pondered whether he truly had the right to decide, as he possessed only around 100 spirit stones. Did he even qualify to compete? The final item of this auction was about to be revealed, and while some might have had an inkling of its nature, others remained oblivious, prompting me to elucidate further. Wan Qing's soft and enchanting voice once again stirred the crowd's fervor. Luo Xiu's gaze sharpened, inwardly cursing as he noted her beguiling techniques. Evidently, her cultivation had progressed swiftly, suggesting she had attained considerable prowess. This item was a stone, yet the significance lay not in the stone itself. Many may have heard of the gambling stones found in various locales across the wilderness state. These stones were sourced from ancient battlefield relics, some of which existed hundreds of thousands, even millions of years ago. What lay within these stones remained a mystery to all, potentially spirit artifacts, martial arts techniques, or even spiritual herbs. One can only imagine the value of spirit artifacts from such ancient times, a treasure beyond measure. And thus, we shall proceed directly to the auction. This time, there would be no low starting price or minimum bids. Only the highest bidder would prevail. Upon hearing Wan Qing's words, the crowd's expressions became fervent. Should any item of significance be unveiled, particularly martial arts techniques, it could elevate their standing dramatically. Wan Qing, with a smile gracing her lips, radiated charm. Though her true thoughts remained concealed, she exuded an air of triumph, evidently confident that the contents were not as precious as they might seem, ensuring a profitable transaction. A stone the size of an infant appeared on the auction stage, and at first glance, it appeared no different from an ordinary stone. However, it emanated faint spiritual energy. This subtle fluctuation, though slight, was perceptible to cultivators. Stone spirit, do you know what lies within this stone? Luo Xiu inquired softly. Uncertain. Yet I can sense something exists within, perhaps blood, though I cannot be sure. The stone, shrouded by the aftermath of the fierce battle, has become difficult to probe. Nevertheless, it will undoubtedly serve you well. The voice of the stone's spirit resonated in my mind, and Luo Xiu found himself trusting its judgment, for it had never deceived him in this regard. Thus, he felt capable of acquiring this peculiar stone. The only dilemma lay in the fact that Luo Xiu possessed a meager amount of spirit stones, leaving him with little confidence in securing this stone. 100 low-grade spirit stones. A brazen voice emerged from the third tier. This stone belongs to the Wang family. Let us see who dares to contest us. Huh. The Zhao family fears not the Wang clan. 120 low-grade spirit stones. Another voice resonated from the same tier. Zhao Yuanliang, spare me your words. The last stone was claimed by your Zhao family. Do you intend to contend with us again? And if so, what of it? Do you think Wang Ziyu can compete with me, Zhao Yuanliang? Very well, since we all desire it, let strength determine the victor. The Sun family offers 150 low-grade spirit stones. A middle-aged voice interrupted the quarrel between Zhao Yuanliang and Wang Ziyu. Then let us rely on our strength, declared the Wang family, raising their bid to 180 low-grade spirit stones. Chapter 81. If you cannot afford it, then steal it. Luo Xiu listened to the escalating bids with a sense of helplessness. From the moment Wang Ziyu made his initial offer, Luo Xiu recognized that competing in wealth was akin to a chicken challenging a rock, futile and reckless, particularly as the bids continued to rise. I, from the Li family, bid 450 low-grade spirit stones. I, from the Sun family, bid 500 low-grade spirit stones. Now, only the 4 boxes on the third floor continued to raise their bids, representing the 4 prominent families of Qingyun City, Zhao, Sun, Li, and Wang. Among them, the Zhao family held a slight edge in power, while the other 3 families stood on equal footing, each unafraid of the others. No other families dared to join the fray. Of course, this did not account for the solitary individuals, who, unencumbered by ties, may not possess a wealth of spirit stones to bid, but could still strike from the shadows. Such individuals were undoubtedly present in this auction hall, particularly those clad in black robes, their faces obscured by wide-brimmed hats. Luo Xiu yearned to acquire this stone, yet his resources were insufficient. Even if he drained his entire fortune, he could scarcely muster 200 spirit stones, rendering him incomparable to these families. Resolute, a glint of madness flashed in his eyes. Since he could not afford it, yet still desired it, he would resort to theft. With this decision made, Luo Xiu felt a wave of relief wash over him. Now, he awaited the final bid. 900 low-grade spirit stones. Is there anyone else who wishes to contend? Wang Ziyu nearly shouted from his box on the third floor. 900 low-grade spirit stones, all for the gamble of what might lie within this stone. If nothing is found, it would have been a futile endeavor, and the odds are heavily in favor of it being in vain. Every year, there emerges a remarkable stone, yet over the years, the instances of it possessing true value have been exceedingly rare, and most often, they turn out to be worthless. Some may question why such fierce competition arises if that is the case. The answer lies in the notion of precaution. Should a valuable item truly exist and fall into the hands of rival families, one's own family could soon find itself akin to a lamb led to slaughter. Thus, even at the cost of some sacrifice, no family would permit such an eventuality. 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. A voice resonated from the Zhao family's private booth. A middle-aged voice, distinct from that of Zhao Yuanliang. The other three families hesitated upon hearing this announcement, fully aware that this bid represented Zhao's final offer. Should anyone dare to bid higher, the Zhao family would withdraw. However, it must be noted that withdrawing a bid does not equate to relinquishing the coveted stone. Ultimately, the stone would still incite a fray among all present, reminiscent of the last occasion when the Zhao family secured it, only to be besieged by several other families and rogue cultivators, culminating in the stone's destruction, resulting in nothing of value emerging. Fortunately, the lack of a valuable outcome spared them from a great conflict, for the Qingyun sect seldom intervenes in such matters. 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. If no one bids higher, this extraordinary stone shall belong to the Zhao family, Wan Qing addressed the gathering. After a brief pause, silence prevailed, with no higher bids forthcoming. Thus, the stone would indeed become the property of the Zhao family. The auction concluded successfully, with Wan Qing expressing hope that all would adhere to the rules of the Wanbao Pavilion, where fighting is strictly prohibited. Any altercations beyond its confines are beyond the pavilion's responsibility. Upon Wan Qing's conclusion, she descended from the auction stage, and the previously closed exits reopened. Most attendees opted to leave, with only a handful of families and a few cloaked figures remaining. Luo Xiu hesitated but ultimately chose to depart. Recognizing that his chances of acquiring the stone were slim, it was wiser to await a more opportune moment. However, instead of the anticipated moment of opportunity, he encountered Wan Qing. After exiting the auction hall, he lingered inside, perhaps caught in Wan Qing's sight, leading to an invitation into a private chamber where she awaited him. "My dear brother, how delightful it is to see you again. Have you missed your sister?" "I have certainly missed you." Wan Qing swayed towards Luo Xiu, adorned in her striking red palace gown, accentuating her figure exquisitely, radiating an alluring charm as she approached. Regaining his composure, Luo Xiu replied, "I did not expect to find you here, Sister Wan Qing. I thought you were still in Yamu City." "Haha, this simply indicates our fateful connection. What would you like to purchase, dear brother? I can offer you a discount." Wan Qing giggled playfully. "Indeed, this is the domain of the Wanbao Pavilion. Perhaps I can glean some useful information. Even if it proves unhelpful, acquiring more knowledge is always beneficial," Luo Xiu mused, realizing that his sister's presence was not in vain. "Sister Wangqing," Luo Xiu inquired eagerly, "is there any way for me to acquire that stone from the auction?" Wangqing furrowed her brows slightly, genuinely surprised that Luo Xiu would bring up that particular stone. It had been presented for auction after being deemed devoid of value by the family's assessment. Although outsiders were oblivious to this fact, making his interest understandable. "Dear brother, if you truly desire it, I must caution you. The likelihood of it containing anything of worth is rather slim. You may find yourself disappointed," Wangqing gently warned with a faint smile. Indeed, the Wanbao Pavilion had evaluated the stone before the auction, determining it to be of little value, a regrettable oversight this time. Luo Xiu understood this. Yet his determination only intensified. This was an extraordinary opportunity, one he could scarcely afford otherwise. "Sister, I genuinely wish to possess that stone. Surely, there must be some way?" He pressed, his urgency unmistakable. Wangqing regarded him with a hint of curiosity. According to her investigations, her brother was no fool. Rather, he possessed an intriguing air of mystery. In just a few months, he had ascended from obscurity to the second tier of the true essence realm, leaving many puzzled. Could it be that the stone held some secret? That seemed implausible, as the family's assessment should not have erred. Nevertheless, she deemed it acceptable to share this information, as the item had already been auctioned off. After pondering for a moment, Wangqing replied, "While there is indeed a chance for you to obtain that stone, it will depend on your strength. I can reveal its whereabouts, but beyond that, I cannot assist you, as it would contravene the rules of the Wanbao Pavilion, which I am loath to openly defy. Such nonsensical rules, using a stone deemed worthless to deceive others, and still speaking of regulations," Luo Xiu silently scoffed, though he maintained a composed exterior and nodded dutifully. Having learned the stone's location from Wangqing, Luo Xiu wasted no time and promptly exited the Wanbao Pavilion. "Send someone to follow him discreetly, and ensure he does not notice," Wangqing instructed an elder nearby. "Assist him if necessary, but keep your identity concealed." Chapter 82. Seizing opportunity and eliminating an adversary. In the southern part of Qingyun City, a broad street bustled with life, teeming with voices and throngs of people. At this moment, a young man clad in white carefully trailed behind two individuals. One was elegantly dressed, clearly of noble status, while the other wore simple attire and followed closely. These two were Zhao Yuanliang and his attendant, emerging from the Wanbei pavilion to seek assistance from their family. The other families were aware of Zhao Yuanliang's departure and understood the reason behind it. Consequently, they refrained from sending anyone to follow him. What they did not anticipate was that the Zhao family would entrust the purchased stone to Zhao Yuanliang, allowing him to bring it back to their estate. This unexpected turn of events meant that no one obstructed them. Had it not been for the unforeseen variable of Luo Xiu, the Zhao family might have successfully executed their clandestine scheme, while the other families remained fixated on the Zhao members from the Wanbei pavilion. Luo Xiu had already positioned himself behind Zhao Yuanliang. Certainly, when Luo Xiu became aware of this news, he was taken aback. Had it not been for the fact that Wan Qing was the one to relay the information, and considering that she had no reason to deceive him, he might have found it hard to believe. Luo Xiu had been following for quite some time, observing Zhao Yuanliang and another individual as they ventured into a dimly lit, secluded alley. Although he felt a sense of unease, he nonetheless decided to follow them inside. At the moment Luo Xiu had traversed merely 100 meters into the alley, Zhao Yuanliang appeared before him. "Whose servant are you?" he sneered. "How dare a mere second-tier true essence realm individual dare to trail me? If you intend to obstruct my return to my family for assistance, you are sorely mistaken. Even if I do not return, should your families take any action, the Zhao clan will undoubtedly retaliate." Zhao Yuanliang was acutely aware of his mission, thus he initiated with a threat, hoping the individual before him would grasp the gravity of the situation. However, the outcome was not as Zhao Yuanliang had anticipated. In such a secluded and prime location, especially against a member of the Zhao clan, it was unthinkable to simply dismiss the opposition. Furthermore, the other party possessed the very stone he coveted. Even without it, he would not easily let the matter rest. Faced with Zhao Yuanliang's presumptions, Luo Xiu felt somewhat exasperated, as if others were incapable of causing trouble for the Zhao family. "Ah, you ought to have heard of me," Luo Xiu retorted. "Did your brother Zhao Yuanbei not hire a mercenary group to eliminate me? Unfortunately, they were woefully inadequate, failing to kill me and instead meeting their demise at my hands. I trust you now recognize who I am. It's you, Luo Xiu. I never expected you to have escaped. The Mo Tai mercenary group truly is a band of incompetents, unable to handle such a trivial task. And they foolishly paid 20 spirit stones as a deposit." Initially, the dimness of the alley had obscured his recognition of Luo Xiu, but upon hearing his words, Zhao Yuanliang immediately connected the dots. Yet, he could hardly fathom that the Mo Tai mercenary group had failed in their attempt to eliminate someone at the 9th level of the body refinement realm. Wait. Zhao Yuanliang scrutinized Luo Xiu once more, realizing he had reached the 2nd tier of the true essence realm. No wonder the Mo Tai mercenary group had faltered. A 2nd-tier true essence realm cultivator intent on fleeing in the Qingyun Mountains would indeed be difficult to capture. "Indeed, it is I. Don't you think it's time to settle our grievances with the Zhao family? Your clan has persistently made things difficult for me, even going so far as to hire someone to kill me. Shouldn't I seek some form of recompense?" Luo Xiu's expression darkened as he fixed a steely gaze on Zhao Yuanliang and his companions, a cold smile gracing his lips. Zhao Yuanliang returned Luo Xiu's stare with a frigid glare, deliberating whether he should eliminate him right then and there. However, recalling his task of safely delivering the acquired stone back to his family, he realized that any misstep could lead to dire consequences for himself. Just as Zhao Yuanliang was caught in this internal conflict, one of his subordinates leaned in and murmured, "Young master, this is a matter of great importance. Other matters can be addressed later." Ultimately, Zhao Yuanliang opted for caution, prioritizing the safe return of the stone over engaging with Luo Xiu. There would be ample opportunities to deal with him in the future. Although fury surged within him, he begrudgingly masked it with a faint smile as he fixed his gaze upon Luo Xiu. "Haha, such trivial matters are of little concern. Fortunately, brother Luo, you have not encountered any misfortune. Allow my Zhao family to offer you some compensation, and let bygones be bygones regarding our past grievances. If you agree, our Zhao family shall certainly restrain our kin and refrain from troubling you further. What do you think of this proposal?" Luo Xiu regarded Zhao Yuanliang's performance with a cold gaze, a sneer forming within his heart. Such tactics again, alas. This time it was not within the confines of the Qingyun sect, thus there would be no need for restraint in dealing with you. Since you wish for reconciliation, I am not opposed. However, your repeated attempts on my life cannot be so easily dismissed with mere compensation. Naturally, my Zhao family possesses some wealth, and should brother Luo agree to a truce, all matters can be discussed. State your conditions, and I assure you, if my offer falls short, The Zhao family will not neglect your needs. You have spoken your part. Do not hold me accountable for what follows. Luo Xiu replied with a cold smile, suggesting a compensation of 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Should the spirit stones prove insufficient, I am open to accepting equivalent items in exchange. I would not mind at all. Zhao Yuanliang was taken aback by this demand, a surge of anger igniting within him. He realized that Luo Xiu was likely aware of the stone he had acquired. Clearly, Luo Xiu's intent was to obtain that stone, or he would not have applied such pressure. Understanding that a peaceful resolution was improbable, Zhao Yuanliang resolved to engage in battle. Fortunately, he had two companions at his side, while Luo Xiu stood alone, and his cultivation level surpassed that of Luo Xiu. Even if a conflict ensued, victory seemed assured. But this confrontation needed swift resolution to avoid attracting unwanted attention. Zhao Yuanliang signaled to his subordinate, who promptly drew his sword and charged at Luo Xiu. Following closely, Zhao Yuanliang unleashed his attack, delivering a lethal strike. Luo Xiu cast a dismissive glance, recognizing the folly of their overconfidence. With a copper staff now in hand, he summoned his spiritual energy, engulfing the staff in flames, and struck down upon the advancing subordinate, sending him crashing against the alley wall. He then followed up with a series of relentless blows directed at Zhao Yuanliang. Zhao Yuanliang, witnessing the fiery copper staff descending upon him, was astonished by Luo Xiu's swiftness and dared not hesitate, hastily raising his sword in defense. However, Luo Xiu's prowess had transcended previous limits, and his combat awareness had significantly improved. Thus, as Zhao Yuanliang attempted to parry the strike, the force was already unleashed. Although he managed to block one blow, he could not withstand the onslaught that followed. Flowing flame tiger explosion. After a single strike, Zhao Yuanliang fell to his knees, blood spilling from his mouth. His eyes filled with terror, yet devoid of life. Chapter 83. Reunion from a concealed vantage point high above the alley. An elderly man with graying hair watched the skirmish below, his expression impassive. Suddenly, a glimmer of light flickered in his gaze before he resumed his earlier stoic demeanor. At this moment, Luo Xiu remained oblivious to the elderly man perched above, a fact attributable to the elder's lack of malevolence. Had there been even the slightest hint of ill intent towards Luo Xiu, he would have undoubtedly sensed the elder's covert scrutiny. Luo Xiu rummaged through Zhao Yuanliang's storage pouch, but discovered no trace of the stone he had procured. He harbored no doubt that Wan Qing would deceive him, nor could he fathom that such a significant item would be entrusted to a subordinate. Hence, he searched thoroughly once more, both inside and out. Ultimately, his efforts bore fruit when he unearthed a spatial ring on Zhao Yuanliang, albeit one marked by the owner's soul imprint. To extract its contents, one must eradicate the soul imprint. For those whose spiritual power exceeds that of the ring's original owner, this is but a fleeting endeavor. However, for those weaker, it requires considerable time and effort to gradually obliterate it. Luo Xiu pocketed the ring and swiftly departed, cognizant that the recent commotion might attract unwanted attention. Thus, it was prudent to vacate this perilous locale. He re-entered the bustling throngs of people, this time eschewing idle wandering and making a beeline for the entrance of the Qingyun sect. Along the way, he found a suitable spot to change into the attire of an inner sect disciple, a move intended to avert unnecessary inquiries, albeit it also drew some unwarranted attention. Upon entering the outer sect, Luo Xiu intended to head towards the accommodation assigned to him upon joining, for he was unaware of any other locales. He was uncertain whether Chen Dong and Luo Jun were still present, but he decided to try his luck. If they were not there, he would inquire elsewhere. Fortunately, fate smiled upon him, as he encountered Chen Dong before reaching his lodgings. Chen Dong. Upon spotting Chen Dong's figure, Luo Xiu called out with exuberance. Chen Dong, initially oblivious to Luo Xiu's arrival, turned toward the familiar voice and was visibly delighted. Luo Xiu, when did you arrive? Why didn't you say anything? How has your training in the inner sect been? Chen Dong, surprised yet unable to mask his joy, grasped Luo Xiu's arm and led him toward their quarters. In their brief exchange, Luo Xiu inquired about Luo Jun's whereabouts and learned that he was in the dormitory, prompting him to accompany Chen Dong. The two discussed matters pertaining to the outer sect, and Luo Xiu learned that Chen Dong had secured a position among the top 10 of the outer sect. While currently ranked 10th, this was still commendable. Moreover, both had reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of body refinement, with just one final step required to ascend to the true essence realm. Before long, they arrived at their lodgings. Upon reuniting with Luo Jun, Luo Xiu produced a second-tier demonic beast from his storage pouch, setting up a roasting spit as he prepared to dine and converse. The sight of Luo Xiu's prowess in summoning a second-tier demonic beast left both Chen Dong and Luo Jun astonished, yet they found it somewhat expected. What is your current cultivation level? Luo Jun inquired. Not long ago, I advanced to the second layer of the true essence realm. However, the typical third layer true essence cultivators would not pose a challenge for me. If both of you enter the inner sect, I believe your training will progress rapidly, as the resources there far surpass those of the outer sect. Luo Xiu offered a faint smile, neither concealing his emotions nor displaying any excessive arrogance, remaining composed as ever. Chun Dong and Luo Jun, upon hearing him, felt a twinge of envy, yet advancing to the true essence realm was no trivial feat, as it represented the first significant threshold in cultivation, a challenge not easily overcome. Sensing their thoughts, Luo Xiu retrieved a small porcelain vial from his storage pouch, containing 2 superior-grade Kaiwen pills he had procured. Do not envy, he said, for within this vial are 2 high-quality Kaiwen pills. Each of you shall take one. And I am confident that it will not be long before you both ascend to the true essence realm and commence your training in the inner sect. As Chun Dong and Luo Jun gazed at the vial he presented, excitement surged within them, prompting them to rise from their seats. These were superior-grade Kaiwen pills, a reward typically bestowed upon those selected as direct disciples of elders during the inner sect selection process. It was astonishing that Luo Xiu would gift them so freely. While the Kaiwen pills were not exceedingly difficult to concoct, their ingredients were rare, resulting in their scarcity. Luo Xiu had indeed engaged in considerable bidding to acquire these 2 pills, yet witnessing the fervor of his companions assured him that his efforts were not in vain. Calm down. It is merely 2 Kaiwen pills, he reassured them. Once you enter the inner sect, you will discover an abundance of treasures within. With contribution points at your disposal, you will be able to procure nearly anything, even advanced techniques and martial arts of the spiritual rank. Observing their enthusiasm, Luo Xiu felt it necessary to further motivate them, believing that a little extra encouragement could only be beneficial. Next, they prepared to clean up the demon beast and indulge in a feast. Having reached the true essence realm, Luo Xiu found that he no longer needed to consume food daily, as he could effortlessly absorb spiritual energy to replenish his vitality. However, the allure of exquisite flavors lingered in his memory, prompting him to keep some demon beast meat in his storage pouch, always ready for a culinary adventure. As they dined and conversed, Luo Xiu provided the 2 with a brief overview of the inner sect, particularly emphasizing the significance of contribution points. He touched upon key locations such as the Spirit Gathering Tower and the Technique Pavilion, but the paramount topic was undoubtedly the Qingyun ranking, a list of elite individuals within the inner sect that he felt compelled to discuss thoroughly with them. As their conversation continued, time slipped away unnoticed, and before they realized it, 2 hours had passed. Luo Xiu recognized it was nearly time for him to return to the inner sect. His urgency stemmed not from any other reason, but because today marked the final day for him to accept tasks. Any delay would result in a halving of his contribution points. Although he did not currently require these points, the prospect of accumulating thousands of them was too enticing to dismiss. After bidding farewell to Chun Dong and Luo Jun, he left behind 2 storage pouches for them, each containing 20 low-grade spirit stones, various healing elixirs, and 100,000 gold coins. Upon exiting the outer sect of Qingyun's sect, Luo Xiu employed his swift movement technique, hastening toward the inner sect. Without the need to take detours as he had during the inner sect examination, he arrived at the mountain gate in just over an hour. There, before the stone tablet at the gate, he beheld hundreds of individuals seated in silence, each motionless and contemplative. Luo Xiu gazed upon the scene before him, aware that the secret of the stone tablet had undoubtedly been divulged by that woman. However, as long as his own identity remained undisclosed, he felt at ease. Ascending the stone steps, he initially intended to seek out someone for inquiry, yet upon observing the intense focus of those around him, he surmised that no one would pay him any heed. Thus, he relinquished the notion of questioning. Passing by the crowd, he made his way to the task hall to submit his assignments. For the Xianling fruits and Beiwa fruits nestled within his storage bag would yield no contribution points unless he delivered them to the task hall, thereby securing the corresponding rewards.